Chapter 1 The Starsynth Great Golden Dog. Bang! A thunderous crash reverberate against the glass, rousing the sleeping star from her slumber. Half awake, Star's delicatelep sparted slightly, akin topidalese flutter in gin thebris. Where am I? What is that sound? Woe my? As Stara pinned her round, doe-like eyes, she found her surrounding shroudy dinahas, avastek spans of whitey obscuring her vision her entire body felt langed, devoid of strength, allowing Huron Lato stir hurtny fingers. A large dog, stationed watchfully off their bedside, since said her rockening it reset it shed, its moas fixate intently on the crib. Bang! Chirp! Ah, help get out, euchre said bird. The cacophony was bearable in a fido-fanger, Star finally managed to flail her arms lightly thelargidoxitup, its gazoon wavering. Bang! Once more, an unknown collision resonated through the air. Quiet down, Star commanded, her frustration palpable. Miraculously, Thworld fell silent in an instant. Yet, Star, still semi-what dissatisfied, furrowed her brow, her small mouth twitching restlessly. Why am I so hungry? Am starving, am savry hungry. Overwhelmed by a sins of grievance, Stara pinned her mouth wide, her cry a sweet con breathless, resembling the faint musophachitin. Theda approached, sniffing cautiously asli ather, the gent lilacid with its unguinizothingesture. Star paused, gazing at the indistinct face thatty and closer, furry and warmicitan animal? Something felt amiss. Have I crossed into an orcrium? Or am I in a Heidic nursery? What orcs? What is thy sweat thing touching me face? Fear enveloped her. No, it's Dejeen, Thebabis companion Boutwadi's Dejeen? Before Heres everything remained obscured, yet the sensation enveloping her fashion thevagui outlina, dot come closerun mistakably indicate de massive creaturuus licking. This creaturuus colossal it stung wellon, gently curling, cooed coverer in tie rediny face. Why is it licking her? Is it tasting her? Or has it tal reedy des I dead to pounce? Start a red note creana longer, nor did she move. Dejin was Star's friend, a famlimum bear how ald not harm her. This thought arrived abruptly at natural lid spite myriad of vague memorious religion in her mind, an extraordinary sin, zofsafesh envelope had her yet, shua was merely a newborn, instinctive like compelled to remain quite and diminishance. Noticing Star cessation oft ears, Dudgeon felt reassured dan shifted dites gazeta battleair sting unfaultable. Lying supine, Star cold not witnessed Dejin's remarkable actions. The bottle subpoenaing Simed Toby grasped be an invisible hand, and Thekup ways, fortlessly unscrewed under Dejin's watchful gaze. Theli doffed a formula box in the corner of tiramal subedient lepipedipin, as malklum paw formula floating gout, after which Thebok slid was replaced. Once extracted, Theklum paw formula hovered in midair, and Sunapoloff clear water appeared. Slowly bubbling until it big and tobo iltha formulon the boiling what herbalin did seamlessly, creating gay perfect jarif milk. After ekeven ganavin consistency, themicobdient lie flowed in tatha bottle, and the cap swift lie tightened denunizin. The filled bottle floated ta the cribsage, where the gingent lidopated spa way against the bottle's body, checking the temperature before conjuring gaw larger volume of water that enveloped the lower half off tea bottle. What a culture dog, using boiling water for sterilization, while a tea cool water outside absorbed the excessiat, ensuring the milk quasitidal temperature. In a time, thepilif water vanishy dacilant liasa they derived and check the temperature onsmary, satisfied, as the milk within the bottle area footable warmth. Thought this process seemed lengthy in description, it occurred swiftly Dejin positioned the bottles, niplagainst Starth in mouth. Instinctively, Stara pined her mouth wide, sucking vigorously the milk in the bottle diminished at a visible rate, the perfect light bird liquid flowing down her throat, providing a comforting sense of full nascent satisfaction, that kelled her earlier anxiety. Star felt so philandrosy, ready for slumber. Shellitude a contented burp, smacking hers ma lips in delight, herdlicatino set wichingus his avaret the lingering guro mafric milk in the air. Thesweefly emptied bottleus quiet lie whisked away before Star could unleash a full-blown cry, onde empty na plea was deft limanuveredento, hermuth being unseen for southo devoid doth milk. Star was na longer hun grey shuas content, soothing her still instinctively suckling mount hon thepicifier before soon drift tingento a peaceful dream. Dejeen, aptly named, weighs indeed a magnificent golden dog, With illustrious go athatlasely kagain sti stertiform had star's vision being clear, shwood have been astonished to discover that the caretaker before her was, without a doubt, a do gakritrio femin says eyes, dwarfin javant halargest off cows, with glossy black eyes shimmering with gentleness, amiably sever. Star secludent the pacifier, seeming like Haling ut in her dreams, Mama, Dejin Lucadon with delight, watching over its lumbering little mastereth longed for its mistress, ho had yet a return, the night having darkened and brightened many times. Dejin your Ned toven shuri outen such of its mistress. Yet, there was the little master to consider, and a full torn. It could note abandoned he little master. Accompanying the little master was vital. The little master might grow hungry, might be frightened, might awaken, might cry, attracting countless insters. Danger, danger, very dangerous. Itways imperative et hat nothing happened to the little master. Thus, Dudgeon remained steadfast libethy little master's aside, periodically feeding her, changing her diaper, and occasionally, whileth the little master slept, slipping out to sniff the air for any tray, suff the mistress, bringing back necessitia such as food for the little master and provision for itself. Seeing the little master still peacefully asleep, Dejin apeen the balk in a window, secure in jit before half floating, half fleeping down here conditioning Anita Longle. Ah! Aberd little boy and Theoposite floor exclaimed, trapped indoors with nothing todo. Heefin peered through heslat soft tea both room window during bathroom breaks, and Hetchin set upon Dejin leaping down tea building, steppy step. Eagerly, the little boy rushed to tell his mother. Mom! Isa Wadog jumping down from the top floor, one level at a time. You missed seat. His mother, exhausted and skeptical, responded with a eerie expression, Yuan, stop talking nonsense, and au kudayubini are the window? Didn't to tell out had of them and sturbird saw you. It will be very dangerous. The caldatakis be goodens help arrives, wecken go to thesifizone. Yuan pouted in frustration, am telling the truth. Mom, you must go right. The Jean, with agile movements and occasional levitation tricks, descended to the ground floor with littly fordern was. Clearly, Dudgeon felt hastens off pride in its accomplishment, glancing back at the towerings, skyscraper Athad just descended, before a Latinguta triumphant barkenda shingaway with Fanfund. Yuan's mother, resigned, approached at the window, cautiously parting the curtains just an auto peek outside by this time. Dejin had already dashed away, leaving Gonly an empty street and a few wandering zombies. Quickly, Sheklo set the curtains, sighing, Yuan, you must have seen wrong it didn't. That flying dojo described? There were an dogs in the ground, right? Yuan protested loudly, but Mom, I really saw it. Bang bang, a noon identified flying creature into hearty commotion and, crashed violent, lie against the window-wind building, creating a tremendous racket. Mother quickly covered Herson's mouth with own and dwilerizing a finger to her lips with theater. Shoo hispered softly if it weren't for her closeness. Yuan wooed Hovberly. Heard her hinted cautiously, obedient la falling Silentan still. They remained in their positions for a long while, mother embracing Yuan from behind, only when the sound soft tech creature escalagen faded did they cautiously begin to move parenthesis theorem. Mom, I really saw it, Yuan whispered, leaning closer to his mother's ear. Luking Gatherson sigh outfulfus, one sanison tanned fled with lauder, no mared with worry, bra topping goff sorrow to her heart. Such was the statoft world. Yuan should be enjoying kindergarten. A child sosmal, in what should be acker friagio flotteran play. Tenderly, she stroked her little boy shed, deciding to indulge his imagination. Mom understands it's just hat arrived till at the dog gazel die left, hasn't it? Her belief in his understanding brought her audience smile to Yuan's round face. Dejin had not been ganilong when star felt as thof sure enveloped in a warm spring. The moist, comforter warmth the ping around here entirely she felt content, her belly full, and thurmth suffusing air body brought him in satisfaction with a fumergental succinthepicifier, she blissfully drifted back in Taz lumber. Chapter 2 The Great Victory Returns. The spirited Dejin dashed joyfully and arrived at his destination, the Anhui Wetland Park, locate diverting kilometers of lower the vicinity, that much was certain, forth this washes territory. Upon reaching the centralese Queriofte Park, Dejin barked loudly, woof woof woof, assemble, comrades. From behind the ornamental trees, a dog had peeked out, barking, woof, woof woof. Is the or voice, boss, am here. The distant barks grew progressively clear as the approached woof woof woof, woof woof. Don't crowd 'em, good grief, each ono fiu was faster than the last wait form, comrades. Woof in coming to. The air was filled with a chorus of barking, responding harmonious lito de gin skulls, creating gani qui symphony of sound. With a cacophony, hundreds soft dogs of various breeds, sizes, and appearances converged from all directions, racing towards the Centralese Queriofonhue wetland park. Each dog seemed to have a designated spot, with small paths left between him for thirst to navigate freely, allowing Jigdago Findan Settline Toit's place, awaiting further instructions. Of course, there were real socio-evacant spots additionally. A few dogs were scattered in small, disorderly group satiges, huddled together without an isamblancio organization. Dudgeon surveyed Higatheringa fis brethren and noted the empty spaces. A long-haired border collie barked due to an explanation. Some all four brothers went fair afield in search of wood they could the arthisem blykelfroms, and hus did not return. Hathin pointed out to the boasted disorganized rupatigus recruits all the thalaka discipline, their abilities were commendable. Sodagen pondered whether to take them under his wing, as doing so I'll dollow him to assign them positions. Dejin approached at the disordered dogs, causing them to instinctive liar treat a couple of steps. His keen sense of smell quickly informed Dejin of the situation with this group of dogs. Not pressing any further, Heber keyed a few more times, and soon several dogs merged, from the ranks to arrange position for the newcomers. Dudgeon Adeden satisfaction his training with his own Araden deed paid off through with a stood line notly, both horizontally and vertically was pleasing to thigh, reminiscent of to militaire Iparachi had seen on television. Returning to them at a rod hand, Dejin barkadon some more, and the throng soft dog sobedient la follow dis lead, setting Gafito wards their destination. 500 meters away, in a high-rise building, an elderly woman ailed wooden boards to hair window and lifted a corner of ticker tainto pure outside sheast. Son, doyasi that pack of animals? Arethi will vesser dogs? Suck a large group. Oh dear, they keep coming going, gathering Gaton Hue wetland park hits as if they've made I their stronghold we don't dare a steep outside and Amorites and with them circling us. Person looked out the window inside. Mom, Don Torithoziri and D-dogs, the sheer number is duetamina pets, mutating every ona sheared, the broadcasts warning, that pit scood turn into monster sandarm thigh roaners, peepy afraid to keep them buddle so reluctant to put him down, so thieveleth them go all these stray dogs were eons domesticated. With so mana pets released, they need to eat with otaniona to feed them, they'll have it offend for themselves, share plied bang gomless, themis servive, itsonly natural torn around damage. Thielder lie lady lowered her head, pondering, you know, the don't seem to attack a sife what kept her pets at home, perhaps it wouldn't they've been a problem? They could have guard dead the house aquitwelland possibly defended against some birds and the like. Person shukashed, even in her building, every own work had togather to secure the fierce flow ragainst thun dead those who hori acted quickly managed to keep them out, but we couldn't prevent a mutated parrot from enduring jit, sounder howl dergipits no? At the time, the priority was to seal off the ground floor and keep the doors shut, the elderly lady agreed. Exactly, those zombie birds, those flying creatures attack as soon as the Z-person yet, those dogs outside seemed afraid initially, went the dogs where at least, they had to fight off the zombies multiple times and were terribly if it weren't for the dogs banding together to eliminate a herd of zombie birds, world and they've the species. After contemplating for a moment, Person added, even if wanted to keep hate, what can afford it no the distribution of supplies a psychology people are struggling to survive, let alone necker for animals not to mention. With Zemanunerson the building, I've wanted to keep on, others might no degree I wouldn't risk it continuing to care for it would be fine. Bootits better topes if a century I can afford to take that gamble. The elderly lady weighed, not in understanding before a this pack of dogs arrived, those shambling and dead were retro frightening, thucadelmus thuman, yet they were zombies which wasn't settling no thad the dogs hair, ate least the streets of Artobosom, clear occasionally, a few zombies from modern buildings, wonder by, but when it's quiet, there's nothing. Almost like a returning to Thelok down days ittertain live feels much more secure than before. At least those dogs didn't actively attack humans, Person quietly concluded. Thoth most living people now widden therums, relying gunnereal drops for essential supplies. The initial days off zombies roaming the street shad been harrowing the zombies, with thyracutes and zov smell, seemed to sense a their presence, relentless living and against Thyrndor softy building, scratching and clawing, causing sleepless nights filled with anxiety. Now, with us a dog surround, Thazel dementored the residentialariadianly, occasionally meandered, After all, Mustaf timid being raised be humans, could the potentially harbor goodwill toward humanity? Thielder lie lady lowered her gaze, reminiscing about their Labrador, whom they had raised for severally felt a pangafori, knowing that many had been driven away to a tofir surrounding them. She always felt that after raising a pet for so long, it became like another chilled time, particularly affectionate, sometime esquita mischievous fromazmal ball offer to verandred pounds, Itwazel thanks to hertiligent feeding. Theband was profound theruus nosig noth mutationatal. It was really hard to let go. Peering out the window, she searched for her beloved Labrador, affectionate lie named Mauhai Z, hoping to see if it waits among the gathering goth dogs, wondering if it could survive so. It was indeed heartbreaking, as Mauhai Z had been led out as the Bethilder lie lady, blissfully unaware of situation, thinking they were just going out to play Thedogwood joyfully wage its stale, spinning in circles, tungalalling out, eyes shining with anos and trustuntal philadilidai tau tofty corridorandon fastened it. Mauhai Z excited lidden seat at the doorway, thinking jit could finally go out, bounding gay few steps before realizing jit was twirinjit sleeshent the tight. Saunaran texted with it to turn back, hopping eagerly, urging Thielder lie lida to hurry. When she turned back towards the corridor, closing Thyrn door behind her, Mauhai Zalukid puzzled dandinosent, its little tail wagging gun certainly, tiltin jit shedding confusion. Thielderly lady sighed, what a world, fispaga. Oblivious to her worry, Mauhai Zibo unde joyfully belly beamed to Jean, racing past ups to Kless with agale leaps, leaving gay blue roof motion behind on the deserted streets. Clearly, such speed was soon attainable without being mutated. Yet, in the direction they were heading, a horde of zombies swasta delight converging upon them, their throats emaciate, dandrilic corpses, yet they continued to rise. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Closer, ever closer. Dudging could see a mass of dark heads surging towards them. Suddenly, Heskaded to a halt, turning to direct this comradestis Tasmaler team swila hellet the strongest group forward, heading straight towards the densest throng of zombies. From that point, the zombie horde up to Desa Fabi Hiva had been disturbed, countless figures sporn forth like querulentless stream, rushing towards Dan and his companions. The conflicted Began. Standing tall, Dudgeon simpacing stature made a him appear larger than the zombies, hid him in diminutive comparison. Around his neck hung a leather collar, adorned with hamidal tage in the shape Ophabone, inscribed with this name to Jean. His expression was resolute, his stand see command in jit washer to imagine a thought just moments ago, had been gently preparing milk for an infant, exuding softness and obedience. Wow, Arbos is so impressive. Feature a soft admiration from the younger dog echoed, affirming, indeed. Hestrule magnificent turbossis imply the best. Dudgeon's resolute he presents sane still ed confident sane his followers, boosting the ermeral. They bravely carjed towards the approaching zombies. Woo! Xing Zing awoke with an empty mouth where had herpes a fire disappeared twan her slumber. Theroum was Cyrilla quiet, devoid o fan a sound. Xing Zing ho led a couple off leames, feeling gutturally neglected thestarser la kettles, soothing themselves, there's mal hands exploring the surroundings the soft, fabric-like sensationist that ofakil after a considerable a struggling de fort, they find themselves junable to move? Help, save her. Theckwilt has taken her captive. Of course, Thesters cannot break free after all, the size of meticulous Lidvisidan perfected method by dying, Honever forget Storap Thesters's liboforla. Thine tonsionistico protect Thesters, ensuring Thiermain and harm die tuud bun fortunative Thester Cerito awaken and, in Thereslessness, tumbly Thebadan turt. One set Hester shave drifted in Taz lumber, de jinger placis Theckwill twith a swaddling blanket, rolling it into a bundle, with themed off te blanket tucked beneath Thesters to prevent them from jetting, too cold daging gal soat hotfully add saint extra quilt, creating to a wall so neither sid with the blankets, while your lingus draw new pat the bedside dedo and sure thought, Thester shaven out of thing. Thought Hester's feel as light pangoff hunger. I disparable the sensation is not overwhelming, and thecan indurite. Yet, Thebo miss excruciating. Thus, Thester soap and Thyrias wide, striving to discern their surroundings lying in Thierback, They immediately zeth white sea linga bavistatron dial object thanging therethasun? Or perhaps a light? Unsuriophwatitis, they canon lime cautis vagi outline. Growing wary off the view, thestars rotataries, eager to observe their environment. Hast the window been opened? Thesters memori recallst he sound doft hu indo creakin go panofentbung. What is that? Something has jumped in, and Thester scan feel its presence. It approaches, drawing nearer and nearer. What called it? Willeth arm Thesters? Something feels amiss. Fear intention or is a subtulsant toff moisture fills theoritis a large creature.
Chapter 3. Helplessness is at the monsters from outside that have invaded. Has Dying returned? Dying, clutching today's spoils, arrived home to find the little master already awake. Approaching the alert little master, Dying's eyes brimmed with emotion, reflecting a sense of guilt. Just moments ago, Dying had led a band of comrades in an assault on the Central District, fiercely battling zombies for territory. The cacophony of their skirmish had attracted a swarm of zombie birds, who launched a dual attack upon them. However, thanks to Dying's formidable prowess and the united effort of his allies, the battle concluded swiftly. Yet, the remnants of the defeated foes were numerous, and incinerating the refuse took considerable time. Merely unleashing flames nearly exhausted his fire element companions, that Dying's eyes grew misty. He had not intended for this to happen. Covered in filth, he had taken the time to wash himself and distribute the spoils, carefully stowing them in the communal stash, which had proven quite laborious. But leaving the little master to awaken alone must have frightened him immensely. Dying approached and gently licked the little master's cheek, offering an apology for leaving him home alone, that he sniffed to gauge the little master's condition. A faint odor. He had soiled himself. A change was in order, lest the little master feel uncomfortable. Xingxing discovered that her blanket had been gently lifted, yet miraculously, she felt no chill. The ambient temperature was just right, as if Dying had activated an air conditioner in the room, enveloping her in warmth. Despite this, she sensed a slight coolness in her lower half, as the bulging diaper was swiftly removed from her tiny legs, followed by a warm wash to clean her bottom. Xingxing thought, something feels amiss. Though she appeared to be an infant, her mind brimmed with knowledge. Many concepts had been inexplicably imparted to her. For instance, she recognized that she was a baby, likely around 3 to 5 months old, due to the blurred vision typical of newborns. Yet she felt an inexplicable conviction that in her memories, she was a self-sufficient adult. How peculiar! Her underdeveloped little brain spun in confusion that moment, under Dying's guidance. The room transformed once more in a manner reminiscent of that wondrous event from before. Transparent hands seemed to materialize in the air, deftly changing her into a clean, dry diaper with gentle swiftness. A bottle filled with prepared formula was presented to Xingxing. What infant could resist the sweet allure of delicious milk, especially when it was offered right to her lips? No, she simply could not refuse. Xingxing's little hands became free, and she grasped the bottle tightly, gulping down the milk eagerly, devouring it with gusto. Dying felt a swell of satisfaction as he indulged in a new flavor of dog food, not neglecting to emulate the previous mistress by treating himself to freeze-dried snacks, probiotics, calcium tablets, fish oil, and more. After all, today, the valiant Dying, alongside his courageous brethren, had conquered new territory. There were numerous pet hospitals, supermarkets, and even a flower and bird market. The bounty for the dogs was plentiful, marking a significant triumph. Dying had also gathered many of the little master's clothes and formula, but he could not carry them all at once, so he had instructed his younger brothers to stow them in their secret cache. Dying was truly remarkable. If the mistress were here, she would undoubtedly pat his head, showering him with praise. Contemplating this, Dying wagged his tail, feeling a pang of longing for the mistress and wondering when she would return. She had promised to be back soon, but just how soon was that? Aside from the peculiar changes outside, the mistress had not returned. Everything else was satisfactory. Tasks that his paws could not accomplish were within his mental grasp. Dying could care for the little master, feed himself, and even forage for food. Dying was indeed the finest companion to his master. But when would his beloved master return? Dying yearned for her presence. As Dying savored his nutritious and delightful meal, he fantasized about the moment the mistress would come home, discovering her plump, cherubic little master. She would surely embrace Dying warmly, taking him out to play. Dying wished to show her his domain. However, with the vastness of his territory, it would take him hours to circle around it. The mistress would surely be proud of him. The meal he had gathered was substantial, and the bottle brimmed with milk that by the time Xingxing reached the end, she felt quite full, her stomach and reason urging her to stop. Yet her lonely little mouth continued to suckle, passing the time in a state of ennui. Dying noticed this, lying in bed, having drunk her fill. Xingxing still cradled the bottle in her hands, her round, sparkling eyes twinkling with vitality as her little head swiveled, struggling to look in every direction. Dying leaned closer. Xingxing tried to widen her eyes, finally gaining some clarity. Oh, is that a dog? A gigantic golden retriever? Without a doubt, she was still herself, unchanged into something bizarre. But why was a dog caring for her? Xingxing's mind was a whirlpool of mixed memories. The scent of her family, the familiar aroma of dying, intertwined with the sense of safety she had known even in her mother's womb. Xingxing babbled, attempting to articulate her muddled thoughts. Dying, however, remained dutiful, unable to comprehend her infantile babble, standing beside the bed in a state of confusion, striving to understand that in truth, Dying was not omnipotent enough to decipher Xingxing's baby talk. After a lengthy attempt, the nonverbal Xingxing pointed toward the window. Was it the balcony? Dying's canine face displayed bewilderment. Did the little master wish to go outside? Woof, Xingxing persisted, stretching her little hand toward the direction Dying had entered from. Dying seemed to grasp her intention, that he empathized with her, suddenly realizing that if he were confined indoors for several months with nothing to do but lie around, he would certainly yearn for a breath of fresh air and a glimpse of the outside world. With that revelation, Dying eagerly lifted Xingxing into his embrace. Seizing the opportunity to stand upright, Xingxing quickly surveyed her surroundings. The room was not spacious. It was cluttered with various items haphazardly strewn about. Were she not floating in the air, she would find traversing this room nearly impossible due to the chaos. Only around her little bed was there a semblance of space, a sanctuary amidst the disorder. Dying's food bowl and bed were also adjacent to her. Dying skillfully opened the balcony window. His usual exit point at it was now autumn, and a chill breeze infiltrated the room, clad in thin garments. Xingxing felt the cold seep in, causing her to shiver slightly. Dying carried her to the windowsill. Xingxing braved the cold, leaning outwards. The balcony's potted plants had withered, yet outside, the trees flourished, their robust trunks and vibrant leaves reminiscent of an exaggerated color palette, as though enhanced by a beauty filter. The sky loomed dark and heavy. The broad road appeared under construction, with stones and soil scattered haphazardly, while a smooth concrete path lay empty, devoid of passers-by. The opposite building was indistinct, shrouded in fog, as if its balconies were sealed tight or heavily curtained. Xingxing longed to learn more, floating beside the balcony window, contorting her body to stretch her little neck for a better view outside. Yet, Dying did not linger at the windowsill, to if in tune with her desires. He took her beyond the window, floating into the open air. That Xingxing's initial sensation was sheer cold, followed by a peculiar odor. As she widened her eyes to survey her surroundings, fear gripped her. Although her vision was still underdeveloped, resembling a nearsightedness, she accidentally gazed downward. She was suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. Looking down, she gasped, "Wah!" Panic surged through her as she cried out, her tears dampening her lashes. The memories of infancy lacked the concept of fear, yet the recollections of the larger Xingxing flooded her mind. In those memories, someone had wished to escape life, plummeting from such a height. The larger Xingxing had seen videos depicting the horrific aftermath, people shattering upon impact, bloodied and unrecognizable. How could the little Xingxing not be terrified? She cried with fervor, pouring all her pent-up energy into her wails, her cries growing louder by the moment. Dying, alarmed, hurriedly returned the little master to her bed, covering her with a small blanket. He cautiously licked her. But Xingxing continued to sob, nearly gasping for breath. Bang! Chirp! A familiar sound reverberated, rousing a multitude of zombie birds, which swiftly surrounded the area, probing and searching in all directions. Among them, an exceptionally fortunate one managed to crash through an inadequately shut window, tumbling headfirst into a pile of debris that the Gene, of course, sensed the disturbance but remained undistracted, for his young master was already trembling, gasping for breath, her entire being quaking and convulsing, her small face flushed crimson from the strain. At that moment, The lucky zombie bird had traversed the mountain of supplies, instinctively charging towards the tender, sweet, and vulnerable Xing Xing, intent on a swift capture for a delectable meal that in a surge of urgency and ire. Dejin opened his mouth wide, summoning a brilliant orange flame that materialized in an instant, reducing the zombie bird to mere ashes. Xing Xing felt a profound discomfort. The memories of her larger counterpart reminded her of the overwhelming fear she was experiencing, the intensity of her sobbing rendering her breathless. She struggled to regain her composure, resolving to cease her tears, for depleting her already scant physical strength would only exhaust her limited supply of oxygen. In her heart, she steadfastly repeated affirmations. Be strong. You will be fine. There is nothing to fear. Gradually, whether it was Dejin's persistent licking that worked its magic or the solace of her own mental reassurances, Xing Xing's convulsions ceased. Her breathing became easier, though her head still buzzed. Had Dejin just conjured a flame? The stimulus overwhelmed her little mind, leaving her unable to process it. She squeezed her eyes shut and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Entering a dreamscape, Dejin remained oblivious to what had transpired with his young master. However, after the chaos that ensued following the departure of their mistress, his expanded size and rapidly increasing intelligence made him acutely aware that he had failed to adequately care for her. In his perception, the terror, fear, and sorrow emanating from his young master felt akin to the anguish he experienced when he contemplated the possibility that their mistress might never return, magnified 100-fold, rendering him utterly despondent. His young master was unwell. She required a doctor. The feeling of helplessness was unbearable. All Dejin could do was stand guard over his young master, powerless to act during her moments of overwhelming fright. Chapter 4. The peril of neighbors. Just as their mistress had sought medical assistance during her pregnancy, feeling unwell enough to visit a doctor clad in a white coat, Dejin had once accompanied her to such appointments. She had held his leash, and to avoid disrupting the medical order, he had been stationed at the entrance of a small shop across from the hospital, entrusted to the shopkeeper for oversight while their mistress entered the hospital for her consultation. Dejin had settled in a spot where he could see the entrance, quietly observing as his mistress, with her burgeoning belly, slowly stepped inside for her examination, eagerly awaiting her return, ready to joyfully run to greet her. Routine checkups had become a familiar cycle, with Dejin accompanying her to follow-up appointments, waiting, welcoming her back home, and repeating the process. Thus, the notion that seeking a doctor was paramount had naturally ingrained itself in Dejin's mind. As Xing Xing gradually regained her composure, Dejin remained vigilantly by her bedside, half-eaten rations left unattended. The situation with the commander is well known. Time is of the essence, and surgery is imperative, Dr. Chu announced. Her expression grave to an anxious officer stationed at the door inquired, Dr. Chu, you are the foremost cardiothoracic surgeon. Is there truly no alternative for the commander? Dr. Chu shook her head. The commander's surgery should have been performed 3 months prior. Now, it could be postponed no longer. IT was noted that recommendations for surgery had been documented 6 months earlier. Due to the overwhelming demands of their roles, the originally scheduled surgery had been delayed. And compounded by the uncertainties surrounding the success rate, it had to be postponed. The chaos of the ensuing disaster had further complicated matters, leaving the commander to shoulder responsibilities while in declining health. Tirelessly working on behalf of the entire safe zone. Exhausted, he had collapsed. Only then did the officers under his command realize the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Dr. Chu, who had previously treated the commander, was among the first group to evacuate, joining the other civilians in the safe zone. Had she not been present, ordinary doctors might have been rendered helpless in such a circumstance. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The leader of the officers interjected. Silencing the others and nodding respectfully to Dr. Chu, we are aware of the situation. We will expedite preparations. That Dr. Chu could only nod in resignation, acutely aware of the evident lack of medical supplies and surgical instruments in the temporary safe zone. The disaster had struck with overwhelming suddenness, leaving humanity utterly unprepared. Despite the establishment of safe zones, which aim to accommodate the populace as effectively as possible, the sheer scale of the nation, spanning tens of millions of square kilometers with billions of inhabitants, proved daunting. Upon assessing the nature of the disaster, the government had proposed a plan for residents in afflicted areas to self-isolate and implement home quarantine, under the condition that the situation was brought under control. The safe zones began to develop ways to accommodate the populace and prioritize the recovery of food warehouses, ensuring the safe operation of these zones. They aimed to airdrop supplies to residents while minimizing casualties, with the safe zones serving as the epicenter for gradually reclaiming the afflicted areas. Yet, with power outages, severed communications, disrupted water and gas supplies, and the central zone in ruins, hospitals have become particularly hard-hit. Under command, the national food reserves were made available to various safe zones, with troops struggling to secure them. Thus, the food reserves in each safe zone were sufficiently stocked and under the best possible conditions. They would dispatch aircraft to deliver supplies to congregated populations in the afflicted areas. Although the variety of rations was limited, it barely sufficed to meet humanity's most essential needs. However, hospitals faced significant challenges. Basic equipment and some medications have been rapidly gathered and prepared, but the acquisition of expensive, critical medical instruments posed severe difficulties. First, the overcrowding within hospitals complicated matters, resulting in excessive sacrifice and insurmountable costs. Second, the commander, fully aware of his condition, did not wish for others to risk their lives for him. He sought merely a fleeting opportunity to extend his life, hoping to contribute as much as possible to his country and people while he still had time. Had it not been for his subordinates discovering him unconscious on the ground and seeking treatment on their own accord, it is likely that the commander himself would have chosen to remain silent about his condition, intending to prolong his existence for as long as possible. Moreover, the majority of medical personnel had perished in the disaster, and the disassembly and transport of critical instruments presented a formidable challenge. Thus, the officer's assertion of understanding concealed unwavering determination and the impending painful costs associated with the situation. "Captain, we are running low on ammunition, that I am aware." Yet the leader recognized that the commander could not be left to his fate. He was the linchpin of the entire safe zone. Furthermore, their attempts to reclaim lost territory, including the distribution of supplies to residents in afflicted areas, were consuming ammunition at an alarming rate. The scarcity of ammunition had persisted for an extended period and needed resolution. "Captain, I heard that Zone 21 has ample ammunition. They have a secret underground base backed by the military district that has been continuously producing it. However, they are lacking in food supplies." "Where did you hear that?" "I have a subordinate whose father resides in that safe zone. He contacted him via satellite phone a few days ago and mentioned that the nearest food warehouse is quite distant from their base. So their current food supplies are limited. Everyone can only manage to sustain themselves without starving, and getting a decent meal is out of the question. However, they have been organized to search for supplies and cultivate new land. And they have provided wooden warehouses for safety. They are distributing ammunition to everyone, which indicates their surplus of weapons. Our two bases are not comparable. The distance is too great, and given the current situation, even a helicopter would take a day to reach them, that if they encounter any unexpected circumstances along the way, safety is not guaranteed. Their numbers are few, and before the disaster, that area had a national secret arms depot and production base. "Captain, if only we could exchange supplies with them. Those guys are utterly incompetent. With an abundance of ammunition, they should be reclaiming lost territory, that if we had their ammunition, we could have retaken the entire city by now. You mentioned encountering those extraordinary individuals with special abilities. We should enlist their help. The existing offensive system is temporarily non-viable. Perhaps, amidst this calamity, they could save our compatriots and our nation." The leader sighed. Recognizing that within this crisis lay the potential for a turning point, as the base hurriedly prepared to launch an assault on the hospital, Xing developed a fever right before Dejin's eyes. He watched helplessly as her small face grew increasingly flushed, drool pooling at her lips, her little hands weakly flailing, emitting soft whimpers of distress that Dejin could only circle around Xing's small bed, anxiously pacing in circles that he felt utterly powerless. What should he do? In this critical moment, Dejin could only think of seeking human assistance. When they had purchased their home, their mistress had chosen the top floor to prevent the noise from disturbing her child, thus acquiring a penthouse with an expansive rooftop terrace. Consequently, Dejin had no choice but to carry Xing downstairs in search of help. But he opened the long sealed door, carefully controlling the bundled-up Xing as they descended. In the dimly lit corridor, there were not many wandering zombies. Some were trapped within the confines of particular rooms in their homes, while others had tragically succumbed to death or transformed into the undead. The city's gates stood firmly shut, confining these creatures within. Most of the zombies lacked the capability to open doors, remaining imprisoned in their residences, while a scant few roamed their respective floors, rarely ascending the stairs. The formidable Dajin had not taken the effort to descend. Now, as he descended with ease, vanquishing foes along the way, he pondered how much stronger he had become since his initial awakening to intelligence. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, Dajin recalled that this particular dwelling belonged to a young couple with a small child, around 4 or 5 years of age, that he had encountered the child in the elevator. Where the little one would eagerly reach out to touch his fur, eyes sparkling with excitement, cheeks flushed with delight. Dajin had quite a fondness for that child. Woof woof, the sound of a dog barking penetrated the door. The young wife remained motionless, staring blankly at her son, who was bound and still restless. Once a cherubic face, now it bore a ghastly gray hue, the once cherished chubby belly reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. His eyes were nearly entirely overtaken by the whites, the pupils obscured by a heavy, grayish haze. He was no longer that adorable child. Yet, he was still her so small and fragile, having grown from a mere 4 pounds to a hefty 40 or 50 pounds by the age of 4 or 5. How could he not be her child? Her husband, attempting to restrain their son, bore a fresh scratch on his arm from the boy's desperate claws. Despite his high fever, he smiled reassuringly at her, saying, "It's all right. Chewin' I'll be fine. I promise to stay with you until the end. The fever is just my immune cells battling the virus. In a few days, once I recover, we will surely discover a way to restore Wen Yuan to his former self. And if not, remember to bind me. If I. His words lingered in the air. Chewin gazed at her son, Wen Yuan, who had not eaten for many days yet still exuded vigor, his body growing thinner while he flailed about, driven by a primal urge to harm and consume. Meanwhile, her husband lay unconscious on the bed, devoid of color. She had force-fed him every last bit of fever medication and antibiotics, yet his high fever persisted for a week. When it finally subsided, she was filled with joy, only to notice his complexion gradually mirroring that of Wen Yuan. "Please no, it's all my fault if I and T try to protect her. My husband Wu and T have been clawed by our son. He was aiming for me." She collapsed before her husband's bedside, weeping until exhaustion took over, leaving her numb. She had not followed her husband's instructions to bind him. Instead, she had untied the ropes he had attempted to secure himself with before losing consciousness. Staring blankly, she remained by her son and husband's sides, that an orphan without parents. Her husband had been the one she had painstakingly found, the one who brought her joy. Her life had been steadily improving. Her husband, possessing both wealth and charm, her intelligent and endearing son, and her dance studio finally turning a profit, all had been progressing smoothly under her careful planning. Yet in that moment, everything came crashing down. Woof woof, the dog barked again outside. Lin Shouwen remained motionless, or perhaps she simply lacked the strength to move. Upon noticing her husband's transformation, she had lost the courage to carry on with life, forsaking her meals. She wished only to confront her fate in silence. Alongside her husband and son, whether it be death or something else, being together as a family was a blessing, was it not? But what was that sound? The young wife murmured. Is that a child's cry? A baby? Is it the faint cry of an infant? Their building, having been the last to receive occupancy, had few residents. Many were still engaged in renovations and had yet to move to her knowledge. The only resident with a baby was Ms. Liu from the top floor, whose child was named Xingxing. Was the infant on the top floor still alive? Shortly after the disaster struck, she had seen Ms. Liu, heavily bundled, rushing out. Not long after, the ground floor entrance had been sealed, and she had not seen Ms. Liu return. It was said that Ms. Liu was raising the child alone. She had often pondered whether Ms. Liu had kept her baby wrapped close, perhaps too well hidden for anyone to notice. Had Ms. Liu not returned? Had she left the child behind? Back then, she had felt fortunate that her family was safe and well-fed, merely isolated at home. But how could an infant survive without a mother to care for it, especially when so many children had perished from the virus? On the day Ms. Liu had fled, she had thought that at least being confined at home reduced the risk of infection. With so many monsters lurking outside, Ms. Liu had drawn a horde away when she drove off, but she had never returned. The situation appeared dire. Yet, how could the baby still be alive? The barking dog. What of it? Chapter 5. Memories. The prelude to the apocalypse. Lin Shouwen's memories drifted back to the time they had just moved into this residence, distributing moving-in sweets to neighbors. She had felt an instant connection with Ms. Liu when they encountered each other in the elevator. Even while heavily pregnant, leading a large golden dog, the dog had behaved well. Sitting quietly in the elevator, as Ms. Liu held it by the collar to avoid startling anyone, its large, moist eyes had gazed up at her, obediently still. Could it be that Ms. Liu had returned? Or perhaps the dog had cared for the infant? No, she dared not believe it. This shock propelled her to open the door. With great effort, she attempted to rise, her body weak from hunger and fatigue, and on the bed where her husband lay, remnants of the food she had tried to feed him were piled up. She reached for a bottle of yogurt, disregarding its expiration, and slowly drank it down, feeling a flicker of strength returning. She stepped out of the room where her husband lay and closed the door behind her. Moving cautiously toward the entrance, silence enveloped the doorway. Perhaps her movements had been too sluggish. Standing before the door, she hesitated but ultimately decided to open it to a large dog, its fur gleaming and eyes as round as ever, sat at her doorstep. Yet, Dajin's body was visibly larger than before the calamity. Floating in the air was the infant, a rosy-cheeked face devoid of the strength to cry. Lin Xiaowen reached out, and the baby gently descended into her embrace. Xingxing was burning with fever. Lin Xiaowen's eyes dimmed instantly. Under what circumstances would a mother be forced to leave her child at home alone? The child was ill, and she needed to seek a doctor or medication. Or perhaps she herself had been infected, unwilling to risk harming her fragile infant. Leaving the child at home was far safer than venturing into the uncertain world outside. If that child could withstand the virus, perhaps she possessed antibodies or some resilience. Would her husband be saved? Yet, gazing at Xingxing's flushed face, her hopes and fantasies shattered. Lin Xiaowen managed a faint smile. Cradling Xingxing as she turned back toward their home, she had already exhausted all possible remedies on her husband. There were no antipyretics left. Furthermore, she could not ascertain whether Xingxing's fever stemmed from the same viral catastrophe afflicting her husband. Perhaps there were still some remnants of the various concoctions once taken by children, not yet entirely depleted. "Come in," Lin Xiaowen said, opening the door wide, devoid of surprise or excessive concern for the oversized dog and the floating infant. Yet she did open the door. Dajin, seeing his returning mistress and the open door, remembered that she had indicated this was an invitation, that he sniffed cautiously for a moment, assessing that the danger to himself and the little master was minimal. Before sauntering inside, Lin Xiaowen walked directly into the room where her husband lay. At the head of the bed, there were numerous medicine boxes. She muttered to herself, "Is it here? Have I found it?" A pink syrup, left over from when her son had a cough, was half consumed. Whether it would help Xingxing, she could not say. Dajin and Xingxing paused at the bedroom door, while Lin Xiaowen retrieved the syrup and handed it to Dajin. Grateful, he barked softly and fed it to the sleeping infant, peering into the room beyond. Dajin caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor, one that signified decay. One had already transformed into something foul, while another was on the brink of doing so. Such foulness needed to be eradicated. Despite its rudeness, Dajin ventured further inside. Lin Xiaowen, sensing the looming danger, extended her arms to block the doorway. "Do not come in. You must not touch my son. Inside are my husband and child. What are you plotting? I have already given you medicine. I have helped you. Will you repay kindness with malice?" The harsh reprimand caused Dying to halt in his tracks. As if he had come to some profound realization, that he called out to his wife twice. But Lin Xiaowen, unable to comprehend, stood resolutely at the threshold, immobile. Lin Xiaowen felt a surge of anxiety and hastily said, "I have some medicine that I've already given to Xingxing, but just to be safe, you should take her to the hospital. Only a doctor can provide professional care. However, the hospital is quite perilous at the moment. This is the only medication I have that is somewhat effective, and it's already in your possession." Dying seemed to grasp her words, letting out a few soothing whines that I in the midst of his wife's puzzled gaze. It appeared as though an immense allure was being generated. Tendrils of gray mist wafted from his body, drifting slowly forward, that a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Xiaowen's concerned eyes. She instinctively shifted her body to avoid obstructing Dying's healing efforts for her husband. The gray mist, dark and chilling, passed before her eyes, instilling a sense of lurking danger and malevolence. Yet, Dying faced the ethereal mist, which coalesced into a small spherical shape. With narrowed eyes, he leaped into the air. His paw striking the misty sphere did in an instant. It erupted like a colossal bubble, sending a cloud of dust into the air, only to vanish in a heartbeat. leaving no trace behind. Could it be that her husband was saved? Lin Xiaowen was momentarily transfixed, then hurried to her husband's side. His complexion no longer bore the ghastly shades of deep purple and gloom it had just moments before, though his once handsome visage had grown gaunt. The color now reflected that of a normal person, filling her with immense joy. Was it possible that her husband was truly out of danger? Lin Xiaowen knelt beside her husband's bed, caressing his face and calling out, Yushin, Yushin, please wake up that I beg you. I'm so scared, my love. Yushin opened his eyes, his weak voice emerging. Darling, are you all right? Is the baby okay? I feel a bit hungry, that I in response. Lin Xiaowen enveloped him in a tearful embrace. I am fine. I'm fine, that I'll go make you some noodles. Eat these biscuits and bread first. You've had a high fever for 4 or 5 days. You need to nourish your body. As for the baby, discussing such grim news with a patient was clearly inappropriate. Exhausted, Yushin closed his eyes, recalling the circumstances before his unconsciousness, realizing that the baby was likely in dire straits. Otherwise, his wife would have at least mustered some energy to care for the child, rather than appearing utterly drained in just a few days. Darling, you should eat something too. Haven't you eaten these past few days? You've lost weight, and I'm fine, as long as you're safe. That is all that matters to me. Dying had dispelled half of the malevolent entity, yet the other half had fully taken over the body. To eradicate it would require total annihilation. The mistress had once stated the importance of respecting others' preferences. So if the neighbors wished to harbor such entities, so be it. Furthermore, the once cautiously caressed child had now been completely possessed and could not be harmed. Dying gazed with moist eyes at the small zombie. A child of 4 or 5, diminutive in stature, with a 3-head height, still tenderly placed on a soft, lazy sofa despite being tightly bound, that in truth, this building was relatively secure. The mistress had decisively led a significant number of lurking monsters out of the community. And the property management, along with the residents, had responded promptly, sealing off the entrances and exits of the hallways. At the onset of the disaster, many malevolent entities infiltrated the air, physical objects, animals, and even human beings, spreading like wildfire, transforming animals into monsters and humans into beasts, turning the world into a veritable paradise of horrors. Nowadays, this upscale community, housing nearly 10,000 residents, faced threats from scarcity and the occasional emergence of monsters that roamed outside, preying on humans, as well as the incessant assaults of monstrous birds against the windows that is for the household. If a family member succumbed to a high fever, lost consciousness, exhibited a purple, dusky complexion, and had elongated blackened nails, immediate action was crucial. If one could restrain them before they could inflict harm, then safety could still be assured, despite the constant threat of mutation. That a high fever was the first line of defense for the human immune system and a sign of viral invasion. No one remains indifferent to the well-being of their loved ones. However, seeking medical attention at a hospital was fraught with peril. Many had attempted to venture out despite the odds, but those who drove away never returned. Hospitals had likely become the front line of catastrophe. Who could say when the apocalypse would truly commence? As thunder rolled across various regions, heavy rains, hailstorms, and dust storms began to manifest. The sky was illuminated by fleeting flashes of crimson and violet lightning, accompanied by deafening roars and reports of damage from thunderstorms or hailstorms leading to power outages and network failures poured in. Northern cities found themselves engulfed in relentless yellow storms. What a torrential downpour! How can I possibly go to work? My heavens, who shattered my car window? The rain is flooding in. Surely it cannot be the rain's fault. Is this hail? How can there be hail? Is it still spring? News reports stated, a severe sandstorm has struck H province in the north, sweeping across multiple regions, leading to abnormal temperature fluctuations. Residents are advised to secure doors and windows, stock up on supplies, and take precautions against potential health issues arising from temperature changes. INS province. Heavy rains have arrived, seemingly ushering in the plum rain season prematurely, resulting in localized flooding. Residents are urged to exercise caution while commuting and to seek alternative routes. It remained uncertain whether the temperature fluctuations were the cause, but the morning saw 20 degrees Celsius, plummeting to below zero by afternoon. The drastic temperature drop over several hours left many afflicted with colds and fevers. Some dismissed the situation, stubbornly adhering to their grueling work schedules, collapsing from high fevers at their posts. Others, stricken with anxiety, rushed to hospitals for treatment. News of overwhelmed hospitals spread rapidly across the internet. It appeared to be quite serious. Many shared this sentiment. Gradually, schools across the region began suspending classes, outdoor activities were canceled or postponed, and students shifted to online learning at home. The intermittent heavy rains had caused numerous accidents due to low visibility, leading to temporary road closures at highway entrances that on a rare afternoon devoid of rain. The weather remained overcast, yet the night passed without further precipitation, allowing the ground of the community to finally experience dryness after a long absence. If the rain ceased, perhaps the flu would soon pass as well. Those who drifted asleep with hopeful thoughts were abruptly awakened in the middle of the night. Chapter 6. Fever Dada. Help! The piercing scream, accompanied by strange rustling sounds, jolted the sleepy residents of the community awake. The darkened windows flickered with faint lights as some hurriedly leaned out to investigate, while others rushed to uncover the source of the commotion. And a few erupted in furious tirades. The woman screaming was clad in a silk nightgown, terrified as she pressed her hand to her bleeding neck, cowering on the balcony, while opposite her, a figure with a bluish complexion and elongated, claw-like fingers frantically scratched at the glass door. Oh my God! What is that? A woman who had leaned out of her window at the precise moment caught sight of the scene unfolding across the way and gasped, covering her mouth. Are you out of your mind? Is this some sort of late-night cosplay? Must you awaken the entire community? My son is in his 3rd year of middle school. Can you not engage in such nonsense? The father, who had pushed open the window to chastise, instinctively recoiled a few steps to shield his wife and children behind him. Is that a zombie? Someone exclaimed in sheer terror. Blood continued to pour from the woman's neck, which had been bitten by her partner, and she felt the weakness from excessive blood loss, coupled with an unrelenting chill. She glanced at the lights gradually illuminating across the way, her gaze fixated on her husband, who had lost all semblance of humanity, her fingers pressing against the wound beginning to stiffen. The glass door, merely ordinary, could not withstand the relentless scratching of those claws, and soon, cracks began to appear, widening further. Residents below, alerted by their neighbors, saw messages in the community chat and scrambled to find solutions. One suggested extending a ladder to see if she could climb down, while another mentioned that the fire department had been called. She could wait no longer. The woman cast a bitter glance at her hands, tightly gripping the handle of a broom, with a sharp pain as her nails dug into her flesh. The glass door shattered. The zombie lunged forward, and the woman thrust the broom handle into its mouth. The zombie, seemingly impervious to pain, pressed forward with all its might, causing the woman leaning against the window to lean back precariously. She grasped the zombie's collar, and in a chaotic tumble, both tumbled out of the window, entangled from the 12th floor. With a resounding crash, they hit the ground, eliciting gasps from the onlookers that at such a height. One could only fear they would be reduced to a pulp. The fire truck arrived even more swiftly than the property management staff, followed closely by ambulances and police cars. The area where they landed was cordoned off with a barricade. Nearby residents' phones were swiftly confiscated by the arriving personnel under directives to delete recordings. Yet the throngs of people ensured that countless videos of the incident, albeit blurry, flooded the internet, capturing the jump, the monster, and the chaos. And this was merely the beginning. Xingxing feels so unwell. The child whimpered in her sleep. Dying, filled with concern, nudged closer. Lin Xiaowen was about to prepare noodles when she remarked, "If the medicine doesn't work, we must go to the hospital or find a doctor. But right now, we don't know if the hospital has the necessary supplies, and with zombies outside, it's likely very dangerous to enter." Moreover, prior to the fall, the short video platforms were inundated with images of hospitals overrun with bodies, where various zombies roamed about with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any signs of living souls. Even if one were to venture inside, the likelihood of encountering surviving medical personnel was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, it was probable that the pharmaceuticals had been contaminated as well. However, she found herself unable to share this grim reality with Dajin. As far as current knowledge extends, it appears that an unknown virus has tainted the entire globe in the wake of the natural disaster. Those who have managed to survive either remain unscathed or have undergone peculiar transformations, such as increased strength or enhanced hearing, and this subset of evolved individuals is collectively referred to as ability users. Those who emerged unscathed after enduring high fevers require substantial energy to recuperate. necessitating food intake, nutrient injections, or other means. Generally, their bodies will recover somewhat after a brief period of weakness, yet they do not exhibit any discernible abilities. This group is currently termed purists, as no contamination can be detected within them. Additionally, a significant portion of the population has either avoided contamination altogether or has not been exposed to pollutants in quantities sufficient to induce fever, thus remaining unchanged and classified as normals. This latter group constitutes the majority of survivors. The transformed zombies, officially designated as contaminants, are colloquially referred to as zombies, a term borrowed from cinematic portrayals. The sheer number of zombies is staggering. Initially, the authorities arranged for mass relocations from various regions to safe havens. However, during the migration, chaos erupted as contaminated animals went on a rampage, compounded by the relentless onslaught of zombies from outside, alongside erratic weather phenomena. Among the first wave of migrants, 1 in 10 began to mutate on the journey, with over half of the population tragically losing their lives. Many found themselves trapped within their homes, securing doors and windows tightly. Those who had managed to stockpile some food previously and who encountered less polluted air were able to mitigate the risk of mutation and even endure the upheaval relatively unscathed. Conversely, venturing outside, amidst the panic of fleeing crowds, increases the likelihood of encountering multiple mutated individuals, which would only serve to hinder both their escape and the efforts of the soldiers dispatched to maintain order. Each household remained silent and self-contained at AS for the fallen areas, such as hospitals, shopping malls, and the city center, where zombies congregate. They were temporarily beyond concern. Lin Xiaowen gazed out the window, pondering how swiftly the world had changed. Dajin returned home with Xingxing, securing the doors and windows, wrapping Xingxing in a thick blanket and donning a waterproof raincoat. After a moment of contemplation, Dajin retrieved the dog leash once held by the former mistress, using it to snugly secure Xingxing to his chest. With the small child nestled against his abdomen, the concern of how to transport the little master over long distances was alleviated. The large golden dog leaped from the window, descending gracefully as if stepping upon clouds. Within moments, he landed safely on the ground. Off to the hospital we go. The only hospital Dajin recalled was the one where the mistress had previously undergone prenatal checkups. He dashed towards that very facility, recalling how she had once driven there with him. But now the vehicle lay inoperable, the road littered with debris and shrouded in a blanket of ash and bloodstains. The car was no longer an option. Dajin was indeed the reliable one. He ran swiftly, attracting the attention of 70 or 80 zombies, who pursued him but could not keep pace, eventually losing his trail as they continued to wander aimlessly. Upon nearing the hospital, Dajin spotted the entrance surrounded by barricades. The once vibrant and clearly marked quarantine tape lay tattered and strewn about, trampled by the wandering zombies. Dajin paid them no mind, moving with purpose. The zombies merely caught a whiff of food, entranced by the aroma, before letting out a disgruntled howl and continuing their aimless wandering. The hospital doors were secured, locked tight with heavy chains, while the zombies inside, sensing the presence of the living, incessantly slammed against the glass walls, eager to feast. Dajin let out a mighty bark, a silent wave of energy radiating outward, causing the approaching zombies to topple like ripe wheat before a scythe, collapsing in silent heaps until the lobby was devoid of any moving life. After executing this powerful maneuver, Dajin's pace slowed as he gingerly stepped over the fallen zombies, his canine eyes filled with uncertainty. Where to go next? Meanwhile, the base could no longer afford to wait. The unconscious leader, the desperate shortage of medical supplies and equipment forced them to make a choice, to prolong their suffering or to take the initiative. 5 military vehicles stealthily departed from the base, tasked with capturing the hospital if possible, or at the very least, salvaging medical supplies and equipment. Simultaneously, they were to provide cover for any survivors encountered along the way and facilitate their evacuation when the opportunity arose. The mission was far from simple. Fortunately, the team was small but elite. The leader gripped his wooden rifle tightly, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the desolate ruins that lay before him. The rumbling wheels rolled forward, like minute specks of dust merging into the stream of history, never ceasing in the relentless passage of time. Dajin meandered through a multitude of rooms, dispatching dozens of filthy creatures, and sensing a room with tightly shut doors and trembling nurses and doctors reluctant to open. Not far off, he faced a particularly grotesque entity, a veritable dirty boss. This dirty boss was not particularly large, but it had an intriguing amalgamation of heads and arms atop a normal human body, resembling a large, grotesque pincushion, with its torso grotesquely swollen and embedded with an array of needles and heads, while the two remaining original legs were likely ensnared amongst the mass of arms and needles, rendering them unrecognizable. Dajin thought, "What an unsightly creature. My eyes have been sullied that I in the heavy silence." The dirty boss struck first, darting towards Dajin in a blur, unleashing a cloud of foul gas that forced Dajin to recoil. His eyes widening as an orange-red glow erupted, slicing through the dirty boss like a laser, scattering its needles and heads across the floor. Having suffered a setback, the dirty boss swelled with anger, encircling itself in a cloud of gray mist, from which emerged small, fist-sized gray orbs that danced about with alarming speed, creating an illusion of multiple images, while hundreds of these orbs spun and leaped like laser-cutting strips. Nearby, the slightly diminished dirty boss lurked, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Xingxing, feeling discomfort, stretched her constrained limbs, eager to join the fray. Dajin, sensing the movement in his abdomen, froze momentarily, although engaging in combat was not out of the question. The fragility of his little master weighed heavily on his mind. The risk of injury was a daunting prospect, as for the doctors and nurses confined within the room. The sturdy doors and windows provided a sense of security. Had the dirty boss been capable of breaching their defenses, they would not have held out thus far. Dajin squinted, summoning forth a vibrant plume of flames that danced eagerly after the gray orbs, while he himself made a hasty retreat. The lively flames caught the dirty boss off guard, incinerating a significant portion of the gray orbs, prompting a wailing cry of agony from the dirty boss, which immediately retaliated with furious pursuit of Dajin. Meanwhile, Xingxing nestled against Dajin's abdomen, feeling the warmth and stability amidst the chaos of his frantic running. Dajin dashed forward, his fur singed by the gray mist. Inciting his in a fervent rush, he called out to his fellow canines, "Gather round, everyone! We're off to take down the filthy creatures." Chapter 7. When humans are outdone by dogs once again. They found themselves at the familiar rendezvous point. As it was not yet the scheduled time for their meeting, a few of Dajin's younger comrades appeared sporadically. Upon seeing their leader's summons, many hastened to the gathering place to rally their canine companions. Before long, a motley crew of dogs, diverse in coat colors, gathered like clouds in the sky. "The leader has summoned us." "What is the plan, boss?" "We're going to battle." "Oh yes, we're going to fight." "What? We're taking on the filthy creatures?" "Count me in. I've been waiting for 5 months. I want to join too." "No way, you're not ready yet. Go back and guard the home." The cacophony of barks echoed with enthusiasm and spirited determination. Dajin glanced down at the little master, who was radiating warmth against his chest. This foul creature must be vanquished, and the hospital was essential, as was the need for doctors. Fighting required a degree of artistry. Recently, Dajin had been scouting, taking on multiple foes single-handedly. This time, however, the odds were in his favor, as the bulk of the dirty boss's minions had already been dealt with. He chuckled to himself, knowing that this time it would be Dajin and his comrades against the dirty boss. To minimize casualties, Dajin meticulously devised a strategy. The stout defenders with thick fur would lead the charge, while the swift attackers would seize the moment to inflict some damage, and the long-range fighters would surround the area, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash their full potential. Others would assess the situation and prioritize their survival, calling for Dajin's assistance if the tide turned against them. Dajin surveyed his fellow canines. He suddenly inquired, "Who are these unfamiliar faces among us?" "They're mine, they're mine." A jubilant husky leapt forth from the crowd, its forehead adorned with 3 striking white stripes, its blue eyes sparkling with naive exuberance. "Look, leader, clearly these are my brothers. Just look at their size, their fur, their eyes." Dajin scrutinized the husky, then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar pup's point. One bore a resemblance, while the others did not. The blue-eyed pup's double eyelids and elongated brown eyes were hardly comparable. The tail of one swayed gracefully like reeds in the wind, while the other's was straight and unyielding. That forehead, those eyes, that tail. Dajin hesitated before nodding. "All right then, if it makes you happy. Regardless of whether it's a wolf or a dog, they are all brethren." Upon hearing that the leader had accepted his little brother, The husky joyfully leaped and bounded over to his sibling, under the watchful and sharp gaze of the vigilant little brothers. He clumsily frolicked against the largest one, exclaiming, "See, I told you the leader is wonderful." The wolf leader squinted his elongated eyes slightly and said sternly, "Stand straight. Form a line. We are about to set off." The husky positioned himself in front of the wolf leader, while the little wolf brothers behind him whispered among themselves, "Why is the leader including this group? That little pup is obviously not one of our wolf family. It's as foolish as can be. It must be a dog. Keep your voices down. We've infiltrated a family full of dogs, whether wolf or dog. Isn't it all just an act? We barely escaped from the zoo. How do we end up in a position where we're at the mercy of others? We can fend for ourselves without starving. Just a thought, the leader said that to survive and thrive, we need a large troop of kin. Can you take on so many dogs? Just in a one-on-one. Look at that dog leader over there. He could take you on tenfold. That don't you think the leader has taken a liking to that silly dog? He wouldn't even let us little she-wolves approach it back in the park, and now he is snuggling with that foolish pup. What kind of taste does he have?" The wolf leader let out a low growl, causing an immediate hush among the little wolves, who pretended as if they had never learned to speak. The little pup, hearing the sound, turned curiously. "Did you call me?" The leader was outlining a strategic plan. It was of no consequence if the pup didn't understand, as it could afford to daydream. The pup scuttled over and affectionately licked and snuggled against the wolf leader. The intelligent-eyed border collie on the edge of the pack surveyed the ragtag assembly of wolves, then glanced back at the wolf leader, who was being dutifully licked and nudged, a look of helplessness in his eyes, and silently chuckled. "Two males crossing species. How fashionable," as the large troop prepared to depart. They could not afford to frolic excessively. Their stamina must not be depleted on the journey. The golden dog led his little brothers at a leisurely pace towards the hospital at a speed of 20 yards per hour. Hundreds and thousands of dogs marched towards the hospital, attracting the attention of numerous zombies from the roadside shops, which they easily dispatched, warming up by battling the zombies as they moved forward at a relaxed pace. Before they reached the hospital, they heard the sound of cannon fire and saw clouds of dust rising as several dilapidated buildings swayed precariously. The golden dog halted, and a little dog in the rear cried out, "Leader, we haven't arrived yet. Why is there already a fight over there?" Looking toward the direction, it was indeed the hospital. Was there an internal quarrel among the filthy creatures? Surely, it couldn't be the medical staff and the filthy boss engaging in battle? The golden dog shook his head, dismissing this notion. Those people have been hiding for so long that if they had the courage to emerge, they would have done so by now. Could it be that other creatures had invaded? Were they stealing his boss? The golden dog felt frustrated. He was in the midst of battling a boss, and now someone had stolen the lead that he needed a doctor to treat the stars. That was non-negotiable. The golden dog surged through the hospital's surrounding walls, briefly glancing at the military trucks neatly parked at the entrance, ignoring them since there were no filthy creatures inside. Just a person whose combat ability was negligible. Meanwhile, on the military truck, Feng Zhao, who had recently come of age and was tasked with guarding the vehicle due to his exceptional driving skills and unique abilities, widened his eyes as he watched a massive dog leap over the front of his truck, followed by a black dog, a white dog, and a dog with patches. No, that was a wolf, wasn't he it? There were several wolves among the large dog troop. Feng Zhao had no time to ponder. He quickly spoke into the intercom. "Captain, a very large dog has entered the hospital, and another, no, many dogs. And a few seem to be wolves. Captain, a lot of dogs have gone inside." The captain was currently facing the biggest boss in the hospital, and the frustration from his earlier injuries made the furious zombie king irate. Just as the golden dog dashed away, a few morsels of food rushed in to meet their demise. The food that dared to resist was fresh and needed to be devoured quickly. The captain covered his shoulder, which had been pierced by a stray attack from the zombie king's minion, as blood trickled down, staining his camouflage uniform with the scent of blood, inciting the zombie king's insatiable hunger. He prioritized attacking the captain. As the captain dodged and evaded, he was still unable to avoid sustaining further wounds. Blood splattering haphazardly only served to fuel the zombie king's rage even more. The captain glanced at a distant group, testing their resolve with a few ranged attacks, but hesitated to advance, remembering his teammates whose fates were unknown and those who had bravely sacrificed themselves, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood in a final stand. The wooden gun was ineffective, at best slightly delaying the zombie's movements, its impact nearly negligible. Rather than hitting the zombie king, it seemed he found the attack inconsequential and unworthy of evasion. The captain was left helpless, wanting to throw his weapon but knowing it would miss. The zombies would simply evade the explosion before it detonated. They had initially been optimistic, thinking if they landed a hit, they could take down the zombie king. However, at the cost of one teammate's suicidal assault, the mist only slowed down, while the zombie king remained vigorous. Humans had no retreat, their resolve unwavering. They fought and lured the zombie king into an outdoor trap. The captain ducked into a previously dug trench, ready to unleash a barrage of mortars. Amidst the thunderous explosions and the smoke of gunfire, under the disappointed gazes of the survivors, the enraged zombie king, with half of its body mangled, howled as it attacked the surviving teammates. The intercom crackled with static. "Captain, the dogs are going toward a lot of—" "What dogs? Are they special ability breeds?" The captain had no time to ponder. Survival took precedence. He merely responded into the intercom. "There are new evolved zombies in the hospital. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Retreat and inform the base that only abilities can produce effective lethality." If it weren't for the fear of accidentally destroying the building and damaging the precious equipment inside, he wouldn't have only brought these weapons. The zombies were evolving too quickly. Things that could once be severed with a simple knife or axe, or easily dispatched with a few arrows, now couldn't even be killed by mortars. But the base needed doctors, equipment, medicine, and to reclaim lost ground, it had to end the apocalypse. The teammates taking cover beside the captain were extremely tense. His shoulder and limbs, wounded by the mist, oozing tendrils of gray fog. The captain was about to order his teammates to retreat while he made a final stand. Suddenly, a large golden dog with a shiny coat bounded over his head, charging towards the zombie king. Its leaping steps resembled those of a dog heading out for a spring outing, rather than towards the grotesque and dangerous zombie king. Upon seeing the dog that had previously harassed him return, the zombie king roared in fury, and the golden dog halted its joyous pace. Filth must be eradicated. The captain watched helplessly as the dog engaged fiercely with the zombie king, though puzzled by the sudden reinforcement. He decisively ordered, "You all retreat. I'll assist." The pain from the gray mist no longer bothered him. Perhaps he was beginning to transform into a zombie, or maybe his nerves had dulled and lost sensation. He had too many wounds. Based on previous research from the base, minor cuts had a 50% chance of allowing one to endure and become an ability user or an unblemished one. However, multiple wounds or deep contamination nearly guaranteed over 90% likelihood of becoming a pollutant. They said there was a 10% chance of surviving the contamination. In reality, up to this point, fewer than 2 had managed to endure without turning into zombies, and many were in a continuous fever, unable to replenish energy, their physical vitality depleted in the struggle against contamination. Therefore, the captain was acutely aware of his injuries. Even if he returned to the base, it would merely waste the already scarce medical resources. Others had relatively superficial wounds, with a chance of recovery. Before he died, he wanted to eliminate the zombie king. Otherwise, if the zombie king continued to evolve, humans might find it impossible to reclaim lost territory, or even maintain a foothold within the base. "Captain, you should also retreat," a teammate suggested as they watched the swarm of dogs soaring overhead. Feeling somewhat unnecessary, the few members of the ability team lurking behind, launching ranged attacks, sighed, "Humans can't compete with dogs." Chapter 8. The emergence of abilities indeed, observing the dazzling array of attacks unleashed by the dogs. And that dog leader, presumably a mutated golden retriever, howled, and the zombie king lost a substantial portion of its body, visibly reduced to less than half of its original size. The once fearless zombie king, which had dared to charge at the mortars, now feigned a furious roar, but, to everyone's surprise, fled in a flash. The golden dog didn't even bother to pursue it. The stars were far more important. He was looking for the doctor, unconcerned about where the filthy creature had run off to. The little dogs, without orders, naturally had no inclination to waste energy chasing after the enemy. However, the onlooking humans felt differently. The teammates lamented, "Why didn't we finish it off? The zombie king escaped. Why do we let it go? Chase it down, kill it. If we don't, we'll have to fight it again later." The zombie king has fled. Although they emerged victorious this time, they were unable to vanquish him in one fell swoop. The zombie king has escaped, and now that he has caught his breath, One cannot help but worry that he may return for vengeance. Should the zombie king further evolve, it is uncertain whether any weapon will suffice to breach his defenses. The captain hastily silenced his team's murmurs. Though these dogs appeared to be allies, resembling various breeds of pet dogs from the city, in the absence of any means of communication with animals, who could say if these mutated canines still retained their former docility and affection? If the canine brigade were to turn against them, they would be powerless to fight back. It would be wiser to diminish their presence, and perhaps the dog pack would overlook their group and let them be. After all, humans cannot contend with the zombie king, and the zombie king cannot withstand the dogs, revealing the hierarchy of combat abilities. Dogs, zombie king, humans. However, Dajin clearly would not forget these individuals of limited combat prowess. He gazed at the people huddled in the trench point one by one. He scrutinized them. Doctors, physicians. Where were the doctors? It seemed there were none among this multitude. How could there be so many people without a single doctor present? What a disappointment. Dajin's criteria for identifying a doctor was simple. The whiter the coat, the better. The one clad in the purest white fur would undoubtedly be the physician, yet the crowd before him did not fit that description at all. Their attire was a cacophony of grays, greens, blues, and all manner of muddled colors. Alas, not a single useful individual in sight. Dajin resolved to lead his subordinates to dismantle the tightly sealed room he had discovered upon his arrival. Certain that it harbored a doctor, as for the people before him, he would disregard them. Wait, it seemed a few were on the verge of contamination. That simply would not do. They had to be eliminated. Dajin once again employed his technique, drawing forth gray mist from the bodies of the afflicted, and before the vapor could drift toward him, he extinguished it with a mere spit. What is this? The captain watched in disbelief as the once purple nails reverted to their original alabaster crescent, and though his shoulder throbbed with pain, the contamination appeared to have altered his physical constitution. The dark, viscous blood oozing from his wounds transformed into a vivid crimson, and the wounds, though still painful and itchy, rapidly began to sprout granulation tissue, forming a blood clot. It seemed that while healing had not fully completed, due to insufficient energy, it was now in a state where ordinary movement would no longer inflict agony. This dog possessed an array of bizarre abilities. Not only could it fight, but it had a legion of canine followers and even the capacity to purify toxins. Could it be that salvation awaited in this apocalypse? Might zombies be reverted to humanity? The captain and his team exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Was mutation reversible? Beyond sheer willpower, could such powers effortlessly cleanse contamination? Was it solely this dog that could purify toxins? Or could all dogs achieve such feats? Or perhaps some humans, after mutation, could do the same but chose to conceal it? Or had they simply not yet discovered it? This warranted reporting. They needed to keep this dog close. With research, they might uncover the antidote to mutation and bring an end to the apocalypse. Even if they could not derive a solution, the worst-case scenario would involve collaborating with this dog to assist the contaminated populace. With these thoughts, the captain quickly approached and said, "Greetings, esteemed canine leader. Did you just assist us in purging the toxins? Truly remarkable. How did you accomplish such a feat? Our base is devoid of zombies. It is quite safe that we have many skilled veterinarians and chefs who can provide you with baths, massages, and delectable food that if you have the time, you are welcome to visit our base and see for yourself. It is quite enjoyable." The team members stuttered, desperately brainstorming persuasive arguments to win over Diane. In response, Dajin remained silent, fixated solely on finding a doctor, his mind consumed with the singular goal of locating a physician for Xingxing. Everything else was of no concern to him. The crowd murmured in unison, realizing that Dajin likely could not comprehend their words. After all, how could a dog, having mutated, bridge the physiological divide and communicate across species? Suddenly, a soft cooing sound emerged from Dajin, a noise that did not resemble his own. It was akin to that of an infant or a child. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did that baby-like sound come from? Had this dog somehow learned to mimic infantile sounds? They soon witnessed Dajin untie the leash that bound him, revealing a small bundle floating in the air. It became apparent that Dajin's abdomen cradled a tiny infant. The captain remarked, "I knew it. Dogs are all the rage now." Even swaddling a piece of fabric around their chest, that a delicate face, pale and slightly flushed, peeked out from the bundle, her finely arched brows furrowing in discomfort. Yet she did not cry out a child. It was indeed a living, breathing infant, clearly no more than a few months old. Gazing at the securely swaddled baby floating in midair, the captain almost believed the tale that a noble dog had rescued humanity's child and returned her to them. He reached out, intending to take the child, but Dajin, previously aloof and silent, issued a low growl, protectively cradling the infant amidst his pack. That Xingxing's warm face emerged from the swaddling, desperately seeking familiar scents that enveloped her, Dajin's scent. Yet, an unpleasant odor pervaded the air, causing her discomfort. Had Dajin brought her outside, it was unbearable. Xingxing's incoherent whimpers caught Dajin's attention, prompting him to summon his companions urgently. This won't do. Xingxing cannot endure this stench. We must find a doctor immediately. These humans are wasting our time. The dogs, upon hearing this, formed a protective barrier between the humans and their companion, while Dajin confidently strode into the building, leaving several subordinates to watch over the humans in the trench. The captain and his team exchanged glances. Dajin sought living humans, the kind clad in white fur, trapped behind closed doors. Those who were alive. Understood. The dog subordinates divided into several small teams, each rushing to different floors to search. This building, the third floor, room 3201, shows signs of activity. There seems to be contamination, yet there are also scents of humans. This peculiar room is inaccessible. It is quite large, and it appears to contain many humans. Boss, there are several rooms over here with humans. They seem to be on the brink of death. Various reports flooded into Dajin, who then directed the team leaders to retrieve all the living humans, while also ensuring they cleared out any contaminants lurking in the nooks and crannies. Before long, a multitude of feeble or barely resisting humans were dragged out and unceremoniously deposited at the entrance. Among them were numerous medical personnel clad in white coats. The rescued individuals, still reeling from the shock of the zombie's demise, were unceremoniously tossed at their feet. Their expressions turned from gratitude to horror upon encountering the gargantuan creature that had just swallowed them whole, hurling them to the ground with alarming speed. Their faces spoke volumes of their plight, and the few who retained any fighting spirit were filled with trepidation, their hidden weapons and abilities brewing, contemplating how to strike decisively and secure their survival. The survivors, transported by canine means, were hastily reunited with their fellow humans, a group of terrified doctors, nurses, and a few rare family members of patients clustering together. Dajin scrutinized one woman. She was barely clinging to life. The next was missing half a leg, clearly incapacitated. After much effort, he finally selected 2 or 3 individuals whose eyes shimmered with defiance, wondering what might happen should they threaten Xingxing. Dajin sensed something was amiss. The numbers did not add up to the onset of the battle with the contaminated boss. The room had been vast, and he sensed a significant presence within. Yet now, the humans brought forth by his subordinates seemed insufficient in number. Just as he was about to inquire, a border collie emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Boss, there's a room over there that is quite secure. It won't open easily. The other dogs are still trying to force the door, so it may take a while. Should we wait, or will you take action?" Ah, indeed. These scattered humans were likely overlooked by the contaminated boss, who, having recently evolved, was presumably drawn to the exceptionally sturdy room, fixated on the tantalizing scent of human presence, and had been trying to breach it for some time without success. Waiting was not an option. The dog subordinates led the captain and his team over to the door. The captain remarked, "These dogs are pushing us this way, squeezing us over here, practically herding us along," eager to comprehend the dog's intentions. They obediently followed. Upon encountering the soldiers and the medical personnel rescued from the hospital, relief washed over them. The middle-aged woman with graying hair cried out, "The army has arrived. Surely these breeds of dogs are military dogs come to save us." A surviving woman exclaimed, "Has the state sent help? I knew someone would come to our aid." A hospital nurse interjected, "Why did it take you so long to arrive? Do you have any idea how many colleagues we've lost?" In an instant, the myriad emotions of the world swirled before them. It was overwhelmingly loud. What was happening? The stars emitted curious sounds as if in protest. The Dajin promptly barked in response. The little subordinates around him quickly joined in with dangerous growls. And the crowd, sensing something amiss, fell silent. Something was off. Across from them stood the awkward smile of the People's Liberation Army soldiers, surrounded by a circle of mutated dogs larger than calves, circling the soldiers not as protectors, but more as watchers. The little subordinates hastily guided the colorful throng of humans to open the door. Compared to the unaware monsters or zombies, humans were naturally more trustworthy. Moreover, the team could neither afford to offend them, nor could they overpower them. It was imperative to understand how desperately the base sought methods to eliminate the pollution. Scientific research was ongoing. Yet time was the most precious commodity, as countless lives were lost every moment in this catastrophe. The most urgent need was to find a way to eradicate the pollution. Without zombies, or at least if a means to avoid infection could be achieved, more individuals would be willing to venture out to combat the undead. And the progress of searching for displaced survivors would not be hindered. Currently, the only known entity capable of purging the pollution was this golden dog. Offending them was not an option. Communication and collaboration were essential. Chapter 9. The atrocity. The captain went to knock on the door, as their mission pertained to the survivors and precision medical equipment behind it. Soon, the people inside began to swiftly move the machinery obstructing the entrance. And the sturdy door creaked open. Inside were 2 or 3 dozen individuals, and although they bore a slight odor from prolonged confinement, they appeared to be in better spirits than the first group of survivors rescued. "Sue, you have been sent to transport the machinery and provide cover for our evacuation, correct?" Wang Yu, clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, extended his hand toward the captain amidst the crowd. Sue, beads of sweat forming on his brow, confirmed the task but hesitated. "Before that, let me introduce, a valiant warrior that, which one do you wish to introduce?" Wang Yu scanned the surroundings, noting the presence of 3 to 5 dogs without surprise. Prior to Sue's arrival, the sounds of those dogs had already reached inside. Many speculated military dogs had come for rescue and wanted to open the door, but under Sue's persuasion, they waited until his voice was heard before feeling at ease to unlock it. However, it seemed they had relaxed too soon. The number of dogs around them was increasing exponentially. Observing the commotion, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. These were clearly mutated, with various breeds: Labrador, Border Collie, Husky, Corgi, and mixed breeds, and if he wasn't mistaken, a few wolves as well. The variety of military dogs was unlikely to be this chaotic. Glancing at Sue's sheepish smile, Wang Yu's polite demeanor swiftly vanished. "So, these dogs are not military canines. And they could even be enemies?" Wang Yu questioned that. Sue quickly clarified, No, they cannot be enemies. Look, their leader carries a baby, which shows they are friendly toward humans. Also, this is confidential. I cannot disclose it for now." Sue hesitated. "Do you see the blood on my chest? I was wounded by the zombie king 20 minutes ago, and now it is healed." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu, as a medical researcher, looked at Sue with fervor. As if he wished to immediately conduct a biopsy, Sue hurriedly explained that the golden dog was their leader, and it had effortlessly absorbed the mist from the wounds of the injured. Dispersing it to D. "Oh, you know what that signifies. What does this mean?" "It suggests there may be a means to combat the zombie virus. The horror of zombies lies in how wounds become contaminated the moment they are inflicted, with the ensuing infection accompanied by high fever, leading the immune system into a desperate battle. Those who manage to survive the contamination are few and far between. Human civilization, under such a transmission mechanism, cannot exert its full fighting power. Now, there exists a possibility of control. Perhaps with further research, there might be a chance to reverse the transformation process of zombies back into humans. If feasible. For a moment, Wang Yu's gaze burned with intensity that the gene cautiously controlled the top of the wrap, revealing the small face of the star. Star blinked sleepily, her vision still clouded, likely due to her underdeveloped eyes. The gene instructed his subordinates to select the more energetic and relatively clean individuals from the crowd, lifting Star close to them. Whenever someone attempted to reach out to hold her, Star was floated away. Repeating this several times until the medical staff looked at her with puzzled expressions. "She seems to have a fever?" Finally, a keen observer detected the issue and gently placed a hand on Star's forehead. This time, the golden dog did not move Star away, and the nurse nodded. Indeed, the child had a slight fever, so all this effort was to treat this infant. The medical personnel and the base's team were taken aback. They could not fathom why mutated dogs would care for a human baby, but they clearly had no means to take the infant from the jin's grasp. That a few professional doctors examined Star's complexion and cautiously checked her tongue, soon discussing among themselves and quickly procuring the appropriate medicine for her. This medication is to be administered at 5 to 10 mg, 3 times a day, that if the fever persists, you may use antipyretic suppositories. And in the absence of conditions, alcohol can be applied to the back, armpits, and forehead. However, her current state is manageable. We can wait and observe before administering any medication, a female doctor cautiously addressed DeJean. DeJean replied, I don't understand what you are saying. Barking in confusion, his little subordinates echoed, Does anyone know what this person is saying? I don't understand that I don't know. Boss at DeJean's prowess commanded respect. The medical staff had no alternative but to resort to gestures. Attempting to convey the dosage and administration methods to is it really that complicated? DeJean looked at them incredulously. The border collie strategist, understanding the situation, picked up the still patient female doctor and dashed back. Humans, we know you can't comprehend, but that doesn't justify snatching people. The female doctor exclaimed. Sue was about to intervene when Wang Yu stopped him, saying, Xiao Dan is my assistant. Those dogs only abducted people without causing harm. Sue, do not forget your mission. As for rescuing, I will follow. That a few of DeJean's subordinates swiftly grabbed the medical kit the female doctor carried, and the dog pack retreated like the wind. The evacuation of the hospital survivors from the dog's clutches evoked mixed emotions among the crowd. Some rejoiced that the dogs had indeed come to find a doctor for the baby and would leave after fulfilling their purpose. Others lamented that the devastation wrought by pollution inflicted the greatest harm on humanity. Without heavy weaponry, individual human combat capabilities paled in comparison to the pack of dogs. Fortunately, this pack seemed to lean more towards benevolence, as they had indeed intervened to save lives, and after doing so, departed without seeking recompense, except for, perhaps, the acquisition of a doctor. In light of treating the infant, this could be seen as somewhat justifiable. However, the abducted Dr. Feng Xiao Dan did not share this sentiment. The moment she was seized, she was filled with terror. Question: what is it like to be swallowed by a monster, and how does one escape? Dr. Feng Xiao Dan. The speed of the experience is incredibly swift, akin to a roller coaster, with various buildings, streets, ruins, and zombies rushing past her eyes like a torrent. As for the sensation, it was dizzying. As for self-rescue? That question exceeded her capacity for response. That Dr. Xiao Dan's terrified cries accompanied DeJean for a considerable distance. Yes, halfway through the journey, Dr. Xiao Dan realized that the pack of dogs held no intention of harming her. They were careful in their grip, causing no serious pain. They only took her. This proved that even in the apocalypse, the feeding habits of pet dogs remained unchanged. They did not prey upon humans. Otherwise, with such a large pack, one person would hardly suffice for a meal. Why was she the sole target? Did she possess something special? Soon, Dr. Xiao Dan connected the dots, recalling her earlier circumstances and pondering why the dogs had only taken her. She felt a mix of frustration and resignation, questioning why she had chosen to sympathize with the child raised by the dogs, volunteering to treat the infant, and attempting to communicate with DeJean about the proper dosage. Unfortunately, communication with DeJean proved challenging. That DeJean seemed determined to heal that child at all costs. Thus, it became logical to abduct the most reliable doctor. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. The ancients were not wrong that Dr. Xiao Dan could only console herself. At least there was no threat to her life. These dogs did not eat humans, and their leader even raised a human child, indicating a certain degree of friendliness toward people. Meanwhile, the survivors from the hospital managed to evacuate in an orderly fashion under Sue's leadership. Yes, their mission was to transport medical supplies and equipment. Sue picked up the radio. Feng Zhao, it's safe now. You can come in to transport the equipment. From the other end of the radio. Sue, where are you? After a brief moment of silence, one of the team members suddenly exclaimed, Wait a minute, Captain. Could it be that Feng Zhao has already fled? Sue's expression froze in confusion. That if his memory served him correctly, he had instructed Feng Zhao to retreat urgently while they were still engaged in combat with the Zombie King. This was a dire situation. Given the time that had passed, Feng Zhao could have potentially covered a distance of 5 kilometers, and no wonder there had been no communication from him. Heaven forbid anything unfortunate happened along the way. Feng Zhao's abilities were invaluable for logistics, but when it came to combat, he was utterly inept. Swiftly, he dispatched the team members with enhanced physical abilities, instructing them to pursue with walkie-talkies in hand. Meanwhile, Feng Zhao was desperately driving, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, Woo, Captain, I wonder how they are faring. That I must hurry back to the base to relay the top-secret information you entrusted to me. Amidst the frantic chase, the team members called out, Feng Zhao, come back. What sin had he committed to be pursued by a military vehicle in the biting cold? Fortunately, it seemed that Feng Zhao had not ventured too far. Before long, the physically enhanced team members returned, reporting that they had established communication with him, and Feng Zhao was on his way back. His return also brought along Wang Yu. Wang Yu had initially intended to follow the canine brigade led by Dejin, but as they proceeded, the dogs accelerated their pace. Not only could he not keep up, but a few behind had also set traps along the way, such as bricks flying through the air and sudden pits appearing on the ground. Clearly, they were displeased with his presence. Wang Yu had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. As he turned back towards the hospital, he fortuitously encountered Feng Zhao on his return journey. Recognizing the target individual, he realized he felt a sense of familiarity, and upon discovering that it was Dr. Wang Yu, he decided to bring him along. As Feng Zhao's vehicle came to a halt, his eyes glistened with tears as he rushed towards Su, exclaiming, "Captain, I'm so relieved to see you safe. I thought I was the only one who managed to escape." As expected of the captain, slaying the zombie king and defeating the canine brigade. "I always said you were formidable before departing. How could you possibly fall victim to such minor foes?" Listening to Feng Zhao's flattery, Su unconsciously touched his nose. "Only you would know how to flatter. Now go get to work." In response, Feng Zhao flashed a carefree grin. "All right, I'm on it." Feng Zhao's abilities were quite unique. He was an orphan raised under Su's sponsorship, just days shy of adulthood when the apocalypse struck. His enhanced powers proved to be extremely useful, leading to his special enlistment. Just how useful was he? Faced with dozens of sophisticated medical instruments, Feng Zhao gazed ahead, seemingly drawing invisible lines that framed the equipment. Outside the frame, everyone held their breath, while inside, the air seemed to still. In a fleeting moment, Wang Yu felt a void before him. The instruments that had been present moments ago had vanished. Was this Feng Zhao's power? Wang Yu inquired, "Is this spatial manipulation?" Feng Zhao quickly shook his head. No, I don't possess spatial abilities. It's more akin to teleportation, allowing me to move items to a fixed location." Su added, "If only we had spatial abilities." Among the known ability users, none possess the so-called portable space. Perhaps they exist in other bases, but the users are reluctant to reveal them, or many who have endured contamination are unaware of how to utilize their powers. In such cases, it will be up to you to find ways to unlock more potential within humanity. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. He was also on the list and would undoubtedly participate in medical research upon returning to the base. There was no need for deception. It must be said that the emergence of contamination had brought about many wondrous changes. In the distant base, a warehouse had been deliberately cleared for incoming supplies. By the time they reached the Wuyuan district, which was not particularly populous before the apocalypse, Xiaodan had gradually calmed her nerves. Wuyuan was among the first districts to develop in City Z, with areas bustling with economic activity and dense populations. Xiaodan glanced around. This was a place she had never visited before. Upon arrival, the dog that had carried her promptly set her down and tossed the medical kit beside her, while the other dogs scattered in various directions, disappearing from sight in no time. Perhaps the medication administered to Xing Xing by Lin Xiaowen had been effective, or perhaps Xing Xing's constitution was robust, enabling it to withstand the infection. Although the doctor's prescribed medication had yet to take effect, Xing Xing had already shown significant improvement, exhibiting a bit of energy as it emitted muffled sounds in search of Dejin. Dejin controlled Xing Xing's buoyancy, joyfully leaping around it, eliciting smiles from Xing Xing. Xiaodan watched as the canine leader and the infant floated into a building, completely disregarding her presence as a living being, leaving her dumbfounded. Fortunately, it appeared that the area had been thoroughly cleared by the dogs, with no zombies lurking about. Xiaodan could only pick up the medical kit that had been tossed nearby. Her heart racing as she cautiously explored the staircase the large dog and infant had ascended. The door was closed, and despite her tentative attempts to ring the doorbell and knock, no one answered. Peering through the narrow gap of the door, she saw the corridor inside cluttered with debris, clearly indicating that the residents had intentionally barricaded it for the elevator. It had long ceased operation. It was unclear whether this was due to damage to the electrical infrastructure in the area or if the residents had intentionally cut off power. However, the outside was perilous. Xiaodan gazed up at the sky. The zombie birds had yet to notice her, but this was only a matter of time. She needed a secure hiding place, or before long, the scent-driven zombie birds would not let go of her fresh flesh. Alternatively, if she could locate a vehicle, perhaps she could return home or find a nearby safe zone. After a brief exploration, she spotted a sneaky corgi peeking out, barking at her from a distance. Xiao Dan stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. Cautiously observing the corgi, it seemed to be a mixed breed, trotting with its short legs while its long tail swayed leisurely behind, exuding an air of nonchalance. Feeling reassured, she noticed the dog wagging its tail, a sign of a relaxed demeanor, indicating it was not inclined to attack her. However, the corgi barked again in apparent dissatisfaction, as if beckoning her to follow. Reluctantly, Xiao Dan complied. The community appeared to be well cleared, devoid of the sporadic zombies that often emerged. Even the keen-eyed zombie birds that might have swooped down to attack her were dispatched by the corgi's swift wind blades. As the zombie birds fell to the ground, the corgi paid them no heed, striding past them, while Xiao Dan followed, glancing back with regret at the fallen creatures that in her heart. She lamented, what splendid research material. She longed to retrieve her rubber gloves and use the 2 pens she carried as chopsticks to pick them up, sealing them in a bag for laboratory study. During the past few days, they had been confined within the tightly secured laboratory of the hospital, unable to seize opportunities to collect these experimental materials, having thought she was finally free to showcase her skills at the base. She never anticipated being kidnapped instead. Not only was showcasing her skills a distant dream, but survival had become a pressing concern. The corgi turned back, eyeing her with a reproachful gaze. Was humanity reduced to such a desperate state that they could only gaze longingly at what the zombie birds could not consume? What is wrong with this generation of humans? After Xiao Dan turned back to move forward, she looked up to find the corgi had already covered a distance of 50 meters, staring intently at her. Quickly, she jogged to catch up. The corgi continued to lead the way, soon bringing her to a small building. Compared to the taller structures, this one was relatively wide and short, typically housing the community's property management office. As expected, the lower corridor was also congested. Before she could inquire, the corgi barked twice, and a few individuals poked their heads out from the third floor. One voice called out, "Supervisor, another person has arrived. The dog has brought another human. Is it a doctor in a white coat? Is there a doctor coming? Aren't all the hospital staff monsters? Where did this doctor in a white coat come from?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Dan realized that there were others who had been brought here as well. Could it be that this pack of dogs specialized in abducting people? Or was she simply chosen at random? Without waiting for her to ask, someone from the third floor dropped a bucket, tethered to a rope held by another person above. Xiao Dan examined the wooden bucket and the colorful array of clothing and sheets that formed the rope. The individuals on the third floor urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. The zombie birds might come back soon." With a deep sigh, Xiao Dan steeled herself and sat down in the bucket. They securely hoisted her upwards. As she ascended, accompanied by encouraging shouts of "You can do it, Zhang Fa," she soon found herself firmly on the third floor to pull a person from the first floor to the third. A height of 13 to 15 meters, her weight exceeding 100 pounds, along with the medical kit and the bucket's weight, would typically require 2 or 3 people to accomplish before the apocalypse. Yet now, Zhang Fa, blushing from the compliments, was the sole one exerting effort, while the others merely offered verbal encouragement. Such abilities. Xiao Dan glanced at Zhang Fa, who appeared to be an ordinary youth with no apparent special traits. Abilities indeed. Having completed his task, the corgi returned to join its canine brethren, regaling tales of how pitiful the human they rescued had been, undoubtedly famished, eyeing the zombie birds it had slain along the way. I even warned her, yet she stood there, reluctant to leave the zombie birds behind. What a strange phenomenon. The zombie birds were repulsive, clearly inedible. Are humans truly this peculiar? Surely, one must be absolutely famished, as one's appetite has undoubtedly changed. Let us send additional packages that have fallen from the heavens to Building 3. It is truly pitiful that there is nothing to eat. Chapter 11. The blind regain sight, setting aside the fact that Xiao Dan has garnered the favor of many due to her medical expertise. It appears that she has also received a substantial increase in the delivery of supplies. Not to mention the airdrops dispatched by the base, which, due to inaccurate targeting, landed outside and were retrieved by the canine team, who delivered them to the residents in proximity to their territory. Corgi. How tragic it is. The residents in their territory must not be allowed to starve. Speaking of the base, the comprehensive medical equipment has finally allowed the delayed surgeries to commence. The evacuation of the base proceeded smoothly, with survivors transported back via military vehicles, while the equipment, under the peculiar abilities of certain individuals, arrived at the base even before them, gazing at the surrounding walls. Captain Su's tense disposition finally began to ease. The driver leading the convoy also took the opportunity to share lighthearted banter with the survivors, saying, "There lies the wall of our base. We are almost there. Soon we shall enter, and safety will be ours." Clearly, the base had also taken notice of the military vehicle's arrival that an ability user with altered vision reported. "It's Captain Su and his team. How did 5 vehicles manage to leave and return? The rear compartments are not visible. Wonderful." The people at the base were filled with hope, wishing only for the safe return of every individual who had set out. After passing through the inspection checkpoint, the others were taken to an observation room, where they would need to be monitored for 3 days without any abnormalities before being allowed to enter the base. Captain Su leapt from the vehicle and saluted his superior, who was waiting at the entrance, reporting, "Sir, the mission has been completed." The superior nodded, patting Captain Su on the shoulder. "You all have worked hard. Was the journey smooth?" "We lost a few individuals." Captain Su began to reply, but was reminded of the most pressing matter at hand. "Sir, we encountered a new type of evolved zombie, which ordinary weapons were powerless to repel. As a result, we lost several brothers and nearly faced total annihilation ourselves. They managed to survive, thanks to a pack of dogs." Reflecting on this, Captain Su found the situation somewhat peculiar. "Are you referring to mutated animals?" his superior inquired. "Yes, nearly 100 dogs, possibly wolves, whose sizes post-mutation were larger than cattle before the apocalypse. That moment. The superior nodded. "Z City was prosperous, and there were many pets. During the disaster, numerous animals became ferocious and attacked humans. Countless dogs and cats were abandoned and cast aside." He sighed, expressing, "Humans possess both good and evil. So too do dogs. Some, after mutation, may turn against their owners, while others might exhibit a fondness for humans, potentially displaying a friendly demeanor. Could it be that they were specifically sent to rescue you? Perhaps under the command of a fellow human?" Captain Su could only offer an awkward smile in response. "Not exactly. Among that pack of dogs, there was a golden one, their leader, which seemed to be caring for an infant. The child appeared quite young, still in swaddling. It seemed the child had a slight fever, and the dog was quite anxious about the little one. From the looks of it, the dog rescuing us was merely incidental. It seemed primarily concerned with finding a doctor and medicine for the child. Doe." Captain Su suddenly recalled something and quickly added, "They had us prepare medicine for the child before snatching a doctor and fleeing. Additionally, sir, I have an important matter to report to the higher-ups, something truly significant. It can be considered our greatest harvest from this excursion." Captain Su's eyes sparkled with determination, and his tone grew serious. The guard stationed beside the superior were puzzled. Is bringing back so much medical equipment and research personnel not the greatest achievement? Is there more? Captain Su remained silent, his gaze fixed on the superior. Regarding that dog, the mutated abilities, and the hope of ending the apocalypse, the guards watched as the superior instructed them to remain at the entrance while he took Captain Su into the office for a private discussion. After a solemn conversation, the superior emerged, his expression grave. Captain Su followed suit, nodding at the guard stationed at the door before hastily departing. He still needed to return to the observation room before entering the base. In the ensuing moments, the news reached the upper echelons of the base, causing a significant stir. The ability to eliminate pollution. It had already been discovered that this particular dog possessed such capabilities. Who does not fear death? Who among us does not have 1 or 2 friends or relatives who have succumbed to pollution, lying unconscious with high fevers, or even transforming into zombies? The base had long since set researchers to study the zombies upon their first discovery, hoping to unravel the mystery of this genetic contamination. However, the advanced research from before the apocalypse had not yet had the chance to bear fruit. The onset of the apocalypse came far too swiftly, and the invasion of pollution arrived much earlier than anticipated. This is indeed good news. There must be an antidote within 3 steps of snake venom. Nature is truly wondrous. Furthermore, based on Captain Su's description, the base's psychological analysts and profilers believe that the dog likely had an owner or, at the very least, did not harbor malice towards humans. The possibility of cooperation cannot be ruled out. Should that ability prove to be unique, collaboration would be the only option. That if conditions for research are favorable, that would be ideal. In due time, if an antidote to counteract the pollution can be developed, combating zombies would no longer be a cumbersome endeavor. Prior to the apocalypse, there existed a dedicated military canine division. Not only were there numerous vigorous and spirited military dogs, but also many experienced retired war dogs. The military's canines have naturally undergone mutations as well. Unlike the general populace, who might abandon their pets upon realizing their potential for harm, military dogs are not subjected to such treatment. Firstly, the number of military dogs is not comparable to the few pets kept by families. If a military dog is friendly towards humans, there is no need to release it. Conversely, if it bears hostility, unleashing a horde could lead to chaos and devastation. Secondly, trained military dogs have not yet been implicated in any fatal incidents. The most perilous scenario arises during the moment of mutation, when pollution invades and a dog, unable to control itself, inadvertently bites its handler, retreating in distress amid cries of pain, rolling about in agony from the affliction of mutation. The superior intelligence and high obedience of military dogs have led the base to regard them as valuable assets. Humans can mutate, and so can animals. Zombie humans, zombie dogs, zombie birds, and zombie creatures are their adversaries. Could it be possible that the evolved individuals and animals with retained rationality might serve as allies? Consequently, the base has implemented several measures. First, multiple special operations teams have been dispatched to seek out the whereabouts of that pack of dogs in hopes of establishing cooperation. Second, the entire base is to search for survivors who have successfully endured the pollution but have yet to discover their own abilities. Third, this news is to be communicated to other bases. Strength lies in numbers, and perhaps similar abilities have manifested elsewhere, unnoticed by humanity. Fourth, the capabilities of evolved individuals must be taken seriously. Individual strength warrants recognition and consideration as zombies evolve. Humanity's light weaponry cannot effectively combat them in a short span of time. While heavy weaponry poses a significant risk of collateral damage to buildings and nearby survivors, in summary, it is vital to recognize the significance of evolved abilities, which have been greatly underestimated by humanity thus far. Xingxing shares this sentiment. After experiencing a fever, it remains uncertain whether the virus has strengthened her constitution or if the high temperature has led to an evolution of her eyesight. Having taken her medicine, Xingxing returned home and slept. Upon awakening, she discovered that her vision had been restored. Splendid! The blind has regained her sight. The mist before her eyes has been cleared away. Eager to explore her surroundings, Xingxing perceived, as she had during her semi-blind state, that the room was cramped and filled to the brim with various supplies, hardly conducive to any notion of a living experience, at least not for her. Given her petite frame, the limited perspective only accentuated her sense of confinement, especially considering that there were at least a dozen beings the size of her within the space. Xingxing yearned to stretch out her hand and move her feet. Dajin seemed to understand her murmurs, approaching her, as the package had been partially opened, allowing Xingxing's small arm to reach out. With great effort, she raised her hand. Witnessing her own feeble attempt, she recognized her own vulnerability. Her fingers were no thicker than a chopstick, and she could scarcely bring her palms together. Xingxing became acutely aware of her diminutive stature. Chapter 12. The magic trick when Dajin took her outside. Though she was unwell, her senses remained intact. Along the way, she vaguely heard cries of zombies and detected strange odors, terrifying scents of blood, the stench of decay, and an overwhelming presence of dogs, uncertain if they were companions of Dajin or potential adversaries. Zombies, so. Xingxing found herself in the midst of an apocalypse, yet she remained a mere infant. In a literal sense, she was not joking. She was an utterly helpless child. What was she to do? Xingxing felt the urge to cry. But before she could wail, she quickly shut her mouth. No, there were zombies. Based on the recollections of films in her mind, zombies are attracted to sound, so she must not cry or become overly agitated. But how could a child of only a few months have seen films? What even is a film? Xingxing fell silent, lost in thought. Dajin, observing her small movements and the opening and closing of her mouth, was utterly perplexed. My little master hungry. Hastened to prepare milk for the star. Dajin, deft in his movements, expertly manipulates the bottle to twist open, blending the milk powder with boiling water and cooling it to a suitable temperature. Much like the lady of the house once did. The star exclaims, "Mom, that milk bottle is floating, along with the milk powder and water." The prepared milk is inserted into the astonished mouth of the star. Is this a supernatural ability? Is this the legendary power spoken of? While the star remains in awe, Dajin draws closer, concerned about why his little master has yet to drink. Dajin nudges the star's small hand in confusion, then paws at the milk bottle, which has already piqued the star's appetite with its enticing aroma. The star eagerly gulps down the milk, smacking its lips in satisfaction, pondering, "Where are my mommy and daddy? It seems I have no father. And where has my mother gone?" Dajin, being the star's companion entrusted by the mother, has always been responsible for the star's care, observing his little master finish the milk with abundant energy. Still holding the bottle and idly sipping as if passing time, Dajin does not take the bottle away but watches with keen interest, eventually settling down beside the star, who seems to be somewhat bored as well. The large, fluffy tail of Dajin sways gently. The star subconsciously gazes at Dajin. Dajin is so big, and his fur is so long and shiny, truly beautiful. His eyes are so bright and moist, with long eyelashes that flutter when he blinks. Dajin stands up and moves a little farther away, increasing the distance between himself and the star. Just as the star is about to pout in dismay, Dajin begins to perform a trick. Suddenly, flames appear from thin air, and under the star's increasingly bright gaze, the fire shifts colors, transitioning from red to orange, then to yellow, and even white. The star feels the temperature around them rise, and Dajin, seemingly inspired, conjures a protective glass-like dome over the little flame. The fire flickers, changing from white to cyan, blue, and purple. The protective dome created by Dajin resembles a small sun, shimmering with light. The star is entranced, so much so that the milk bottle slips from their mouth. Dajin seems to smile, and the dome expands slightly, making the tiny flame appear particularly lonely. Gradually, tiny sparks resembling fireflies begin to emerge from the little flame, reminiscent of fireflies taking flight from a bonfire. Dancing leisurely within the dome, that a butterfly-shaped flame emerges from the little flame. Swirling around the group of fireflies that as it flits about, it transforms into a butterfly followed by twinkling sparks. As if a fantastical flame butterfly has descended into the mortal realm, trailing glowing points behind. Eventually, the spiraling butterfly and fireflies seem to tire of their play and return to the little flame, which sways gently within the dome, undisturbed, neither sad nor joyful. The star is astonished to perceive a certain elegance emanating from a tiny flame, truly a sight to behold. Dajin is remarkable, sensing the star's admiration. Dajin becomes even more animated, conjuring a sphere of water from thin air, causing the flames and water droplets to split into small fragments, commencing a playful battle. Who will emerge victorious? The star stretches their little neck, eager to see clearly. Noticing the star's earnest effort, Dajin kindly draws closer, his newly opened eyes sparkling brightly. The star gasps in surprise as the fragments take the shape of small dogs, their 4 legs poised. Facing off in a standoff, the little fire dog jumps playfully, as if issuing a challenge, while the little water dog, caught off guard, retaliates with a passionate leap. Fire and water clash, and the star imagines hearing the sizzling sounds of water being scorched and flames being extinguished as the 2 different types of dogs collide, resulting in tiny fireworks erupting. The star's eyes unconsciously curve into crescent shapes. Seeing the star smile, Dajin becomes even more spirited. The battle between the other water and fire dogs ignites, as they pair off and engage in combat. One little water dog loses a leg, while a little fire dog suffers a half-destroyed head, yet both remain lively, fully immersed in their playful struggle. The war reaches a decisive moment. The water and fire dogs employ strategy, some surrounding while others launch surprise attacks. Ultimately, all the flames and splashes coalesce, resulting in a magnificent explosion of fireworks, illuminating the room with a kaleidoscope of colors. Wow, wow, wow. The star's expression is one of conquered admiration. The star nearly believes that the water and fire conjured by Dajin are alive, an extraordinary spectacle, akin to spirited elemental sprites. She extends her index finger, pointing at Dajin, who comprehends her gesture, summoning more little flames and water droplets that appear and vanish in an instant. Dajin understands that the star perceives his trickery as controlling the little flames and water droplets in their playful duel, leaving both sides to suffer, but he wishes to show the star that it is merely play. A creation of Dajin. Observing the star's astonished expression, Dajin proudly flicks his ears, reminiscent of the animated films the lady of the house once shared with him. Yet Dajin is unaware of how to produce sound. It's all those filthy things' fault. Irritated, Dajin glances outside at the darkening sky, deciding that tomorrow he will venture out to find toys for both the star and himself, and also to confront those filthy creatures, encountering one on the way. He shall deal with it fairly, ensuring none escape. Suddenly, the long-forgotten sound of the doorbell rings out. Dajin sniffs the air. It is that human from downstairs, come to visit. The lady of the house is not present. So visitors are declined. The golden retriever barked twice, but did not open the door. Lin Xiaowen stood at the entrance, clutching a bag of dog treats, her nerves palpable as she glanced between the door and the staircase, as if seeking courage from the direction of her home. That morning, the dog had come upstairs with its pups to assist her husband, alleviating his contamination. Yet, despite Yushin's escape from the taint, his health had not fully recovered, leaving him exceedingly weak after enduring the ordeal. He managed to consume a small amount of food, but soon succumbed to vomiting. Originally, Yushin had hoped to accompany Lin Xiaowen upstairs, but he faltered after just a few steps, collapsing to the ground. She had no choice but to support him back to bed. Having survived the contamination, she was perplexed as to how her son had transformed into a zombie. And though he had scratched her husband, he was saved just before succumbing to the change. For several days, she had coexisted with both a zombie and a half-zombie in the same room. Yet she exhibited no signs of contamination herself. Naturally, she possessed none of the purported abilities that arose from such transformations. She remained, as she had been before the apocalypse, an ordinary individual in terms of physical prowess. Confronted with her altered pets, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation. Lin Xiaowen clutched the hem of her clothing, inhaled deeply, and pressed the doorbell once more. She was an ordinary person, a devoted wife and a mother. Lin Xiaowen refused to give up hope that if her husband could revert to his former self. What of her son, the child she had nurtured for 10 months? Was there any possibility? This golden retriever could save her child. Lin Xiaowen even contemplated that if there were a way to make a wish to a demon or any entity in reality, she would not hesitate to trade her life for her child's survival, even if it meant remaining an ordinary person, living peacefully and happily. Thus, she stood there. With that thought, her fear dissipated. However, the door remained firmly shut, unwaveringly closed. Lin Xiaowen was left with no choice but to abandon the bag in her hand, futilely voicing her pleas at the doorway. And after failing to elicit a response, she wiped away her tears and departed to tea that moment. The stars, having witnessed the dog's antics, were already drowsy, and the ringing of the doorbell roused them slightly. It seemed that the golden retriever had muted the sound, leading the stars to ponder that the bell had merely gone silent due to a power failure, or perhaps the dog's soundproofing had lulled it into a deep slumber. The next day, before the golden retriever could step outside, word came from a subordinate that a multitude of humans had invaded their territory, chasing after their dogs with reckless abandon, retreating a few steps when attacked, but refusing to leave, seemingly seeking a fight. The golden retriever intended to leave the stars at home while he ventured out alone, but was deterred by the star's angry barks, compelling him to take her along, with a leisurely gait. The golden retriever exited. This time, the star's position had dramatically shifted, now perched atop his neck instead of below his abdomen. Yes, at the star's insistence, the golden retriever lowered his head to carry her on his back, just snugly positioned around his neck. This arrangement forced the golden retriever to tread cautiously, afraid of tossing her off balance. Chapter 13. A disruption to peace. The golden retriever, bearing the stars, was careful not to stride too boldly, even suspending himself in midair. The canine subordinates eagerly awaited their leader's arrival. Upon spotting him, they exclaimed in awe, "Oh my! Who is that? Such a splendid dog, with radiant fur," walking like a young maiden in a bridal procession, shyly taking delicate steps, her figure graceful. As they drew nearer, they realized it was their leader. No cause for alarm. Their leader was magnificent, and laughter erupted amongst them. The golden retriever shot them a warning glare, barking twice, prompting the subordinates to lower their heads or feign interest in the scenery. The stars, feeling slightly awkward, attempted to gaze at the sights ahead, straining her neck, while the golden retriever's flowing fur occasionally obscured her view. Much to her annoyance, the golden strands tickled her face, causing her to sneeze several times along their path. Presently, there was no feasible solution. The golden retriever had grown too large after its transformation. Even if the stars wished to strap a chair onto the golden retriever's back, The chair could not fit due to his width. The stars decided to make do for the time being. The subordinates led the golden retriever towards the group of humans that had been troubling them, arriving at the border of their territory. Team Sue, accompanied by a few companions, awaited them there. They produced fragrant, homemade dog treats and toys from before the apocalypse, and enlisted the help of a pet shop owner seasoned in the mysteries of animal care. The husky tasked with guarding the entrance, drooling uncontrollably, began to whimper. The humans could not decipher his utterances, but the wolf leader beside him was exasperated. "Listen, little Haluk, this treat smells so good. It looks even more delectable that if the leader comes, surely he would eat it too. I think I'll have just a little bite, and it should be fine." Little Ha was indeed a greedy one that the wolf leader could hardly muster the energy to counter his remarks. With a swift bite to Little Ha's tail, the wolf leader elicited a pained yelp, causing tears to well up in Little Ha's eyes. "Why did you bite me? I was going to tell the leader I hadn't eaten yet. You could have just eaten it yourself." The wolf leader narrowed his eyes. "Who told you my name was Delang?" "I'm Wolfda." Little Ha, feeling wronged, protested. Wolfda, Delang, what is the difference?" Across from them, the experienced pet shop owner waved treats in one hand while shaking a toy in the other. Little Ha's keen eyes were irresistibly drawn to the enticing display, and he was unable to resist murmuring, "Delang, it looks so delicious. I can't hold back any longer. If I get scolded by the leader, so be it. I must have this treat." Before Wolfda could retort, Little Ha pounced, startling the pet shop owner, who stumbled back as the treats were snatched from his hands. Delicious. Truly delightful. With a limited vocabulary, Little Ha was utterly captivated by the food, his mind consumed with thoughts of eating. Meanwhile, Wolfda caught sight of the golden figure rushing towards them and closed his eyes, unable to bear the impending chaos. Sure enough, the next moment, the golden retriever delivered a powerful kick that sent Little Ha flying several meters away. Wow. Little Ha rolled to his feet. The first thing he did was lunge towards the treats that had fallen from his mouth. The gluttonous creature was driven by an insatiable hunger. The golden retriever positioned himself between Little Ha and the fallen treats, blocking his path. Little Ha, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Why are you blocking me? My food is on the ground." "You owe me." Upon raising his head, he finally saw the golden retriever. Little Ha's complaints abruptly ceased. After a long pause, he awkwardly stammered, "Oh, leader, what brings you here?" "Oh, right, I came to find you." "You have no idea. These treats are incredible. They smell amazing. Would you like some?" As he spoke, his tone gradually shifted to one of confidence, as if the delicious treats had bolstered his spirit. The stars blinked in surprise. Having just witnessed the golden retriever's swift approach, the flying kick, and the sudden teleportation, leaving her dizzy. Now, observing the serious golden retriever and the adorably foolish husky before her, she found herself utterly perplexed. The stars gently patted the golden retriever, attempting to soothe his emotions. The golden retriever relaxed slightly, casting an exasperated glare at Little Ha, as if to say, "Do you even recognize friend from foe? You just eat without a care, oblivious to the fact that they could have poisoned you." At the same time, Team Sue observed with delight as a dog accepted their treats, only to be disheartened when the golden retriever unhesitatingly attacked the treat-eating husky. Their joy turned to despair as they witnessed the golden retriever approach them. That was the very dog they had encountered before. Team Sue hurriedly shed his clothing and unfastened his buttons. Exclaiming, "This is scandalous," the stars quickly closed her innocent eyes. Revealing his previously injured shoulder, Team Sue exclaimed, "It's you remember? At the Provincial First Hospital. It was there that you saved me and my comrades. I don't know if you recall, but yes, it was you who rescued the one with the most severe injuries that I lost so much blood when that zombie king attacked me." The golden retriever stared blankly, finding the human before him to be both noisy and bothersome. He had no idea what the human was going on about, gesturing and exposing his chest. Did he not realize that humans and dogs were different species? The incessant chatter seemed never-ending. Did he truly understand what was being said? At this moment, the stars have selectively muted the unbroadcastable footage, peering attentively to hear what Captain Sue has to say. Unfortunately, Captain Sue, unable to contain his passion, repeatedly reiterates his connections, saying things like, "I know you. You saved me," and venting his emotions with statements like, "I finally found you. This is wonderful." The stars could not help but frown. She struggled to grasp the essence of the man's discourse, for his speech lacked any focal point. Dying had already leaned slightly forward, seemingly at the brink of his endurance. The pet store owner, sensing the discomfort, hurriedly intervened to halt Captain Sue's rambling. With the incessant chatter silenced, Dying's demeanor visibly improved. After all, who finds it pleasant to have a fly buzzing incessantly in one's ear? On the human side, they swiftly replaced the communicator. IT was another familiar face. Wang Yu, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, cast a sidelong glance at the child bound to dying. The round, lively eyes of the star sparkled with curiosity as she regarded him. Wang Yu spoke in a measured tone. "Greetings. We are from the Hope Base. That IT was a privilege to receive your assistance last time, as you helped many of our soldiers eliminate the pollution of the gray mist. I wonder if you are aware that your abilities are quite exceptional. The higher-ups at our base place great importance on this and would warmly welcome you to join us, that we sincerely invite you to visit our base to explore. There, you will find a safer, more comfortable living environment, delectable cuisine prepared by dedicated chefs, and a comprehensive research system for the development and utilization of special abilities. Additionally, there are many wonderful canine companions of your age to engage with and perhaps even form romantic bonds. Trust me, joining the Hope Base will lead to a mutually satisfying collaboration." Dying thought to himself, "This human is a bit chatty. Should I swat him away?" The star understood and tugged at the fur of the agitated Dying, who was unfazed but turned to look at her with a questioning gaze. The star could only express herself in her rudimentary, baby-like language. Surprisingly, Dying comprehended a portion of her intent. He shook his head. "No going to the base, no." Dying wished to care for his young master, to heed his mistress's wishes to keep the star safe, and to wait at home for her return. Dying found it rather bothersome. He had merely acted on a whim to vanquish a foul entity, and now he was entangled in such troubles. What a hassle! Dying sighed, wishing to disregard these humans. The star observed with a different perspective. She yearned to collaborate with the humans. After all, this was the apocalypse, that as an infant, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to thrive independently. Dying, despite his efforts, was not particularly skilled in the task. And the stench of her soiled swaddling indicated that he had not changed her since her mother departed, that a foul odor. She needed to consider her future. She had to grow to a point where she could care for herself, at least by the age of 3. It was unacceptable to remain in soiled clothes for 3 years. The stench would be unbearable. Not to mention, while she recognized Dying's prowess, even the mightiest abilities would falter against a horde of zombies. What if a zombie tide were to descend? Furthermore, the canine brigade she had observed consisted of only 100 or so dogs, any of which could be scattered or disbanded in the chaos of calamity. Moreover, humans were inherently social creatures. She required their companionship. Human settlements represented numerous advantages. Opportunities for trade, mutual benefit, and commerce that, of course, risks of exploitation and deceit lurked as well. However, if she did not take the chance, she would inevitably rot and rely solely on Dying to survive an uncertain lifespan. The star resumed her halting attempts at communication in her makeshift baby language. Dying frowned and hopped in agitation. The star bargained. One you could only maintain a polite smile, as they were unable to comprehend any of the exchanges transpiring. Ultimately, the star succeeded in persuading Dying. Now, a pressing question arose: how to convey their negotiated outcome to the humans? After all, their languages were not aligned. Fortunately, whether it was a hapless human who had inadvertently become tainted on the way here, or simply a stroke of luck that brought along the half-human, half-zombie, Dying had already caught wind of the foul stench nearby. The grotesque entity was greedily devouring the consciousness of the humans it had ensnared. Thankfully, he was capable. "Filth, begone!" The star instructed Dying to draw a circle on the ground. In front of everyone, they levitated the half-human, half-zombie from the vehicle and placed it within the circle. With a mere thought, Dying conjured a gray mist, dispersing the being and extracting it from the circle. One after another, the process continued. Once all were cleansed, the star cleverly feigned Dying's exhaustion, allowing him to appear fatigued when Captain Sue and his team joyfully examined the detoxified individuals. Dying turned and swiftly made his escape. Wang Yu's eyes glimmered with intensity. Fixated on their direction, as he took a step to pursue, he was halted by the pack leader, exchanging a fierce glance. Wang Yu could only retreat slowly, as the pack leader and his companion departed. The latter glanced back at the humans with lingering reluctance. He remembered. He would etch these human scents into his memory. Once Dying and the leader were absent, he would request food from them, It was truly delectable. Though dying appeared weary, once beyond the human's line of sight, he regained his vigor. The star breathed a sigh of relief. If dying overextended his abilities for her sake, she would surely feel remorse. The humans were equally proactive, transporting dozens of the contaminated half-zombie individuals. That be why the time they reached the 5th purification, the star furrowed her brow, sensing that matters were not straightforward. Was it reasonable by the 10th? Was the 20th excessive? By the 40th, she felt as if her temples were throbbing. Why were they extracting so many from a seemingly small trunk? By the 62nd, she felt her patience fraying. Why was dying not fatigued? Were his powers inexhaustible? Dying, you should pretend to be tired now. Dying persevered until he had purified them all, then feigned exhaustion, bowing his head as if defeated. The humans were overjoyed. Recent news confirmed that dying could indeed cleanse pollution. Last time had not been a singular event or a fluke, but rather a replicable, continuous process. Captain Sue gazed at the circle drawn by dying with heartfelt emotion. This circle was no mere outline. It had transformed into a purification circle, bestowing new life upon 65 individuals. Were it not for constraints, Captain Sue might have wished to offer incense and prayers to this circle, a platform for sacrifice. Perhaps even a censer for gratitude. It was not superstition, but rather an overwhelming joy with no outlet. Was it not simply a gesture of appreciation? Of course, the primary gratitude was reserved for the golden retriever, who, despite appearing somewhat irritable and having attempted to strike humans a few times, had ultimately saved lives, 65 of them, to be precise. Surely, we fail to comprehend canine language. We must find a way to communicate better with our golden companion. They would need to learn how to bark and howl to facilitate understanding with dying and hasten his integration into the base. Dying was indeed responsible, nurturing an infant and always keeping her close. Seeking medical attention whenever she fell ill. Oh no. Captain Sue smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to inquire about the whereabouts of the small doctor dying had taken the last time. Little doctor, thanks for the invite. I'm enjoying life. Please do not disturb. Ever since arriving at the property building, she had been assigned an independent room for consultations. There was a separate room for her to rest, and thanks to the independent power supply, she enjoyed hot showers and clean loungewear. During mealtimes, there was a designated dining hall where everyone dined together, well-fed and satisfied. Initially, she had been apprehensive about the residents' enthusiasm, fearing they might be afflicted with severe ailments such as amputations or heart bypasses. Yet most visitors were merely suffering from colds or sprains, with not a single fracture in sight. As for pollution? What pollution? They had not even heard of the possibility of fortunate individuals being randomly selected to manifest. Dr. Xiaodan, I am perplexed by your situation, and I find myself profoundly shaken that I in fact. Dr. Xiaodan even inquired with the property manager and learned that while the outside world remains unaware, within their community, as long as doors and windows are securely closed, individuals can collect supplies at designated times, leading a daily life akin to that during a period of control, although water and electricity are rationed, and the entrance is congested, preventing anyone from venturing outside. There have been sightings of zombies. Nevertheless, after a few days, the impact on daily life does not seem overly severe, and even the mortgage lenders do not pressure them for repayments. In a certain sense, this has alleviated some of their burdens. It is rather amusing. Chapter 14. The fortunes of canine life. It is a pity that they could not locate Dr. Xiaodan. But the group remained in high spirits. Firstly, they successfully found the target dog, and it took merely a day to do so. This was also due to the fact that Team Sue had ventured out yesterday, and upon returning to the base, they would have to undergo quarantine procedures, so waiting in the isolation room was equally tedious. They were fortunate to encounter DeJean yesterday. After removing contaminants, there was virtually no risk of high fever infections, and the injuries had mostly healed. Furthermore, Team Sue and his members were devoted patriots who volunteered for this mission. The higher-ups had deliberated before granting them permission to search for the dog so swiftly. There were indeed others who sought to claim credit for this endeavor, but few had encountered DeJean. After eliminating many civilians, doctors, and injured individuals, suitable candidates were scarce. Moreover, they held on to a glimmer of hope. The base housed numerous individuals who had been partially contaminated. They were beloved family members, heads of households, and pillars of support. Lying unconscious in hospitals, suffering from persistent high fevers, their faces turning ashen and their nails growing long. Their families and the higher-ups could only watch helplessly as time dragged on, witnessing the transformation of their loved ones into monsters. This left the grieving families and the remorseful base leaders secretly sighing in despair. Consequently, all factions were given a strict order to venture out and find that life-saving dog. They set out tirelessly, splitting into teams. Each group, in addition to bringing along someone who could recall the appearance of the dog, did not forget to load several trucks with patients. Those who had been declared on the verge of contamination and zombification with consent from their surviving families. Each was tied together, crammed into military trucks. As the trucks departed in search of Dejin, they ventured into the urban ruins and wilderness, tears of sorrow streaming down their faces. Who could ascertain whether the base's intention in taking them out was to save lives or to preemptively eliminate threats? So many had already suffered. The apocalypse. Even a mere scratch on the back of one's hand could herald the tolling of death's bell. The base had also experienced considerable chaos and damage due to the numerous zombies. However, with so many individuals in quarantine and many members not yet transformed into zombies after being contaminated, no one could bear to witness their loved ones being sentenced to death when there was still hope. Was the base truly seeking a permanent solution, or were they simply desperate to save lives? They could only watch. Could teams soon not be happy? They were alive. All of them. Their desperate gamble had paid off. The few semi-zombified residents they had brought back had reverted to their human forms. Though they appeared gaunt and devoid of vitality, they had awakened, capable of thought and sustenance, retaining their humanity. Bringing these individuals back would surely bring immense joy to their families and the leaders of the base. Who could have anticipated such smooth sailing? Although they had failed to communicate effectively with Dejin, it was hardly their fault. After all, that creature could learn to bark on its own upon their return. They intended to report to the base, seeking to identify any communicative individuals with special abilities who could translate, thereby facilitating better collaboration with Dejin. Speaking of collaboration, it seemed to elevate the base's status somewhat. Despite Dejin's somewhat irritable demeanor towards humans, it was in essence a soft-hearted creature that IT did not express anger or demand anything. It simply treated the contaminated individuals it encountered, healing them and moving on. Without any semblance of ulterior motives, Star had something to say about this. No. It felt as though she had forgotten something. Beautifully, she had neglected to ensure that Dejin received compensation for its services. Surely, the adults would not believe that Dejin's treatments came without cost, and if, in the future, trucks upon trucks were dispatched to Dejin for treatment, would it be feasible to continue providing care for masses of people? Well, perhaps this time they would waive the fees, primarily due to the challenging nature of communication. Returning for goods or seizing resources could prove troublesome. The base must understand that providing medical care incurs costs. The first time is free, but free offerings are often the most expensive. While the next time would seemingly be a no-cost endeavor, it really wasn't that Star glanced at Dejin, leisurely making its way towards the commercial district. Indeed, they needed to manage that group of humans and proceed with their originally agreed-upon itinerary for zero-cost procurement. Step 1. Reach the target location. Step 2. Eliminate the troublesome contaminants. Step 3. Safely escort the nearby survivors and semi-contaminated individuals to a secure area close to their community. Exactly, Star activated her underdeveloped brain. They could not solely depend on the potentially unreliable collaboration from the base. The base might have ulterior motives as well, such as if radical factions became dissatisfied with the limited number of individuals Dejin purified. They might hope to acquire Dejin's fur, blood, or even organs for research purposes, intending to dissect and decode its abilities to eliminate contamination. Could they resist such an onslaught? Thus, Star resolved to recruit talent. Yes, recruit individuals, who said that only humans could establish a base and possess a safe zone. Dejin could too. They were surrounded by hundreds of dogs, all ready to assist. Previously, Star had miscalculated the number of Dejin's followers. Yesterday at the hospital, it turned out that many core teams were out seeking supplies and recruits, mingling and gathering resources. Of course, there were also other teams in various regions, accustomed to their assigned areas, who had not ventured close to Dejin and were too lazy to search for dogs. The actual organizational scale, according to Dejin's unreliable descriptions, was beyond counting. At least after attacking the hospital, they could manage a few successful attempts. Star inquired. What if we couldn't defeat the contaminants yesterday? Dejin replied. I still have my little brothers, Star continued. If those little brothers, along with you, were to encounter two contaminants, could you win? Dejin confidently stated. I am quite formidable. I can make those two contaminants flee in fear. Star pressed on. What about 5 or 10? Ultimately, Dejin furrowed his brow and mentioned that there were indeed many little brothers in other places. Star queried, why are you unaware of how many dogs you have under your command? Don't you possess the spirit of a leader? Dejin retorted. Is it my fault? Dogs don't need to learn mathematics. Do they? Dejin, as the lead dog, was undoubtedly competent. After all, he was not only large in size but also possessed remarkable combat abilities. His subordinates included a captain, and beneath him were squad leaders and team leaders. Yet development within the organization was extremely uneven. For instance, Little Ha, having been one of the first to be recruited by Dejin due to his proximity, was an elder member and a captain, which could hardly be considered a loss. However, Little Ha indulged in excess and lacked the motivation to develop his subordinates. Now, he could only recall one individual named Delang, and he remembered that Delang had 4 or 5 subordinates. But what of the others? Little Ha believed he had no other subordinates. But was this really the case? This leads us to discuss certain militant individuals. For example, Wolf Leader operated as a gang. They would first observe the situation, confirm the number of targets, and if they were just 1 or 2, they would resort to intimidation. If that failed, they would charge in and engage in a brawl. What is honor? Do they not understand the strength in numbers, that unity is power? 5 or 6 wolves against 1 or 2 dogs, the outcome is self-evident. Other teams also had lone wolves who were more laid-back players. Upon encountering their kind, they would enthusiastically approach to make friends, laying their hearts bare. Perhaps they could even form a romantic partnership or collaboration, subsequently nudging their way into a team, with benefits aplenty, achieving a 50-50 chance of success or failure. Then there were the more cunning lone wolves, who were particularly amusing. These crafty militants would roam around, seeking to engage in dog battles. If victorious, they would gain little brothers. And if defeated, they would submit, waiting for an opportunity to deceive their leader into Dejin's territory, where Dejin would give the leader a thrashing, allowing the militant to reclaim the leader's seat. The world of dogs is simple. I fight you, I win, you become my subordinate, and I am the leader that I fight you, you win, you are the leader, and I become your subordinate. The militants only needed to be a tad more cunning. I strike you, and I emerge victorious. You are but a subordinate, while I reign as the elder brother. Should I strike you again, and you prevail, then you shall assume the mantle of elder brother, and I shall become the subordinate. Alas, elder brother, would you consider claiming the territory of your younger brother? This territory, be it this or that, is in dire need of an individual like you to manage it. Does elder brother fancy a visit to the territory of the younger brother, or rather, to the new domain of elder brother? Once there, everything shall be transformed. That it is said that there exists a formidable leader nearby, one whose prowess surpasses that of elder brother, renowned for their combat skills. Given elder brother's own might, would it not be prudent to demonstrate one's strength? Upon hearing this, elder brother's confidence swells immensely. This is indeed an enticing challenge. Elder brother confronts Dejin, who defeats him, thus diminishing elder brother's status, and the belligerent reverts to the organization, rendering elder brother a subordinate to another. The assembly of elder brothers expresses their astonishment. I never anticipated such shameless scoundrels existed in the canine realm. A deceiver, consequently, Dejin remains oblivious to the number of subordinates he truly has. The team is vast, the members complex, featuring some who are mere drifters, yet lacking true followers, akin to a solitary commander. Others, like Xiao Ha's subordinates, bask in the spoils of conquest, as Wolf Leader has claimed extensive territories. Logically, Wolf Leader is a subordinate of Xiao Ha. Thus his followers are, in essence, the subordinates of Xiao Ha's subordinates. It is difficult to ascertain whether such is the fate of canine existence, dictated by fortuitous encounters and predestined circumstances. Chapter 15. An uneasy ease. The vicissitudes of life remain unfathomable, that in any case. The journey of Su team and their companions is particularly fraught with twists and turns that Su and Wang Yu, accompanied by their team and recuperating former patients, merrily hasten back to the base. The urgency of the mission to locate Dejin weighs heavily upon them. The weaponry allocated to them has been meticulously salvaged from various sources, resulting in a budget reduction of nearly 30 to 40% compared to previous allocations. This time, however, they are sufficiently equipped, and during their encounter with the undead, Sue and his team have shown no restraint, and as they return, they find themselves enjoying a reprieve, except for certain peculiar stretches of road. The initial part of their journey is notably tranquil, having been recently cleared. The lifeless corpses of the undead are unable to resurrect, and the roaming undead from other areas have yet to arrive, rendering the road almost devoid of threats that on this return journey. One you gazes out the window and sighs that if one were to disregard the sight of scattered corpses outside, merely admiring the scenery, it would seem as though they have returned to the world before the apocalypse. The mood among the group lifts, as many are former soldiers from the pre-apocalyptic era, with no immediate danger or pressing matters at hand. They find themselves experiencing a rare moment of joy and leisure since the onset of the cataclysm. It is uncertain who first proposed it, but soon the suggestion arose. Let us sing a military song. Initially, no one responded. Then from somewhere a hoarse voice began to sing. Unity is strength, that a fragile sound sang the briefest phrase, trembling as it did so. The vehicle fell into a profound silence. Others began to join in, echoing the same line. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. Gradually, voices of varying ages and genders, some melodious and others hoarse, merged into a powerful chorus. The song from one vehicle resonated to the second and third. As everyone joined in, not in melody but in a fervent roar, channeling their emotions through the song. This power is iron. This power is steel, radiating a brilliant light. Some wept quietly. Others were moved to tears. Some sobbed uncontrollably, while others managed forced smiles, exchanging comfort and embraces that I in this world. They all strive to endure. As the song waned, the vehicle they occupied began to tremble violently. Sue steadied himself and shouted to the driver in front. What on earth are you doing? Are we driving through a muddy pit or what? The response came as a shout. An earthquake! An earthquake! Everyone run! The passengers, caught off guard, hastily exited the vehicle. The shaking persisted for a brief moment before gradually subsiding, allowing them to reboard the vehicle and continue their journey. Before they resumed, Wang Yu expressed his deep concern to Sue. An earthquake! Z province is not even on the fault line. Disasters are becoming increasingly frequent. Sue, bewildered, lowered his gaze, rendered speechless. Yet they would certainly not voice their worries at such a critical juncture. Good news is hard to come by, and they are uncertain if there have been casualties at the base. Upon returning, they would have much to attend to, but for now, they should relish whatever joy they can muster. Not everyone is oblivious to the issue of fault lines, but they tacitly choose to remain silent. After all, life is arduous, and voicing concerns would only heighten anxiety without serving any purpose. However, the previously calm atmosphere within the vehicle has been shattered, and amidst the silence, they brace themselves for the next piece of grim news. What did you say? Sue furrowed his brow, unable to believe it. The seer of the foremost vehicle stammered, Boss, I was observing the situation, and I just scouted ahead. It seems the road is, cracked. It appears there is no way forward. What do you mean, no way? Sue retorted. Are you implying we must find an alternative route back to the base? In the absence of binoculars, the seer's powers are indeed valuable, while not quite omniscient. He can perceive distant situations clearly without the aid of binoculars. Even in darkness, as long as the seer is not night-blind, he can discern the circumstances ahead. Although merely a logistical ability, it proves immensely useful for reconnaissance. The convoy has come to a halt. The seer, struggling to articulate his thoughts, finally relinquished his binoculars to Sue, who peered into the distance. The binoculars he possessed were not professional grade, yet they represented the advanced technology of the pre-apocalyptic era, allowing him to see up to 30,000 to 40,000 meters away. However, all he could discern was the distant ground, revealing nothing alarming to Sue. Skeptical, probed the seer further. The seer had a far greater range of vision than Sue, describing how the road ahead appeared to be severed, as though it had been abruptly truncated, leaving the vehicle with no choice but to halt there. Sue, undeterred, approached the front of the first vehicle, bracing himself against the window while holding the binoculars aloft as the vehicle moved forward, peering out to gather more information. The vehicle progressed steadily, as the route was clear, and they had previously considered the return journey, making preparations for the path ahead. Before long, Sue lowered the binoculars, beads of cold sweat trickling down his temples, commanding the vehicle to stop. As they drew closer, he finally discerned the truth. The road and its flanking sides had seemingly materialized from thin air. suddenly revealing a massive rift akin to the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, that if it were merely a road fracture, they could consider circumventing it via farmland, small paths, or other mountainous routes. But what he witnessed was beyond comprehension, that Sue ordered the vehicles to halt. Anxiety permeated the air as they had already paused several times. The group was eager to uncover the truth, yet Sue remained silent, merely passing the binoculars to those who inquired, his head bowed in contemplation. After examining the binoculars, one individual stood in shock, closing their mouth in disbelief. The binoculars were passed along, each person taking their turn to gaze through. And soon, silence enveloped the group. Who would believe it? Who could fathom it? The road, once intact that very morning, now lay in tatters, replaced by a vast chasm that a colossal, gaping fissure. Some remained unconvinced, proposing, "Let us venture to the edge of the fissure. Perhaps we can find a way across. Indeed, if all else fails, we could chop down some trees or construct a temporary bridge to see if we might cross at the very least. They could abandon the vehicles here and make their way across on foot. After all, the base lies ahead, and their family and friends are still awaiting their return," Sue acquiesced, harboring his own reluctance. Perhaps he also feared the reality before him, dreading that the distance had distorted his perception of the chasm. Perhaps, upon closer inspection, it would reveal itself to be but a minor crack, easily traversable. With such hope, they conducted a vote. Unsurprisingly, the majority endorsed the proposal, while a few voiced concerns about the dangers inherent in this post-apocalyptic world. However, in the name of returning home, they deemed the momentary risk acceptable. Their mission to find Eugene had already been fraught with peril. Each outing was a dance with death, laden with dangers that must be confronted. With the consensus reached, they set off once more. Soon, the end of the road was clearly visible. For safety's sake, the first vehicle halted 500 meters from the fissure, with the other vehicles following suit. Everyone disembarked, cautiously making their way toward the crack. As they approached, the visual spectacle became increasingly overwhelming. The earth appeared as if it were made of paper, torn apart by an unfathomable force, with the fissure plunging into a seemingly bottomless abyss. Amidst disappointment and astonishment, the seer suddenly felt a tingling sensation, his face contorting in alarm as he urgently shouted, "Run! It's dangerous!" Before anyone could comprehend, he had already turned and sprinted backward. Sue's heart sank. Could it be? With no time for contemplation, the group hurriedly retreated, eventually finding refuge back in their vehicles, still unscathed. Thus, someone inquired, "Why did you tell us to run? Is there danger?" "There's nothing here." The seer, drenched in cold sweat, lowered his voice, insisting, "We must withdraw, retreat further. I will explain later. This place is not safe. Hurry, move quickly." His demeanor resembled that of someone who had been thoroughly frightened, and before anyone could hold him accountable. The crowd hastily retreated another 2 kilometers. Once they deemed the area secure, the seer, endowed with vision abilities, swallowed hard and began to recount the situation below. "We cannot pass through here. It is impossible. And if we attempt it, we may very well perish." This proclamation caused the group to furrow their brows. Before anyone could inquire about the reason, the seer continued, "Throughout our journey, I sensed something amiss, though I could not articulate the issue until I beheld the scene below." "The problem? What problem?" "Aside from the earthquake, our passage has been remarkably smooth. We sang military anthems along the way, reminisced about the past, and gazed towards the future, venting our emotions. There was nothing amiss. No. The very fact that it has been so smooth is itself suspicious. This is an apocalyptic world. How can things proceed so seamlessly? Typically, even when returning to the base along the route we came, we must fight fiercely. Why then is this journey so untroubled? That is the crux of the matter." Chapter 16. The mutation of flora. The seer's words elicited a spectrum of expressions among the crowd. "So, what exactly did you witness?" He was asked. "I saw long vines resembling willow branches, thin and elongated, intertwined with countless corpses, many bodies, including zombies, humans, and various animals, both large and small, an overwhelming multitude. If it were merely that, he would not have been in such a state of panic. It is the plants," the seer exclaimed in horror. "The flora has mutated, with long vines thrashing about, creating an impenetrable barrier. Within, numerous animals and zombies. Perhaps even humans are still alive. Whether animals or zombies, they are all desperately attempting to escape, yet the vines are too abundant and too swift. They cannot break free. The elongated tendrils swiftly penetrate the bodies of these creatures. And once inside, the plants erupt forth from the remains of animals, zombies, and humans alike. That as he spoke, the seer shivered. The ground below was drenched in blood, littered with the remnants of flesh. Yet there were no corpses. Do you comprehend what it means to have no bodies? No corpses. This is something we all understand. When humans die, they are typically cremated, reduced to ashes, dust returning to dust. That would be acceptable. However, in these dire times, when resources are so scarce, even the act of incinerating corpses in the base has become a luxury, necessitating the hiring of fire manipulators to collaborate with the crematorium. Outside, zombies are rampant, corpses strewn everywhere. Who is there to deal with them? The absence of bodies signifies but one thing. They have been consumed, utterly devoured. The flora has evolved, and the newly discovered mutated plants are formidable, with a broad diet, welcoming all. It stands to reason. Prior to the apocalypse, plants thrived in the soil, nourished by the remains of various flora and fauna, absorbing their nutrients for growth. Post-apocalypse, the plants have transformed. How could one expect them to limit their diet to only their kind? However, this means we cannot traverse the fissure, and perhaps such evolved plants have appeared in other locations, though no one has yet discovered them or conveyed the news that we must return to the base to report this information to the higher-ups. Of course, it is possible that others at the base have already made this discovery, but even if it were not for the sake of reporting, we must return to the base. Everyone yearns to return to a place of safety to rest soundly. They had just approached the fissure without being attacked, likely because their earlier commotion had not been significant, or perhaps the mutated plants below had sufficient food for the time being, or that those plants were preoccupied with consuming what lay within the fissure, leaving them unbothered by the outside. Additionally, the seer's keen eyesight allowed him to detect danger swiftly, prompting a hasty retreat that spared them from calamity. Despite having escaped danger without any casualties, they now found themselves compelled to alter their course. The pressing question remained: how should they proceed? Although the base had provided ample diesel for their quest to locate the dog with pollution-cleansing abilities, the uncertainty of the future journey loomed large. How many detours would they need to take? It was difficult to ascertain that if they failed to reach the base before running out of diesel, would they abandon the heavily reinforced military vehicle and proceed on foot? Or would they remain in place, waiting for the base to discover them and send aid? Even if the base did venture forth to rescue them, if the detour was too extensive, it would be challenging to locate them in the short term. It must be noted that Team Sioux had nearly exhausted their supplies, including food provisions, which had been given to the severely weakened survivors in need of sustenance. They were now destitute, with their inventory entirely depleted. This matter bore great significance. Perhaps a detour could lead them safely back to the base, or conversely, they could run out of diesel and be left waiting indefinitely for assistance. There was also the possibility of encountering even more formidable adversaries, zombie plants or mutated creatures, along the way. The journey back promised to be fraught with peril, with dangers lurking at every turn. After much deliberation, Team Sioux resolved to seek the opinions of the group. Young Peng Wanqing, recently liberated from his transformation into a zombie, scratched his head and inquired, "Team Sioux, I understand your meaning. It seems we face numerous obstacles in returning to the base, and there is a possibility we might perish along the way." "Correct?" Team Sioux, his mood heavy, nodded in agreement. "Then, do we have any alternative options?" This question left the others in stunned silence. Indeed, if they did not return to the base, where could they possibly go? Should they remain here, or turn to another base? Surely, they could not seek refuge with the dog they had just encountered. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible to retrace their steps in search of that golden dog. "That you're on to something," Peng Wanqing exclaimed, his right fist clenched and his left hand striking at his realization dawned. "Yes, we can return to find the golden dog that saved us. In truth, it is feasible. There are more cities nearby, and several gas stations, allowing us to replenish our diesel and perhaps procure some food from local convenience stores." Although the golden dog had urged them to leave post-treatment, it had not taken anything from them. It was a good dog. They could sneak in and gather supplies that their canine community did not require without attracting attention. Even if they were discovered, it was unlikely they would be chased away. If they were a bit bolder, they might even find accommodations for the night, as staying indoors was certainly safer than sleeping outdoors. Furthermore, that area was the dog's territory, so they likely dealt with zombie threats regularly, making it considerably safer than the outside world. That, of course, there were those who were unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Eventually, they reached a consensus. Given the unusual circumstances, they would allow one vehicle to venture in a chosen direction to scout the area. The vehicle would be manned by individuals with superior combat and observational skills. They were to maintain a distance that would not exceed the communication range of their walkie-talkies to ensure constant contact. And only one vehicle would be dispatched to conserve fuel. The remaining vehicles would remain in a secure zone, waiting and reserving diesel for the return journey to the territory of the Golden Dogs. Should the scouting vehicle successfully identify a viable route, they would relay the information. If there was sufficient diesel, everyone would rejoice and return together. That if resources fell short, the priority would be to supply one military vehicle with diesel to send back a message and retrieve fuel before returning to collect the others. If the scouting mission failed to uncover a feasible route, they would have no choice but to spend the night within the Golden Dogs' territory. Before long, burdened with responsibility, Team Su, the Seer, Wang Yu, and others set forth in a military vehicle to scout the area. Initially, their journey proceeded without incident. They maintained communication via walkie-talkie at all times. However, it was not long before the remaining group lost contact with the scouting team. What had transpired? It was eerily silent. Just moments ago, all was well. The walkie-talkie had conveyed their progress smoothly, stating they were advancing well and had yet to detect the Fisher's Edge, promising to check in shortly. The next moment, after a brief pause, someone began to wonder why there had been no communication from the walkie-talkie for a while. Perhaps Team Su had ventured beyond the signal range. The group clung to this assumption. Waiting for another 10 minutes, then 20, that someone remarked, "Impossible. It cannot be that they have not contacted us for this long. If they had trouble reaching us via the walkie-talkie, they should have turned back." They had all agreed beforehand that they would only proceed as far as the walkie-talkie signal could reach to observe. Logically, the signal should extend approximately 5 kilometers, and with the Seer's enhanced vision, they should have been able to see up to 10 kilometers away. Yet, it remained a mystery what danger they had encountered or whether they had inadvertently strayed beyond the 5-kilometer mark without noticing. Regardless of the scenario, it seemed highly improbable they had simply wandered away. Even if they had, they should have realized it by now. The group's spirits sank, filled with trepidation. What if something had gone awry? Chapter 17. Invulnerable to blades and bullets. To assert that Team Su encountered no difficulties would be a falsehood. Indeed, they faced challenges, having come across nearby survivors that as they traveled along the national and provincial highways. Characterized by their broad and smooth surfaces, it soon became apparent that these main roads were largely fractured. Team Su decided to venture forth in their vehicle to scout the area, and from a distance. The vision-enhanced individual reported seeing living beings in that direction. Team Su pondered for a moment, recalling that this location housed a small village with a smattering of houses. Outside these dwellings, numerous mutated beasts were attacking the humans. It was uncertain whether the villagers possessed extraordinary talents or if they were also endowed with mutated abilities. It seemed more likely to be the latter. Before long, they observed an individual surrounded by the beasts, bravely fending off their assaults. Albeit with great effort, he could barely withstand the onslaught, unable to strike back effectively. Other ordinary villagers were either hiding indoors or lurking nearby, some attempting to assist with improvised tools, such as a farming rake, to launch surprise attacks on the beasts. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, failing to even pierce the creature's skin, which only served to enrage the targeted beast. In retaliation, the mutated creature lunged at the attacking villager. The resilient individual quickly stepped in to shield the assailed, but the beast's bite left him with severe lacerations. Remarkably, he seemed unfazed, merely probing the wound with a furrowed brow, displaying an awkwardness in his movements as he countered with a left hook. The vision-enhanced individual relayed the situation to Team Su, and upon hearing the description, Su's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, fortune often masks itself in misfortune. The road's destruction was a setback, yet discovering a unique ability could prove to be a tremendous boon for the base and the quest to end the apocalypse. This individual's mutation might be akin to steel and iron, impervious to harm. That if they could uncover the catalyst behind this ability and harness it, could it not fortify humanity's defenses against zombies? Would it not render the fear of bites obsolete? though one must consider the prospect of ailments like appendicitis, which could pose a significant challenge. In any case, their priority was to make contact with this gifted individual while also lending assistance to the local residents. They hurriedly set off, adhering to their original course while seeking an opportunity to recruit this peculiar ability user. Moreover, as soldiers, it was their duty to protect their homeland. The beast's assault on humanity was a menace that needed to be eradicated. Despite the individual's exceptional powers, it was evident he lacked combat experience, relying solely on his physical prowess and instinct to land occasional punches and kicks. The mutated beasts, however, were not foolish. Their intelligence had improved post-transformation. Many began to strategize, retreating stealthily to circumvent this obstacle and target other unsuspecting humans. Could Team Sue stand idly by as tragedy unfolded? Certainly not. They disregarded the need to communicate with their team members through the radio, fixated solely on advancing. This reckless decision left those remaining behind in a state of concern. Sue declared, saving lives is paramount. All else is secondary. Yet a nagging feeling lingered. Had they forgotten something? What exactly had slipped their minds? Meanwhile, the teammates left behind wondered if Sue and his team were in any danger. While outwardly appearing fine, the steel-hearted ability user, Wu Jinxiao, felt he was on the verge of collapse, that a horde of oversized beasts had descended upon their village. Though there were dozens of houses, many villagers had retreated to the city, leaving behind only a handful of elderly residents to inhabit the homes. When the apocalypse struck, the villagers had taken the situation lightly. Following the radio's advice to stay indoors, secure their doors and windows, and minimize contact with outsiders, that a few zombies had made their way to the village. But during those encounters, Wu Jinxiao and several younger men bravely defended against the zombie birds with shovels and hoes. Enduring several bites in the process, they managed to slay a few birds, but the creatures were evidently toxic, rendering them inedible. The carcasses were disposed of in a metal barrel, incinerated before being discarded. Wu Jinxiao recovered swiftly, overcoming a mild fever, while others remained unconscious. During that time, his mother had wept, fearing for the fate of the still unconscious young men. Concerned for his brothers, he was eager to check on them. Even as his mother attempted to restrain him, he effortlessly pulled her along for 20 meters before realizing she was holding on to him. That moment, he was perplexed, filled with questions. Yet his mother's reaction was timely. Wu Jinxiao, how have you grown so strong? Wu Jinxiao could only nod in bewilderment. Indeed, he had experienced a significant increase in strength. His mother, a seasoned laborer, could usually match him in strength, yet now he felt no resistance when she clung to him. Instinctively, he lifted his arm, raising and lowering it with ease while his mother held on tightly, her feet tucked beneath her. To an observer, it appeared as if a young man effortlessly hoisted another person. This sight startled his father, who had just entered the room, wide-eyed at the spectacle. The family soon concluded that the zombie birds were indeed toxic, yet the poison acted as a double-edged sword. Similar to gambling, winning could lead to bodily transformations, while losing might result in unconsciousness or worse. His parents were thrilled by their son's newfound abilities. Driven by curiosity, his father even tested Wu Jinxiao's resilience by prodding his fingertip with a fruit knife, only to discover it failed to pierce the skin. Had this been a video game, the display might have read, "Fruit Knife Attack. Miss Wu Jinxiao HP -0." His father, noticing the knife's inability to penetrate Wu Jinxiao's defenses, exerted more force, which ultimately exhausted him. In their village, where everyone was familiar with one another, Wu Jinxiao's family did not conceal his condition. They spoke openly with friends and brothers of the same age, sharing words of encouragement, lighthearted banter, and concern. "Come on, brother, it's just a bird bite. How could that bring you down? Hey, you know when I woke up and discovered my powers, right? If you take too long to wake up, you'll surely be outshone by me. Wake up soon, or you'll end up like some monster." Wu Jinxiao understood the severity of the apocalypse and the danger posed by the toxic zombie birds. Yet he refused to let his brother succumb to this minor obstacle, knowing that falling into despair might mean never waking again. During his unconscious state, he sensed his mother crying by his side, and his father entering the room to check his forehead. Though he was in a daze, the sound of shattering glass jolted him awake, but he feared the zombie birds might breach the window and harm his parents, leaving them vulnerable without his protection. Upon awakening, his mother revealed that she had been unsettled and accidentally dropped a glass cup. This incident became the catalyst for his awakening and the acquisition of his powers. He realized that even in feverish states, individuals retain a degree of awareness. Stimulating a feverish person could potentially rouse them from their stupor and enhance the likelihood of acquiring abilities. That he decided to test this theory, encouraging family members to engage the unconscious with stimulating conversation. Remarkably, one parent sternly read a provocative book to their son, who had a penchant for secretive reading during his teenage years, often getting caught and reprimanded but refusing to change his ways, becoming even more discreet. Thus, his father believed that this might indeed provoke a strong reaction from him, and sure enough, it awakened him. Upon awakening, he was instantly flushed with embarrassment and helplessly pleaded, "Dad, please stop reciting. I beg you." Let us set this matter aside for the time being. That it is worth mentioning that Wu Jinxiao, upon awakening, could not decide whether it was merely a coincidence or an ill-timed event. For no sooner had he regained consciousness than a villager spotted a wild beast encroaching upon the village. Everyone hurriedly retreated into their homes, fearing that the famished creature was merely in search of crops to pillage. However, to their dismay, the beast was targeting humans. With a clear objective, it charged at anyone who dared to run. That Wu Jinxiao could no longer remain seated. These were his fellow villagers, kin who had taken numerous winding paths to become relatives, who would occasionally share a bowl of delicacies with him. How could he sit idly by? Now that he possessed extraordinary abilities, could he simply stay put? The indignation was unbearable. Thus, the scene witnessed by Su and his team unfolded. Yet, despite the outward appearance of being unscathed, he was utterly exhausted. He was the only one in the village with such powers, while others, eager to assist, were not able to keep up. Had it not been for his intervention, injuries would have surely occurred. His father, eager to help, brandished a rake, leaving Wu Jinxiao with a bitter smile. He had to save the day while preventing the massive beast from advancing. The village was predominantly populated by the elderly, with only a handful of brave young souls remaining after the previous onslaught of zombie birds. That Wu Jinxiao sighed in frustration. Misfortune seemed to be his constant companion. Just when he thought he could not be more unfortunate, help was indeed on its way. Chapter 18. Abilities and Flora. The sound of wooden guns firing echoed through the air. Even before the military vehicle arrived, Su was quite confident in his wooden gun skills. Another individual assisting in the shooting was Zhang Chong, a person endowed with the ability of enhanced vision. Since awakening this power, Zhang Chong had conducted a series of tests to gauge its efficacy. His enhanced vision served as a natural aiming aid for archery and wooden firearms, allowing him to effortlessly hit bullseyes. Moreover, after undergoing extensive training, he had become as precise as a military sharpshooter, provided he did not tremble while shooting. The attacks from these two undoubtedly captured the attention of the beasts. Although the distance was considerable and the projectiles posed minimal threat, merely causing superficial wounds at most, the beasts, upon sensing the unknown steel monstrosity charging towards them and experiencing the unfamiliar sensation of pain, instinctively sought to flee. The beasts redirected their aggression towards Wu Jinxiao, attempting to break through his defenses. Wu Jinxiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the military vehicle, yet the onslaught of the beasts left him with no time to revel in it. The sound of the wooden gun sent a chill down his spine. While he prided himself on being impervious to harm, he had never truly tested himself against a life-threatening force at home, uncertain of the true extent of his abilities. Additionally, prior to the apocalypse, the nation had outlawed firearms. Thus, witnessing real ammunition aimed directly at him was enough to rattle even his composed demeanor. With the beasts intent on escape, Wu Jinxiao found himself unable to halt their advance. He could only shout for the villagers to swiftly retreat to their most fortified homes, securing doors to prevent injuries or fatalities. That as the military vehicle approached, Wu Jinxiao was already fatigued, yet he steeled himself to pursue the pack of beasts. Fearing that any stragglers might inadvertently harm one of his relatives, that Su and his team disembarked from the vehicle, joining in the effort to fend off the wild beasts. Zhang Chong reassured him. "Fear not, those beasts are fleeing. They aren't heading towards the houses to cause harm." That moment, the beast had already retreated a fair distance. Yet one, strangely, turned back to glance, hesitated momentarily, and then slowly began to return toward the village. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "These beasts, intimidated by the military vehicle, are afraid of our presence, now that they see us." Smaller in size, their confidence seems to have returned, and they are quite audacious. The words carried a chill, as if an invisible battle spirit was urging to be unleashed to quell the chaos. Sue chuckled, beasts will remain beasts. Their intelligence hasn't improved much with mutation. Remember, if they can break through our defenses, it signifies they can indeed strike. Even the previous zombie king posed a danger that could not be overlooked. They dared to risk their lives for a chance to attack. What, then, are a mere few wild beasts to fear? Soon, thanks to the collective effort of the group, several beasts lay dead, unable to escape. Observing the individuals clad in camouflage and white lab coats, Wu Jinxiao scratched his head tactically and inquired, "Thank you for your assistance. We are grateful for your arrival. May I ask, what brings you here?" This was not an attempt to pry, but rather an acknowledgement that their village was the nearest settlement. Now that they had received help in dealing with the wild beast threat, Wu Jinxiao pondered if he could offer any assistance in return, wishing to contribute in any way possible. After all, Wu Jinxiao was not very adept at concealing his intentions. His furtive glances at the individuals in camouflage and lab coats did not go unnoticed by Sue. Wang Yu, accustomed to wearing white, still donned his lab coat while outside, not out of a desire to impress, but rather for practicality, ensuring he could easily identify any dirt upon his attire. Wang Yu had already produced a portable toolkit and was crouched down, collecting samples. Unfazed by the curious glances of onlookers, he remained indifferent. Sue, however, took the opportunity to engage Wu Jinxiao, curious about the strange glances he had noticed. With military uniforms, a military vehicle, wooden guns, and the aura of having been rescued, Wu Jinxiao displayed no signs of concealing his situation, that he recounted how he had been infected, suffered a fever, and ultimately awoke. This piqued Wang Yu's interest. Indeed, external stimuli seemed to influence the success rate of mutations. Yet precise data and comparisons would need to be conducted back at the base. Upon learning that there were others nearby who had also suffered injuries and were in a state of fevered unconsciousness, Sue and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily refraining from speaking. Instead, they contemplated assessing the reliability of the villagers that, if deemed trustworthy, they might consider introducing them to the purification methods for pollution that Dejin had developed. Dejin shook his head, sensing an odd itch. Was there something crawling on him? He gave a vigorous shake to dislodge it. Unable to resist the urging of Xing Xing, he accompanied her in search of treasures. A pack of canine companions followed closely behind, each assigned specific tasks. Some cleared obstacles by dispatching zombies, burying or incinerating them, while others scoured for supplies, meticulously marking useful items found in various homes. Some gathered the resources that Xing Xing had witnessed vanish in a thin air. That a spatial phenomenon? Was this truly a space? Xing Xing exclaimed in wonder. Dejin felt a flicker of confusion. Xing Xing pointed to a nearby dog, an Alaskan Malamute with a gentle gaze, its fluffy coat shining beautifully. Its tail swayed languidly behind it, evoking a strong desire to embrace it. Dejin looked at the Malamute, which wore an expression of innocence. Xing Xing tilted her head curiously at the Malamute, which mirrored her gesture. Xing Xing babbled excitedly, while Dejin closed his eyes in a moment of exasperation. That moment, Dejin found himself near a small shop. The entrance adorned with a rocking chair once used by the proprietor to attract customers. The red paint had faded, yet it remained noticeable. Dejin called out to the rocking chair, capturing Xing Xing's attention before stepping back, causing the chair to vanish from sight. Xing Xing, incredulous, glanced back at the Alaskan Malamute standing 10 paces away. The Malamute remained expressionless, standing there calmly. Xing Xing looked back at Dejin, exerting a small amount of force to pat him. Dejin seemed to trigger something, and the rocking chair reappeared before him. Together with Xing Xing, he approached to investigate. It was no illusion. The rocking chair had indeed vanished and reappeared, having not returned to its original position perfectly. Dust had accumulated around it, and its former shape had altered, leaving the chair slightly askew. Thus, Dejin possessed spatial abilities. Wait a moment, was it possible that others also had such powers? The Malamute appeared to grasp something as it began retrieving items. Discarding a tattered carpet, a dog bed, an official emergency kit, and various remnants of uneaten bones and peculiar dolls, all in disarray as if showcasing its findings. The Malamute happily collected everything back. Xing Xing was left dumbfounded. Utterly shocked, Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Having extraordinary abilities was hardly surprising that it was entirely normal for powers to include spatial abilities in such a scenario. The mutations of animals during the apocalypse were also commonplace. However, who could explain to her that her canine companion, Dajin, had not only undergone mutation and gained abilities, but also possessed various elemental powers: water, fire, space, and countless others, while effectively clearing the pollution of the apocalypse? This dog was remarkable. Yet, how could this extraordinary canine be owned by a child who could only crawl a mere 3 meters? Was that reasonable? Thus, the question arose: if Dajin was this formidable upon her awakening, under what circumstances would her mother have been compelled to abandon her infant, fleeing alone into the unknown? Had her mother succumbed to zombification? However, this is not accurate. Dajin possesses the ability to cleanse pollution. It is known that Dajin instinctively assists in eliminating pollution when witnessing humanity beset by the apocalypse, often capable of purging dozens, even hundreds, in a single effort. That so would Dajin, for the sake of its beloved mistress who nurtures it, stand idly by as she faces peril. Surely, it would not be akin to Mother Star witnessing the end of days and voluntarily seeking her demise. That Star's mind, illuminated as if by divine insight, flickered with such thoughts. Yet, she had no one to confide in, nor any place to seek answers. Thus, she could only silently harbor her doubts within her heart. The tremors that reached them were already faint, barely perceptible even to Star. She simply noted that, at a certain moment, Dajin halted and gazed intently in a particular direction for an extended period. That it was not until Star's impatient cries broke Dajin's reverie that it emerged from its contemplation. A grave expression settling upon its features. That moment, Star remained oblivious to the cause of this sudden stillness, puzzled as to why they had come to a halt. She was unaware that, along the path Dajin traversed, silent beams of light were probing from above, while voiceless fragments lay in the glow, lifeless and eternally entombed in the depths of the soil. Team Su, too, remained unaware of the imminent danger lurking so close. Their chance of retreat was not solely due to a lack of attack, but rather because Dajin's power had swiftly annihilated the majority of the mutated plants rooted in the earth. The plants, having learned their lesson, dared not spread into the city, remembering well the perilous nature of that place, where an invisible light restrained and obliterated them, rendering any resistance futile. That it was as if a massive boulder stood in their path, immovable and unbreakable, shattering half of the plant's defenses in the process. Plants are devoid of emotions. Their lengthy existence often renders them dull and slow to perceive. Unbeknownst to them, a change began to unfold. They gradually quickened. What was once a mere instinct to grow, reaching for the sky as mighty trees, became tainted by the encroachment of gray mist, particles infiltrating from the outside. The gray infused them with strength, yet simultaneously wrought excruciating pain. Pain unlike anything they had ever known. The agony of growth, the torment of expansion, the suffering from lack of sustenance. That if this continued, they would perish. They did not wish to meet their end, though they could not comprehend the distinction between life and death. They simply did not want to fade into obscurity, eradicated before they could flourish into towering trees. Thus, they began to replenish their nutrients, ravenously foraging. Water, soil, nourishment, even flora and fauna, all became sustenance for them. Everything was a source of sustenance. Previously, they had to wait until death claimed them, rotting in the earth before they could absorb, but decay was too slow. Perhaps direct consumption would prove a more effective choice. Perhaps sending out countless roots and veins to absorb would be swifter. With this thought, they proceeded accordingly. The companions beside them had withered and vanished without their notice. Who could say when, suddenly, a fissure opened beneath them, a massive hole, the sound of cracking echoing from unknown origins. They fell into it. This was fortuitous. The grayness, the pain, dissipated. The gray anguish spread above the ground. They became aware, awakening deeply concealed within themselves, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. Meanwhile, Team Su, through a series of communications, could confirm that Wu Jinxiao was merely an ordinary citizen prior to the apocalypse, and due to his relatively youthful age, he had adapted well to the concept of the end times. Given the remote location of the village, with its sparse population, most of whom shared familial ties, there had been little danger aside from the occasional assaults by zombie birds and conflicts with wild beasts. Although Wu Jinxiao had acquired extraordinary abilities, his disposition remained akin to that of pre-apocalyptic times, valuing loyalty and seeking to protect his family and friends. Once the beasts were slain, the ordinary villagers cautiously emerged from their homes. Upon seeing Su's military uniform and Wang Yu's white coat, a sense of security enveloped them. Some even sought Wang Yu's assistance in checking on their feverish, unconscious young men. Wang Yu obliged to AT that moment. Su's mind flickered with realization. He had forgotten to contact the waiting team members. Checking the radio, he discovered it had long since lost signal, and he found himself in a predicament. Arriving at the village, he noticed no visible fissures and wondered if they could navigate through the forest to return to base. Assessing the fuel levels, he realized that even if they attempted to return, they might not have enough. Resolved, he decided to seek out his teammates first. Having been away for so long and unable to communicate, he feared they might be growing anxious. Chapter 19. A twist of fate, the remaining team members were indeed in despair. The wait grew intolerable as bad news seemed to multiply in their minds. After nearly 2 hours without word, they could no longer contain themselves. Feng Zhao was the most impatient of the group, insisting they venture in the direction Su had taken to search for him. Other members restrained him. Firstly, they were uncertain whether Su and the others were genuinely in danger or merely delayed. Secondly, the team sent out was composed of individuals with relatively high combat capabilities, while those left behind were either recovering from recent pollution or lacked combat abilities altogether, that if they ventured out and failed to rescue Su, it would be unfortunate. However, should they find themselves caught in peril as well, the entire team could be lost. They were all too aware of the tremors they had felt and the power behind them. Considering Zhang Chang's warnings regarding the mutated plants that preyed on both humans and beasts, it became clear that there seemed to be no adversary capable of confronting these plants in the vicinity. Thus, if they ventured forth, it was likely they would only be walking into death's embrace. Listening to the group's concerns, Feng Zhao's youthful face bore disbelief. He coldly replied, "Can we simply ignore danger? We are all part of the same base. That is Su, our leader. If we know they are in peril and do not come to their aid, are we to await their demise?" The group fell silent for a moment, some murmuring, "But Su cannot defeat them. If we cannot even match Su, how can we hope to confront those monsters?" Feng Zhao rubbed his face in frustration. "Fine, if you won't go, I will." With that, he attempted to take a vehicle and set off alone. At that moment, someone struck him on the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. The others stared in shock at the assailant. Stammering, "He Kuang Yuan, what are you doing?" He Kuang Yuan, seeing the situation, felt helpless. He had no choice but to incapacitate Feng Zhao, who was obstinately determined to accompany Su. The base had initially intended to keep him from joining the mission, but Feng Zhao was resolute about following Su. Others could not dissuade him that he had been assigned to protect Feng Zhao, given his unique abilities lacked combat capacity. However, this was the only case in the base, and he was valuable for transporting supplies and materials. His orders were to safeguard Feng Zhao, that it was unreasonable to avoid all danger. But at the very least, they needed to prevent Feng Zhao from seeking out perilous situations. Clearly, venturing out alone despite knowing the risks was something that required intervention. Faced with the group's astonishment and unease, he could only clarify, "It's not that we are preventing him from rescuing Su. It's just that our capabilities are insufficient to effect a rescue, that if Su is not in danger, our presence would not be of use. We need to find assistance." Indeed, they required reinforcements. With just their group, they were powerless despite their good intentions. Yet under the current circumstances, calling for help yielded no response. They were outside the base, and who could they turn to? The only base nearby was the one they had come from. However, they had no means to contact anyone there, although the base periodically airdropped supplies to areas like the center city of the Fallen. This was typically done from high altitudes, with drones distributing the provisions. Due to resource scarcity, the supply drops were done in large packages to ensure sufficient quantities. Recently, they had been unable to utilize drones to communicate with the base, as the distance was too great. Suddenly, someone thought of dying. It seemed that area was quite peaceful, all under the management of the Canine Brigade. As the group glanced at the dimming sky, they recognized that nightfall was undeniably unkind to humanity. Time was of the essence. They needed to decide soon on a viable location. Everyone gazed somberly at the city. He Kuang Yuan supported the unconscious Feng Zhao and decisively declared, "Let us return and seek help from that large dog." Meanwhile, Su's team was making their way back. continuously attempting to connect with the radio, unaware that as they rushed home, the other team members were setting out even further. Thus, both parties missed each other's signals entirely. When Sue finally returned to the temporary encampment, it was already cleared, devoid of any trace. Zhang Chong scanned the horizon but could not spot any vehicles belonging to their team. Wang Yu knelt to inspect the muddy tire tracks. Noting they had departed not long ago, they must have lost contact and were likely anxious to Sue. Scratching his head, realized that the others could no longer wait and had departed ahead of him. It was partly his fault. He had initially rushed out to confront the monsters, followed by various chats and strolls through the quaint village, even fortifying some defenses for the local residents, though ultimately, it proved to be of little consequence. When he finally emerged, he was held back by the villagers, insisting that he stay for a meal, an offer that was hard to refuse. Little did he expect that the delay would extend far too long, leaving his team in a state of urgency and panic. Considering that their vehicle had essentially carried away all who were capable of fighting, it was understandable that the remaining individuals, mostly elderly, weak and ailing, were anxious. With nightfall approaching, they needed to find a place to rest. Yet with the path ahead blocked, they could only proceed in one direction. Where should they go? Sue and his team could either follow their members into the city or temporarily seek refuge at the home of Wu Jinxiao and his fellow villagers. They had also brought along Wu Jinxiao and 3 or 4 young men who were deeply contaminated and deemed by Wang Yu to be unlikely to survive without assistance. These individuals were friends of Wu Jinxiao, and their willingness to heed Sue's team was somewhat bolstered by the aura of trust surrounding military personnel and doctors that Wu Jinxiao observed the increasingly peculiar expressions on the faces of his comrades as time passed. And fear gripped him that it was his fault. Had he not encouraged everyone to bravely take up arms against the zombie birds, those who believed in him might not have been injured. They could have perhaps sheltered indoors, avoiding high fevers and sparing their families the anguish of losing loved ones. Yes, he had survived, but since learning from Sue's team that the resistance to the contamination was likely below 10%, he was deeply concerned. Would his friends, brothers, and companions be able to endure? Upon hearing Sue's team suggest a possible method to save his comrades, he resolutely approached the villagers. The families of the young men in a stupor were divided in their responses. Some agreed, while others opposed. Through Wu Jinxiao's fervent persuasion, most consented to let their children venture out in search of hope. As for the remaining obstinate ones, Wang Yu had assessed them and found their condition stable. For the moment, there seemed to be no significant danger, that Wu Jinxiao thus decided to prioritize rescuing those in urgent need. Hence, when Sue posed his question, Zhang Chong could not help but touch his forehead. Sue, we can only seek the help of that golden dog. Let us head into the city. Indeed, they had no other choice that Sue did not squander time in Wu Jinxiao's village. They had accomplished something. Relying on Zhang Chong's keen eyesight, they explored the vicinity of Wu Jinxiao's village. The seismic waves they felt during their journey were quite peculiar. Yet the locals insisted they had not experienced any tremors. That was baffling, given that the distance was merely a few kilometers. Whether it was due to the roots of the vegetation not extending this far, or some other reason remained unclear. Based on Zhang Chong's observations, they could indeed circumvent the area by taking the small road surrounding Wu Jinxiao's town, thereby returning to their base. This was undoubtedly good news. However, the prolonged silence had compelled the waiting team to retreat prematurely. Thus, this auspicious information would have to be shared at a later time. During their drive back, Zhang Chong had already noted that he could not see any people from several kilometers away, indicating that the team there had likely relocated and vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at the camp, disappointment was not inescapable. Sue and his team hastened along the route they had taken in the afternoon, re-entering the city. The Golden Dog, unaware of the group that had arrived in the morning, had divided into 2 factions by nightfall, encroaching upon the territory of Dejin. Dejin, however, had received signals from his canine subordinates, but remained indifferent. Residing among humans, he held no particular views, just as Dejin required the presence of a master. The cycle of day turning to night was a principle that he did not comprehend, yet accepted. Therefore, whether there were more or fewer humans was of little concern to him. For the newcomers, they had only bothered him that morning. It was somewhat annoying. Yet since his little brothers reported that they had quietly settled into vacant homes without causing harm or resistance, it was of no consequence. Dejin cleared the zombies, zombie birds, and the large monsters intruding upon his territory, disrupting the living environment. Otherwise, he was merely an unremarkable, gentle, and lovable dog. Chapter 20. Entering the Jin's territory. New abilities meanwhile. The Hope Base team cautiously ventured into the urban area. As anticipated, a keen-eyed dog peered out, seemingly having spotted them, but did not obstruct their entry. The members of the Hope Base breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the large dog here was indeed friendly towards humans. Thus, when they sought the dog's assistance, a glimmer of hope arose. They slowly drove 4 military trucks into the city. Feng Zhao, having regained consciousness after being knocked out, seemed to accept the explanations provided by the others and was eager to contact the local animals for assistance in rescuing Sue. They surveyed the city, surprisingly compared to the ruins and corpses they had witnessed at the base. They found that things had changed significantly inside. The roads were wide and unobstructed. Where had all the private cars gone? Some expressed their confusion, only for a shock-filled gasp to seize everyone's attention the next moment. On the city's largest thoroughfare, countless iron discs were stacked in layers. Iron discs made from vehicles that it was unclear how the dogs had managed to pile together the wreckage of various malfunctioning cars. Yet they were haphazardly yet sturdily stacked along the edge of the main road. There was no obstruction to traffic, yet it was an astonishing sight. Each day, dozens to hundreds of cars were stacked one atop the other, their bodies crushed by some unknown force, forming a thin but remarkably sturdy metallic structure, compressed into this towering metal edifice. However, this did not appear to be a display of skill. Rather, it was the dog's way of clearing out non-recyclable waste for the sake of convenience, thus compacting it into a massive metallic column. Many habitable skyscrapers in the city had been sealed off at the lower level for the residents' safety, that it was evident to them that those buildings were occupied. To maintain a low profile, the team decided to seek out uninhabited or sparsely populated structures to store their belongings, leaving a few members behind to spend the night while others set off to seek assistance from the dogs. On one hand, although these dogs had been friendly and had not hindered their entry, they were uncertain how the dogs would react if they inadvertently troubled the local residents. Thus, they dismissed the idea of borrowing someone as home, fearing potential disputes. That on the other hand, as they were the ones seeking help from the dogs, they needed to adopt the right attitude, hoping for a greater chance of success. Now, seeing this massive iron column, they suddenly grasped the capabilities of the large dogs. Even the skeptics had to concede. They began searching for a suitable place to settle in, contemplating how to position the military trucks without risking damage. The team hoped that Feng Zhao could transport the trucks back to the base, retrieving them when needed, but this was impractical. Feng Zhao's ability, as described in the game, was akin to a powerful spell. Each use drained his energy significantly, manifesting in a sense of exhaustion after teleporting. This ability, vividly dubbed the teleportation array, could only transport items, not living beings, and appeared to have several limitations, though the specifics remained unclear. Thus, their priority was to find a dwelling with a parking garage, preferably a standalone structure. When dawn broke, they could split up to search nearby gas stations for diesel reserves. Xingxing, still a child, had a substantial need for sleep. She clung to Dejin, eager to join in on the fun. Yet fatigue soon overcame her after her initial excitement, and she unknowingly dozed off atop Dejin's back. That Dejin, carrying the burden of Xingxing, assigned other dogs to continue their tasks while he took her home. When the news of humans entering their territory reached Dejin, he had already returned home with Xingxing. The height of the top floor posed no challenge for him. He ascended effortlessly, step by step. Over the past few days, many residents had become aware of the situation behind the windows of their homes, that a dog accompanied by a child resided on the top floor of the building. Some felt apprehensive, questioning whether a dog could treat a small child kindly, given their limited intelligence. Moreover, although the lower levels of the community had been sealed off by the owners, residents occasionally peeked out to assess the situation. The sight of numerous dogs coming and going, with zombies and zombie birds nearly eradicated, led them to wonder, were these dogs still the good companions of humanity, eradicating nearby dangers? There had been no instances of these dogs attacking humans, leaving the residents uncertain whether it was due to their seclusion or the dogs' benevolent disposition towards them. The flow of information has been severed, and in most areas, even the supply of water and electricity has been interrupted. The Hope Base that the radio has managed to locate lies 200 to 300 kilometers away. According to the directives of the Hope Base, residents in the city are temporarily confined to their homes. While they currently have sufficient food and water, who among them can remain untroubled? Everyone is trapped in the city, and once their supplies run out, what will they do? Will they simply starve and await their demise? Observing the situation outside in the streets, it seems that the danger has diminished. Is it permissible to venture outside in search of resources? Consequently, many residents in high-rise apartments are contemplating whether they can open a passage on the lower floors for greater freedom of movement. Numerous pet owners are glued to their windows, hoping to catch a glimpse of their beloved pets amidst the pack of dogs racing below. They hold an unwavering faith in their pets, believing that they would never harm their owners. Perhaps having cats and dogs by their side could significantly bolster their chances of survival in this apocalyptic scenario. The myriad thoughts circulating among the various floors are too numerous to recount. It suffices to say that during the night, the team members wandered aimlessly throughout the city, failing to find a suitable place to reside, that a small dog, stealthily observing from nearby, tilted its head in confusion. Unable to comprehend why this group of individuals kept traversing the same short distance repeatedly without uncovering any treasures. What on earth are they doing? What are they up to? The little dog was just as curious. They resembled headless flies, flitting back and forth in their search. Forgotten amidst their quest was the urgent matter of seeking assistance from the large dog. Impatience mounted, and some began to consider seeking help on their own. None of them wished to spend the night on the streets. It is worth noting that most residential areas are sealed off and inhabited, and they could not simply compete with the residents for shelter. The commercial district, on the other hand, lay in disarray, with the occasional solitary zombie emerging from the shadows. From a safety perspective, it was far from ideal. They had passed by hotels and inns, which offered acceptable living conditions. Yet the extensive greenery outside, with its lush trees, reminded them of the earthquake and the scenes described by Zhang Chong upon their return. The first signs of botanical mutations had been discovered. A perilous omen. How far could the second wave of mutations be? In regard to the once picturesque gardens, now they could only express their trepidation. Before the apocalypse, such greenery merely adorned the environment. Yet now it could deliver a deadly blow. Should they take refuge there, they feared that while they slept, tendrils or branches might emerge from the shadows, ensnaring them, rendering them as mere nutrients for the plants. At this moment, amidst the crowd, one individual who had recently been rescued by the large dog from contamination spoke up. "I believe I have developed an extraordinary ability." What? The eyes of the others, also recently freed from pollution, sparkled with hope as they turned towards him. Chapter 21. The bald giant. It is essential to understand that they had no other option but to accept the base's final proposal, venturing out in search of this elusive method of survival. Who could have anticipated that this approach would not only rid them of pollution, but also grant them extraordinary powers? Some could hardly contain their curiosity. What kind of ability? How did you come to realize you possess such a gift? The individual who claimed to have an ability was named Kwang Shirshin, that he had spent his childhood with his grandfather in the countryside, where his grandfather cultivated flowers and trees, and Kwang Shirshin often assisted him. Hesitatingly, he continued, "I'm not certain if this counts as an extraordinary ability, but I seem to be able to perceive the thoughts of plants." The crowd's eyes brightened with excitement. Could it be a plant-based ability? As if to confirm their speculation, Kwang Shirshin extended his hand, and a wave of verdant energy emanated from it, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. Yet, nothing materialized and no events unfolded. Kwang Shirshin, still holding his glowing hand, uncertainly stated, "That tree, the third one from the entrance of the hotel, in the southeast direction, about a few dozen centimeters away, seems to be hiding a key." His uncertainty was palpable, and the others shared his hesitation. "What do you mean by that?" Looking at the tree, Kwang Shirshin shook his head and explained, "I just used my ability and sensed that the tree is friendly. It conveyed to me that there is something small near its roots that feels uncomfortable, and it transmitted this sensation to me. When I reached out, it felt like a key." The incredulity in the crowd was evident. Did this imply they should go dig for the key beneath that tree to confirm its existence? However, could a tree capable of communication be one that had mutated or was in the process of mutation? Surely there would be danger involved. Sensing their concerns, Kwang Shirshin exited the vehicle. The depth was minimal, merely a few dozen centimeters, so he decided to dig with his hands while the others stood by at a safe distance, ready to assist should anything go awry. Before long, Kwang Shirshin unearthed a hard object from the soil that he pulled up a handful of weeds from the lawn, wiped it clean, and indeed it was a key. resembling a door KEY.IT bore no markings, and its origins were unknown. Perhaps it had been carelessly discarded during a hasty escape and subsequently buried in the earth by chance. Thus, it was undeniable that Kwang Shirshin had acquired an extraordinary ability. However, a voice of skepticism arose. But how can you determine whether this plant poses a danger to humans? Kwang Shirshin shook his head, replying, "The plants in this vicinity do not seem to be hazardous." Just as the crowd wore expressions of confusion, a small black dog, covertly observing, grew impatient. This group of humans was far too indecisive, lingering and hesitating. The little black dog had been assigned to monitor them, but thought they would surely settle down before nightfall. Who could have known that they would continue to wander aimlessly, missing numerous vacant spots along the way where they could find shelter? It was delaying his return home for rest. The little black dog hailed from a breeding kennel and was a mixed breed. At the dog market, it was often overlooked and fetched a meager price, so the kennel simply kept it. The mother was a German shepherd, while the father was unknown. Growing up in the kennel, the little black dog had observed the comings and goings of various dogs, gaining an unusual understanding of human society. Most large dogs were confined in cages, leading to fights or despondency that if there were nearby females. Some would strut about, seeking mating opportunities that in the presence of puppies. The older dogs would maintain a neutral demeanor, but after prolonged confinement, boredom would lead to casual conversations that in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The little black dog's intelligence had significantly advanced. Watching as humans prepared to miss yet another opportunity for rest, the little black dog grew weary of waiting, feeling a sense of ownership over their territory. It decided to take charge of hospitality, leaping into a conspicuous position visible to the humans. Upon capturing their attention, it boldly dashed into the hotel lobby. The entrance, however, was tightly shut, yet a passageway clearly existed. With a single leap, the little black dog effortlessly sprang onto the air conditioning unit on the second floor, that a window on the second floor had been silently opened at some point. Standing on the windowsill, the little black dog exuded an air of authority, casting a glance at the team members of the Hope Base below. The members of the Hope Base couldn't help but feel a strange sense of being looked down upon by a dog. Dahe cast a fleeting glance and promptly leaped into the hotel. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of furniture being moved echoed from the first floor, and soon, the grand entrance was flung open, revealing the cautious visage of a bald man peeking through the door. His round, glistening head emerged from the crack, a sight that was comically amusing, especially as a shaggy black dog's head also protruded from the same gap. The bald man, with utmost caution, and the serious black dog both scrutinized them intently, exuding an air of absurdity. Upon spotting the military vehicle, the bald man's eyes sparkled with delight. He gestured animatedly, beckoning them to approach with an exuberant whisper. The occupants of the military vehicle exchanged uncertain glances, deliberating whether to advance. However, Feng Zhao, disregarding any hesitations, decided to proceed. The others, observing the bald man's lively demeanor, reasoned that he was unlikely to be a zombie, and even if he harbored violent intentions. The military vehicle housed far more personnel. With a glance at Kwang Shirshin, who nodded in agreement, they parked the vehicle in an available spot and followed Feng Zhao into the hotel. Though referred to as a hotel, it functioned more as an establishment with diverse services, reminiscent of a restaurant. Before the apocalypse, it had been known as the Jinjiang Hotel, and one by one, they entered through the gap created by the bald man. Initially, they were somewhat tense, fearing an ambush, but no such attack materialized. The once spacious and opulent lobby, which had gleamed with luxury, was now cluttered with debris, blocking doors and windows, and the once resplendent crystal chandeliers now lay dormant, shrouded in the dust of time, bereft of their former luster. After ensuring everyone had entered, the bald man cautiously peered outside, scanning for any potential threats before quietly closing the door behind him. He then led them through a maze of clutter, and once everyone had passed, he diligently rearranged the items to secure the entrance that was peculiar. The bald man had been excited to see them. Yet now he adopted a serious demeanor, guiding them deeper into the hotel without uttering a word. Some were puzzled by his sudden shift in attitude. Alone, he seemed unperturbed by the possibility of their malevolence. Observing the few individuals ahead, clad in camouflage and armed with rifles, they stood tall like newly sprouted poplar trees, exuding the unmistakable aura of soldiers. The others trailing behind, however, appeared weary, lacking any imposing presence. Likely seen as survivors rescued by the soldiers, they ascended the stairs to the second floor. The bald man scratched his head and instructed everyone to sit on the floor, as most of the chairs had been repurposed to barricade doors and windows. Fortunately, the high-end hotel boasted carpets, making sitting directly on the ground bearable. Impatiently, Feng Zhao broke the silence, inquiring, "Are you the owner of this hotel? How did you come to open the door for us? Did you see us through the window? Or was it this dog that threatened you?" Little Hay, who quietly trailed beside the bald man, felt a twinge of unease, sensing that he had been mentioned. And it seemed it wasn't he in a favorable light. The bald man quickly clarified, No, we weren't peeking outside. This hotel has excellent soundproofing. We couldn't hear your approach. That it was Little Hay who alerted us to your presence and prompted me to open the door. The group, having previously regarded the Gene-S dog as somewhat formidable, now found it surprising that humans were taking commands from a dog. Could it be that the dogs here were subjugating the human survivors? A look of skepticism washed over the members of Hope Base. Little Hay, sensing the tension, brushed against the bald man's leg for comfort. The bald man affectionately patted Little Hay's head, reassuring him. The people from Hope Base thought perhaps our earlier assumptions were misguided. The bald man continued, "We are aware that the government has organized material airdrops, but there are always zombie birds causing trouble. And much of the supplies end up outside. We, who are confined at home, listening to the radio, remain hesitant to venture out. Over time, we noticed an increase in the number of dogs in the area, assisting in the elimination of zombies and zombie birds. Initially, we thought they were just pets that had been let loose, causing chaos, but guess what? This pack of dogs harms no one." Chapter 22. Disturbing Dreams. The bald man asserted that the dogs not only refrained from causing harm, but even selectively aided humans. Someone, feeling a sense of unease, queried, "In such a vast hotel, are you truly the only one here?" It seemed implausible that during an apocalypse, a hotel would house merely one individual, leading to several possibilities. Firstly, the hotel owner might have had foreknowledge, dismissing all employees and guests, which was highly unlikely. Although warnings had been issued prior to the apocalypse against entertainment activities, many travelers had been stranded and placed in hotels. Secondly, it was conceivable that all prior occupants had perished or fled for various reasons, leaving the bald man as the sole survivor, that if foul play had occurred, suspicion would undoubtedly fall upon him. The dog, or a conspiracy between the two. Yet, the absence of a strong odor of blood within the hotel made this theory improbable. The bald man hesitated before asking, "Who are you?" Although Little Hay believes you can be trusted. "I cannot disclose any information if I am unsure of your intentions." His words lingered in the air. Little Hay seemed to comprehend, barking in discontent. The bald man quickly comforted him, saying, "It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that safety is paramount. Look at this group. They are fully armed and pose a potential threat." His voice, though lowered, was loud enough for all to hear, leading the members of Hope Base to feel as though they were being perceived as either deaf or deliberately intimidating. Seating themselves on the floor, they arranged themselves in a military formation, with some individuals turning to glance at their comrades, exchanging wary looks. After a moment's pause, one of them voluntarily removed his weapon and placed it before him, signaling no intent to harm. The others followed suit, laying down their arms in a gesture of goodwill. Feng Zhao, eager to establish communication and seek assistance from Su and his team, hastily explained, "We are the vanguard of Hope Base. The few of us in camouflage are soldiers, and the refined gentleman is our political officer. Those ailing individuals are survivors recuperating from illness, intending to return to the base." The survivors, characterized as recovering from illness, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of recognition at the description. Suddenly, He Jingwei, the political officer, was called out, prompting him to straighten his back and wear a congenial smile. The soldiers, identifiable by their uniforms and the title of political officer, lent credibility to their claim. The bald man scratched his head. "That makes sense. If Little Hay brought you here, there shouldn't be any major issues," he continued. "We do have others in the hotel. But for safety reasons, we don't all come out at once, that if the next person we take in turns out to be a threat, we don't want to risk the lives of everyone inside without a chance for rescue." His words implied a lingering distrust towards them. Understandably, the members of Hope Base reflected on their situation. Nearly 100 men entering someone else's sanctuary posed a potential threat, whether through violence or simply the act of commandeering supplies. Such caution was only natural. However, upon closer inspection, the bald man radiated confidence. His willingness to admit nearly 100 newcomers into his domain seemed to suggest he had a robust plan to manage them. If their intentions were indeed malicious, what assurances did he possess for his own safety and escape? It seemed the bald man was not to be underestimated, and perhaps he had formidable allies or support hidden from view. In that moment, the gazes of the gathered individuals fell upon the bald man, their expressions deepening in contemplation. Meanwhile, the bald man remained nonchalantly preoccupied with petting little Hay, the dog-esque presence woven into the fabric of their conversation. Ultimately, as long as they could secure lodging for the night, without causing discord among the parties involved, they were not inclined to delve into the depths of any potential secrets, provided there were no severe transgressions. Regarding their accommodations, the bald man offered them a choice. Either the 4th or 5th floor, as both were available. Many rooms had been stripped of furniture, but electricity and hot water would be available from 7 to 7:30 in the evening, providing them with roughly 2 hours to prepare. After a moment's hesitation, the bald man inquired, "Did you not bring any provisions? If you require dinner, I can leave some supplies in the fire escape on your floor around 6. As the saying goes, the bald giant surveyed the crowd, seemingly devoid of anything but weapons, and had a premonition that merely dining with this group would deplete much of their already scarce food reserves. Indeed, Kwang Yuen stepped forward, resolutely stating, "We are immensely grateful. We shall trouble you to prepare our dinner." As long as they were not starving, they would feast to their heart's content. After all, their food supplies had been nearly exhausted, and they were troubled about whether to endure hunger for the evening meal. Well then, having spoken, there was no turning back. The bald giant affectionately patted Xiaohei's head, his mind filled with melancholy, clearly feeling that he had spoken too soon. He handed the key cards for the locks on the 4th and 5th floors to Kwang Yuen, acknowledging that, as the political commissar, he would be the one to coordinate the tasks for the leaders. He gestured toward the staircase, instructing the group to ascend via the fire escape. The doors to the 4th and 5th floors can be opened. Just head straight in. Upon hearing this, did it imply that the other floors were blocked and inaccessible? Yet, the group exhibited self-awareness and refrained from further inquiries, cautiously ascending the stairs while armed. As Feng Zhao glanced back at the hall on the 2nd floor, he pondered, where did that bald giant and the black dog vanish to? As they formed a line and climbed, at that moment, the last member of the Hope Base stepped onto the first step. Feng Zhao peered through the gaps between people, glancing in that direction, only to find that the gleaming bald head and the shiny black dog were no longer present. Many others also noticed this, that in this apocalyptic era, many miraculous occurrences quietly emerged, under Kwang Yuen's guidance. The group passed through the closed 3rd floor and arrived at the 4th. Amidst their worries, it was decided to arrange for 6 to 8 individuals to sleep clothed in each room, with shifts assigned for night watch, ensuring safety in this unfamiliar territory. No one opposed this decision, and one ventured to the 5th floor. They unanimously settled into rooms on the 4th floor, after making a rough arrangement. Feng Zhao intended to step out to find that large golden dog and rescue the captain, as it was a task he had vowed not to forget. Kwang Yuen rubbed his face. It was indeed necessary to go. Su's team had lost contact, but that did not necessarily mean they were missing, nor could it be ascertained that they had lost their lives. The urgent task at hand was to locate the dog and see if it could assist in the rescue. At that very moment, Su's team had also driven into the city, not disappointing expectations, attracting the attention of stray dogs loitering on the fringes. The dog team was puzzled. Another group had arrived, their scent reminiscent of the day, yet tainted with unfamiliar and unpleasant odors. Why were there more humans? Su's team wasted no time, instructing Zhangchang to search for any signs of the others, and directly approached the dogs watching them, stating, "We seek your leader, the golden dog. Please relay our message." Fearing that the dog might not understand, Su quickly unbuttoned his collar, revealing the scar left from being rescued. Gesturing to emphasize, "The one who saved me. I am looking for him." The dog did not comprehend, but the scent of this human had indeed been present just a few hours prior. They were searching for the leader again. Soon, this information was swiftly communicated to the golden dog by the dog team operating under a flat management style. That moment, the golden dog was accompanying Xingxing in slumber, with eyes wide open. The golden dog was an adult, not requiring the prolonged sleep of an infant. However, when in the company of Xingxing, the latter felt secure and slept soundly. The golden dog lay on the diminutive bed purchased by its previous owner before the apocalypse. which had once accommodated its form well, but now felt particularly cramped post-transformation. Nevertheless, the golden dog cherished it, often squeezing onto the bed, tilting its head to observe Xingxing's tiny nostrils as they inhaled and exhaled, creating a rhythmic pattern that gradually lulled the golden dog into drowsiness. The cacophony of barking jolted the golden dog awake. It quickly admonished its subordinates to avoid waking Xingxing, knowing that the latter would cry. Waking up grumpy could lead to a difficult situation to calm. Chapter 23. A Gift of Flatulence. Fortunately, Xingxing remained undisturbed. The golden dog quietly slipped outside, casting a sorrowful glance back at the sleeping Xingxing, internally lamenting, "Is it absolutely necessary to be the leader? I merely wish to be a simple dog leader. Yet I am burdened with additional responsibilities that there no justice in this." No other dog cared for the golden dog's sentiments. They were downstairs, fervently calling for their leader, anxiously awaiting its gallant return to shoo away the humans. How to put it, there was a hint of annoyance among the dogs. Humans approached them as if they had not seen a dog in centuries, immediately opening their collars. Dogs are perceptive beings. After all, did Dio not mistake annoying them for amusement? Okay. While some may have tolerated the humans' proximity, the golden dog found it increasingly irksome that IT resolved that if humans continued to meddle, it would show them a thing or two. After various explanations from Sue, the nearby dogs grew weary of the incessant chatter until they finally spotted the golden dog racing toward them, eliciting a wave of relief among them. As the golden dog approached, its eyes narrowed into sharp slits, raising its head to inquire what the humans wanted now. Sue sheepishly presented several of Wu Jinxiao's companions, who were tainted, pushing them forward toward the golden dog. The golden dog gazed up at the dark night sky, where only a few bright stars still emitted a faint glow. Resigned, it proceeded to cleanse the humans before it of their contamination. Upon sensing that there were no more tainted individuals, the golden dog intended to hurry back home to accompany Xingxing. Meanwhile, Wu Jinxiao stared in disbelief at the dog and his brothers, going through a loop of realization. His brothers' lives were equivalent to his own. The dog had saved them, by extension. This dog had become his life-saving canine. Moreover, it had saved multiple brothers' lives, a life-saving dog multiplied by n. Who would believe that? In this apocalypse, the debt of gratitude was owed to a dog. As the golden dog turned to leave, Sue, without further thought, lunged and grasped the dog's hind leg. The golden dog shot a death glare back. Although it was unguarded, humans could not be so forward as to encroach upon its space. Zhang Chong, observing the golden dog's expression, sensed impending doom and cautiously retreated a few steps that he opened his mouth to speak, but decided against it. Feeling that the dog's demeanor was decidedly displeased. Indeed, the golden dog turned around, swiftly shaking off Sue's grip before pouncing on him. Sue found himself knocked to the ground in an instant. After toppling Sue, the golden dog retreated a few steps, turning its back to the others, and a series of audible sounds erupted. Wait! The others had no time to cover their noses before being enveloped by a wave of foul air. The dog had farted? Goodness! Even post-transformation, dogs with abilities could still pass gas. Was it deliberate? Surely it was intentional. How petty, to face the humans and release such a stench. What was the matter, friends? They had not provoked it. It was merely Sue reaching out, and now they needed to seek its help in locating others. Otherwise, the golden dog would vanish in an instant, before they could even express their request for assistance. Sue was knocked down, while the others were left reeling from the pungent odor. Could it not show a little courtesy? The villagers, just regaining consciousness after being detoxified, blinked in confusion, seeing Wu Jinxiao covering his nose. They mumbled, "Jinxiao, have I arrived in hell? Why does it smell so foul? Is hell supposed to stink?" Wu Jinxiao, on the verge of tears, felt his smile fade before it had a chance to blossom. Wang Yu, struggling to regain his senses amidst the stench, noted that the air still carried the foul odor of dog flatulence. He covered his nose and remarked, "This time, it seems he didn't bring the human infant along. So there are likely no reservations. After all, if that child were with the dog, the wind could carry the odor to the baby." That Sue could hardly believe it. Was this dog truly two-faced, pretending to be friendly and benevolent in front of the infant, yet seeking revenge in its absence? Zhang Chong rubbed his eyes, which seemed to have reddened from the stench. But it isn't an attack. It's more like a release of pent-up frustration to Sue. You might have annoyed it. It should still hold a generally amicable attitude toward humans, right? As Sue, who had been knocked to the ground, leisurely propped himself up, others merely experienced a fleeting odor from a flatulent release, which at most left a slight unpleasantness in the air. However, for him, the stench seemed to waft directly from the atmosphere above his nose, an aroma so overwhelming that upon rising, he felt an urge to retch. What emerged from his mouth was not the words he intended to speak, but rather a heave of nausea. Who would lend him a voice? DeJean observed the retaliation against humanity and stood at the forefront, exuding a demeanor of mockery, as if waiting patiently for the recovering humans to grasp his tail, anticipating yet another mischief. Upon noticing DeJean's inactivity, Sue and his companions, having regained their composure, realized that they had not sustained any significant injuries. Even Sue, who had been toppled, merely felt a slight ache in his coccyx, akin to the discomfort one experiences from a casual fall. Meanwhile, DeJean remained there, composed and unperturbed, awaiting further developments. That Sue tentatively initiated a conversation, expressing their desire to locate their team members who had presumably entered the city not long ago. He inquired whether they had captured anyone from his team, and if so, he kindly requested their release, or, if they had not been apprehended, assistance in locating them. DeJean simply replied, "I don't understand your human language." He resumed his stoic demeanor, standing resolutely in place. That Sue, feeling increasingly agitated, scratched his head in frustration. Was it truly a matter of language barriers? At that moment, Wanyu could no longer contain himself. He pointed towards the military truck behind him and held up 4 fingers. For military trucks. Did DeJean comprehend? The number 4 was familiar to him. The humans referred to the vehicles. Earlier that morning, there had been several. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but now only 1 remained. Where were the other 4? Though DeJean was uncertain. This territory was his domain, and his subordinates were well informed. Before DeJean could utter a command, a clever subordinate sprang forth, eagerly providing an explanation. That DeJean cast a casual glance at the humans, shook his head, and ambled off in a particular direction. Wanyu quickly urged everyone to board the vehicle and follow the Golden Canine's lead. Meanwhile, villagers who had just been transported and detoxified remarked, "This isn't hell. I am still alive. How refreshing. Was I just awakened by the stench of the restroom? So, we were roused by the odor of a toilet. If that is effective, perhaps next time a zombie bird attacks, I should have my mother move me to the restroom." Wu Jin Xiao pondered whether he should inform them that the foul smell was merely an unfortunate coincidence, that it would be too hurtful to reveal that the dog responsible for the decontamination was possibly privy to secrets. He decided to consult Sue before determining whether to divulge this information to the villagers. After a short while, Zhang Chong pointed out tire tracks along the roadside. The presence of tire marks indicated entry into DeJean's territory. Yet no dogs had emerged to chase away the humans. That it seemed highly likely that their team members had entered the city freely and had not been confined by the local dogs. After all, dogs lacked the intelligence to drive vehicles. Soon enough, under DeJean's guidance, they spotted their target, a military truck parked not far from the entrance of the Jinjiang Hotel. DeJean, having noticed that the humans had successfully located their objective, flicked his head towards the military vehicle, as if signaling the end of navigation, leaving behind the announcement, "The target is now on your left." Sue disembarked and surveyed the intact military truck, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Inside, Feng Zhao, accompanied by several others, was searching for the bald man, hoping to contact Xiaohe, who could summon the esteemed DeJean for assistance in rescuing Sue's team. If the bald man failed to appear, Feng Zhao planned to seek out other dogs, knowing that some would surely relay messages to their leader. The pressing question remained: how to summon the man and dog who vanished upon ascending the stairs. Would it be appropriate to simply call out, "Hey, bald man and that black dog, come out, we need to discuss something"? That seemed somewhat impolite. Thus, he opted for a more courteous approach. "Brother, are you still on the 2nd floor? Could you communicate with the black dog? We seek assistance from his leader. If you're available, friend." His resonant call echoed through the expansive hallway. Soon, a figure emerged from the 2nd floor stairs, but it was not the bald man. Instead, a middle-aged woman appeared, exclaiming, "Stop shouting. Don't make noise. He's busy." On the 3rd floor, another head peeked down while a head from the 2nd floor looked up, creating a stark contrast: an old man and a young woman, reminiscent of a chilling suspense drama. Standing at the entrance of the Jinjiang Hotel, Dejin felt an itch in his nose, that he suspected a human conspiracy. Perhaps the recent flatulence had prompted them to sprinkle some irritant on his nose. It reminded him of playful moments with his female owner, who would gently rub his nose and then embrace him, leaving him helplessly immobilized from the tickles. The various tactics humans employed. Ah, how he missed his owner. Gazing at the nearby entrance and the inexplicably squeaky Dejin, Su took the initiative to push open the doors of the Jinjiang Hotel. However, they wouldn't budge. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be blocked. Thus, climbing the wall seemed to be the only option. Su's gaze wandered over the smooth exterior of the hotel, his expression betraying his thoughts. Just then, Wang Yu placed a hand on his forehead, sighing at Su's bluntness. No need to climb. We have walkie-talkies. Indeed, how had he forgotten about the walkie-talkies? Despite various walls and debris obstructing some signals, they should still be able to connect with the other team members, provided they had their walkie-talkies. Hello, Hope Squad members, this is Su Xiandong. Please respond if you receive this. Su retrieved his cherished walkie-talkie from his waist. He, standing in the hallway, witnessed the middle-aged woman and the young girl exchanging glances above and below, when a sudden voice crackled through the device, sending a shiver down his spine. Before he could respond, Feng Zhao's ecstatic voice broke through. Is that Su's voice? Are you all safe? He reached for the walkie-talkie, which Kuan Yuan promptly handed over. Feng Zhao pressed the voice button, asking Su, are you all right? We thought you might be in trouble. We've entered the city to seek help from the dogs. Where are you? Let us rendezvous. A torrent of words spilled out before he could think, that Kuan Yuan hastily added, Su, we're at Jinjiang. But before he could finish, Su's voice echoed back. Is it the Jinjiang Hotel? The two nearly spoke in unison, their words overlapping in the air. Before they could ponder how Su knew their location, the next message came through the walkie-talkie. We're at the entrance of Jinjiang Hotel. We all fine. You can relax. Hearing snippets of the conversation, the middle-aged woman frowned. More people are arriving. What else with the captain? More mouths to feed. Stealthily, she retreated from the hallway. Things were not going as planned. More and more people were coming, and soon there would be nothing left to eat. Just as she thought this, the bald man, donning a chef's hat, emerged, addressing the members of the Hope Squad as they descended the stairs. More people. How many are there? If there are too many, I want to have time to cook. Feng Zhao curiously eyed the bald man's white hat, which was adorned with the aroma of cooking and the tantalizing scent of home-cooked meals. He swallowed instinctively, the fragrance stirring memories of pre-apocalyptic meals. Are you a chef? He inquired. The bald man hurriedly explained, inadvertently touching his chef's hat, revealing a hint of shyness. Yes, my family used to run a restaurant. I was always the one cooking, and to maintain hygiene, I decided to shave my head. He removed his hat, holding it in his hands. Let me show you how to get out. You don't know the way. In no time, they were on the first floor. With the bald man's guidance, they maneuvered through obstacles, creating a narrow passage. He opened a slight gap in the door, and Feng Zhao, following closely behind, eagerly poked his head through. Reminiscent of a naive child, waving, Su, over here. Come quickly. Su stood at the entrance, gazing at Feng Zhao's protruding head. Oddly enough, this sight evoked a sense of awkwardness, akin to being beckoned into a brothel. Yet it was time to enter. Night had fallen as Su and his team stepped inside. Wu Jinxiao assisted in carrying his comrades, who still bore the remnants of their ordeal. Jinxiao, why can't I see anything? Did the zombie bird's toxin blind me? Another fellow, recently detoxified, rolled his eyes. You fool, it's dark. You're not blind. Just look over there. There are still several shiny lights. Oh dear, are those wolves staring at us? Wu Jinxiao quickly reassured him. No, those are dogs, not wolves. Just dog eyes, the trembling voice hesitantly inquired. Do dog eyes also shine? Why are they staring at us? Dejin remarked. The humans have entered. It's all over now. Finally, he can return home to accompany the stars. As Su approached, he paused momentarily, turning to bow and express his gratitude to Dejin, that Dejin observed as humanity finally made their entrance. Time to wrap up and return home. Savoring the bitterness lingering on his lips, he couldn't shake the feeling that he still wanted to teach humanity a lesson. Humanity. Perhaps the bitterness is merely a result of having taken on a small extra shift. After all, has the dog not yet grown accustomed to it? Chapter 24. Is it an isolated island? A paradise? Watching Dejin dash away, Su led the others into the Jinjiang Hotel. The routine remained unchanged as they ascended to the second floor. The bald man glanced ahead, then behind, calculating the number of individuals present, and let out a deep sigh. Just then, Sue turned his gaze towards the solitary figure who had come to greet them. He nodded at the bald man, who remained silent, his confusion evident as he scratched the back of his head. Finally, he could no longer contain himself, asking, "Did you all come from the Hope Base? Wasn't it previously stated that everyone was to remain silent, and that no evacuation activities were to be initiated?" His eyes roamed among the group before he continued, "With so many of you here. What is your purpose? Are you here to search for supplies? Is there a third, fourth, or even sixth batch on the way?" The tremor in his voice betrayed his disbelief that he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. After all, his beloved dog, Xiaohei, had brought a group of humans, among whom were soldiers and survivors that in the name of humanitarianism, they had welcomed them. Yet, Xiaohei had not mentioned the arrival of a second group. What if, before long, a third or fourth group showed up? Though the Jinjiang Hotel's food reserves could barely sustain them for a short time, accommodating so many would be impossible, even if they were to receive tenfold supplies. The landlord had not a morsel to spare. Sue stiffened, realizing that they were not particularly welcome guests. Feng Zhao, standing beside the bald man, raised his eyebrows at the remarks that he was about to speak when Sue intervened. Stating, "Comrade, the truth is we are actually part of the same two batches that we were separated due to certain circumstances, which is why we have now regrouped here. You need not worry. Our purpose in coming here is to locate our team members. As night falls, the outside world becomes increasingly perilous, so we hope to spend the night here and depart tomorrow morning." Departing tomorrow? The bald man understood and nodded, yet couldn't resist asking, "I have one question. Is our country, or rather the base, currently equipped with sufficient food supplies? Everyone has been confined at home, with no one to plant, produce, or transport goods. Will there be a food shortage in the future?" He continued, "Moreover, the lockdown has been in effect for some time, and I have lost contact with my family. When will transportation resume, so I can venture out? I have been observing the outside world, and there seem to be no zombies left that my wife and children are still at our hometown, and I long to return to them." Upon hearing the bald man's words, others couldn't help but feel the pangs of longing for their families, concern weighing heavily on their hearts. Everyone had loved ones. Yet during the apocalypse, not all friends and family were nearby. The government's response had been prompt, decisive, and swift. However, in the face of various global disasters and inexplicable internal contamination, no one could devise a completely correct response in a short time. With the mysterious disappearance of communication signals, contact had become tenuous. Thus, self-help groups were established across different regions, prioritizing the safety of the populace, the collective good, and safe evacuation as their guiding principles. Resources were pooled, and every effort was made to construct safe bases, relocate vital elements of human civilization and cultural history, and rescue various technical and scientific experts. Many minds convened to devise solutions. Soon, more disasters emerged, unceasing and diverse, beyond description. Each base seemed to transform into an isolated island, unable to tend to its own affairs, cut off from news of other bases. They could only strive to protect their own safety and safeguard their territory. In the face of calamity, improvisation became the norm. Consequently, when faced with the bald man's inquiries, Sue could only open his mouth, struggling to find words of comfort. The levels of danger vary across regions. And for now, we still advocate for everyone to remain at home to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Observing the bald man's hopeful gaze, Sue added, "From what I can see here, as long as you stay indoors and refrain from venturing out, it should be quite safe. Wouldn't you agree? Other regions should be relatively similar. There is no need to fret. He could only offer such reassurances that in reality, their city had already become akin to a deserted island, completely severed from external communication, and even previously available measures, including satellite phones, seemed only functional at specific times, revealing snippets of information. What they heard was hardly encouraging. Within the confidential information he encountered, discussions and speculations abounded, with 80 pointing to grim tidings, much worse than their current situation. He could not disclose to the bald man that even if they were merely under lockdown and most remained safe, the unseen and unreachable cities, or several of them, might have already transformed into desolate graveyards enveloped in death. Moreover, he could not reveal that the disasters occurring elsewhere were entirely different. A peaceful area did not guarantee safety in another location. They had lost all knowledge of conditions in other regions, leaving them to conceal their concerns and, for now, focus on addressing the challenges within their own city, striving to prolong the life of their paradise. Paradise, indeed. Though they gazed upon the streets plagued by zombies and the chaos of smoke and fire post-apocalypse, it felt worlds apart from the bustling pre-apocalyptic era where luxury cars adorned the streets. Yet, in truth, this isolated city, this region they inhabited, how could it be deemed an apocalypse surrounding the Hope Base? Only in Province had someone, after enduring great hardships, managed to reach the city's edge, where a foreboding darkness loomed, a blackness seeping out tendrils of gray mist. That blackness was a shade of gray, so profound it bordered on complete darkness. Those who ventured to the edge did not return. Or rather, those who did were transformed into abominations. They still clung to their pre-transformation mission, armed with devices that chronicled their experiences. Launching an attack on the Hope Base that in their non-human form, they left behind traces of that imagery. At the cost of lives. The base speculated that the boundary separating them was the contamination of the zombie virus, thickened to the point of forming a black wall. This was not the only wall. It was potentially one of countless others. They dared not speculate further, resigned to living like frogs at the bottom of a well, making the best of their confined existence, whether imprisoned or protected by it. Many residents remained oblivious to these truths. Ignorance is bliss. They were merely confined at home, devoid of water, electricity, or signaled as long as no mutated zombies appeared in their homes, or if they were sufficiently cautious to restrain any zombie-esque movements. They would not suffer undue harm. Life felt akin to imprisonment, yet they had ample provisions, with the base tirelessly striving to deliver supplies through airdrops and other means. Were it not for the zombies lurking outside and the haunting cries of the undead echoing endlessly, one might still perceive a semblance of peace and a promising future. Were zombies easy to kill? Yes, indeed. Ordinary zombies could be dispatched by an average person, provided they took adequate precautions. Were zombies difficult to eradicate? Quite so, for at every moment, there were fortunate individuals chosen by the zombie virus for incomprehensible reasons, resulting in their bodily invasion. Survive the virus, and one becomes a superhuman. Fail, and the world is overrun with ceaseless, countless zombies that are relentless tide, making extinction of humanity a daunting prospect to this day. Humanity had not discovered effective protective measures, nor had they unearthed solutions to aid in medical treatment. But that dog, it held the potential to cure viral contamination. Like the answer to a century-old puzzle, a hint to a lingering question, or guidance for a civil service exam. How could this place not be termed a paradise? Even without medical intervention, if the base were willing to pay a heavy toll in lives, or even merely allow residents to evacuate to the base, it could facilitate natural selection while simultaneously depleting the zombie population, perhaps even reclaiming lost ground that if everyone began to remain wary of those around them. Then the zombies' method of infecting humans through bites would become increasingly ineffective. This could be likened to an enhanced challenge of a disease. Silence, isolation, and the demise of the contaminated could resolve the issue. Yet, from the fragments of information gathered from other isolated islands, the base personnel concluded that the continuation of the human race and civilization was paramount, that IT appeared crucial to maintain their numbers and the survival of their community. Chapter 25. The Gene-S Domain, Building a Base. Why is the survival of humanity so significant? What consequences would arise if the number of survivors dwindled? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, what does human survival truly signify? The gray mist. Does it represent a virus or an unsafe evolutionary agent? Why do some transform into zombies while others develop superhuman abilities? Ultimately, what governs all of this? Why has humanity been fragmented into numerous isolated islands? They remain oblivious. Team Sue averted his gaze, unable to bear the hope reflected in the eyes of the bald giant. Sometimes, the hour-and-a-half journey on the high-speed train before the apocalypse felt like an eternity. A vast chasm separating them from a world irrevocably altered. Helplessness enveloped the bald man, who could only sigh in regret. Silence fell upon them. Team Sue and his companions spent a night at the Jinjiang Hotel, where no danger arose, nor were there any unexpected incidents. It was a remarkably tranquil evening. The following morning, they bid farewell to the bald giant. At the Jinjiang Hotel, they discovered a pre-apocalypse map. and while traveling. Team Su marked it with a pencil. Proceed straight ahead and then take a right. There's a gas station that if you can't find diesel there, you can take this route to here. It's not far and it's larger, so they should have diesel. The positions of various gas stations were circled and the routes meticulously planned that as they drove, dogs occasionally sprinted past them or were overtaken by their vehicle. The dogs seemed to perceive this as a delightful competition, soon forming a disheveled circle of racing canines around their convoy. After a while, the faster ones would pause at a height, typically atop piles of abandoned vehicles, quietly watching as their military truck passed by. Perhaps feeling victorious, they would lose interest in the chase. Meanwhile, the slower ones appeared relentless, determined to pursue, a lively pack of small dogs trailing behind the military truck, their short legs working tirelessly to keep up. Initially, the appearance of so many dogs might have caused alarm, yet gradually, this motley crew of canines exhibited an undeniable comedic flair. The onlookers found themselves interpreting the dogs' expressions as defiant, as if to say, "Wait for us. You're not all that special." The atmosphere turned inexplicably lighthearted. It was difficult to articulate, a heavy yet buoyant feeling, laughter teetering on the edge of impropriety, that a long procession of dogs paraded behind them as they drove through the streets. A clever one had already gone to report to the boss. Dajin was patrolling his territory with Xingxing. After all, what else was there to do? There was little amusement to be found. Xingxing seemed to sense some commotion, growing restless and eager to see the excitement. Who can resist gossip? Coincidentally, a little brother belatedly arrived to report, and Dajin thought, how fortuitous. This was precisely where Xingxing wished to investigate. Wouldn't it be splendid? Unbeknownst to them, whether it was the imposing presence of Team Su or the cacophony of barking dogs trailing behind, the commotion had attracted survivors from the nearby residential area. People had already begun to peek through their windows, drawing back curtains to wave at them. And even a particularly brave man opened his window, craning his neck to look around, and after ascertaining safety, he shouted, "Are you soldiers? Have you come to rescue us? Are you here to take us to the base?" The human cries quickly drew more attention. More heads emerged from windows, and an array of questions and pleas cascaded from within, their voices reaching the military truck below. Wu Jinxiao, an ordinary young man with no military training or knowledge of regulations, emerged from behind the truck's canopy, momentarily disregarding the panting dogs trailing behind, his gaze fixated on the source of the noise. The previous night, when they entered the city, it had felt as though every door and window was tightly shut, curtains drawn, silence pervading the air, dust swirling, and a heavy gloom settling over everything. Perhaps it was the aftermath of the apocalypse, or something else entirely. But daylight seemed shrouded in a misty haze. Yet as Wu Jinxiao peeked out, he was met with the sight of wide-open, gleaming windows and the curious eyes peering out that it was as if the clouds had parted, revealing the dawn. Had the sun risen? Wu Jinxiao glanced at the sky, which appeared unremarkable, yet he felt a stir of hope brewing, vitality surging forth, brimming with life, faced with the hopeful and eager inquiries from the crowd. Team Su hesitated, but he could not afford to pause. He had to return to the base, bringing his team back safely. The wheels of the military truck continued to roll forward at their predetermined pace, unwavering. The residents shouting from the windows received no reply, and it seemed they understood something. Some lowered their heads, retreating a few steps, while others closed their wide-open windows. Team Su was deep in thought. Everyone yearned for the base, a place of stability and safety, where influential figures and leaders resided, guarded by soldiers that he too wished to arrange for the evacuation of these residents. However, he questioned whether he could shoulder the safety of so many. Could he remain indifferent, turning a blind eye to their pleas? The outside world fell silent, reverting to the stillness that prevailed before their arrival. "Stop the vehicle." Suddenly, Team Su commanded the military truck to halt, and several vehicles came to a stop. Team Su disembarked, climbing atop the truck, surveying the surrounding residential area. And voices emerged from the upper floors, nor did anyone draw their curtains closed again. They remained quiet, contemplating as they watched the military truck depart. Team Su met the gazes of many, a multitude of eyes peering down from the heights, others within, pressed against walls, observing him in response to Team Su's abrupt stop. His teammates raised no objections, and even Wu Jinxiao and his fellow villagers sensed the gravity of the moment, refraining from whispering. The weight of the collective gaze bore down upon Team Sue, who could only look back in shame, many faces obscured behind glass. That he spoke, "I deeply apologize, but I cannot take you all to the base. That my presence here is for a significant mission, one that does not pertain to the evacuation of you survivors." No one responded. Team Sue continued, "I sincerely request that you wait a while longer. The dangers outside have not dissipated. That a mass evacuation would likely jeopardize the precious lives of most of you. I hope you can safely reach the base and survive until the apocalypse ends. That I cannot recklessly guarantee your safety." At that moment, a voice emerged, "But I feel like there are no zombies outside anymore. If we can't move to the base, can we turn this place into a base?" As Xingxing watched the spectacle unfold, a thought struck him. Here, build a base. Wasn't this Dajin's territory? Constructing a base seemed plausible. Chapter 26. Then let us build one. To establish another base here? Or perhaps a branch of the Hope base? Some were astonished by this notion. Was this central urban area suitable for base construction? Not particularly. A base requires comprehensive planning, including walls and protective measures, and must adhere to stringent standards against wind, water, and fire hazards. Moreover, considerations for potential threats from plant roots and insect infestations must also be factored in. The aspects to consider are countless. The TO merely utter a decision and hastily commence construction is no trivial matter. Team Sue opened his mouth, confronted by the hopeful gazes behind the glass, feeling somewhat powerless. They had previously discussed whether it was possible to restore order in the city center after eliminating the majority of zombies, allowing everyone to return to their homes and reunite with family and friends. The consensus was against such an endeavor. The mutations continued to unfold, and even more unknown dangers loomed. The base had capabilities, but time was scarce. That sizable base represented the culmination of their resources. A temporary mobilization built amidst numerous perils, serving as humanity's last bastion. Its significance lay in preserving human civilization and the final embers of hope that in such moments, who would decide whom to protect, whom to abandon, and who would remain, would scattering apart instead reveal different paths to survival. "I'm sorry, everyone. At present, we lack the capacity to establish another base here." Team Sue could only sincerely express this harsh refusal. A window opened and a voice emerged. "Is it due to insufficient supplies? We can pool our resources." Others echoed from behind the windows, "Yes, we can crowdfund to build our base." Dajin seemed to revel in the excitement of the scene. It had been a long time since he had seen so many people. Before the apocalypse, the world was bustling with life. Everywhere he went, there were people, even in the elevator on the way home. It had been a long while since he had encountered such a crowd. Somehow, they collectively disregarded Team Sue's rejection. Engaging in animated discussions across the street. One person remarked, "I've been cooped up at home for so long. It seems like there is no significant danger outside anymore." Another chimed in, "Are those dogs sent by the base to eliminate zombies? They seem to be cleaning the streets regularly." Yet another inquired, "If we build a small base here, what supplies would we need?" A chorus of voices chimed in with suggestions. "I used to have shares in a cement factory. We could definitely use cement. Though that factory is on the city's edge. Who knows how dangerous it might be." With hearts brimming with anticipation, they wondered, once the base is established, will we finally be able to emerge? Socialize, play games, dine together, camp, or fight zombies? There were faint, pitiful cries. "We simply yearn for a sanctuary of our own, that I wish to venture outside, but I am all alone in my home now. Why not establish a base? Being confined at home every day is hardly a solution. Let us construct our own base, shall we? We should choose a melodious name. The Dawn Base, Hope Base Number 2, the Safe and Prosperous Base, the Zombie Extermination Base, the Peaceful Base, or perhaps we shall call it the Self-Reliance Base for self-sufficiency and resilience." They spoke among themselves, as if venting their emotions in this post-apocalyptic world. Team Sue listened quietly to their seemingly oblivious conversation. Wang Yu observed as well, sighed, and gestured for Team Sue to descend from the roof of the vehicle. The two conferred briefly that in truth, the group did not genuinely desire to construct a base. They merely sought a place to return to the illusion of life before the apocalypse, or at the very least, to maintain their social connections, interact with others, relieve their stress, and retain their vitality. The safety of the base was irrelevant. It simply needed to appear not overly perilous. The presence of rules and regulations was also a secondary concern, as not everyone would ponder such matters. Whether the base could be sustained in the long run may not have crossed anyone's mind at this moment. They wanted a base, this very moment. Right here, they wished to establish a base of their own. It felt as if humanity together was weaving an absurd dream, harboring a shared hope in their imaginations. Team Sue did not climb back onto the roof. Instead, he stood firmly on the ground and suddenly realized something. For so long, not a single zombie had appeared here. Even the zombie birds dared only to circle high above from a distance. Perhaps the base they wished to build had already begun to take shape. He shouted to the sky, "If you desire to act, if you are willing to do so, then go ahead and establish a base. We neither support nor oppose, nor shall we interfere. We have no right to intervene in what you wish to pursue. Go forth, build a base, a sanctuary for protecting yourselves and others, a collective stronghold, a refuge centered around humanity." The golden dog seemed to be drawn by this shout, turning its gaze towards Team Sue. Then to the faces behind the glass windows of the skyscraper. It was unclear how long it had been, but a chorus of voices gathered from all around, from above and below, near and far, resonating with a single cry: establish your own base, self-reliance base. After weighing their options, they concluded that this place could indeed serve as a base. Bases require talent. And does the urban area not have a multitude of skilled individuals? Countless from various backgrounds and expertise. Bases need high walls to fend off zombies, but are there zombies here? Yes, but not many. In fact, so few they are nearly invisible. Moreover, the walls could be built gradually that a base must protect humanity, predict future dangers, and either evade or resolve them. Yet, this was a responsibility they wished the base to shoulder. Although the self-constructed bases of ordinary survivors were merely shelters, as long as they could provide refuge for humanity. That alone was a tremendous comfort. Therefore, a base could indeed be established. The question remained, however, would that golden dog agree? It had tirelessly cleared the area of all pollution and dangers, likely considering this territory as its domain. Would it obstruct humanity? Was that large dog named Dajin? It seems lively here. What is happening? Xing, perched on Dajin's back, seemed to partially comprehend the intentions of the crowd. Nearby survivors. We wish to relocate to a base. Base. Though we too desire this, the journey may very well be perilous for you. Thus it cannot be accomplished. Nearby survivors. This place feels quite safe. Shall we not build a base here? Base. This is mere imitation. Can bases be constructed at whim? Have you considered the difficulties you may encounter? Is your technology sufficient to reach such heights? Denied. Nearby survivors. Relying on the base is futile. We shall do it ourselves, base. That is not impossible. Then come, construct it yourselves. Xing was amused by her own imagination, laughing aloud, prompting Dajin to look back, puzzled by her laughter. Xing paid no mind to others, who said they could not build a base. Without a hopeful base, they could still create one on their own. Have they never seen a pig run? It was simply about constructing a base. Who couldn't he achieve that? As for whether Dajin would object, she guessed he would not. Dajin had no fixed notion of territory that barred others from seeking resources. She surmised that in Dajin's eyes, humans were akin to peers, uncontrollable, easily tainted by filth, incapable of accomplishing much, different in appearance, unable to communicate. They could be ignored, yet would assist when necessary. Humans. Did the base agree? The figures behind the windows seemed to have heard some peculiar news, disregarding the fact that the base would offer no assistance, indicating they could plan and construct the base as they wished. Essentially, it was akin to building their own city according to their own design. How intriguing. Thus, someone inquired, can we finally leave our homes? Is it truly safe outside now? This question hit the mark. While Team Sue believed the base indeed lacked the energy and resources to construct another, he felt a sense of duty to assist the survivors. After all, they were all human, all allies. Therefore, he might wish to lend them a hand. Perhaps, before departing, it was time to embrace the golden dog's leg once more. Team Sue scanned the surroundings, seeking courage from the gazes of the crowd, preparing to withstand the inevitable flatulence attack from Dajin's figure, cloaked in fabric, a blend of dog and human infant, stood out even amidst the throng of dogs, especially as Dajin's little subordinates had specially cleared a space for him. Upon glancing around, Team Sue was astonished to meet Dajin's eager gaze. The golden fur tail behind Dajin happily swayed in the air. "What are you looking at?" The tail continued to wag. Still looking, Dajin, somewhat perplexed, wondered why the commotion had turned to him. Team Sue's eyes sparkled, and he dashed towards Dajin with astonishing speed, moving like a dragon or tiger. Xingxing's eyes widened. "He's coming! He's coming! What is he going to do?" Dajin reacted swiftly, recalling how this person had playfully tugged at his hind leg the previous day, promptly retreating 2 steps and leaping lightly onto the summit of a tower formed by stacked vehicles. Observing Team Sue frown and halt, enjoying the breeze and scenery, Dajin proudly swayed his head left and right, relishing the sight of the stuck Team Sue below. "See? You can't get up here," faced with this ironclad tower. Team Sue found himself at an impasse. What to do? Communication was necessary. The indoor survivors watched as the golden dog ascended, seemingly mocking Team Sue. They pondered, was this dog not sent by the base to assist in clearing the urban area? Indeed, Dajin often roamed with a pack of canine subordinates, a motley crew of various breeds, who dictated that only the official could take action against zombies. The small animals, or rather, the large animals that had grown gigantic due to mutations, actively eliminated threats, clearing zombies and obstacles like cars, which was entirely reasonable. Team Sue, is this normal? Chapter 27. Dajin agrees. Normal? What a joke. A dog can fly, and it's bigger than a cow. The face bore a human-like smirk. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Even superheroes had emerged, so why not mutated dogs? Moreover, that dog clearly possessed intelligence. After all, it was wearing clothes, was it not? Xingxing, ever inquisitive, peeked outside, feeling the chilling wind ruffle her hair. She had forgotten to ask Dajin to lend her a hat for her not-so-thick mane. She quickly withdrew back in her blanket. What was that? As Xingxing's fair face flashed by, her delicate, soft, brown-black hair stood out against Dajin's golden fur. Some turned their heads. There was a child on the dog. No, it was not even a child, but rather resembled a small infant. The infant was strapped to Dajin's back with a long, wide rope, occasionally revealing their cherubic face as they looked around. The tiny hands of the infant clutched at Dajin's fur, which was so thick it seemed to swallow the infant's delicate fingers whole. The little hand slowly formed a fist, and within it nestled Dajin's golden fur. Had the infant been plucking fur? The indoor survivors gasped in shock at this scene, their eyes widening in alarm, praying for the infant's safety. The child was unaware of the danger. They must not pull too hard on the dog's fur. It was one thing to tug, but they must not anger the dog. The infant's life was precious. Who is that child tied to the dog? How could anyone do such a thing? That is just a small child. In an instant, some were filled with righteous indignation, recognizing the peril of a defenseless infant bound to a mutated creature. The infant was blissfully ignorant. Should that creature be provoked, the fragile life could vanish without a trace. The thought alone is profoundly heart-wrenching. His rage found no outlet, and he could only bellow at the military truck below. What are you all staring at? Don't just stand there, go save that little baby. Is that child being held captive by a dog? Whose child is that? Team leader Sue was momentarily speechless. Although they initially speculated whether the infant had indeed been abducted by that dog, or if it was being kept as a backup food supply. Such fantastical deductions were quickly overshadowed by the reality that the child seemed to be commanding the mutated dog. They had no need to intervene, despite their confusion over how such a tiny infant, estimated to be under a year old, could possibly issue commands to a transformed canine. They were assured that the dog would not harm the baby, that in fact, the golden retriever and his canine companions exhibited a friendly demeanor towards humans. Naturally, the survivors, oblivious to this, were filled with trepidation. Faced with the agitated crowd, team leader Sue could only wave at the majestic golden retriever. Come down. Why don't we have a chat? Considering that the dog might not comprehend, Sue quickly adapted. Ooh. Ahem. The onlookers were baffled. What is that? Will it even work? Surprisingly, the golden retriever understood, though his indifference to Sue's call was evident as he turned away, clearly choosing to ignore him. The surrounding canine companions, having gained some intelligence post-transformation, also paid Sue no mind. Instead, they gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama that Sue found himself at a loss. Luring with food, humans and dogs have incompatible tastes. Tempting with treats, they had devoured all the human food, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. Building rapport? There was no camaraderie. Only this dog had directly or indirectly aided humanity, yet it seemed they had never reciprocated. That Sue felt a chill. He didn't even know the dog's name. Before the apocalypse, the golden retriever wore a golden bone-shaped tag inscribed with Dajin. However, after the transformation, the tag no longer fit, and Dajin had safely stored it at home, leaving both dogs and humans unable to communicate. Thus, no one knew the name of this canine leader that Sue had privately christened Dajin in his mind, thinking, given the dog's resemblance to an oversized golden retriever, why not call him Lion King? He felt it quite fitting, but whether the dog would respond to such a name was uncertain. He could only repeat it silently in his thoughts. The wind blew, causing Xing Xing to feel somewhat weary, as if dust were about to invade her eyes. She exerted great effort to pat Dajin, but given her small size, the golden retriever likely did not even notice. Suddenly, the crowd realized that the once unyielding Dajin, who had resisted all attempts to coax him down, began to slowly descend. He floated gently to the ground before team leader Sue. With his head held high, he seemed to inquire, "What is it now?" As if awaiting his subjects to present their requests, ready to grant favors, that Sue glanced at his team. No one dared approach, clearly haunted by their earlier experiences with Dajin's ferocity. They could only muster awkward smiles as they cautiously stepped within a 3-step radius of the golden retriever. Sue spoke. "Humans and dogs are forever good friends, aren't we?" Dajin remained unmoved. Sue continued, "Look around you. This is your territory. Our base will not encroach upon your lands." Dajin raised an eyebrow. "With such a vast base, how can there be no protective walls? You could easily hire us humans to construct a large base where humans and dogs coexist harmoniously. Humans can prepare delicious dog food and special meals for you. We can also bathe, groom, and style your fur, making you look splendid. When you go out, other dogs will admire you, increasing your appeal to the opposite sex. Moreover, humans are quite entertaining. We can act, sing, and play games, enriching your lives with joy and color. Also, hiring humans is quite economical. As long as we reside within our former homes, we can freely come and go, providing assistance and ensuring human safety. What do you think?" Dajin replied, "Do you think I cannot comprehend what you are saying?" Just as he was about to enlighten this human fool, Xing Xing, having taken the initiative, tugged at the dog's fur, signaling him to wait. Dajin did not understand, but Xing Xing, a mere infant who had recently entered the world, seemed to have instinctively acquired the universal language of humans, comprehending everything she heard. She earnestly sought to translate for Dajin. Xing Xing desperately wanted a base where someone could attend to her needs. This was not a matter of elitism or capitalism. She was simply a child. The blanket she was wrapped in had begun to stink. Help. In Dajin's perspective, there was clearly no need for a change of fur, as dogs did not undergo such transformations. Although there was a slight odor, dogs could readily perceive it. Yet, out of love for his little master, Dajin could endure. He held back, diligently keeping Xing Xing snug and secure. However, Xing Xing could no longer tolerate the situation. Eating and drinking were secondary, but not bathing was unacceptable. She would sweat, gather dust, and become filthy, and there was no change of clothes. She was truly on the brink of despair. A base must be constructed. A human infant requires the care of adult humans. While infants may not bathe frequently, they should certainly not go without washing altogether. Dajin took great care of her. Sniffing her, he wondered if it was Xing Xing's fur that smelled, but he licked her. Then again, sensing something was amiss, Xing Xing could only detect the scent of Dajin's saliva on her exposed hair, face, and fingers. Although the sensation was oddly not sticky, she felt uncomfortable psychologically. Despite Dajin's significant intellectual progress, he was still not human. 3 or 5 days might be manageable, but a week was quite another matter. Perhaps a true infant would be oblivious to the discomfort, but Xing Xing felt differently. She seemed to possess a unique memory and perspective on human society, not merely a blank slate. This was likely why she could articulate her thoughts so swiftly. It might also be that the viral mutation had led to her evolution in certain aspects. Xing Xing hurriedly translated for Dajin. Thus, what was proposed was not acceptable. After an extensive exchange, it was unclear whether Dajin understood. Yet his comprehension appeared to be rather simplistic. Eradicate the zombies. Clear a territory where only Xing Xing, Dajin's canine companions, and humans of the same species remained. Dajin would protect Xing Xing, while his canine companions would safeguard the humans. The perimeter would be fenced to ward off dangers. Xing was Dajin's little master, requiring no repayment. Humans were to work, prepare meals, massage the canine companions, groom, wash, and so forth, repaying the favor of protection bestowed by the dogs. Dajin nodded. He understood he was indeed becoming increasingly clever. So, the task at hand was to construct walls. Then the dogs would witness zombies battling zombies, humans fighting zombies, safeguarding humans. Was that not akin to their previous tasks? Building walls, as Xing stated, humans would undertake the construction. Thus, the work remained unchanged, and now humans would emerge to labor, providing compensation for the canine companions. What a profitable arrangement! Dajin then began inquiring among the onlooking canine companions. Most of Dajin's followers were once pets owned by humans, and their views toward humans were not particularly negative. They were willing to protect humans, that is for the humans' gratitude. Some dogs expressed a desire for a direct claim. Perhaps one dog claiming 1, 2, 3, or even 50 humans, allowing each dog to have a specific human to protect. Others sought freedom, opting to help only when they observed humans in danger, otherwise leaving them to fend for themselves. Additionally, some dogs proposed a structured plan led by a wolf-like figure, suggesting, "Boss, I recommend dividing areas and time slots. For instance, my pack and I will be responsible for the security of this street and the 2 adjacent ones. Whenever humans venture out, we will oversee that area, while the security of another region will be managed by different dogs in terms of timing. We will assign dogs based on our visibility and running speed, dividing the areas so that each dog is responsible for a day or night shift. Each dog will work one day or night within a week. In other times, one may roam freely. Yet should danger present itself while wandering outside, assistance must be rendered. After all, our canine companions protect humanity, and they too deserve moments of leisure. They cannot be vigilant every day, lest they forfeit their time under the sun, engaging in play and enjoying sustenance. This sentiment resonates deeply within the hearts of dogs. While safeguarding humans has always been a task they perform with ease, when it shifts into a mandated duty, it breeds an innate reluctance. However, if the requirement is merely to work for 12 hours within a week, it seems bearable. Moreover, the leader has assured that the zombie threat has been largely mitigated. And in the future, with walls erected, most danger shall remain at bay. The labor for these walls falls upon humanity, relieving the dogs of additional burdens. They need only occasionally check for any mutated beings or errant humans, ensuring their removal, while also indulging in the lively antics of humans. This is far more amusing than the current state of affairs, which offers little excitement. The dogs observing the commotion agree, yet the pack of the golden dog extends beyond those present. Many others must be informed and confirmed. Meanwhile, Team Sue watches intently, the indoor survivors perplexed by the scene, as the eager dogs revel in the spectacle. The golden dog appears burdened by the prospect of work, while the husky, with a goofy grin, aligns himself with the formidable wolf leader. Wolves 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, who mingle within the canine crowd, kick aside a bowl, its contents uncertain, whether dog food or wolf fare. The stars gaze upward, noticing that the sky seems to brighten, perhaps imperceptibly shifting towards dawn. Chapter 28. Consensus. Now that a consensus has been reached, it remains to inform the other canine brethren of the situation. Of course, no coercion shall be applied. It is a matter of voluntary participation. For those dogs willing to protect humans, assistance shall be rendered, encompassing provisions, cleanliness, massages, and grooming services. Concurrently, the dogs may claim humans according to their capabilities. This is the narrative presented to the dogs. For humans, it equates to the establishment of a relatively safe, self-sufficient base, with hopes that communication, trade, and mutual assistance will flourish. Within this haven, those desiring to keep dogs shall receive close protection, while those who find companionship with dogs challenging may join the base, showcasing their skills in construction, culinary arts, medicine, or grooming, akin to a post-apocalyptic showcase of talents. The TO put it plainly, those who previously owned dogs can reclaim them and continue their companionship, with the added benefit of canine protection. Newcomers, should the dogs consent, may form mutual aid teams alongside their canine counterparts. For those unable to care for dogs, be it due to allergies or other constraints, humans can still contribute, receiving patrolling dogs protection within the base. Upon contemplation, the stars find this arrangement quite appealing. In truth, the territory of the golden dog is vast, with canines scattered throughout. Each day, they frolic, and when hunger strikes, they eagerly devour whatever is available. Some dogs maintain a pristine appearance, shining with cleanliness, meriting commendation for the wolf leader. Others, however, meander aimlessly, drawn to the filth and dust that seem entertaining, resulting in tangled and filthy fur. Thus, humans assist dogs, and dogs protect humans, a harmony of coexistence. Yet a question arises: how to convey to Team Sue that their agreement to establish a base has been reached? Furthermore, how should the base be constructed? As for informing all the dogs, the golden dog chuckles, uncertain of the number of his subordinates, deciding to proceed unilaterally. Any objections can be addressed later. Clearly, Team Sue is not oblivious, observing the stars and the golden dog engaged in hushed deliberations, while the golden dog communicates with the canine assembly. Eliciting a chorus of barks in response to it is evident they are negotiating, and the mere act of discussion signifies hope for this endeavor. Otherwise, rejection would have arrived swiftly, possibly accompanied by a stinky counterattack. Thus, Team Sue hastens to confer with the astute Wang Yu. Their discussion revolves around how to articulate the intentions of both parties. Wang Yu remains composed, suggesting that if the dogs agree, they should bark twice, if not once. Team Sue's eyes widen, contemplating the feasibility of this approach. The stars, too, relinquish their concerns, realizing this matter is beyond their infantile grasp. Such professional matters should be entrusted to capable humans. Let the dogs, transformed yet still employed, and the newborns take a respite from cognitive labor. The golden dog proclaims, those willing to claim a human, step closer to the military vehicle and form a line. Those who wish to patrol but not claim, stand by this column. If you have no interest, remain stationary. With that, 3 canine factions emerge. Little Husky, bewildered, observes a familiar corgi heading towards the claiming area, eager to follow, only to be met with a nip from the wolf leader. Innocently, he glances back at the wolf leader. Why did you bite my tail? Big Wolf, are you hungry? The wolf leader gestures for Little Husky to accompany him. Though the latter hesitates, upon seeing the wolf leader's stern gaze, Little Husky, despite his protests, obediently follows the wolf leader to the patrol zone that a number of free-spirited dogs, cloaked in black fur that conceals their true colors, many of whom were abandoned before the apocalypse, wander aimlessly, their eyes reflecting wariness and disdain towards humans. The stars, noting the presence of this third group, express concern. Have they not mutated? Why do they remain so thin and unsatisfied? Though these dogs blend into the crowd, their frailty becomes apparent in this division. Their emaciated frames and matted fur, devoid of human care or companionship, speak volumes of their plight. The stars do not deem the dogs' distrust of humanity as a fault, for their experiences differ vastly. Some dogs are born into privilege, cherished by kind-hearted humans, living in comfort and love, perhaps merely released back into the wild after the calamity. Such fortunate dogs approach humans with warmth and eagerness to protect them. Conversely, others emerge from a harsh existence, born amidst struggle and neglect, facing cruelty and disdain from humanity. Every surviving stray dog is a testament to resilience. Whether harm can be mended remains uncertain. The stars merely resonate with an intrinsic understanding of the complexities of morality and emotion that characterize both humans and dogs. In this post-apocalyptic world, dogs stand as independent beings. Dignity exists only on the edge of a blade, and truth lies within the reach of artillery. The ability to forge a partnership between humans and dogs marks a significant achievement for the stars, who, as a human infant, have endeavored to the best of their abilities. Team Sue, observing the sudden division of the canine assembly before him, is perplexed. He gazes into the golden dog's eyes, tentatively asking, "Do you agree to the construction of the base?" The golden dog silently returns his gaze. Team Sue continues, "If you agree, bark twice. If you need further discussion, bark once." The stars relay Team Sue's message to the golden dog in their infantile language. The golden dog surveys his pack and then looks back at Team Sue, humbly opening his mouth to bark once. Team Sue's expression falters, but the golden dog barks again, transforming disappointment into astonishment and elation. "Did he just bark twice? Is that correct?" Team Sue exclaims, grasping Wang Yu's sleeve for confirmation. Wang Yu nods, pulling his sleeve back, nearly tearing it from Team Sue's grip, that if the collar were to rip, Wang Yu would find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Despite Wang Yu's unceremonious withdrawal, Team Sue remains undeterred, filled with joy, Communication is possible. The golden dog has acquiesced. This is indeed wonderful. Yet a moment of doubt strikes Team Sue. Could the golden dog have simply coincidentally barked twice? Did he misinterpret the golden dog's intent? Thus, Team Sue clarifies, if you agree, bark once. If not, bark twice, that I worry you may not have fully grasped my meaning. The stars, once again conveying the message to Dajin, who appeared perplexed. Humans indeed present a bit of a conundrum. Yet he mustered the courage to utter a sound, then fell silent, observing Team Sue intently. The wisdom reflected in Dajin's gaze confirmed Sue's suspicions. Ah, this is the realm of dogs, and humans reside here. Thus, by rounding off the numbers, it becomes a habitation of mankind. The population of humans in the urban area has always exceeded that of dogs. Although the apocalypse has led to a decline in the once densely populated human populace, the survivors still outnumber the dogs. Dogs can protect humans while humans strive to restore their pre-apocalyptic lives and production. This is indeed a reclamation of lost territory. Sue's foolish grin soon became a source of discomfort for those around him, with his team members turning away in dismay and Dajin exhibiting clear disdain. How peculiar it is for this human to smile. One might wonder why it provokes such a desire to strike him. Chapter 29. The prophet having confirmed the intentions of the dogs. Team Sue felt a surge of satisfaction, but he promptly called out to the humans in the adjacent buildings. It's settled. We've established communication. Let us commence building the base. Everyone can come out now. Henceforth, these extraordinary dogs will collaborate with us. Humans will serve the dogs, and in turn, the dogs will protect humans. Are there any leaders among you in the buildings? Those brave enough to step forward. Please join us for a discussion. For the survivors who had been observing from their windows, the unfolding situation became clear. It dawned upon them that these dogs were, in fact, the rightful rulers of this territory. They were to heed the dogs' directives. The inhabitants of the base remained confined within its walls, while the dogs roamed freely outside, battling zombies and claiming dominion over the land. Wasn't this a tad absurd? Before long, someone voiced their confusion. Wait, are you implying that this territory belongs to the dogs, and we must seek their approval to establish our base? This notion defied logic. Humans pride themselves on being superior beings, possessing exceptional intelligence and standing atop the biological hierarchy. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, it seemed that dogs had ascended above humans. One individual, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Is there something wrong with your base? We stated clearly that we intend to establish a base for humans, not for dogs. How can we, as humans, suddenly find ourselves subordinate to dogs?" Upon hearing this outburst, Dajin refrained from translating, but he noticed the humans were in distress. But he did not comprehend their words and offered no reaction. However, some team members from the base appear to be on the verge of losing their composure. It is essential to understand that, while it may seem lacking in resolve to rely on dogs for protection, this is the apocalypse. That in such times of upheaval, the transformation of flora and fauna is a natural occurrence. Finding a capable canine ally for protection is indeed a stroke of fortune. The base had previously dispatched search and rescue teams, comprising individuals whose lives were deemed less valuable. Those who were fortunate enough to be rescued were thoroughly vetted talents, capable of performing tasks with either remarkable strength or unwavering resolve. Among them were individuals with high intelligence, medical expertise, and, of course, a few second-generation offspring who had benefited from family connections to gain entry into the base. Whether rescued or not, each person was a valuable asset. No one's life was inherently more precious than another's. Those assigned to missions had faced zombies, endured viruses, and been pursued by zombie birds, braving the elements. Countless comrades have been permanently lost during missions, some even obliterated beyond recognition, perhaps transformed into the very monsters they fought against. It is not merely a matter of dogs protecting humans. It is a partnership founded on mutual benefit and shared survival. In the vicinity of the not yet established base, most of the zombies and zombie birds had been eliminated by the dogs. They had fought valiantly for this territory. Humans could not simply take it by force, as they lacked the combat prowess to do so. Even if the base were to issue orders to sacrifice lives to construct a central base, once established, they would still need to allocate personnel and resources to safeguard it and ensure the safety of the resident survivors. If the dogs desired to reclaim their territory, it would be an effortless task. as witnessed by a team member who had previously observed Dujin's combat abilities at the hospital. Moreover, should any fallen comrades be aware of the situation, they might well prefer to revere the dogs as their ancestors if it meant ensuring the safety of their families and loved ones. What, then, is the problem with treating dogs as one would a beloved pet in a pre-apocalyptic household? Grooming them, bathing them, and feeding them. What is so unacceptable about this? A team member inquired. You speak eloquently of a human base, but have you ever faced zombies? Have you encountered danger? Have you lost family or friends? Do you have any idea how many lives have perished here, or how many are at risk every moment? Your words seem rather trivial. The team member's taunts left the outspoken individual momentarily speechless. Indeed, everyone had remained confined within their homes, hesitant to venture outside, that a few audacious souls had attempted to seize the opportunity to explore, claiming they intended to visit the mall for a zero-cost shopping spree, only to vanish without a trace. The outside world was fraught with peril, and the base had repeatedly cautioned them through the channels. They understood the risks of remaining indoors. The team member continued, You can't even step outside, let alone cleanse the city or its center. Do you have any idea how many people reside in our urban area? Can you guess how many have transformed into zombies? The response from the team member was a face twisted in anger. Don't say so much. Just state that it's evident there are no zombies outside. So where is the danger? Besides, we possess wooden rifles, firebombs, bows, and an array of advanced weaponry. Are we truly incapable of defeating a pack of dogs? Are dogs not mere tools for humans? How have we come to a point where we must heed the words of tools? Listening to this individual, Sue sighed. Zombies have been eradicated by the dogs. Yet humans continue to be infected and transformed into zombies, which we cannot cleanse entirely. Yes, we possess advanced weaponry, but we have already witnessed instances of zombie evolution, rendering wooden bows ineffective. Moreover, we nearly perished during our last mission, saved only by the very dogs you disdain. The man took 2 steps back, yet his resolve remained unyielding. If dogs can kill zombies, then let us command the dogs to do so. Why should humans be subservient to dogs? Placing humans beneath dogs signifies what? Must we accept that in this apocalypse, humans are inferior to dogs? We, the taxpayers, contribute so much, yet see none of it benefiting the people. Instead, we observe you seeking out whom? Saving whom? The privileged second-generation offspring. You are merely rescuing those affluent capitalists. You hide comfortably within the Hope Base, yet every penny spent on constructing the Hope Base comes from our working class. This is exploitation. This is class oppression. Even in the apocalypse, soldiers should protect the populace. How can you merely confine us to our homes and expect us to isolate ourselves? Sue found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to this inquiry. When they received their mission, there had indeed been doubts about the individuals they were tasked to rescue. Many were from various professions, each a potential talent for the nation's future. Yet, what about their families and friends? What of the ordinary citizens? The number of soldiers was limited, and not many could undertake missions. Priority had to be given to those with value to the base. Rescue missions were urgent, leaving no time to save their own families first. If that were the case, could residents not be allowed to self-rescue, to drive themselves to the base? No, the base had a limited capacity and could not accommodate all survivors. Could they not take in a portion? No, for small groups attempting to migrate would invariably encounter danger, with outcomes usually resulting in tragedy. Moreover, should anyone attempt to flee, the resulting chaos would only snowball, escalating the number of refugees. A coordinated evacuation of the larger group would attract catastrophic dangers or provoke significant numbers of mutated survivors, leading to widespread casualties. This hypothesis was derived from the prophet's insights, from experimental results gathered in small batches, and from the current realities on the ground. As for who the prophet was and when prophecies were given, they were not privy to such information. Sue fell into contemplation, while Wang Yu, as a beneficiary of the rescue, found himself at a loss for words. Observing the silence from the crowd, Kuan Yin felt compelled to step forward. Previously jestingly referred to as Commissar, though not a true politician, he was nonetheless a trusted envoy of the base. In the face of such inquiries, he too had to clarify his position and stance. Kuan Yin surveyed the survivors in the nearby buildings, his gaze heavy with significance, as if the weight of his words pressed upon their shoulders. Over 10,000 years ago, humans began to domesticate dogs. Dogs have been steadfast companions to humans in hunting, and the collaboration between man and dog in procuring food dates back to the Neolithic era, setting a precedent. Although we humans once stood at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, this was merely a subjective perspective. Even before the apocalypse, there existed numerous unknown species of life, residing in the depths of the oceans or in realms we could not observe. Furthermore, we are no longer in a time of peace. We are in an apocalypse where flora and fauna are undergoing mutations. The willingness of dogs to trust humans and protect them is a testament to the bonds forged over millennia of domestication. In the pre-apocalyptic world, humans were the masters of dogs, primarily because we provided them with food, stable abodes, and the power to exert dominance. That it was through these means that we could claim to be the masters of dogs. Now, I urge you to reflect. What aspects of your current existence could possibly convince dogs to recognize you as their master? On what grounds? Due to your reliance on his protection, your ability to procure sustenance from the outside world. Can the ugly yet ambitious truly attain beauty? One must possess an irreplaceable role to be deemed valuable. This is the apocalypse, not a bygone era for the selective nature of saving lives. He Kuan Yin chuckled derisively. Indeed, soldiers bear the mission of safeguarding the populace. Yet when faced with the entirety of humanity against a mere fraction, prioritizing collective interests over individual ones is understandable. Do you grasp my meaning? Some were taken aback by his words, trembling as they inquired. What do you mean by prioritizing the greater good? Are we the forsaken few? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Can you not comprehend his intent? He Kuan Yin continued to smile. Yet the smile seemed to transform into a sculpted expression etched upon his visage, exuding an inexplicable sorrow that he articulated clearly. Do you believe we have not made attempts to save lives? Do you think our soldiers and armed forces merely exist to consume rations? If salvation were possible, would we allow everyone to self-isolate at home? Alas, alas, the extent of our capabilities is limited to this. The more we strive, the swifter the demise. The solution proffered by the prophet is to wait. The path of non-action offers a glimmer of hope that it is uncertain whether the base believe this. He Kuan Yin himself was once a skeptic. What purpose does waiting serve? To await death. The base remained ambivalent. Ultimately, in the experimental arrangement for evacuation zones and personnel, He Kuan Yin's family was included. Later, amidst the prophet's cold and weightless words. Amidst the rising smoke of blood and fire, amidst the ceaseless tide of the living dead and pollution's aberrations, amidst countless disappointments and flickering hopes, the more one does, the more one errs, the more lives are lost. Lives so precious, transforming into faded photographs and fluctuating numbers. His parents were among them. How laughable. He prided himself on materialism, asserting that science is the foremost productive force. The apocalypse, supernatural powers, the prophet. He disbelieved upon learning of an impending evacuation. He petitioned his superiors to bring his family to the base during the first large-scale retreat. Despite the implicit concerns expressed by his superior and the reminders of the prophet, he remained confidently blind, asserting, "I believe this is the best opportunity. Our military strength can safely escort residents to the base, ensuring their peace and stability. That I desire my family to be safe. Outside, they cannot compare to the security of the base." Before departing, when his father contacted him using a comrade's communication device, he expressed joy and nostalgia. "Little Yuan, you're remarkable. You must thank your colleague for specifically helping us evacuate to the base. Your mother is busy packing, constantly fretting over you, saying you must have lost weight. She is preparing to bring along the sausages you love. That it's all good. When the time comes, thank your colleague and leader." Don't be stingy with the sausages. What was he thinking at that moment? He felt elated, considering sausages trivial. Sharing them with his colleagues and leaders was of no consequence. After all, he had proposed this mission. However, the next task assigned by his superior was already confirmed and could not be altered. The request to rescue his parents had to be entrusted to his comrades. What was a sausage in the grand scheme? As long as he envisioned completing the task and returning home to find his parents safe, upon entering, his mother would call out, "Little Yuan, why are you so late? Is work exhausting?" as she served him warm, steaming dishes, including his beloved sausages. The family would lament at the dinner table about the rising costs of food at the base, pondering whether to cultivate their own vegetables. The illusion of an ideal life shattered before his eyes. He Kuan Yin maintained his unchanging smile, yet there seemed to be a glimmer of something crystalline that flickered in the corner of his eye. How could he know that the once inconsequential taste of sausages would only be a phantom in his dreams? That profound camaraderie, that bond of life and death with his comrades, would never be rekindled. And those incessant, caring murmurs, the concerned gazes of his parents that it was due to his arrogance, due to his nonchalance. That he questioned, why was it not he who paid the price with his life? It was, after all, his decision. Why must the innocent bear the consequences? Feng Zhao, keen-eyed, discerned the fleeting glimpse of what had crossed He Kuan Yuan's gaze, tears. Did He Kuan Yuan weep? Why did he cry, when the survivors above were rendered speechless by his responses? Feng Zhao contemplated asking, looking at his seemingly sorrowful comrade. Yet he held back. Perhaps it was not a matter fit for gossip. After the mutations, De Jin's exceptional vision allowed him to perceive the subtle expressions of humanity, and he naturally noticed the tears rolling down, yet it bore little relevance to him. He remained somewhat puzzled. Humanity had communicated for so long, yet the efficiency of their discourse was appallingly low. If not for the establishment of the base, he would remain indifferent. He merely wished to expand the operational area for the stars. A tiny, almost negligible longing for his mistress lingered within him, that De Jin yearned to venture out to find his mistress. It had been an eternity since he last saw her, and he felt profound sorrow. Chapter 30. April 18th Evacuation. He Kuan Yuan's grief went unspoken, and De Jin's sorrow remained unnoticed. The survivors within the building were left speechless by He Kuan Yuan's inquiries, and they were taken aback by the answers. What does it mean to have saved yet still be unable to save? Is it helplessness, or is it a more severe consequence? They dared not contemplate. If modern technology is rendered powerless, why would the soldiers at the base believe that a dog could assist them? At that moment, no one cared about the dignity of human-dog collaboration. After all, in harsh survival conditions, dignity is not the foremost concern. Survival is, suddenly, a choked female voice, heavy with emotion, broke the silence. You're referring to the evacuation on April 18th. Aren't you? Did my ex-husband and daughter make it to the base? This question unleashed a tempest of inquiries from the residents of the surrounding buildings. April 18, just about a week ago? There had been an evacuation. If lives could be spared, did that not imply that something had gone awry during that evacuation? The woman continued. Where are they? Did they reach the base safely? My daughter's name is Zhou Ruru. She is a 6-year-old girl with beautiful naturally curly hair. My ex-husband's name is Zhou Tian. How do you know them? Please tell me what happened to them. Her voice shifted from hopeful inquiry to a hoarse scream, nearly silencing everyone. That cry, heart-wrenching, was laced with profound fear and a flicker of waning hope. He Kuan Yuan remained silent, closing his eyes as he asked. The evacuation was a covert operation. How did you come to know? Zhou Ruru's mother, desperate to ascertain the safety of her daughter and ex-husband, hurriedly replied, Zhou Tianhao is a radio enthusiast. He once taught me how to communicate via radio. He said he and our daughter were among the first to evacuate and advised me to prepare as well. Afterward, I tried to contact him again, but I could no longer reach him. Was it that the base obstructed the signals? What answered her was He Kuan Yuan's sorrowful smile. They are gone, all gone. Zhou Ruru's mother, still filled with hope, asked, Has the signal obstruction been lifted? Can I reach them now? Team leader Su quickly intervened to stop He Kuan Yuan from speaking further, interjecting, I apologize. We have been on missions outside and are unaware of the specifics of the evacuation. They should be safe and sound, as he concluded. Even team leader Su could not suppress the unease that crept into his voice. Among the crowd, some perceptive individuals gleaned insights from the expressions exchanged. Zhou Ruru's mother may or may not have grasped the situation. She merely repeated, Where are they? Where are they safe? It seemed she partially understood, yet also engaged in self-deception, rejecting reality while clinging to the minuscule desire for comforting words. Xingxing looked up, pondering what transpired on April 18, as she tugged at De Jin's sensitive flesh. Wishing to inquire about the situation, De Jin, agitated by the tugging, leapt about, spinning in circles and with a tone of dissatisfaction. Softly whined at Xingxing, that it was as if a stern parent was being playfully teased by a mischievous child, feeling both anger and helplessness, yet lovingly ruffling the child's face with a gentle warning. Do not let this happen again. The stars are not afraid. De Jin is the best, that De Jin treats even the fierce ones lightly, as if they were mere confections, delicate enough to be harmed by a gentle breeze. Star directly inquired about the events of that day. Faced with Star's question, Dejin lacked a clear concept of time and date, and Star was equally uncertain about today's date. Thus, Star's inquiry was framed as follows. After Dejin grew larger. During the time before today, had there been any significant events, particularly those that resulted in many people leaving their homes? Dejin shook his head. His territory had never been this vast before. He had to care for the naive and fragile Star, leaving him no time to venture outside. Only after Star fell did he realize, almost imperceptibly, that his domain seemed to be expanding, and he had yet to fully comprehend its extent, as he had not even managed to make a complete round of it. After all, Dejin had to consider Star's sleep, ensuring he did not stray too far. He had hardly ventured out and had not encountered the female owner. There was simply no time to concern himself with humans, and he did not recall seeing many of them emerge from their homes. There should have been more humans than those currently present, yet very few had actually come out. Dejin hesitated, turning to glance at Star, indicating that one day, the filth on the streets had suddenly diminished. With a pungent odor and a tremendous noise emanating from a distant place, Dejin, intent on caring for Star, had no time to investigate the commotion and was unaware of what had transpired. Dogs possess a sense of smell and hearing far more acute than that of humans, and it is possible that these faculties had further developed after the mutations. Thus, what Dejin could hear and smell might not be perceived by the humans nearby. At that time, Star was likely still asleep, not startled by the sounds or smells, so it was Dejin's exceptional senses. Wait, Star suddenly recalled something. Would she snore at night? There were numerous people moving and talking within a building, alongside the sounds of zombie birds soaring and attacking, as well as the foul odor of decaying zombies outside. Moreover, the scent of milk, which she herself could detect while being close to Dejin, was something Dejin could tolerate. Truly, Dejin was remarkable. During the process of communicating with the survivors, after disclosing two significant pieces of bad news, the survivors' demeanor visibly softened, and they sent forth representatives. From various floors, some individuals descended using ropes, some just one or two, while others had a dozen or more, clumsily making their way down. Dejin found their awkward movements rather painful to behold and decided to employ a small trick. As those descending let go of the ropes, they realized they seemed to be gently floating down as if suspended by an invisible parachute. Upon reaching the ground, they remained incredulous. Was this descent so effortless? Was it due to special abilities? Someone directly inquired of Su Team. Is there someone among you aiding our descent? How impressive. Su Team, witnessing the individuals floating down, offered an awkward smile. It's not us. It seemed Su Team turned to the indifferent Dejin. It's a dog. A dog with special abilities? The crowd was momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you. Can dogs understand? Fortunately, other team members interjected, reminding everyone that time was of the essence. The Su Team reflected that they had already delayed for too long and urged everyone to finish quickly, for they still needed to acquire diesel. And once they had sufficient fuel, they would embark on the lengthy journey back to the base. They began discussions with the representatives of the survivors within the building. The survivors extended beyond the few buildings before them. What if humans could not reach a consensus internally? Then they would continue to isolate at home, inquiring how rational individuals would choose, planning to include areas with unanimous agreement while excluding those with dissent. Would the dogs go back on their word? This possibility could not be discounted. Yet objectively speaking, the previously proposed plan offered close protection, patrols, and the freedom for dogs to roam and potentially intervene at any moment. The adoption system provided triple protection, while others received double protection. Under normal circumstances, the risk was minimal. Subjectively, the entire canine population maintained a relatively friendly attitude towards humans. The dog leader even cared for an infant, which in terms of actions rather than intentions could be deemed trustworthy. Moreover, there were no other options available, should they continue confinement. Were there any relevant talents for establishing the base, such as civil engineers or urban planners? There were indeed, and even if none were available now, could it be that other city residents lacked expertise in that area? What about materials? Construction materials? Should they collect and distribute resources uniformly within the base later on? This was not advisable. Firstly, this was a city dominated by dogs, and humans should not overestimate their own importance, attempting to vie for power before any work had even commenced. Secondly, without the might to suppress. Any forced action could easily lead to conflict, and dogs would merely observe such internal disputes without taking sides. Thirdly, if resource production had not resumed, and if the gap in resources became too vast, leading to unmet distribution demands, the notion of internal revolt would be laughable. Various scenarios, conflicts, and concerns were sequentially raised, with the crowd offering suggestions, either accepting or refuting them. Once a consensus was reached on the overarching direction, Sioux team stated that the future of establishing the base was now in the hands of the gathered individuals. They drove off in military trucks. After all, if they did not leave soon, it would be too late. Chapter 31. Resignation. The establishment of the base and the collaboration with DeJean and his pack of dogs had been determined. Naturally, humans would not regard their so-called pride as valuable when the conditions were evidently beneficial to them. By positioning themselves correctly, matters began to fall into place. DeJean brought Star to command the dogs he wished to choose to guard humans, signaling those willing to adopt dogs to step forward and await selection. After several rounds of clumsy communication, the humans began to grasp the situation. However, the sudden prospect of leaving the protective shelter they had been cautioned against, their own homes, left many feeling anxious and opting not to proceed. Consequently, only a small number of individuals, either previous pet owners or those willing to take risks, stepped forward to accept the dog's choices, hoping to become the protected ones. Among them was a single mother holding an infant, and another who, upon stepping outside, shouted to the group of dogs, calling for the one she had previously released. "Yu Tiao, are you there? If so, come here." Additionally, there were those remaining silent, clearly worried yet attempting to maintain their composure. Star surveyed the scene. Regardless of their expressions, none appeared dissatisfied, resentful, or disdainful towards the dogs. At the very least, they were all sensible that no foul faces were visible. If anyone were to eat with a scowl and then cast their bowl aside in anger, they would likely not be individuals in need of canine protection. Such individuals who possessed a strong spirit could protect themselves. Although humans might attempt to signal dogs, many of the dogs likely would not pay them any heed. However, the dogs were willing to collaborate with humans, motivated by their inherent inclination to assist and recognizing that their strength would significantly benefit human survival in the future. It is essential to acknowledge that. In this respect, dogs held the dominant position. If humans relied on dogs for protection while simultaneously treating them poorly, berating them, or undermining their worth, then the dog's protective efforts would be akin to offering their warmth to a cold backside. Star shook her head. She did not wish to witness such a scenario. DeJean was her guardian, whom she respected and cherished, and she hoped that others would share this friendly relationship with the fortunate dogs chosen to protect them. Rather than viewing the cooperation as a means for dogs to become mere tools for human benefit, Star had initiated the dog's inclination to assist humans, with DeJean agreeing and facilitating the arrangement, while the other dogs obeyed their leader-esque commands, participating in the mission of saving and protecting humans. However, if this endeavor required sacrificing the dogs as mere instruments, Star would rather abandon the collaboration. Star gently pressed her delicate face against DeJean's warm body, her clear eyes reflecting an incongruous maturity and vulnerability. Soon, the dogs chosen to assist humans joyfully approached their selected human companions. Of course, there were also those humans who had been chosen by multiple dogs, such as Wang Demei, an avid pet owner. Not misunderstand. He is male. Previously, after numerous reports of mutated animals harming humans, Wang Demei was compelled to release his 3 longtime companions amidst strong protests from the residents of his building. Fortunately, aside from one who had wandered off and perhaps met an unfortunate fate, the other 2 steadfastly chose him. Wang Demei had been heartbroken when he released the 3 dogs, ensuring each was well fed before their departure, fearing they might starve outside. He even affixed 5 kilograms of dog food around each of their necks. This earned them the title of dogs with self-supplied rations within the canine community. Both dogs chose Wang Demei, their original owner, and a few others, curious about their former owner, also joined in selecting him. Compared to other humans who mustered the courage to step forward but received nothing, Wang Demei was undeniably the winner of this moment, encircled by the dogs that had chosen him. Other humans murmured, "Is this fair?" Star was somewhat curious about the humans selected by the dogs and wished for DeJean to approach them. DeJean took a glance and smiled, his mouth slightly opened, seemingly revealing a smile. "Were not 2 of the 3 dogs that came with provisions among those chosen? It turns out they're their master. No wonder so many dogs have chosen him." Upon taking a closer sniff, There lingers a certain aroma surrounding Wang Damei, and it seems that she possesses a certain charm that is not unappealing, at least in the eyes of Dajin. This human appears more agreeable than others that, of course, she cannot compare to the stars. This illustrates that the majority of selected humans are chosen for a reason, not to mention Wang Damei's ability to win the affection of numerous dogs. Among the remaining candidates, a single mother courageously cradling her infant has been rewarded with the guardianship of a Pomeranian, justified by the fact that it loves to play with children, just as she wishes to raise a child like her eldest. An elderly woman living alone has also received a scruffy farm dog that tentatively approaches her, to which she responds with a warm pat on the head, undeterred by its unkempt appearance. There is also a burly man with a haughty demeanor, who is surprisingly called upon by a corgi, which jumps into his arms while barking excitedly. Naturally, while some bask in delight, others are left feeling despondent. After all, where there are winners, there must also be losers. Whether one is chosen by a dog seems to depend entirely on the dog's whims, rendering humans in a position of selection at a disadvantage. And the most feared fate of all is to be overlooked entirely. Consequently, someone ventures to suggest, should there be a limit on the number of dogs one person can have? Isn't an excessive waste of resources. Many who were not chosen by dogs glance pointedly at Wang Damei, while a few others are selected by 2 or 3 dogs. Yet, with Wang Damei's impressive tally, others seem to pale in comparison. It is said she must have attracted at least a dozen. If Wang Damei were allowed to choose only one dog, would that not leave the remaining dozen for others? The few leaders among the humans who had been selected remained silent, casting their gaze toward Dajin, seeking to understand the dog's leader's intent. The Dajin's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, and Xingxing grasped the unspoken sentiments of those who had been overlooked. A concern over resource wastage. Humans still unconsciously objectify the dogs, treating them as tools. However, that individual did not appear to harbor ill intent, merely displaying a hint of grievance, jealousy, and resentment. Yet, this is the dog's choice. Dajin merely observed, and Xingxing did not convey the human's thoughts, feeling no compulsion to interfere with the dogs. After all, many of those chosen by the dogs could have conflicts in future interactions, and if the dogs could no longer tolerate such, they could terminate their guardianship at any time. Just as an employee could resign on the spot. What? A 30-day notice. Forget about the paycheck. One can leave whenever they wish. Dogs do not receive pay. After all, they can come and go as they please. However, if they are headed to the base, the dogs will at least fulfill their responsibility to ensure they are safely delivered before resigning. Chapter 32. The kitten's many dogs, driven by momentary curiosity, have chosen humans in a whimsical fashion. Xingxing has no intention of intervening. Ultimately, one must be strong in spirit that if the bond is close enough and the dogs feel sufficiently friendly and familiar, most should be willing to have a dedicated caretaker. Xingxing's stomach growled with hunger, and upon hearing it, Dajin ceased to concern himself with the matters at hand, gesturing to the dogs before swiftly departing like the wind. Humans, this is so difficult. I hope the base's dogs and their leader leave soon. Is the gathering to disperse before even gaining momentum? Many dogs followed Dajin's departure, but still, a significant number lingered, wagging their tails at their chosen humans, their gazes meeting in what felt like a connection with sentient beings. Abilities, how wonderful! Do animals possess abilities too? Not quite. The selected humans returned home with their guardian dogs. While elsewhere, animals without mutations were wailing in despair that on their way back, Dajin and Xingxing seemed to catch a scent, hesitating momentarily. Xingxing noticed and curiously stirred beside Dajin. Dajin glanced in that direction, and upon observing Dajin's unusual reaction, Xingxing pointed it out for a closer look that it was fine to delay dinner. Dajin paused, then quickened his pace towards the source. Soon, feeling that he wasn't fast enough, Dajin appeared to float above the ground, gliding as if riding on clouds. Before long, Dajin sensed that buildings were obstructing his progress and levitated directly towards a specific direction. Xingxing was puzzled, sensing Dajin's urgency. What was happening? Dajin moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at a desolate ruin. Xingxing surveyed the surroundings, determining it to be an unfamiliar place, as if they had traveled quite a distance. Mew, mew, the faint cries of small creatures echoed, and Xingxing leaned forward curiously. Unable to see anything, Dajin, with a serious expression, advanced, clearing debris from their path. Finally, Xingxing caught sight of them. Mew, Mew so small and fragile, 3 tiny kittens huddled together, crying out pitifully. Their mother lay in a corner with a hind leg nearly severed, blackened and twisted, seemingly at the end of her life, yet still striving to crawl out for help. Her kittens, born not long ago, were left motherless. How would they survive? Upon hearing Dajin's footsteps approach, the mother cat could no longer hold on and breathe her last. Dajin looked at the 3 abandoned kittens left behind. Cats and dogs have always been natural enemies, and Xingxing widened her eyes at the 3 small, crying creatures. A calico, a tortoiseshell, and a solid-colored one. Were they kittens? So pitiful. But could dogs adopt cats? Moreover, Xingxing noticed that these kittens were evidently devoid of any abilities, appearing to be the same size as before the apocalypse. How could such frail creatures survive in a post-apocalyptic world? And why were the dogs under Dajin's care all mutated? Was it possible that dogs and cats had different constitutions, with dogs more prone to evolution while cats and humans were less so? Xingxing absent-mindedly stroked Dajin's golden fur, feeling its warmth and comfort. She believed Dajin had not come all this way merely to eliminate rival kittens. Xingxing shook her head, refusing to believe that Dajin could be such a dog that would ruthlessly eradicate kittens. However, what are the cats adopted by Dajin? Suddenly, a thought struck Xingxing. Why must the dog army consist solely of dogs? Could it not be renamed the animal army? Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, Dajin used his abilities to dig a grave for the mother cat. He then took the kittens back home with Xingxing. The tiny kittens cried pitifully into the wind, mewing as if mourning their deceased mother, or perhaps expressing their anxiety over an uncertain future. Dajin was concerned that the kittens might harm Xingxing, so he kept them suspended beside him at a height of about 40 to 50 centimeters, running swiftly against the strong winds. Upon reaching home, Dajin first prepared milk powder for Xingxing, who gulped it down while simultaneously observing how Dajin treated the 3 kittens. The kittens were still very small, curled up and barely the size of an adult's palm. It seemed they had cried excessively during the journey. The wind had offered them no shelter, and the rapid gusts had stolen away their precarious warmth. Exhausted from their cries, they could only huddle together, timidly relying on one another. Dajin hesitated, glancing at the 3 kittens, and pushed his dog food bowl towards them. The kittens seemed to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma and began to meow eagerly. Dajin simply tossed the kittens into the bowl, where they struggled amidst the dog food, but did not eat. Xingxing exclaimed, "Oh no! The kittens are not yet ready for solid food. They need milk." She shook her milk bottle to signal Dajin. Dajin understood immediately, glanced at Xingxing's bottle, and shook his head. Dajin refused to give Xingxing's bottle to the kittens. It belonged to Xingxing. He wouldn't share it. After sizing up the 3 kittens, Dajin retrieved a shallow dish, prepared a serving of milk using Xingxing's milk powder, and brought the 3 kittens to the dish. Sensing the milk's fragrance, the kittens ceased their cries and struggled to move their feeble hind legs. Crawling, crawling! At last, the fastest one buried its head into the milk, drinking furiously. Xingxing watched in a daze, shaking her milk bottle to compare it with the milk the kittens were drinking. They seemed the same. Would there be any issue? Oh well. In this apocalypse, it was already a blessing to have something to eat. The 3 kittens buried their heads in the milk, their faces drenched, compared to starving to death. Being full was undoubtedly the priority. The way they devoured the milk was nothing short of gluttonous, forcing Dajin to refill the milk repeatedly, lest the sounds of the kittens' cries echo in protest. Xingxing observed the kittens' bellies swelling to the brink of bursting and quickly urged Dajin to stop feeding them. Dajin hesitated, looking perplexed, but due to Xingxing's insistence, he allowed the kittens' protest to continue unabated. The kittens, oblivious to their fullness, were driven by their hunger and would eat without stopping as long as there was food available. Xingxing feared that if the 3 kittens were not just fed, but overfed, it would lead to disastrous consequences. As time passed imperceptibly, the collaboration between dogs and humans, along with the establishment of community areas and enclosures, gradually unfolded. Each time Xingxing ventured out with Dajin, changes became evident at some unknown point. Many relatively tranquil neighborhoods became populated with people moving about. Some were accompanied by dogs, while others roamed without canine guardians. Yet sporadically, one would encounter dogs wandering the streets, with most people carrying loose dog treats, readily offering them to any dog that showed no aversion. Occasionally, a frantic pack of dogs would dash past, racing through one street and then another like the wind. Some individuals opened their shops, beginning to sell homemade pet toys, while others cooked food, attracting a horde of dogs that gathered at the entrance, stealthily awaiting the bemused shopkeeper's offerings. After suffering considerable losses of food, the shopkeeper received earnest returns from the dogs, such as supply packages from the base, a sack of rice bearing tooth marks from dogs that had dragged it over, and piles of colorful fabric. Others busied themselves with clearing the streets, burying the fallen remnants and ruins, which had been cleansed of filth by fire or electricity, deep into the earth. The city began to revive. The once seemingly indelible stench gradually dissipated. However, with the influx of people, many learned through various channels that as long as one had not turned into a zombie, the pollution could be eradicated with the help of the dog leaders. In no time, Dajin's neighborhood became overcrowded. That it should be noted that Dajin is a dog eager to assist. If he senses any filth within his vicinity, he feels unsafe and is compelled to eliminate it. The notion of eradicating half of filth for free spread like wildfire. After all, Dajin's acts of heroism were hardly secretive. Xingxing counted on her fingers that he had saved the downstairs aunt's husband. He had rescued Sue and his team from the Hope Base. He had even saved numerous individuals afflicted by filth from the Hope Base. Later, Dajin encountered several humans who were aware of their own contamination and could not resist extending a helping paw. Over there, amidst the anguish of parting, a large man wiped his tears and choked out. Yuan, Yuan, Daddy is fine. You live well with Aunt Zhang. Daddy is off to battle monsters, and when I finish, I'll be back. The gaping wound on his body oozed an ominous gray-black hue. His veins bulged, appearing on the brink of transformation as he shouted, "Get away, you all! Yuan, Yuan, I entrust you to them." People wailed, "Zhangge, hold on. Didn't they say some could endure?" Dajin passed by, noting the noise and the foul stench. Filth, with an unremarkable entrance and a swift cleansing. Zhangge, clutching what seemed to be a healing wound, foolishly asked, "Am I dreaming?" Dajin, amidst the rigid, sorrowful, and bewildered gazes of the crowd, appeared from the light only to vanish just as suddenly. As fleeting as the wind, he left behind a multitude of legends. That dog can detoxify. Yes, detoxify. No more fear of zombie poison. It's a golden creature. I believe it's a dog. Is it the dog that collaborates with us humans? It looks so large, like a lion. Regardless, it was our lifeline. Especially after people discovered that those scratched and injured by zombies were healed by the golden dog. Some even developed abilities. Although initially weak, their resistance to the virus increased, and having an ability was akin to receiving something for free, whether it was the peculiar zombie virus or some other influence. Xingxing grew wildly, akin to the rapid growth of 3 little kittens, and before long, she could stand and stumble a few steps. She could even utter halting Mandarin in her soft, unrefined voice. Chapter 33. A mixture of comfort and bittersweetness. What was once Dajin's territory gradually transformed into a self-sufficient base. Many within the base received the protection of their designated dogs, while some brave souls ventured out to explore further areas. Initially, as humans emerged from their homes, many could not resist transporting supplies back, while others, with malicious intent, targeted isolated neighbors. Where there was wrongdoing, there was resistance, and some acted heroically. The dogs, witnessing the internal human conflicts, could only wag their tails in confusion, remaining uninvolved in the chaotic initial stages of newfound freedom. The dogs were puzzled, bewildered, and unable to comprehend. Many dogs, weary of the turmoil, opted to relinquish their human protection and instead became patrol guardians. Others, having received the news belatedly, joyfully returned to seek out their former owners. Woof, woof, woof! The unusual barking resonated beneath the buildings, as an eager elderly woman's voice called from a window, "Furry child! Hurry, hurry, see if our furry child has come back." Her son promptly leaned out to look. It seemed to be a Labrador, though they were uncertain if it belonged to them. The dog, now larger and seemingly transformed, sensed its owner's head peeking out and joyfully leaped up, spinning in circles while barking. The son instinctively called out, "Furry child, is that you?" The response was immediate, "Woof." It appeared that the Labrador recognized its name, barking back every time the son called. This commotion aroused the curiosity of other neighbors, many of whom rushed outside, eager to win the dog's favor. The elderly woman and her son hastily descended to greet their beloved furry companion, managing to stay upright despite the enthusiastic welcome. Others could only watch as the elderly woman took her furry child home, returning disheartened after witnessing the reunion. IT was no wonder they were so eager. Word had spread that if a dog wished to choose its preferred human or family, it would call out in its chosen area, and when humans emerged, it would begin the selection process. Those chosen would become dedicated canine companions, protected when venturing out and aided in resource hunting by the dog's keen sense of smell. Moreover, they all understood that the dog leaders were the ones capable of dispelling zombie poison, that if one established a good relationship with the dog, seeking help in times of danger would be easier. Additionally, the soon-to-be-established self-sufficient base seemed to be recruiting humans protected by dogs to explore relatively unsafe areas for resources that IT was said that dog protection was quite secure, offering both a fixed salary and commissions. Furthermore, in the unfortunate event of infection by the zombie virus, there was a chance to call upon Dajin for assistance in detoxification. Dajin's detoxification was not merely cleansing, it was detoxification plus evolution, with healing wounds as a secondary benefit. Most importantly, there was a high probability of gaining abilities. Dajin forever. Even if one could not access the greatest benefits, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food. This meant a life of relative security. Even if they couldn't enjoy delicacies, there would still be an income, far better than sitting idly until resources ran dry and resorting to desperate measures. Indeed, people now knew Dajin's name, thanks in no small part to Xingxing, whose growth progression was unclear, but who could speak Mandarin. In the past, people have bestowed upon Dajin various names, such as Golden Retriever, Lion King, Big Dog, and even the absurd Super Dog and Ultraman, with all manner of whimsical titles. Yet the simple name Dajin had once been obscure. Over time, it gradually spread, with the formation of the new base. Numerous developments emerged alongside several lurking hazards. Firstly, the trend of venturing outside was not universally accepted. On one hand, many brave individuals, witnessing friendly interactions between humans and dogs, promptly opened their doors to step outside through pipes, ropes, or various means. On the other hand, many self-proclaimed wise individuals barricaded themselves at home, believing that no one could persuade them otherwise. There were those who acted madly, those who felt despair, those who burned with passion, those who were anxious, those who languished, and those who rose to action. The world seemed to unveil its diverse facets. The beginning was chaotic, with many scrambling for resources. Some sought to maintain order, some attempted to pilfer, and others wanted to flee when the situation turned dire. The establishment of the self-sufficient base was both arduous and smooth. The difficulty lay in the absence of coercive force. Everyone had their own opinions, and obedience, compliance, and docility seemed to have been suppressed to the extreme during the prolonged confinement of the apocalypse, leading to a backlash. There was no organization, no discipline, and no rules or moral regulations. The smoothness stemmed from the fact that people ultimately achieved self-sufficiency. Humans, it seems, can always bloom a splendid and trembling flower from the mire, one that is too beautiful to extinguish. Life knows no dead ends, and humanity is no different. Finally, wise individuals stepped forward to restore order. After discussions, humans established an organization, dividing it into 3 branches. Point 1 was the Dog Alliance, composed of humans chosen by dogs. Not every chosen individual became a member, but only those selected could join the Dog Alliance. That if a dog abandoned them, their membership would be automatically revoked. Responsible for voting on various significant matters, each individual casts 1 vote. Should the dogs express opposition, the vote shall be rendered null and void. Secondly, there exists a human committee tasked with adjudicating legalities, humanitarian issues, and miscellaneous disputes, which oversees various street committees, property management companies, and village committees. This committee is responsible for coordinating various judgments and establishing reward and punishment systems related to matters concerning humans within the base. Thirdly, there is the Financial and Construction Committee, which manages all affairs related to supplies, economic expenditures, and construction, including but not limited to distributing basic supply packages, collecting and safeguarding daily acquired resources, organizing personnel and equipment for the resumption of production and daily activities, as well as developing the outer urban areas of the base and addressing the welfare of the protective dogs. The aforementioned points reflect the initial establishment of a self-sufficient base, with individuals roughly proposing a policy of decentralization. Regarding the first point, many hold dissenting opinions. The communication barrier between dogs and humans raises concerns about allowing dogs to dictate the future of the base, which seems rather unreliable. However, the fact that Dajin is indifferent to affairs does not imply that other dogs are equally inclined to work for humans for free. Indeed, in this apocalyptic context, the probability of canine evolution and extraordinary abilities far surpasses that of humans at this juncture. It is humans who require the assistance of dogs, not the other way around. Under the supply-demand dynamic, the status of dogs is relatively elevated. So, why do the majority of dogs willingly heed the gene's perspective and assist humans? The allure of food is undeniable. Much like a human's first taste of instant noodles, delicious at first. Yet who would wish to subsist solely on instant meals, with delectable three-course meals available? Who would choose to consume fast food daily? Additionally, grooming, bathing, drying, and the emotional value derived from human admiration contribute to this dynamic. Stray dogs, pet dogs, and rural Chinese dogs are all aware of the benefits of having an owner. Now that dogs have risen in status, many still nostalgically yearn for their former caretakers, helping humans to reclaim the homes they miss. Is this not appealing? Furthermore, this is not a plea for refuge. It is a quintessential homecoming, a triumphant return for the dogs. As for the existence of the Dog Alliance, it was originally dubbed the Mutual Aid Association by humans. But under the fervent insistence of an unnamed border collie, it was renamed the Dog Alliance to more intuitively reflect the value of dogs. This is no mere pretense. Intelligent dogs capable of understanding the majority of human language have been chosen to lead. They seek not grand contributions, but merely to avoid being deceived by humans. Humans, one would presume, lack the audacity to deceive. Should they be discovered to have been duped, the most they can expect is a collective canine strike. A test of wills. In this scenario, responsibility systems have been established across various neighborhoods. While the protection of dogs is undoubtedly commendable, humans cannot settle into complacency. Each district should also seek out individuals with extraordinary abilities or skills, such as archers or slingshot enthusiasts, to provide a certain level of patrol. The steel columns previously constructed by Dejin have now found their purpose. Humans stationed atop these columns have even managed to secure an uncrushed vehicle, fortifying it further. With the assistance of specific abilities, patrol groups have ascended to the summit of the tower, attempting to gain a broader perspective. Of course, initially, this task was met with trepidation, being isolated atop a tower, unable to ascend or descend, while having to proactively confront potentially hostile zombies or zombie birds was daunting. That if the tower's defenses proved inadequate or the ascent and descent were unstable, the risks seemed to overshadow the rewards. Consequently, many later lamented, realizing it was indeed a trivial occupation in this new era. Although humans were positioned above for precautionary measures, it is well known that the auditory and olfactory senses of dogs far exceed those of humans. From a lofty perch, a human might spot a menacing creature only to witness a mischievous dog leap from the rooftop, swatting a zombie bird to the ground with ease. Meanwhile, the dog, having leapt from the rooftop, appears to frolic and patrol casually, much to the astonishment of onlookers and patrollers at the tower. How should one articulate this? It is both reassuring and poignant. Humans are so fragile, while dogs exhibit remarkable strength. Unbelievable. Chapter 34. The Great Translocation. In summary, the self-sufficient base gradually takes shape amidst this farcical chaos. People are able to venture out, work, and enjoy leisure, creating value through productive labor, thus instigating a notable change in their lives. Many believe this is far superior to remaining confined at home in fear. Meanwhile, the journey back to the Hope Base is proving less than fortuitous for Sue's team. One day, as time pressed on, they felt compelled to hasten their return to the base to report on the progress of their mission, especially considering the peculiar mutations they had observed in plants at Sue, accompanied by dozens of patients recovering from severe illness. Along with his team and Wu Jinxiao's group, successfully replenished their diesel supplies and prepared several barrels for their vehicle. As they prepared to depart, Feng Zhao approached exuberantly, proclaiming that his great translocation ability was once again at his disposal. The others exchanged puzzled glances, curious about this claim. Feng Zhao referred to his ability as the Great Translocation. After a period of recuperation, he felt his powers had returned. Moments ago, the cool-down period had elapsed, allowing him to use it once more. Datsu nodded in affirmation, confirming the status of Feng Zhao's abilities. Feng Zhao scratched his head, explaining that his power could now be utilized effectively once a day. However, should the volume of transported goods be excessively large, such as during the previous large-scale transfer of hospital equipment, it might lead to overexertion of his abilities, necessitating a recovery period of approximately 3 days. Today, it had been nearly 3 days, 72 hours, to be precise. As for why Feng Zhao brought this up, he sheepishly smiled, casting a glance at the supplies available at the gas station. Primarily, they were considering diesel and gasoline supplies. While the base undoubtedly has a significant stockpile, it is insufficient when distributed among the populace. Requests for supplies during missions are often met with stinginess. Feng Zhao saw this as an opportunity to gather some resources to take back with him. After all, this is the Gene's territory. Would the dogs impede their efforts? Ultimately, these fuels are perceived as noxious and polluting to the dogs, who cannot consume or drink them, rendering them uninterested as for the energy sources used for driving, generating electricity, or other human concerns. The dogs are indifferent, proclaiming, "We possess powers that allow us to run faster than vehicles. Why would we bother with something so foul and cumbersome?" Moreover, perhaps the Gene's attitude has influenced his underlings. As the surrounding dogs generally exhibit little interest in provoking humans, Feng Zhao and his companions began gathering supplies. Nearby dogs merely observed, without any inclination to interfere. Many dogs ignored them entirely, behaving as though they were invisible. This arrangement seems to please the individuals at the Hope Base. The dogs, acting as voluntary guardians, instinctively eliminate threats such as zombies and zombie birds, displaying little interest in humans, neither assisting nor obstructing them. This is indeed beneficial, effectively aiding humans in clearing obstacles without expectation of reward. As they traveled, they systematically collected various resources, food, drink, and other useful items, while only a few curious dogs watched the humans curiously, showing no signs of involvement. Their apparent indifference clearly signaled tacit approval for the humans to take a certain quantity of supplies. However, as Su observed the substantial reserves of gasoline and diesel that Feng Zhao seemed eager to acquire, he felt somewhat apprehensive. After all, Feng Zhao was eyeing not just a barrel or two, but entire fuel tankers. It appeared that this gas station was intended to replenish its fuel reserves. Unfortunately, just as the apocalypse loomed, the fuel tankers had arrived but were unable to transfer their contents to the underground storage in a timely manner. While most people adhered to official directives by remaining at home and observing containment measures, a few employees remained on site. Yet, among the scant personnel present, it was unclear why they failed to transfer the fuel from the tankers to the underground storage, merely allowing the tankers to remain parked in the gas station lot. Theoretically, there should have been someone overseeing this operation. Nevertheless, despite the noise made by Su and his team as they maneuvered the fuel tankers, they encountered no sign of human presence. Had the gas station staff sensed impending danger and fled in disarray? Returning to their homes, the gas station, aside from the external fuel pumps, was equipped with a small convenience store-like structure. The area is neither too large nor too small. It essentially houses a convenience store selling snacks and maintenance products for vehicles. Captain Su observes the convenience store at the gas station, its entrance cluttered with various debris, suggesting that it has been previously barricaded. Amidst the obstructive materials, a crooked path appears to have been cleared, hinting that someone may have briefly lingered there before moving on. Zhang Chong strains to see inside, but the obstructive items undoubtedly obscure his view. Nevertheless, Captain Su considers the act of taking the fuel truck a bit excessive. If there are still people in charge here, it would be prudent to communicate and obtain their understanding before requisitioning any supplies. Moreover, although they had enjoyed a complimentary breakfast at the hotel, it was now nearly afternoon and everyone's stomachs were growling with hunger. They had hoped to find something to eat along the way, but their priority was to find diesel, given that gas stations typically offer a variety of snacks and light refreshments. They resolved not to waste time and to procure both fuel and food at the gas station. Fuel acquisition was straightforward. No need to enter the building, as they could siphon it directly into their tanks or containers. However, food was predominantly located within the convenience store, necessitating entry into the premises. Compared to the outdoors, the unfamiliar indoor environment instilled a sense of unease. Who could say if it had been inhabited before, or if any humans had transformed into zombies lurking in the shadows, waiting for an unsuspecting visitor to enter and meet their demise? Wu Jinxiao, emboldened by his unique ability, volunteered to investigate the situation. Captain Su acquiesced. That Wu Jinxiao's comrades, seemingly proud of him, patted his shoulders and offered words of encouragement, causing Wu Jinxiao's face to flush with excitement. He ventured inside alone, while the others stood solemnly at the door. Ready for anything, in mere seconds, Wu Jinxiao emerged, his face ashen. Someone inquired, "Is it dangerous?" Wu Jinxiao covered his mouth as if to suppress nausea, but shook his head to indicate that there was no danger. Wang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a sudden bout of cleanliness, and he took several steps back as the crowd surged into the room, perplexed by what had caused Wu Jinxiao's pallor. Wang Yu remained still as a statue, retreating another 3 steps. Captain Su, initially eager to enter, found himself unable to squeeze through the throng of curious onlookers and could only wait outside to comfort the startled Wu Jinxiao. He too was baffled. What could have so frightened Wu Jinxiao? It was worth noting that Wu Jinxiao was not easily intimidated. He had once confronted a pack of wild beasts despite being uncertain of his own abilities. Along their journey through the apocalypse, they had encountered numerous corpses, both human and animal, littering the roadside. Grotesque scenes that they could only look away from. That Wu Jinxiao's comrades had all expressed their inability to bear such sights. But he had been unfazed, reassuring those who felt nauseated that it was a normal reaction, one they would have to adapt to in this new world. When questioned about his courage, Wu Jinxiao had appeared puzzled, attributing it to his experience with apocalyptic video games, suggesting that he had become desensitized to similar scenarios. The others readily acknowledged that Wu Jinxiao was undoubtedly a foolhardy individual. But could the realm of games truly mirror reality? And now, this foolhardy figure entered with a rosy complexion only to emerge with a ghastly pallor. Was he truly a chameleon? What had transpired within? Curiosity mingled with fear, and some remained indifferent. What calamity could possibly befall such a small gas station? Had Wu Jinxiao finally encountered a sight unseen in his games, awakening to the horrific reality? They had evidently underestimated the scene within. Shortly thereafter, several who had rushed in to investigate emerged in a panic, moving with a frantic urgency that was twice as fast as their entrance. Their faces were etched with terror and distress, and upon bursting forth, they could not contain themselves, retching violently onto the ground. But alas, the food had long been depleted during their earlier stops, leaving them to expel only bile. Feng Zhao, who had not been among those who squeezed inside, felt perplexed, having recently joined the army. He lacked the experience to push through the seasoned veterans. What happened? He wondered aloud as everyone around him began to vomit. Just as he was about to press further, the others instinctively tried to dissuade him from entering. But Feng Zhao remained transfixed, stepping forward as if paralyzed by fear, only to retreat in the same manner he had approached. Indeed, Feng Zhao's steps forward were now in reverse, as though the film of reality had been rewound. Retreating back to the spot where he had previously boasted, he stood there, motionless, appearing as if he had been rendered utterly petrified. Chapter 35. The so-called monster. Meanwhile, he, always mindful of his mission, hurried to check on Feng Zhao's condition. Captain Su furrowed his brow, questioning what lay within. An already nauseated team member finally spoke up. "It's a mass. Clearly, words failed him, and he could only express the familiar urge to vomit, unwilling to be deterred. Captain Su decided to investigate for himself. He widened his eyes in disbelief at what he beheld. What was this? Before him lay a grotesque creature, thoroughly contaminated. Perhaps it was half a human, or a zombie, or merely a collage of corpses. That Su Xiandong felt incapable of articulating the horror, his arm trembling around his firearm. "Get out! Get out!" he urged, overwhelmed by an indescribable terror. Only after emerging from that room did he find himself confronted by the concerned faces of his fellow team members. Still, he felt as though he had not fully recovered. What was that? How could such a thing exist in this world? It was utterly revolting. Captain Su recalled the horrifying, soul-shattering image that had seared itself into his mind. Perhaps the windows and doors had been sealed off, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness, which initially obscured the true nature of the scene. However, as their eyes adjusted to the dimness, the truth gradually became clear. At first glance, it appeared as though a long, yellow serpent slithered about, devoid of scales, its surface resembling human skin, stretched taut to the point of rupture, oozing strands of blood. Upon closer inspection, it was not a snake at all, but a person, no, perhaps no longer a person, whose limbs and head had been elongated like a grotesque rubber figure, seemingly torn apart yet elastic enough to remain intact. The undulating serpent-like appendages were her hands or feet. Or perhaps something else entirely, leaving observers baffled. If it were merely this, one might still manage to convince themselves that this was simply a peculiar superhuman. Yet, as they watched, the rubbery figure seemed to sense their presence. This abomination, no longer human, protruded its head, revealing a 2- or 3-year-old half-zombie child clinging to her chest. The child, having lost its lower limbs, had its arms embedded in the rubber woman's torso, gnawing at her neck with its baby teeth in a futile display of defiance. The woman's cheek bore a festering wound, seemingly unnoticed by her, as she wore a dreamy smile, allowing the child to gnaw without resistance as the rubber woman's limbs attempted to shift and turn to observe her guests. Her body appeared to fragment like a fishing net, letting in the breeze and her slow movements. Gaps appeared, revealing an assortment of severed limbs and organs, some human, some zombie, spilling from the void. The rubber woman exhibited a rare glimpse of emotion, a mixture of annoyance and familiarity, as she hurriedly bundled the exposed innards back into place, mixing them with mud and dust, leaving behind a dried pool of dark, congealed liquid that was as though human and zombie corpses coexisted within the rubber woman's being. Her abdomen, or perhaps her insides, harbored countless bodies, both human and zombied last. The rubber woman seemed to direct her gaze outward, her expression devoid of malice, yet her uncanny smile sent the already terrified humans racing for the exit. The rubber woman's skin appeared human, yet lacked humanity. When she smiled, her mouth opened to reveal not pearly whites, but an eruption of flesh, extending and transforming like rubber, as if to say, when your neighbor greets you with a smile, it's perfectly normal, but when she grins and her mouth expands into a long whip, wouldn't you be terrified? Everyone is currently gripped by a peculiar sensation, a blend of nausea, fear, and an unsettling prickling at the scalp. However, the danger, it seems, is not as perilous as it appears, for we observe the outsiders retreating in horror. The rubber woman shows no signs of obstruction. Her oddly shaped head tilts in a human-like manner, a result of having her throat bitten by a zombie child. Rendered mute, she can only emit a deflating howl. With a slight tilt of her head, she glances around, takes a moment to assess, and then, finding it uninteresting, closes her eyes, wrapping herself and the zombie child in her burgeoning rubber, transforming into an indeterminate and grotesque shape, as if to continue her slumber, awaiting something more captivating to emerge. Thus, one by one, the onlookers enter and exit unscathed. Even Feng Zhao, who retreats with an unusual posture, merely elicits a momentary glance from the rubber woman before she remains indifferent. Some, recalling the disarray of the previous witnesses, hesitate to enter, while others, eager to uncover Su's experience, rush to inquire what he witnessed. Su is momentarily taken aback by the question, seemingly haunted by that inhuman scene. What was that? Something akin to the indescribable horror spoken of by the young men in the squad. The Cthulhu mythos? What on earth? Su raises his pistol, intending to aim at the rubber woman within, but he closes his eyes, allowing all emotions to settle, and upon reopening them, he finds himself calm and unperturbed. He lowers his weapon, resisting the impulsive urge to fire. Has the rubber woman posed a threat to humanity? It appears not at this moment. Thus, is she to be eradicated? Perhaps she holds some menace. Yet he senses that their current weapons are inadequate for her destruction and might even provoke her ire. Indeed, Su Xiandong is deemed the captain not merely due to his combat skills acquired before the apocalypse, but for reasons more profound and the base's assessments of the first discovered anomalous entities. Su's data is notably peculiar. His ability is referred to as direction. This is not the directional navigation akin to a compass, but rather something more enigmatic. The reason Su, hailing from an unremarkable background, could garner clandestine knowledge about the apocalypse partly stems from this ability. The base believes this power can indicate a path. Yet Su feels it should be called choice, for it allows him to select the relatively better option amidst the worst scenarios, to find a smoother path in the bleakness of the apocalypse, to discover a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. This is a passive skill. Perception, judgment, premonition, whatever one may call it. This ability cannot be actively controlled. It only manifests when faced with decisions, revealing whether his power of direction is in effect. Thus, Su can issue commands to the entire team, compelling them to strive for self-reliance and resilience. Everything seems to unfold as if preordained. Su instructs the others to gather their belongings and depart hastily. Those who have witnessed the interior are astonished. Are they truly leaving that entity behind? Given their proximity to the urban area, could it not pose a significant threat to the residents? Why not eliminate it? Those who have not seen are filled with confusion, questioning what transpired inside. This moment, Zhang Chong averts his gaze. As one endowed with visual abilities, while others are reduced to vomiting at the sight of unspeakable horrors. He cannot help but chastise his own insatiable curiosity. Unlike others who merely witness the mutated zombie woman, his enhanced vision allows him not only to see far, but with exceptional clarity. Amidst the throng, he seizes a moment to peer through a gap, observing the taut skin and the wrinkled contours of the zombie woman, surrounded by a swirling black mist. The room is splattered with visible, gruesome liquids, black, red, white, yellow. He sees the zombie child biting into the rubber woman's throat, seemingly nourishing itself by siphoning her life force. He perceives the writhing remains within the rubber woman, perhaps still possessing some semblance of life, twitching, along with foreign entities crawling over her unhealed wounds. Long and thin, whether bacteria or newly sprouted rubber tendrils, he cannot ascertain this sight. His scalp prickles, and his limbs grow cold, that a singular thought occupies his mind. Being transformed into such a state, it would be better to cease existing. What manner of monster is this? Yet the rubber woman appears to retain a semblance of humanity. At the very least, she exhibits no overt hostility towards humans. Even when intruders encroach upon her domain, she merely casts a disinterested glance before retreating. Therefore, should she be exterminated? If so, do they possess the means to do so? Undoubtedly, Sue is the one to make that judgment, while the others, initially curious to unearth the interior circumstances, are taken aback by Sue's grim countenance, prompting them to remain taciturn. This has only served to amplify the curiosity of the others, yet upon hearing the earnest counsel of the pioneers who ventured inside, they abandon their inquisitive impulses. The entire team returns to the base. They ponder whether it is indeed wise to proceed in this manner. Feng Zhao, suppressing his urge to retch, inquires whether he could utilize his abilities to relocate the fuel tanker back to the base. Reasoning that his powers would regenerate after use, Su casts a concerned glance at the room, ultimately nodding in agreement. However, his abilities yield no results. The veins on Feng Zhao's neck bulge, and beads of cold sweat trickle down, unmistakably indicating his effort to wield his powers. Yet the fuel tanker remains utterly motionless. Why? Feng Zhao raises his head, uncertainty etched upon his face. Su, has something happened at the base? My anchor point has vanished. Chapter 36. Oh God, what is happening? What? Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd is struck with fear. Everyone is aware of Feng Zhao's abilities, which are humorously dubbed the Great Spatial Shift, though in reality, they resemble the creation of spatial anchor points. Currently, Feng Zhao can only transport items from the outside to a designated anchor point within the base. The disappearance of this anchor point implies something has gone awry at the base. The expressions of the crowd shift dramatically, that a base constructed entirely to the standards of an apocalyptic fortress is in disarray. After a mere 2 days out, has their home been invaded? What kind of situation is this? He Kuan Yuan hurriedly attempts to calm the group's anxiety, stating, "Let us not panic. It's possible that the personnel at the base were negligent and failed to clear the designated anchor point for Feng Zhao. It is essential to understand that the location of Feng Zhao's anchor point is of a fixed size, and the base had previously arranged an empty warehouse specifically for him to serve as his anchor. Just days prior, they had successfully transported intricate medical equipment through that very point. The anchor point can be preset by Feng Zhao, but in his absence, it cannot be altered by mere thought. If the anchor point is already occupied or filled, even if an object is placed near the edge, it can render the transportation ineffective. Thus, He Kuan Yuan's suggestion is not without merit. Perhaps a careless worker neglected to clear Feng Zhao's designated area? Many, upon hearing this, release a sigh of relief, yet those more privy to the situation were expressions of concern. The likelihood of such an oversight is slim. Everyone knows the various characteristics and usage patterns that have emerged from the anchor point experiments. And there are dedicated personnel responsible for overseeing the security and material transport within the anchor point, all to enhance the efficiency of Feng Zhao's abilities and maximize contributions to the base. How could it be that just 2 days after their absence, such chaos ensues? They remain anxious, And for the sake of the group's morale, they keep their terrifying speculations to themselves that Sue also senses the gravity of the situation and, frowning with irritation, addresses Feng Zhao. Let it be. If it cannot be transported. Sensing Sue's inclination to concede, Feng Zhao quickly interjects. Even if it cannot be transported, we can still bring it back. We can drive the tanker back ourselves. There is so much oil right before us. We cannot just leave it. Of course not. With several tankers full of oil, that would be an invaluable resource not to be squandered. We must take it all. If we cannot transport it, we can still drive it manually, though we have more than enough personnel. Surely, there are a few who can operate the fuel tanker. But the keys to the vehicle. Zhang Chong can only suppress the rising bile and hastily exclaim. The keys to the fuel tanker they are inside there. He points shakily in that direction, and the crowd realizes, this must be inside the convenience store. How do you know? But those inside should all be dead, right? If we go in, we won't find the keys, and there are no living people left. That a team member hesitates to ask. Zhang Chong rubs his face, stating that precisely because people have died, the tankers remain filled with oil. Otherwise, how could such a fortune await our arrival? He then recalls the details his enhanced vision afforded him, covering his mouth as if to stifle the words. Muttering a few sentences, the keys are inside there, within that person's belly. The half of the body, the belt, was hanging with the keys. I saw the glint of metal in that monster. That monster with the keys inside its belly. Inside its belly. How utterly contemptuous of them. Do they expect them to snatch food from the jaws of the beast? Isn't it a bit too demanding? For a moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Who would dare to take the risk? Although the monster appeared to lack any immediate intent to harm, that did not imply she would tolerate anyone attempting to disembowel her. Even if her abdomen had already taken on a lattice-like appearance, leaking air from all sides, that there's a time for play and a time for mischief. But one must not treat life as a mere jest. Feng Zhao, undeterred, found himself in a predicament due to the inoperability of his teleportation ability, which necessitated incurring additional expenses for fuel and labor to drive a tanker truck at this moment. He was further hindered by the keys to the vehicle. And with a clenched jaw, in a fit of recklessness, he contemplated charging into the fray once more. However, he was swiftly restrained by the crowd. One of Wu Jinxiao's brothers stepped forward, scratching his head. I used to work in this field. Perhaps I could see if I can unlock it. Which field, one might wonder? Was he a mechanic, a seller of auto parts, a dealer of used cars, or a locksmith? The specifics remained unclear. Nonetheless, as the crowd surged to stop Feng Zhao, they could only let him give it a try, gathering nearby tools as onlookers observed this self-proclaimed brave soul attempting to open the door. At that moment, someone in the crowd scoffed. It was Wu Tingyong, whose derisive expression went largely unnoticed. Everyone seemed to disregard his presence entirely, as if he were invisible. Do not misunderstand. This was not due to Wu Tingyong's lack of social standing. In fact, being somewhat related to Wu Jinxiao, he could be considered a cousin, and their relationship had certainly not been the worst. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. After being injured by the zombie birds and subsequently inexplicably healed by Dejin, he felt as though the world had shifted. That it was not that the world had become beautiful or polluted. Rather, it was the attitude that was askew. Initially, when he was hurt by the zombie birds, his parents were concerned, checking on him 5 or 6 times within an hour. Yet, once his fever subsided, it was as if they had forgotten he existed, completely ignoring him, even when wild beasts attacked. Forcing villagers to take refuge in sturdy shelters, his parents focused solely on their own escape, leaving him starving and helpless on his bed, still clinging to the hope that they would carry him to safety. Instead, his parents dashed straight to the bathroom. In his youth, he had taken great pleasure in designing his own room and had once been particularly fond of anime. Inspired by a post-apocalyptic anime featuring a renovated bathroom, he had undertaken the project himself, with some funds at his disposal, and crafted a solid, personalized door that he could only watch in disbelief as his parents hurried inside, locking the bathroom door with a resounding click and multiple bolts. Was it not absurd? Here he was, an adult, and they were blind to his plight. While fleeing was indeed urgent, was it justifiable for them to abandon their own son? Despite being 1.8 meters tall and weighing 170 pounds, perhaps slightly overweight, surely that did not warrant their neglect. Right, this was his room, his bathroom. Even if they had to drag him, it would take no more than 30 seconds to pull him inside. Yet they left him there, dumbfounded, abandoned on his bed just 2 meters from the bathroom. At that moment, his emotions were a tangled mess. Were his parents truly willing to forsake their son for the sake of survival? Were they even his biological parents? If they were, could they not show him a little love? Just once more? Fortunately, he was somewhat lucky, as the wild boars did not invade their home. Moreover, in a stroke of good fortune, the beasts were vanquished, and his parents emerged from the bathroom. He awaited their apologies with a scowl. Yet what he witnessed was disheartening. His parents' gazes flitted over his body, not lingering for a moment, as if he were merely an inconsequential object, even less significant than a mere ornament. After all, a 8-meter-tall, 170-pound figure was rather hard to overlook, but he felt as though he were air itself. Disregarded by his father's gaze in that moment, he came to a startling realization. His father must be blind, or perhaps suffering from dementia. But what of his mother? This was simply too outrageous. It was improbable that both of them could be simultaneously blind, especially given their swift entrance into the bathroom. Their agility and their ability to dodge obstacles. Clearly, their eyes were functioning perfectly. They must be feigning ignorance, unable to confront the shame of abandoning their son. Now that he was safe, their guilt had rendered them speechless, leaving them to pretend as if he were invisible. How cunning! This revelation shattered his simmering frustration. Furthermore, he had no idea how much time had passed while he lay feverish, when he finally regained consciousness. It felt as though half a day had elapsed. He was starving, yet there was no one, absolutely no one, to bring him food, not even a visitor. It was utterly incomprehensible. Did they intend for him to starve to death, leaving him to be devoured by wild beasts? As he pondered this, he sensed something was amiss, truly amiss. Many had been injured while defending against the zombie birds, perhaps a dozen. Some had begun to recover, while others deteriorated rapidly. Wu Jinxiao intended to approach those in military trucks, reportedly official personnel, to seek assistance in the city, believing it possible to save those in dire situations. Thus, Wu Jinxiao began visiting households, persuading families one by one to, yet, inexplicably, he did not come to his home. It made no sense for someone of his stature to be overlooked. His parents might neglect him, but how could a close friend turn their back on him? Had he committed some unforgivable sin during his fever that led to his ostracization? It was well known that Wu Jinxiao had once been one of his closest allies. When he initially fell ill, Wu Jinxiao had expressed immense concern, frequently checking in on him, engaging in lighthearted banter and encouraging competition. Yet at some point, it seemed that no one paid him any mind. His parents ceased bringing him meals or acknowledging his existence. And even Wu Jinxiao, who had once sought to lead a group of struggling brothers to find a way out, had failed to include him. Yes, he had recovered from his fever, but Wu Jinxiao hadn't even bothered to come and see him. There had been no semblance of concern shown towards him. Wu Tingyong was puzzled and distressed, even beginning to self-reflect. Ultimately, he concluded that they were all heartless. Rather than introspecting, he found it easier to blame others. This became Wu Tingyong's guiding principle in life. With no one to tend to him, he could only scavenge for scraps of food within his home, replenishing his strength. Subsequently, he boldly made his way onto the military truck. Sitting alongside Wu Jinxiao, with 3 other fellow villagers from his community slumped nearby, their faces drawn and weary. Yet once again, he was ignored. Something was distinctly off. Although 4 of them had boarded the truck with Wu Jinxiao, it was as if Wu Jinxiao was oblivious to his presence, not uttering a single word to him, that Wu Tingyong could not comprehend it. At that moment, he suddenly felt that it was not the world that had changed, but rather, he himself had transformed. Had he become invisible? No, he had not. Upon entering the Jinjiang Hotel, he had looked into the glass window and clearly seen his own reflection. Surely, it could not be that everyone was deliberately ignoring him. Was the world playing an elaborate joke on him? Wu Tingyong recalled having seen a popular science video stating that humans lived in a 3-dimensional space, with discussions of parallel universes that he had listened but not fully understood. Now he found himself at a loss. Was he truly trapped in a parallel universe, appearing like a ghost, visible to others while remaining unseen? However, this theory was later dismissed. When he poked someone, they reacted, though they looked around in confusion, wondering who had touched them. They could not identify the source, which was peculiar. It was me. Right here in front of you. Can't you see me? After conducting a series of tests, Wu Tingyong realized that he had developed a peculiar ability, a passive skill that rendered his presence virtually non-existent. The heavens were indeed playing tricks on him. This was confirmed. Chapter 37. Garbage Ability, Zero Presence. This was the term Wu Tingyong had coined for his newfound ability, that is, for what this so-called ability should truly be called. He had no idea. The reason he referred to it as garbage was that it was indeed aptly named. It was utterly useless. Wu Tingyong had first-hand experience of this. This passive ability was perpetually active. He wondered if it could ever deactivate. The fact that it remained in effect without the option to turn it off meant that everyone would ignore him. Indeed, it was akin to being a transparent or invisible person. Perhaps even more absurd, at the hotel. Inexplicably, a box of food had gone missing. It was Wu Tingyong's meal. The hotel staff counted heads, and after numerous checks, the numbers matched. Yet, they wondered how a box had gone unaccounted for. When Wu Tingyong snatched a box of food from someone else's hands, its presence vanished, just like him. The person who had handed it over found their chopsticks suspended in the air, puzzled, asking, "Did I not just have the box? Was I dreaming? Why am I handing over disposable chopsticks without the box? How strange." At the hotel, the staff were puzzled as to why one meal box was still missing, despite having counted the number of guests accurately. It seemed likely that someone had not received enough to eat, and they even inquired if they could request an additional box. Eventually, with a sense of resignation, another meal was provided that Wu Tingyong, utilizing his adept skills of snatching, finally managed to secure a meal, alleviating his hunger. In this regard, it appeared that Wu Tingyong's unique ability was quite advantageous, wasn't it? However, Wu Tingyong's smile gradually faded. Indeed, his presence was virtually non-existent before others. While he felt a modicum of joy in being overlooked and ignored by everyone, he also felt a sense of safety. If no one could see him, could he not roam freely without fear? Reality, however, proved his thoughts to be naive. Roaming freely was a mere fantasy. Though people inexplicably overlooked him, the zombies and zombie birds did not share this ignorance. That Wu Tingyong speculated that they must possess a different sensory or perceptual system than humans. Perhaps the zombies and zombie birds could not see that a human was present, but they could certainly detect him through smell or thermal imaging. Even if the area appeared desolate, the enticing aroma of delectable food would inevitably draw them in. Wu Tingyong thought to himself. There was a vulgarity he was uncertain whether to voice. Thus, this peculiar ability, which passively led to his ostracization, did not grant him immunity from the gaze and attacks of enemies. He could only follow the military truck back and forth, scavenging for food and drink. However, he noticed that the large dog, which had cooperated with the humans, seemed to sense his presence when the dog healed his comrades. He too had seized the opportunity to receive some healing, that he could not discern its effectiveness, but the dog's expression was somewhat bemused later, as everyone prepared to leave for the base. He climbed onto the military truck and, glancing back, felt as though the dog was mocking him. The reflection in the dog's eyes seemed to capture his awkward ascent onto the vehicle, and he found himself in a rather absurd situation. Being laughed at by a dog. What a transformation this creature had undergone. When everyone crowded in to witness the spectacle, he too joined them, that he inclined to believe that the rubber lady was indeed human. Though perhaps her mind or spirit was compromised. Why he considered her human was simple. His lackluster ability appeared to be effective solely against humans. During his initial entry, amidst the terror and disgust, Wu Tingyong did not forget to conduct an experiment, observing how his presence elicited reactions from the rubber lady. The rubber lady completely disregarded him. In contrast, the small zombie gnawing at her neck seemed captivated by his clumsy, eye-watering dance. Twisting its body in response to it was evident that to unlock the car door and start the vehicle, he would have to rely on his meager skills, and he had little faith that his companion could achieve this. A key was necessary that to avoid alarming the rubber lady and to procure the keys from her web. He believed he was the only viable candidate for the task. This was his mindset. In truth, he thought, this worthless ability must serve some purpose. It was this very power that had cost him his home, his parents, and his brothers, that if only his ability could provide some assistance. While others were preoccupied with the individual attempting to open the car door, he mustered his courage, standing tall and resolute. Having thoroughly prepared himself mentally, Wu Tingyong stood at the door, looking back at the crowd. Feeling akin to a valiant warrior, a solitary hero, filled with heroism, with aspirations stacking upon one another, until he finally ventured inside. Indeed, upon his approach, the rubber lady exhibited no reaction whatsoever, lying there like a pool of indeterminate matter. Completely motionless. Something within that pool seemed to shift. A portion of the rubber protruded outward. The Wu Tingyong halted, peering through the mesh, where he caught sight of a half-extended arm of a zombie child waving outward. As if sensing his foreign presence, the rubber lady opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and upon finding nothing, gently patted the zombie child's arm, admonishing it not to overreact. The zombie child's arm continued to flail, while the rubber expanded, enveloping the child's arm and sealing it within. No fuss. The rubber lady thus confined the alarmed zombie child in a unique form of confinement. The poor little zombie, quite an innocent soul. He chuckled to himself, attempting to ease his anxiety even as he trembled in nervousness. Rather than rummaging through the rubber lady's abdomen, he thought it wiser to inspect the other drawers in the room for any keys or other useful items. The gas station contained few tables or drawers. Most of the shelves had been pushed to block the entrance and glass exits. The Wu Tingyong cautiously moved, swallowing hard, his heart racing, pounding so violently that he felt as though the sound of his heartbeat was echoing in his ears. Heart, you're beating too wildly. I can hear you. Can you quiet down a bit? He muttered. The heart replied, Understood. Thump, thump, thump. Louder. Is it? Wu Tingyong exclaimed. The heart retorted, Whose fault is it? You're the one who's nervous. With one hand pressed against his chest in an attempt to muffle the sound of his racing heart, he gingerly began to explore. He found nothing at the cash register and shifted his position to continue his search, this time covering his mouth, as he realized he could no longer suppress his heart's frantic rhythm. He simply had to avoid vomiting. What is this? He exclaimed, discovering a crossbody bag in a secluded corner of clutter. It was a woman's, made of durable black material, faux leather, already showing signs of wear with some frayed edges. A clear indication of long-term use. That Wu Tingyong glanced at the rubber lady, behaving like a thief, cautiously retrieving the object. Another bag? Could it be a child's cartoon canvas backpack, or perhaps a trendy small bag bought by a female employee? He pondered that he accepted it nonetheless. There was also a clutch, likely belonging to a man, amidst a jumble of miscellaneous items that the rubber lady had carelessly tossed aside, discarded like refuse in the darkness. What else? This short, slender object. Oh, a lipstick, a wallet, so flat, clearly devoid of keys. He dismissed it. Wu Tingyong remained vigilant, listening attentively to the military truck outside, hoping it would not leave him behind while he was preoccupied. After an extended search, he abandoned his efforts, feeling grimy after rummaging through so many bags. Yet he hoped to find at least one or two keys among them. As for the rubber lady's abdomen, he dared not touch it, for the zombie child resided within. Even if he failed to find the keys, that would be a minor concern compared to the risk of having his hand bitten or scratched by the zombie child. He would have no tears left to see, or it was a classic case of trying to steal a chicken and losing the rice. Although the golden dog seemed capable of removing contamination, if he ventured out alone, he would only be left to traverse on foot, and that journey alone posed a significant challenge. Moreover, if the virus spread rapidly, he might not have time to find that canine savior before he himself succumbed to zombification. That would indeed be akin to an old man hanging himself in despair. Wu Tingyong, wearing a pained expression, slowly retreated from the room. The rubber lady remained motionless, while a portion of the rubber once stable and flat now bulged to reveal the shape of the zombie child's arm. That's the zombie child's hand again. He has gone. Don't move, he urged. Fortunately, the rubber lady continued to ignore the unvoiced pleas of the zombie child, allowing Wu Tingyong to escape. Chapter 38. Disgusted with so many trivial items in hand, Wu Tingyong found it impossible to remain clean, that he paid no mind to the mess, hanging the various bags on himself as he began to rummage through them. Objects that departed from his proximity would regain their sense of presence. So to avoid the impression of a multitude of bags falling from the sky, he had no choice but to keep them all attached to himself. First, he rummaged through the lady's bag. Since the rubber lady was female, and despite her current disheveled state, she had managed to survive throughout these days, that it was highly probable that the last of the supplies would be collected in her possession. Thus, based on her age and appearance, this black, peeling crossbody bag was likely hers. That Wu Tingyong reached inside and retrieved a wallet, tissues, sanitary products, pens, a diary, and account books. What were these? No keys in sight. Disappointing. He then explored the canvas backpack. Finding a workbook, a toy car, a water bottle, half a small loaf of bread, and an unwashed lunchbox. Plenty of items, yet none of any use. Finally, he turned to the men's clutch, which he hoped would belong to a businessman or someone of importance. Logically, it should contain keys. There were 3 fuel tankers, so there should be 3 keys. He was thrilled to discover 2 within the clutch. Whether or not they belonged to the fuel tankers remained uncertain. But he had indeed found keys that it was highly likely. Well done, he thought triumphantly. With the keys in hand, he observed the crowd still struggling to open the door, but he realized that if he boasted now, no one would see him, and squeezing him would likely result in dirtying himself further. With a sense of pride yet boredom, he decided to continue sifting through the other items he had pulled from the bags. Account books, first one pass. Personal hygiene products should not be abruptly introduced to men. The toy car nestled within the canvas backpack likely belongs to that unfortunate zombie child. How pitiful indeed that I must return it to him soon. It is simply unacceptable for him to transform into a monster and have his toys snatched away. The Wu Tingyan meticulously recounted the events, deducing that the notebook extracted from the bag of the rubber woman must indeed belong to her. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. It was indeed hers. How did he verify this? The notebook was none other than the diary of the rubber woman. Upon opening it, he discovered that the ex-husband had suddenly sent over their son, whose face was flushed with fever. But I was at work. Why did he hastily deliver the child? When questioned, he absurdly claimed that the authorities had issued an apocalyptic warning, urging everyone to stay home for preventive measures. How could the government declare the end of days? That would only incite panic among the populace. I examined what he referred to as a doomsday announcement. It was merely a report of a suspected outbreak of a novel virus, resulting in numerous infections and a handful of fatalities. However, the government assured that a medical team had been urgently dispatched to develop a corresponding vaccine, and the situation was fundamentally under control. For the safety of the public, it was recommended that unnecessary outings be avoided and that those capable of working from home refrain from going to their offices, advising communities to practice home quarantine and self-isolation. Having divorced my husband 6 months ago, I often pondered how, if not for my lesser financial standing, the judge could have awarded custody of our son Mingming to this irresponsible ex-husband that I was obliged to pay child support. And my ex would find excuses to offload responsibility onto me at every opportunity that I was still at work. The apocalypse was merely a rumor circulating online. Furthermore, even if it were truly the end of days, why would he abandon our sick child at a gas station? What was he thinking? Clad in 3 layers of masks and a helmet, his words, filtered through various protections, were delivered with an air of conviction. He claimed that all those with fevers were infected. Clearly, it was due to his negligence in protecting our child last week that Mingming had begun sneezing when returned to me. He may have already been infected at that point. This was his fault. He was undoubtedly responsible that he took every precaution for himself, yet neglected to provide even a child-sized mask for our son. How selfish. After stating this, he fled. With an irresponsible father, I had no choice but to care for Mingming myself. Fortunately, I managed to borrow some medicine from a colleague, which alleviated Mingming's fever slightly. Although he was no longer burning with fever, I still had to take him with me. The rumors of impending doom were proliferating. And when I attempted to send Mingming to preschool, I discovered that it too had been closed, that MY boss refused to grant anyone leave, insisting that we remain at the gas station and adhere to our regular schedules. Many colleagues chose to abandon their jobs, prioritizing their lives over their salaries that I envied their freedom but could not afford to follow suit. I had a mortgage and a child to care for. At times, I wondered if I could work from home while looking after Mingming, but at the gas station, I could not leave him alone at home. He would cry and wail uncontrollably that I could only have him sit in the convenience store, asking the cashier to keep an eye on him. However, the cashier was also absent that I, too, had no desire to be there. There was no one around. The boss warned that if one did not show up, there would be no salary for the month. I would have to stay until he found a replacement before I could resign, that I could not return home. The community no longer allowed entry or exit. I had to plead with the security guard to let us in that he was unwilling to open the gate. The guards were nowhere to be found. Things were increasingly amiss. I began to suspect that my ex-husband was not lying about the impending apocalypse. With no way to return home, I found myself trapped at the gas station that I in recent days. A few patrons had still come to refuel, but as the fuel ran low, the boss added funds to summon a daring tanker driver to deliver more gasoline. When I saw the tanker approaching, I felt a wave of relief. Now, it was just Mingming and me at the gas station, along with the reckless boss and the delivery driver, not to mention the boss's girlfriend. Everyone seemed to have lost their senses. Thankfully, I was older and not particularly attractive. Otherwise, I might have been in a far worse predicament. Xiaodai lamented that she wished to end her life, that she could no longer endure. She had only come to check on her boss, yet now found herself unable to leave that we were trapped at the gas station, but at least there were provisions available in the convenience store. Men were utterly disgusting, revolting creatures. Xiaodai had perished, leaving me in despair. What was I to do? Mingming was crying. The poor child, blood was on my hands. It was my fault that no, it was all my ex-husband's fault. Mingming was not infected at that time. The stench was unbearable, and no one dared to approach. They urged me to go, but I refused. If anything were to happen to me, who would care for Mingming? I began to feel feverish, which was fortuitous, as they dared not come near me, not even to threaten. Only Mingming, in his innocence, rushed to me, crying, "All right, come with me. Becoming a monster is better than remaining with these repugnant beings." I felt as though my fever was subsiding. One of the drivers had turned into a monster after being infected. Mingming was infected too. Who pushed him? Oh, they all deserved to die. They had no mercy even for a child. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been so reluctant to part with a meager salary, I would have sensed the danger earlier and returned home. That IT was entirely my responsibility for not protecting Mingming adequately. Mingming, will you allow mommy to accompany you? Those people will accompany you to the grave, all right? Forgive me, my child. It is all my fault. Mingming. Mingming, the name of my child was scrawled across the page in a shaky hand, saturated with a mother's tears, echoing her silent, desperate cries, accompanying to the grave. The final words were penned in a chaotic scrawl, the once neat and elegant handwriting devolving into madness, culminating in a blood-stained scribble on the last page. This was the conclusion of the diary. The meticulously written pages remained intact, uncreased, tucked away in the backpack, undisturbed, so that no one would discover the haunting contents of this diary. The child's backpack was complete with an array of items, neatly arranged, an assortment that, if one overlooked the mold that had developed over time, clearly represented the standard preschool essentials prepared by a mother for her child. What, I wonder, was the rubber woman's mindset as she meticulously organized this backpack? And what led her to this current state? The room was in disarray, stained with blood. The once vibrant, dependent child had transformed, burdened by a mother forced to risk everything for the sake of mortgage payments and meager wages. Now reduced to a shadow of their former selves, neither human nor ghost, such a stark contrast. Reflecting on the fragmented words she had encountered, they seemed to convey a madness, disjointed and incomprehensible, that Wu Tingyun sobbed like a wretched creature. There was no need for a knife. Pen and paper could pierce the heart. The frequent appearance of revolting phrases, two women, a plain middle-aged woman and a girlfriend of a wealthy man, surrounded by a throng of men. One could easily surmise the horrors that might unfold. Chapter 39. Accompanying to the grave. Fortunately, no one else could witness his tear-streaked visage. Thinking this, Wu Tingyun finally relinquished his suppressed emotions and wept freely, his cries echoing through the air like thunder, drowning out all else in a cacophony of despair. Unbeknownst to him, as he sobbed, those gathered around the fuel truck, initially preoccupied with their tasks, turned to regard this stranger who had suddenly appeared before them, weeping uncontrollably. Who is this person? So unfamiliar. Where did he come from? Wasn't anyone here just moments ago? They were bewildered by his presence, for it seemed impossible that he could have arrived unnoticed, his tears and snot marking him as someone who had been weeping for quite some time. Attracted by the sound of his cries, it was not just them. Wu Jinxiao noticed too. "Isn't that my brother, Wu Tingyun?" he exclaimed, perplexed. "How did he get here? Surely he didn't sneak in under the military truck. Did he? That would be quite a feat if he was coming to find me. He could have just said so." However, it dawned on him that he had not sought out Wu Tingyun. He had seemingly visited every other location, leaving Wu Tingyun forgotten, as if he had been expelled from memory. Why had he not thought of Wu Tingyun? Wu Tingyun had been bitten by a zombie bird and had been feverish and unconscious. He had previously visited each household, bringing doctors with him to check on them. How could he have completely overlooked Wu Tingyun? Something was amiss. The members of the Hope Base exchanged glances, recognizing that none of them knew this newcomer. They instinctively began to encircle this sudden threat. Yet Wu Jinxiao moved closer, boldly sitting beside the distraught Wu Tingyun. Seeing that Wu Jinxiao recognized him, the others halted their advance. Lowering their weapons, that Wu Jinxiao settled down and took in the sight of Wu Tingyun. He recoiled slightly. Indeed, Wu Tingyun appeared utterly filthy, with a hint of disdain. He poked Wu Tingyun on the head, the only part that seemed relatively clean, and said, "Hey, stop crying, brother. What are you doing here?" Startled by the poke. Wu Tingyun's complex emotions overwhelmed him. He stiffened, his sobs abruptly halting. Hiccups punctuated his silence, the result of either his sudden emotional shift or his rapid breathing, that he slowly lifted his head, cautiously asking, "Can you see me?" This question elicited eye rolls from the others, that a living person, whose cries nearly shook the heavens. How could they possibly overlook him? Have their eyes been blinded and their ears deafened? Wu Jinxiao merely rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "You're not invisible. Of course, I can see you. What brings you here? I distinctly recall not bringing you along. And why are you crying? What is with a grown man weeping like this? It's utterly disgusting." The term disgusting felt all too familiar. Although Wu Jinxiao's words were intended to convey a playful disdain born from a close relationship, there was an underlying gravity to the moment that Wu Tingyun, without pausing to explain his sudden appearance, immediately handed the diary, the source of the tears, over to Wu Jinxiao. That Wu Jinxiao regarded the diary, now soiled from being handled by Wu Tingyun's unclean hands, and felt a twinge of distaste. He reluctantly opened it. Tears welled up again, though he restrained himself, holding back the flood in deference to the many onlookers, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, for the sake of appearances. He endured the sorrow. How pitiful it was, he thought, stifling his sobs. Whose diary is this? A child, a mother, a gas station. That Wu Jinxiao's mind began to whirl as he lifted his gaze to the gas station before him, then back to the diary's mention of it. What if it made him cry even more? Was there some enchantment within these pages that could reduce two grown men to tears? He hoped the base would send a few representatives to investigate further. The diary was passed around, examined by Su Dui, Hequang, Wang Yu, and many others. That no one wept. They merely read, their faces etched with fatigue and melancholy. In this apocalyptic world, separation and death had become a grim norm. Yet, this mother seemed to possess some extraordinary power. Her child had transformed into a zombie, while the others had either turned upon one another or fallen prey to her vengeful wrath. The Lady of the Rubber People was likely that very mother, and her child, Mingming, was the small boy zombie lingering at the gas station during these extraordinary times. Once, he had been a healthy child. Yet now, only the upper half remained, alongside the dismembered bodies of other adult males. That it was not difficult to surmise what had transpired, that in this dystopian reality, a group of men had defiled the beautiful young gas station attendant. The girlfriend, in despair, took her own life. Her decaying corpse lay in the same room as the living, threatening the Lady of the Rubber People to risk expulsion. The lady, feverish and suspected of infection, was kept at bay by others, save for her son, who remained by her side. The lady recovered, gaining powers that perhaps she did not fully understand or know how to wield. One of the men, transformed by fever into a monster, harmed others, causing them to recoil and push Mingming away. Mingming became infected and turned into a zombie, his hunger for flesh igniting a conflict among the men who sought to slay him. Mingming was dismembered, his legs severed, yet he did not perish. His hand was cut off. The Lady of the Rubber People descended into madness, her powers clashing violently. Others were either slain by her or fell victim to one another, their bodies becoming disjointed remnants. The zombie child Mingming clung to the lady, his mouth biting into her neck as she consumed every trace of human flesh, absorbing it into her very being. It was repulsive. It was brutal. They were at a loss for words to describe whether this was right or wrong. That in the apocalypse, the disruption of order and the thirst for vengeance seemed all too justifiable. Yet the uncontrollable powers of the Lady of the Rubber People fused everything, filth, darkness, purity, into a singular, chaotic amalgamation of body and emotion. There was no way to judge her, nor did they possess the right to act. Someone could not help but lament. Who would have thought it would come to this? The circumstances were truly this tragic, and oh wonder the Lady of the Rubber People did not proactively harm anyone. She was simply a mother who had lost her child, consumed by hatred and rage, which led her to lose all semblance of reason, her powers spiraling out of control, resulting in her current state. She did not harm others. She was still human, albeit one endowed with powers. But was she truly human anymore, devoid of reason, memory, and even a normal human form? Perhaps only instinct remained. The instinctual love for her child lingered alongside an indelible hatred. A mother, her body intertwined with that of her son's severed form, contained within each other des for the mass she sought to digest. It was nourishment, fertilizer, and an endless well of vengeance. Burial. A burial. Chapter 40. Weeping and wailing over powers. A burial. If this is indeed a burial, if it is a burial, then they could surmise how this monster came to be. This was a mother bereft of reason. However, Su Dui held a differing opinion on the matter of her supposed loss of rationality. He asserted that she may not have lost her mind entirely. After all, before enacting her revenge, she had meticulously packed her and her child's belongings, arranging them in a corner where they would remain undisturbed. From this perspective, how could one claim she was in a state of utter madness? In truth, she might occupy a space that was both rational and deranged, her mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Additionally, the diary might not be entirely truthful. It could contain fabrications or justifications influenced by differing perspectives. What they read was merely her account, while all other survivors had become prey to the lady of the rubber people. They could not discern the truth through the lens of others. They could only speculate, based on the words inscribed in the diary, regarding the events that transpired. Even if they sought to investigate further now, it would be futile. The tragedy had already unfolded, leaving them to lament in sorrow. The words chronicled in the diary elicited various emotions among the onlookers regarding the notion of exterminating this monster. Su Dui sighed heavily. Wang Yu adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, the frames glinting with golden light, that a peculiar power that amplifies the body's flexibility to an extreme, losing all semblance of humanity. How does she wield such powers for vengeance? Moreover, if she possesses the capacity to kill, what guarantees do we have that she won't harm us now or in the future? The group recalled the horrific scenes they had witnessed, the victims of her revenge. Devoured, dismembered, their bodies reduced to mere carcasses, hacked apart like meat on a butcher's block, only to be ingested and digested. How did that feel? Terrifying, repulsive, sorrowful, and a cacophony of anguish. They had no desire to meet such a fate. Surely, the nearby residents would not wish to take such a risk. Leaving the lady of the rubber people unchecked could lead to the slaughter of innocent lives, transforming them into the very beings humanity wished to avoid. Having read the tragic diary of the lady, could they still be justified in delivering a fatal blow to her? The teammates turned to Su Dui, seeking his judgment. His gaze remained resolute, based on the current state of the lady of the rubber people. She exhibited no intent to attack ordinary humans. Yet, that did not imply she would not in the future. It was apparent to all that she lacked reason. Although she did not actively attack humans now, perhaps due to having sufficient sustenance within her. What if someone were to provoke her or act violently towards her? Would she spare them? Unlikely. Would she not treat humans as mere livestock to be slaughtered, just as she had done before, consuming them to nourish herself? Once that threshold was crossed, humanity would become part of her food chain. And thereafter, would she not begin to hunt humans intentionally? Most assuredly. Should this trend continue, any human who ventured into her territory would be at risk, potentially facing death. Thus, humanity and she might inevitably become adversaries. Ah, territory. Suddenly, a team member recalled something and questioned. Wait, Sudai, shouldn't this be the domain of that dog, dying? Is it unaware of this dangerous creature, or is there another reason it hasn't dealt with the lady of the rubber people? After all, she poses a potential threat. This was indeed a valid point. The gas station was not far from the city, and along their journey, numerous dogs had passed by their vehicle, clearly indicating this was canine territory. Why, then, had this growing enemy not been addressed by the dog army? Had they misjudged the situation, believing the lady of the rubber people to be harmless, her diary a complete and objective account of her victimhood? Others rebutted, dogs lack the foresight to eliminate threats within their territory. With this point raised, Shershin, who had been observing the plant mutations, felt compelled to speak on behalf of the dogs, stating perhaps they do possess a sense of the larger picture after all. Yesterday, it was hoped that the base would find respite at the Jinjiang Hotel, at that time. Huang Shirshan had once remarked that the flora he could sense in the vicinity were all innocuous. Inert plants or those devoid of mutation. The active plants he deemed hazardous had vanished, leaving only a desolate pit in their wake. But he had stated that it was not his own discernment of danger, but rather an interruption by the black dog that had thwarted his observations. His comment stemmed from the notion that all mutated plants could potentially become either harmful or harmless to humanity. Prior to their arrival, Huang Shirshan had detected no perilous vegetation nearby. The vacant cavity left behind evidently marked the former habitation of harmful entities, which had been thoroughly eradicated before their arrival. Who, then, could have dealt with such threats? Surely, it must have been the formidable Jin, as it was his domain. Could it be that the helpless populace, confined within their homes, had taken it upon themselves to act? If that were the case, did it imply that the creatures inside posed no danger? Did they require resolution? Wu Tingyong sighed in relief, genuinely lamenting his own worthless tears for the diary, that if, in light of the tragic words inscribed within, he were to inflict further harm upon the already pitiable Lady Rubber, would that not be akin to adding insult to injury? Even if Lady Rubber possessed remnants of conscience, would she not be compelled to retaliate against the humans who attacked her? Wu Jinxiao patted Wu Tingyong's head, reassuring him, "Enough, enough, do not fret. These individuals are all official personnel. Whether in speech or action, their considerations will undoubtedly be more prudent and thorough than ours. For now, reflect upon why you are here." Weeping profusely, and how you managed to procure these diaries, that Wu Tingyong replied, "Must we really mention crying?" His tears had already been stealthily wiped away, a testament to that wretched man's wounded pride. Why had Wu Tingyong suddenly appeared here? He had always been present, despite their inability to perceive him. Was it right to blame him? He could not control such circumstances. What was he to do? He had prepared for the worst, envisioning a life forever overshadowed. A mere specter trailing behind others, desperately seeking sustenance to stave off starvation. What could he do? He rolled his eyes, and Wu Jinxiao inquired, "Who are you addressing?" "The heavens?" Wu Tingyong, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "I did not sneak in. I arrived openly, sitting right beside you the entire way, not more than 10 centimeters apart." Wu Jinxiao, not blind, naturally disbelieved him. "You jest. Do you take me for a fool? If you were following me openly, how could I not see you? Moreover, even if I were blind, would the others be as well? Look around. Who among them seems aware of your presence? What is this, a resurgence of your delusions? Are you about to claim you've emerged from a parallel universe? Invisible to the naked eye? What a farcical jest!" He had anticipated Wu Jinxiao's incredulity. Wu Tingyong felt wronged, conflicted. Truth be told, had it not been his own experience, he would never have believed such absurdities existed in the world, nor such outlandish abilities. Additionally, he had tried every conceivable method to deactivate his power, yet it remained stubbornly active. No one could see him, which was already a pitiful state of affairs, when he cried. He had thought it acceptable to be unseen. At least no one could mock him, for others were oblivious. Yet in the throes of his emotional outpouring, he was suddenly the center of attention. Everyone was watching. All of them. He was left without a shred of dignity. Once again, he implored the heavens. What cruel fate was this, to wish for visibility, to exert every effort, only to be rendered invisible. And then, when he sought the catharsis of unrestrained emotion, he became the spectacle. O heavens, you possess no compassion. Was it then that his power had simply run out and automatically deactivated? Or, should it flare up again in the future, would he be left with no choice but to cast aside his pride and weep unabashedly? Contemplating this, Wu Tingyong was beset by a tumult of emotions, raising a middle finger toward the heavens. Chapter 41. A knife first strikes at a brother regardless of his personal sentiments. The crux of the matter was that he faced a crisis of trust. He needed to answer the question posed by his good brother, Wu Jinxiao. This query was not solely on Wu Jinxiao's mind. It was the collective curiosity of all who had gathered to witness why Wu Tingyong had appeared so suddenly. Inexplicably weeping, bearing what appeared to be a bag belonging to the indoor Lady Rubber. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, he could only remain silent. Following an awkward pause, he resolved to speak the truth. Although it sounded fabricated, his intellect was insufficient to concoct a logically sound lie. Thus, He recounted the reality of his circumstances. Furthermore, he harbored a notion. Perhaps he could leverage the collective strength of the base members, even journeying with them to the base, to utilize its advanced technology or intelligent personnel in devising a method to control his power and mitigate its detrimental effects, should his ability remain perpetually activated. It would be tantamount to erasing his existence from the world, from the memories of his family, perhaps even affecting their recollections of him. Rather than being a power, it resembled an annihilation of his very being, along with all associated memories. Despite Wu Tingyong's earnest demeanor and natural disposition that seemed devoid of deception, the crowd remained skeptical. His explanation was simply too outrageous, so far-fetched that others might believe he had lost his sanity, or that the world itself had gone mad, or that they had collectively succumbed to madness upon hearing his words. How could it be? A person could be right beside you, touching you, conversing with you, even pilfering your food, and yet you remain completely unaware. Did this not imply the existence of ghosts or unseen spirits, entities that humanity could not perceive? The thought alone was chilling. The onlookers felt a shiver crawl down their spines that Wu Jinxiao regarded Wu Tingyong, pondering, perhaps he truly was not lying. Could this indeed be his power? Yet, why was it so difficult to believe? Sensing the group's skepticism, Wu Tingyong swallowed hard, nervously asserting, "I know your secrets." He, a man of little presence, made no difference to anyone's perception. Thus, he was privy to many inexplicable occurrences. For instance, Wu Jinxiao, last night you snored while sleeping, and you passed gas. The first knife to strike was aimed at his brother's sides. Wu Jinxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "You're insane. You're talking nonsense. What does that prove? We've shared beds since childhood, had countless sleepovers gaming until dawn, sometimes piled atop one another in slumber. Even if I did snore, grind my teeth, or pass gas, you would have known long ago." And what of his dignity? His abilities were formidable, akin to unyielding steel. Indeed, he was impressive. Wu Tingyong's teeth would surely shatter under the strain, his jaws aching from exertion. The world was unjust. Their camaraderie had begun with mutual jests. "All right, to be frank," Wu Tingyong said, growing serious. "Wasn't there a portion missing from dinner? I took it from behind the hotel." The person distributing the meals appeared perplexed after I took my box, as if he were unsure whether he had already handed it out. And that person kept touching his right hip. I was curious and looked. It was a gun. I even took a bullet from him as a keepsake. That Wu Tingyong produced the bullet from his pocket, and the accused individual hastily checked his ammunition, confirming the discrepancy. How had this gone unnoticed before? Additionally, there was someone wearing gold-rimmed glasses, possessing a strange box filled with various samples and dangerous implements. Wang Yu displayed a polite smile, yet his demeanor suggested he had nothing to say in his defense. The dinner that night consisted of dry vegetables, corn, and soybeans. Someone had been picky and given their portion to that individual. The two individuals mentioned remained silent. The person speaking today had pulled out a photograph last night, examining it for a long time. It appeared to be of his parents. The photo, tucked away in the inner pocket of his left breast, that Wu Tingyong's mention of Kuan Yuan caused him to involuntarily raise his hand, only to let it drop again. That Wu Tingyong scattered a plethora of fragmented information, some gossip, some private, some unknown, enhancing the likelihood that his words held truth. That, oh right, there's another proof. Wu Tingyong gestured toward the bags. Had I not believed in my power and noticed Lady Rubber ignoring me, would I have dared to risk touching the bags? Am I seeking death? Moreover, my purpose for entering was precisely for those two keys. I have accomplished something, you see. Moreover, concerning the notion that dogs appear to possess an uncanny ability to sense him, it seems that both zombies and zombie birds can also locate and assault him through various means. As Wu Tingyong candidly acknowledged that as for the veracity of his claims, he could not compel others to believe him. Regardless of whether his assertions held truth or not, Wu Tingyong could not simply abandon the matter. He had to take responsibility that a team member skilled in operating fuel tankers took the keys and attempted to unlock the vehicle. And indeed, it was opened, after a series of exhausting trials that left him drenched in sweat. One brother lamented that if he had known it would be so futile, he would not have toiled for so long without any outcome. That in the next moment, a fellow villager emerged with 2 sets of vehicle keys in hand. With the keys acquired, they had no intention of provoking the rubbery lady within. As for her elimination, perhaps the denizens of their base would devise their own strategies in due time. rendering their interference unnecessary. Furthermore, the disappearance of the anchor points raised their concerns about potential issues within the base, making it imperative for them to return and investigate. With 2 fuel tankers at their disposal, their bounty was considerable. Thus, they set off in 2 tankers, accompanied by a military truck, departing the gas station that had stirred their emotions so profoundly that as the roar of the engines resonated, the rubbery lady inside seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Her form shifting as her rubbery patterns danced across the floor. But soon after, as the noise faded, tranquility returned to the stillness. Having already scouted the severed routes the previous day, there was no need to retrace their steps. They altered their course at the fork where they had once awaited Su's team, leading the way toward Wu Jinxiao's village. The group, anxious and with ample power fueling their journey, soon arrived at Wu Jinxiao's village. Wu Tingyong was the most anxious among them. He could hardly contain himself as he leapt from the vehicle, calling out, "Dad, Mom, where are you?" Time slipped away unnoticed, and once again, darkness enveloped the sky, dimming the light gradually. Wu Tingyong's father was drawing water, pouring it into a basin, while his mother squatted beside the well at their doorstep, lost in thought as she washed vegetables. Being a suburban rural area, most of the restless souls had cultivated small plots to grow a few fresh vegetables. As night fell, with water and power cut off, humanity's nocturnal activities had vanished within these few days. With no light or electricity, there would be no lamps. Life must go on, and the resilient human spirit would invariably seek ways to adapt to the environment. For instance, they began cooking earlier, finishing meals sooner, and retiring to bed at dusk that in a brief moment, everyone's biological clocks had been unconsciously adjusted to the rhythm of rising with the sun and sleeping at sunset. Chapter 42. The journey back to the base. Do you know how I have managed during this time? Recently, a meme circulated online that Wu Tingyong, racing toward his parents, wished he could transform into a living meme, emblazoning his face with bold characters to leap before his parents, demanding they recognize their previous neglect. Had it not been for his tenacious spirit, remaining at home and awaiting fate, he might have truly starved to death. With his life hanging by a thread, a touch of frustration was only natural. "Son," his mother, snapping back to reality upon hearing his call, brightened up, responding with an even louder exclamation than Wu Tingyong's. She abandoned the vegetable she was washing and stood up to embrace him. Yet, Wu Tingyong abruptly halted. He felt tears welling up. Indeed, while at the rubbery lady's lair, the fact that others could see him had led him to wonder if the presence there was influenced by her or something else, allowing him to draw attention. Returning home, would his unique ability manifest once more, rendering him invisible to their memories? A feeling of complete insignificance that sounded delightful. Had it been before the apocalypse, he might have been able to eavesdrop on secrets, taking whatever he wished without anyone noticing him. Of course, for those with a moral compass, such actions were untenable. The reality was far from pleasant. Wu Tingyong did not even wish to possess such an ability. It bore no utility against zombies and zombie birds, yet it effectively rendered him invisible to his parents and all of humanity, that he was wholly forgotten, overlooked, and ignored. Was as if he did not exist in this world. No one would engage with him, no concern or emotional exchange, leaving him to perform a solitary play in a world devoid of an audience. In the throes of his unique ability, he realized how terrifying such a power was. It stripped him of everything while preserving only the enemies he faced. Lacking strength, he still had to confront the pressures of survival, remaining a cog in the food chain. Humanity had forsaken him. In the apocalypse, he found no unity or assistance. Forced to fight alone, he followed the military truck, attempting various distractions along the way, striving to uplift his self-destructive emotions that if this ability could not be quelled. Wu Tingyong feared he might, in a moment of unbearable anguish, seek out his parents and loved ones, ultimately resolving his own fate. Now, enveloped in his mother's embrace, he felt warmth mixed with reproach as she said, "Son, when did you go out? How could you leave when you were running a fever?" His mother remembered him. The memory lingered before his unique ability had taken effect that Wu Tingyong's heart sank. Fortunately, he had not crossed that line, and his powers had faltered midway. Otherwise, he could not bear to imagine the moment of his death, when his ability finally ceased to function, that his parents reawakened to his existence. They would have forever lost him. Buddhism teaches the 8 sufferings of life: birth, aging, illness, death, the suffering of separation from loved ones, the suffering of encountering those one resents, the suffering of unfulfilled desires, and the suffering of the five aggregates. The cycle of life and death is but a reflection of these truths that in response to his parents' inquiries, Wu Tingyong recounted all his experiences. Their expressions shifted dramatically, incredulous at the thought of having forgotten their own son, whom they had nurtured with care. Wu Tingyong reassured them, explaining that this ability affected everyone. His father, now highly agitated, quickly retrieved paper and pen, squinting at the notebook while muttering, "Wu Tingyong, you are the son of Wu Gaoqiang, 19 years old this year. Do not forget his ability. Do not overlook him." Wu Tingyong's mother was equally distressed, pondering how their son could be forgotten by all, that if he ventured outside and was injured, who would notice him? Who would come to his aid? Would he have to wait for death alone? His mother declared, "Do not worry, do not fear. Your father and I will write this down on paper and post it on the wall. We will carry it with us. We will never forget you again." Wu Tingyong smiled and nodded, replying, "All right." He did not reveal to his parents that his room bore a backdrop of his artistic photographs, which they had passed by countless times, each time disregarded. Being forgotten by the world was not solely about his existence, but encompassed everything related to him, including memories and all else, that he merely felt sorrowful, wishing to indulge in a moment of affection with his parents, not wanting to instill in them fear. However, this ability must be resolved, otherwise one day would this power resurface, returning with a vengeance. It was uncertain. Thus, he needed to accompany the denizens of the Hope Base to seek methods within the base to eliminate this troublesome ability. Alongside him in this endeavor was Wu Jinxiao, motivated not by anything else, but a desire to see the state of the base and explore possibilities for relocating the villagers there. He understood that the leaders of the Hope Base were quite interested in his unique ability. Its value was evident, making it all the more beneficial. Additionally, since Wu Tingyong was his close brother, the issues surrounding his ability needed to be addressed. If Wu Tingyong's plight were as dire as he suggested, it would be unbearable for Wu Jinxiao as well. Moreover, venturing together would provide mutual companionship and support. As for the other three brothers, under Dejin's care, they had regained their health, yet none of them claimed to have acquired any abilities. They remained in the village, adhering to the directives of the Hope Base, setting up defenses and organizing patrols. Wang Yu speculated that perhaps many individuals were experiencing the emergence of extraordinary abilities within them, yet numerous powers, detached from human comprehension, left some unaware of their utility, while others, being passive in nature, went entirely unnoticed. That it was conceivable that all those who had undergone treatment developed abilities, or that a certain proportion did. Currently, certainty eluded them. It was imperative to return to the base for further observation and confirmation. The military vehicles from the Hope Base, along with 2 fuel tankers, had halted at Wu Jinxiao's village, making no further progress. That it was not a matter of unwillingness to travel, but rather the encroaching darkness. Today had been bustling with activity, engaging in discussions about establishing a self-sufficient base, compounded by the time spent at the gas station, which had led to their arrival in the village under the cover of night. Moreover, they had endured hunger throughout their journey, managing to scrounge a few snacks at the gas station to alleviate their hunger, yet it was far from sufficient. Given the circumstances, they could only seek supplies locally. This small village, which they had previously visited, reluctantly became their makeshift refuge for the night after departing the base. The Hope Base contingent was sizable, and within this quaint village, everyone coordinated and communicated, managing to free up some rooms. Some members remained with the vehicles, while others slept on the floor of the rooms, and at least they were all settled. With lodging secured, the next concern was nourishment. One should not assume that being rural meant an abundance of grain. Although categorized as a village, most residents had long ceased agricultural activities. Some tended to ornamental plants, others engaged in business, some sought employment elsewhere, and others had simply retired, occasionally growing a few vegetables. The fields once devoted to staple crops had long been sold off due to urban development, and their titles as farmers were little more than a relic, barely holding significance due to the land they occupied. Dispossessed farmers, while they still possessed small vegetable plots, these provided only meager daily sustenance. Relying on them for a full meal was utterly impossible. Despite the limited food supply, out of gratitude, the villagers managed to scrape together some provisions, arranging for a large stove to prepare dishes and steam rice, ensuring that the Hope Base members enjoyed a hearty meal. After a tranquil night, the following morning, Everyone tidied up after breakfast and set off back to the base. Chapter 43. A splash of broth while the individuals at the Hope Base waited hungrily for their meal. There were others sharing in their hunger, but do not misunderstand. It was not the Star, who was being well cared for by Dejin. The unopened cans of formula, one after another, were collected by Dejin, who had gathered an assortment for infants aged 0 to 6 months, 7-12 months, under 3 years old, and even formula for the elderly. Anything resembling formula that Dejin encountered was collected. Star needed to drink. Star's sustenance was paramount. Regarding the origins of Dejin's little portable storage, he too was perplexed. One day, while watching Star engaging in physical activity and continuing his routine of eating, sleeping, and battling zombies, he suddenly found himself in possession of a place to store items. It was a mystery, but he could place things in and retrieve them at will. What kind of place could it be? Dejin even contemplated inserting his head to see what it looked like inside. Unfortunately, it was a failed endeavor. He even attempted to see if merely placing an eye inside would work. Naturally, he could see nothing. Well, during Dejin's experimental fervor, Star's call diverted his attention and extinguished his curiosity. In any case, both Star's formula and Dejin's dog food fit comfortably within that space that Dejin was content to regard that place as his personal storage. Although he possessed this extraordinary ability, it was not particularly presentable, and Dejin had never showcased it to Star later. When Star witnessed Mion storing and retrieving items, she was awestruck, while Dejin remained unfazed. What a trivial spectacle to astonish Star. He could do that too. Thus, Dejin revealed his spatial ability, such a peculiar competitive instinct among dogs. Therefore, entrusting her sustenance to Dejin ensured that Star was well fed and pampered, save for the absence of a wardrobe change, which Star found rather lamentable. Everything else was satisfactory. As Star clutched her milk bottle, distractedly glancing around, Dejin cast a puzzled look her way. Star, feeling guilty, resumed drinking, taking a few gulps before sneaking another peek. Were the kittens drowning in milk? Wow, engulfed by the liquid, would they not drown? Why weren't they drinking? They had just consumed a hearty meal prior. Do not blame Star for her inattentiveness while drinking. One could only say that she was watching the commotion after satiating her hunger. Perhaps it was the kitten's first experience with milk that left a profound impression on Dejin. Now, after preparing milk for Star, Dejin would often cast a slightly disdainful glance at the kittens, tossing them into a bowl where the formula was dissolved, leaving the little kittens to luxuriate in their milk bath, drinking as if bathing. Drinking their bathing milk was somewhat absurd. It seemed that cats and dogs were not entirely compatible, although Dejin was willing to rescue the 3 kittens and feed them. He would not groom them with his tongue. The little kittens, soaked in milk powder, had yet to learn to groom themselves, resulting in their fine fur becoming matted and sticky. The appearance of the drenched kittens plummeted drastically, resembling a catastrophic decline. With great effort, under Star's guidance, Dejin managed to dry the kittens with a warm towel wrung out of water. As long as the kittens drank the milk, they would be submerged in the liquid, necessitating another drying session afterward. That night, accompanying the Hope Base in their hunger were the 3 kittens that was uncertain whether the kittens had vomited from drinking too much or simply lacked appetite. Regardless, when thrown into the milk bath by Dejin, all 3 kittens kept their mouths shut, nestled in the basin of milk, merely floating along, not even attempting to drink. That Dejin observed. No drinking. Dejin continued to watch. Still no drinking. Dejin was perplexed. Star, reveling in the spectacle, was thoroughly entertained. Dejin. If they don't want to drink, then so be it. They could choose not to. Dejin retrieved the 3 kittens, showing remarkable patience, preferring to manipulate the towel with his abilities rather than using his noble tongue to groom them. The only being capable of compelling Dejin to groom was Star, and even he would occasionally attempt to lick Star's hair and hands. It was unclear whether he intended to eliminate any unpleasant odors or for some other reason. Star, no, stop. Having gone through the communication of drying the kittens, Star suddenly realized, yes, she could speak and communicate with Dejin. Why had she thought she couldn't bathe? Was it due to the disconnect between humans and dogs, or was it that infants and dogs could not meet openly? Never mind. Her little body was just a soft, plump mass, round in every aspect. What was there to be shy about? Additionally, she finally, her mind had made a breakthrough. She understood that even if she felt bashful, she could refuse Dejin's help with bathing. Though her home was empty and her mother was absent, Within the building she resided, spanning multiple floors, there were numerous women, sisters, young ladies, aunts, grandmothers, and various others, available for her selection. Why had she not sought assistance from a female neighbor to help her bathe? Because she was foolish and had not thought of it. The result was her stench lingering for so many days. She had not realized it. This clearly illustrated that her cognitive development had not been fully realized, perhaps still lacking. At most, she had barely acquired a modicum of reasoning capacity. How tragic, starting from an IQ of 0. She lamented her own ignorance for a moment. Star directed Dajin to head downstairs, layer by layer, in search of someone to assist her with bathing. She could no longer contain her urge to feel clean. An ancient saying goes, "One who enters a room of orchids for a long time ceases to smell their fragrance, while one who lingers in a fish market for a long time becomes oblivious to the stench." A fallacy, a deceit. She could smell her own scent every single day. Soon enough, she found someone willing to help her bathe, thanks to a familiar face, Lin Xiaowen, who resided just below them. Faced with an infant speaking Mandarin seeking assistance, which was rather unusual given her age, and with Dajin vigilantly watching over the child, Lin Xiaowen maintained her composure and readily agreed, albeit with a slight hesitation. Unfortunately, we are currently experiencing a water and power outage at home and did not manage to store water in advance. We do have some bottled water available, but it may not suffice for bathing. Water? That was simple. Star engaged in an amusingly cryptic exchange with Dajin, who appeared baffled by her Mandarin, yet managed to grasp part of her babbling infant language. Soon Dajin, puzzled, conjured up a large puddle of water from thin air. Star nodded excitedly, while Dajin, tilting his head, failed to comprehend why Star required water poured over her head, as if it would help her grow faster like a flower. Despite his confusion, Dajin enthusiastically followed Star's request, pouring water over her head. "Star, stop." She sought a bath, not a cold. Lin Xiaowen exclaimed, quickly stripping Xingxing of her damp attire and wrapping her in a dry towel. She hesitated to communicate that the water temperature for a baby's bath should ideally be close to human body temperature, as infants possess limited ability to regulate their body temperature, making them susceptible to chills or burns if the water is too hot or cold. Generally, the water temperature should be maintained between 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, while the room temperature should ideally remain between 26 to 28 degrees Celsius. For newborns, a room temperature of 27 to 29 degrees is advisable. The smaller the baby, the more critical it is to monitor both water and room temperatures. This was all wisdom gleaned from her experience raising her son. Chapter 44. The plump girl who robbed Xingxing relayed Lin Xiaowen's lessons. And then, with a shake of her head, pointed to the bathtub in Lin Xiaowen's home, indicating that she wished to fill it with water. But Wei Yushun, having regained a modicum of energy, stood at the bathroom door observing them. What was it about Xingxing's bath that drew such an audience? Even the little zombie, Wen Yuan, was inexplicably tethered to an old stroller that had been set aside due to its size, now moved to the doorway. Wailing in a curious lament, Dajin cast a glance, exclaiming, "Oh, the little dirty one has arrived." Dajin remarked, "What game does Xingxing wish to play?" "Everyone seems quite interested. Let us all join in." Xingxing patted her little belly, snugly wrapped in the towel, its roundness delightful to the touch that a rosy hue blossomed on her chubby cheeks. Was she a beauty of unparalleled grace, drawing all eyes in admiration of her emerging from the bath? Lin Xiaowen even retrieved a floating rubber duck from the storeroom and a small windmill that twirled on the glass, enhancing the ceremonial nature of Xingxing's first bath. When it came time for the actual bathing, Yu Shun led the little zombie Wen Yuan away, while Dajin remained, fixated on the spectacle as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Wen Yuan, when left to his own devices, emitted a series of whimpers, which morphed into howls of discontent once he was dragged away. Dajin, engrossed in observing Xingxing, turned her head curiously towards the door. Wen Yuan, the little zombie, lamented. Dajin, turning her gaze, appeared torn between loyalty and intrigue. Xingxing, unwittingly caught in a little drama, lay in the small basin that Lin Xiaowen had later uncovered, once used for Wen Yuan's baths during his infancy. The warm water was just right as she settled in. This was the essence of life, a gentle cascade of warm water flowing over her milk-soft skin, bestowing the blissful joy akin to a hot spring. Lin Xiaowen expertly poured the warm water over Xingxing, carefully draping a small towel over her modesty to preserve her dignity. Xingxing merely needed to squint her eyes and bask in the experience, watching Dajin, who seemed intent on guarding her, yet repeatedly distracted by external noises. Xingxing waved her little hand outward, urging her to go. Dajin appeared to understand, or perhaps not, but her curiosity compelled her to venture outside. Xingxing is playing with water. Dajin is not invited. Dajin mused, her curiosity piqued about the little dirty one. As Dajin stood, her legs shifted, and she stepped outside to Wei Yuxin observed the large dog, which had saved his pet, now standing before their son, transformed into a creature of the night. Wen Yuan was their only child. And as Yuxin closed his eyes, he pondered the dog that could rid the world of the zombie virus, yet had not saved his son. Was it unable to save him, unwilling to save him, or simply a matter of fate? He hoped it was merely the dog's reluctance that if hope still lingered, could the dog eventually consent and restore their son. This was the unspoken desire nestled deep within their hearts. They had bound their son Wen Yuan, witnessing the totality of his transformation. Wen Yuan was no longer human, not in his color-shifting eyes, not in his sharpened teeth, nor in his altered diet or speech. None of this was something they could reconcile with themselves. Yuxin tried to find a solution, but this was his son, or at least had been. It was still his son's body. The bond of fatherhood rendered him powerless to act. Autumn was equally unwilling. They preferred to risk keeping him bound and cared for. Wen Yuan had always been so obedient, so compliant. Even as a zombie, he consumed whatever they provided, though his appearance had morphed into something strange. He remained their child. What parent could bring themselves to harm their offspring, even with the slightest possibility? This was not merely a monster, but their beloved child. Yet the extraordinary dog and the zombies stood on opposing sides. Yuxin understood that the extraordinary dog was relentless in its extermination of the undead. Wen Yuan had become a complete and utter zombie. Dajin could no longer restrain herself. Could she? Was she inclined to resolve this little zombie situation? To kill their child whom they could not bear to harm? Yuxin turned his head away, unwilling to witness the potential outcome. After a considerable pause, Wen Yuan, the little zombie, cried out, Dajin remained fixated. Wen Yuan continued. Dajin persisted in her watchful gaze. Nothing transpired? Unable to contain himself, Yuxin turned to observe what Dajin was up to. Dajin sat quietly, studying Wen Yuan, while Yuxin glanced between Dajin and Wen Yuan. So, the danger had passed. Dajin was not there to harm their son, merely driven by curiosity. It was a comforting thought, yet Dajin fixated on Wen Yuan, who whimpered in response, as if attempting communication, and Wei Yuxin chuckled at his own fanciful notion. Could a zombie possess awareness and emotions? Did it possess a language module? The truth was that Wen Yuan indeed exhibited signs of communication. Dajin was curiously observing the little zombie's outbursts. Wen Yuan, the little zombie, protested, my base and my toys, my mama, go away, no stealing, no stealing. Wen Yuan continuó, dobji dadi Wen Yuan, mine manga dobji stinky. The language was jumbled, leaving Dajin perplexed, as she sensed the little dirty one was expressing something. Yet the meaning eluded her. If Team Su were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be shocked, eyes wide in disbelief, grappling with the notion that zombies possessed awareness, memory, and even the ability to speak. Dajin blinked, slightly annoyed, seemingly unable to comprehend the little dirty one's babbling. Perhaps it was best to seek out Xingxing to play with water instead, Yuxin observed Dajin. It appeared her curiosity had waned, and she turned to retreat into the bedroom. Having completed her bath, Xingxing radiated joy to, how wonderful, clean, comfortable, and fragrant. The freshly bathed Xingxing began to ponder whether Dajin was indeed clean. Would their closeness soil her newly cleansed skin? This concern paled in comparison to the more pressing question. Could Dajin's uncleanliness lead to skin ailments? Moreover, Xingxing was truly repulsed by the lingering scent of milk that clung to her before her bath. In retrospect, it seemed Dajin had never bathed in her presence. Dajin, with all that fur, has she been unwashed? Could there be bugs? A wave of anxiety washed over her round little face. Dajin, she called out, her voice tinged with urgency. Dajin promptly approached, ever the loyal guardian, her eyes reflecting satisfaction and eagerness to be of service, as if asking, what troubles you, my Xingxing? The stars pounced upon the majestic dog, who gracefully embraced the playful assault of the stars with a gentle curve. Yet the stars did not adhere to the dog. They merely hovered close, observing intently with their newly minted eyes, scrutinizing each strand of the dog's fur with meticulous care. Were there insects, fleas, filth? None to be found. The stars were perplexed, utterly astonished. With a curious glance, they pressed their nose closer, inhaling deeply. Surprisingly, there was no foul odor emanating from the dog. Instead, there lingered a faint hint of pet shampoo. The dog smelled delightful. Unable to resist, the stars indulged in a few more seconds of sniffing, their little mouth pouting in discontent. The dog must have secretly bathed without them, perhaps multiple times. Meanwhile, the stars had endured days of unpleasantness. While the dog remained fragrant, how cunning the dog was! It seemed only the stars bore the stench. The dog turned its head, exuding an innocent gaze, supporting the stars as they leaned against it. The stars, unable to stand unaided, relied on the dog's sturdy form for balance to accommodate the star's petite stature. The dog instinctively half laid down, ensuring the stars could reach without straining their neck. The dog was fragrant. The stars were fragrant, clean, warm, and comfortable. The duo, a dog and a star, lay together like a serene tableau of harmonious coexistence. The little mewling kitten seemed to sense something amiss, clamoring in eager anticipation. Unwilling to be outdone, they awkwardly maneuvered their feeble hind legs to clamber out of their nest, striving to approach their direction. The dog swiftly repositioned itself and the stars deeper into the space, preventing the kittens from ascending upon them. The sensation would be ticklish. Disappointed, the kittens could only flounder on the ground, lacking the energy to continue their pursuit. The stars leaned against the dog, playfully swaying as if riding a living rocking chair. Lulled by the warmth and the gentle rhythm of the dog's heartbeat, gradually drifting into slumber. When the stars fell asleep, the dog carefully returned them to their bedecked IT, then glanced at the kittens, who had tumbled out of their nest and lay feebly on the floor, occasionally letting out a faint meow. The dog, with a quick glance, retrieved the kittens back to their cozy abode, sensing the arrival of the caretaker. The kittens' cries suddenly found their target, akin to aggrieved children who only wail for comfort in front of their parents. The dog's ears drooped, tightly shut, overwhelmed by the cacophony of the little ones. The chilly floor was no place for them. They ought to refrain from wandering about. A small towel floated gently down upon the kittens. They continued to mew, and the dog, recalling something, realized the kittens had yet to finish their evening meal before finally succumbing to sleep. As all other creatures in the room drifted off, the dog felt a sense of closure to the day, burdened by the weight of its responsibilities as the head of the household. The dog gazed sorrowfully at the sky, devoid of a full moon or twinkling stars, only a profound darkness enveloping the night. Where had the lady of the house gone, and when would she return? The stars longed to leap into the dog's embrace, just as the dog yearned to leap into the lady's arms for a hug and a word of praise. The dog was brimming with anticipation. Not only the dog gazed at the night sky. Many humans and dogs alike shared this moment, all gazing into the same abyss of darkness. The establishment of the self-sufficient base began with a singular idea expanding into a broader vision. Initially, the pioneers who proposed the formation of the base resided in that neighborhood, aspiring to transform that area into the epicenter of the self-sufficient base, a bustling hub of activity. However, an unexpected canine leader emerged. Ostensibly, it was due to canine protection that their base acquired its own armed forces, enabling them to venture out into the world beyond their homes, naturally designating the canine leader's residence as the focal point for future development. In truth, after news spread of the dog's ability to heal pollution without pain or side effects, an increasing number of people relocated to the area where the dog resided, creating an illusion of a thriving street reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic times. The establishment of the self-sufficient base took many by surprise. Bai Yin was among them. She was fortunate to live just 2 streets away from the building where the dog resided, a mere 6 to 7 minute walk. She observed as the newly formed base's staff, guided by the dogs, traversed the streets from building to building. Many of them engaged in promotional efforts that in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Resources were scarce, and promotional tactics had shifted from the pre-apocalyptic methods of distributing flyers and advertisements to humble word-of-mouth recommendations and loudspeaker announcements. Do you wish to end the apocalypse? Do you want to step outside your door? Do you desire the freedom to explore, work, study, enjoy culinary delights, and gather with friends, all while having electricity and internet access? Now, here is a tremendous piece of news. Our self-sufficient base has been established. Join the base. No 998. Just kidding, folks. Our base is fortified by the protection of thousands of extraordinary partners, boasting an excellent geographical location in the heart of the CBD, with expansive grounds overlooking serene lakes and mountains, allowing us to enjoy a tranquil life that in a moment of urgency. Various promotional materials were hastily concocted, fervently advocating for the base. The absurdity of the advertisements elicited a long-overdue smile from Bai Yin. With the establishment of their own base, at least safety was assured, which was wonderful, and there was the possibility of receiving exclusive canine protection. The level of luck was akin to winning the lottery before the apocalypse. Over here, the frail Xiao Ku was among those fortunate enough to be chosen by a lucky dog as soon as they stepped outside. After being selected, they were appointed as a promotional ambassador. What an esteemed role it was. The goal was to coax those who were too afraid to venture out of their homes that we have a base now. It's safe, so don't be afraid. They aim to restore production and daily life, seeking more professionals to contribute to the base's development. Plans for base construction, drafting blueprints, restoring networks and electricity, building walls, and even mundane clerical tasks, sales persuasion roles. Cooking, medical care, accounting, and ensuring various trades within the urban area flourished were all part of the vision. To persuade people, they emphasized the benefits, such as joining the base, allowing them the same freedom to venture outside. With safety guaranteed. Don't believe me? Look over there. That is my personal guardian, Dog Anan. Xiao Ku excitedly exclaimed. Anan, show them what you can do. Dog Anan, exuberant and playful, hopped joyfully upon hearing the call. With a glance, she surveyed the area, which had been meticulously cleared by the young men, revealing no remnants of stray zombies. It seemed many had been eradicated recently, and the level of pollution appeared to have diminished, with fewer incidents of human mutations into zombies occurring. Suddenly, Anan's eyes brightened. What is that? A zombie bird circled above, seemingly drawn by the commotion, only to be startled by an ominous premonition and ascend higher into the sky. Anan scoffed. Too late. Unbeknownst to her, she unleashed some extraordinary ability, causing the zombie bird to plummet from the sky after being attacked by an unknown force to ensure everyone could see clearly. Anan called out toward the direction of the falling creature. A patrolling dog happened to be in the vicinity, and under Anan's subtle hints, the patrol dog rolled its eyes but, motivated by Anan's desire to showcase her prowess, kicked the fallen prey toward her. Anan stood poised beside the mangled corpse of the zombie bird, looking up at Xiao Ku and the other humans, her eyes darting side to side, exuding an unmistakable air of pride. Look at this. A piece of cake. The humans should not hesitate to applaud her, showering her with praise for her impressive feat. Instances like this were plentiful. Of course, not all dogs were as accommodating, and some possessed rather unique personalities. Shiba Inu Bawang, with his adorable eyes wide open and ears perked up high, seemed to have disregarded the human-esque plea. Bawang, come on, we agreed. Work with me here, just give me some face. The human, desperate, felt the weight of judgment from the onlookers intensifying, and the pressure mounted. Finally, pushed to the brink, the human produced a treasured treat from their pocket. One should not question why Bawang, as a Shiba Inu, was so enamored with cat treats. Merely observing the human-esque movement of reaching into their pocket revealed Bawang's eager gaze, indicating that he had merely been feigning ignorance to secure a snack. You remember, Bawang, you have to work after eating this treat. I went through great lengths to find it. The human offered the cunning Shiba Inu his reward. However, it was but a mere morsel. The Shiba Inu smacked his lips, feeling as though the flavor had vanished before he could truly savor it, for his current size was now roughly double what it had been before, and naturally, his mouth had grown proportionately. Therefore, a cat treat that had been just right for him pre-apocalypse was now barely sufficient to satisfy the Shiba Inu's appetite. Woof woof, he had put in so much effort, pretending to be oblivious, only to receive such a scant offering. Did they think him a fool? Regarding this matter, the Shiba Inu was quite dissatisfied, howling and wailing in protest. The onlooking humans expressed concern for the one who had attempted to placate the Shiba Inu, fearing that the disgruntled canine might unleash its ire upon them. Unbeknownst to them, after the raucous howls, the Shiba Inu, noticing the humans had yet to offer him sustenance, flopped onto the ground and began to roll about. Rolling and rolling. His human guardian remarked, "He is truly foolish. Indeed. He knows the Shiba Inu is beautiful and stubborn, but he remains oblivious to the fact that it can also throw a tantrum and roll on the ground. The humans, pushed to their limits, quickly pleaded, all right, I have cat treats." The Shiba Inu's rolling motion abruptly halted, his ears perked up in anticipation. The humans, still at their wits' end, continued, "I'll fetch them for you. I don't have any on me right now. You've devoured them all." The Shiba Inu sprang to his feet at once, his eager little steps and sparkling eyes vividly conveying the message. "Let us go. Let us hurry back for my reward. First, I'll perform, and then I'll eat. If I don't perform, there will be no treats." Faced with such urgency, the humans affectionately ruffled the Shiba Inu's head. Feeling both exasperated and amused at this canine master is indeed a nuisance. This time, the Shiba Inu was remarkably enthusiastic. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any threats and pondering how to showcase his talents. He set his sights on a tall, iron structure, and with a fierce determination, unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. The brothers stationed atop the tower, newly assigned to duty, began to tremble. This is a murder attempt. Fortunately, the patrolling wolf, with a piercing gaze, rushed over and shot the Shiba Inu a warning look. The Shiba Inu withdrew his flames, but the lower section of the tower was already singed, with molten iron beginning to drip downwards. The human on the top exclaimed, "This is it. The dog is attempting to murder humans. Am I to lose my life here today?" The newly appointed civil servant pondered whether his fate truly aligned with the fortune teller's prediction. Was he destined never to hold power? The wolf regarded the foolish Shiba Inu coolly, indifferent to the human's plight. After all, the group had their territory, which included humans to serve them. Thus, humans were essentially tools at their disposal. Valuable tools. The Shiba Inu was merely a subordinate in the wolf's development. If the Shiba Inu were to ruin the cooperative relationship between humans and dogs, there would undoubtedly be repercussions from the formidable golden dog, either a beating or expulsion. The wolf, however, did not mind being cast out. Freedom was delightful. Yet, just then, a dog with a coat shimmering like silver approached, embodying both wisdom and foolishness. The Shiba Inu, upon seeing him, hurriedly greeted, "Little Ha, you're here too?" The husky, Little Ha, was blissfully unaware of the identity of this large yellow dog. Thanks to the wolf's diligence in amassing a following of unknown subordinates. Upon hearing the greeting, Little Ha feigned nonchalance, leaning towards the wolf, feeling somewhat guilty. "Who is this yellow dog? Is he one of our subordinates? I don't recognize him, by the way. You were running so fast earlier, I almost couldn't keep up." The wolf replied he wishes to burn the tower and harm humans. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon Little Ha and rush over to intervene. As their patrol's purpose was to protect humans and eliminate dangers. Little Ha, suddenly enlightened, nodded, Oh, what? Why would a perfectly fine dog want to harm humans? Aren't we cooperating with them? Why attack them?" The Shiba Inu, seemingly uninterested in the chaos, simply desired some cat treats. Did he wish to challenge the golden dog? Did he aspire to establish his own gang? The Shiba Inu was referred to as Little Yellow Dog simply because Little Ha did not know his name. And due to their similar fur color, though the Shiba Inu was not as large as the golden dog. The Shiba Inu, feeling wronged, merely sought a delicious cat treat. Not only were the humans atop the tower filled with dread, but even his guardian's eyes widened in shock, muttering, "You've gotten yourself into trouble, brother." The Shiba Inu hurriedly explained his intentions and the motivation behind his fiery display, and he was baffled by the damage inflicted upon the tower. Was burning a section of iron truly so detrimental? How fragile! He genuinely only wished for a delectable cat treat. Little Ha, upon hearing this, shifted focus. "Where are those delicious cat treats? I want some too. Can you share half with me? I'll help you fix that iron pillar." With that, Little Ha swiftly reinforced the tower, adding extra support to its outer structure. Delicious cat treats. The Shiba Inu was reluctant to part with them, feeling despondent at the thought of refusal. However, facing the wolf's intense gaze, which favored Little Ha, he had no choice but to begrudgingly agree to relinquish his share of the treats, his heart aching. The humans watched this grand spectacle unfold, witnessing the collaboration between extraordinary canines and humans. More and more people were moved by this first-hand experience, spreading the word, and many ventured out of their homes to embrace the collaborative spirit of the self-sufficient base, contributing their efforts. Meanwhile, chaos continued to arise. Chapter 46. What great power, Dr. Dan. We encountered an elderly woman while patrolling the streets. She has a fever and has locked herself away, claiming she is infected with a virus. No matter how her family urges her, she refuses to open the door till we spoke to her son, who reported that they had to force the door open, and upon entering, they found her merely suffering from a common fever. Nothing indicative of a zombie transformation. Here, we brought her in. Could you please take a look? The staff responsible for promoting the self-sufficient base awaited eagerly outside the medical room to Dr. Dan upon being called. Turned her head and replied, "Is she outside? Bring her in. I'll take a look." She donned a mask and put on sterilized rubber gloves to prepare herself. The mask and gloves were necessary to avoid contamination during treatment. And as resources were scarce, they sought to clean and reuse any undamaged gloves. This was a consequence of the ongoing production disruptions, which compelled them to find ways to conserve resources. The staff promptly brought the elderly woman inside. Dr. Dan examined her pupils, took her pulse, and even checked her tongue and complexion, inquiring of her accompanying family, "How long has she been feverish?" The family member, a middle-aged man, quickly responded, "We're not sure. We were all at home when one day. My mother refused to come out for meals, saying she felt unwell. After several meals, she still hadn't emerged, and we grew worried. She mentioned feeling like she might turn into a monster, afraid of jumping off the building to commit suicide. Worried she would harm her grandchildren so. She locked herself away, saying she'd rather starve. That we don't know when she started feeling unwell, but she has probably been locked up for about 2 days. Dr. Dan nodded, saying, "From what I can see, your mother does not exhibit any signs of mutation. She appears to be in a normal state, just feverish." Dr. Dan paused, confirming that it was indeed a fever, likely caused by a common virus. "I suspect she may have caught a chill or something similar, leading to her discomfort. She is likely feeling anxious and overthinking things, burdened with worries that it is nothing serious. That I'll prescribe some medication for her to take. She should sweat it out with some rest and stick to a light diet, and she'll recover quickly." Thankfully, the self-sufficient base had managed to gather a substantial amount of untainted medication from pharmacies and hospitals, ensuring that ordinary ailments were not lacking in treatment options. However, for severe conditions like cranial surgeries, heart bypasses, or bone marrow transplants, they simply did not have the means to perform such procedures. The middle-aged man, relieved to hear the good news and the availability of medication for his mother's condition, paid the medical fees and, assisted by the staff, hurriedly took his elderly mother home to rest. After the establishment of the self-sufficient base, a serious discussion arose regarding currency. Many held differing views on the currency that existed before the apocalypse. Before the end times, there was a comprehensive financial and economic system, along with monetary policies that could be utilized for convenience. But what good would convenience do if accepting pre-apocalypse currency meant prioritizing the search for heavy and difficult-to-transport items like stones, cement, bricks, and iron, solely to seek out pre-apocalypse printed paper money? In that case, all resources could be exhausted, leaving behind stacks of moldy, unsellable waste paper in the warehouse. Was that acceptable? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, paper currency had become as good as worthless, and the idea of reinstating it posed significant challenges, leading to immediate opposition. Moreover, in the present, the focus had shifted towards fulfilling basic needs, being well-fed, clothed, and safe. Thus, a new monetary system was imperative, necessitating the redesign, printing, and anti-counterfeiting measures for the newly established self-sufficient base. This was indeed a dilemma. Consequently, the prevalent practice in their market remained barter or equivalent exchange, including compensating workers with goods. Thus, the payment for the middle-aged man's medical fees came in the form of a large vacuum-sealed Jinhua ham, a gift he had received from someone else and had no idea how to consume, yet was reluctant to open. That it was convenient to use it as payment for medical expenses. What a hefty leg! Realizing he had received quite a lot, he also provided 2 bags of dried mushrooms he had discovered earlier as change for the middle-aged man. The man was quite pleased, as he had not eaten vegetables in days. Rehydrated dried mushrooms would suffice for several meals. Quite splendid. Dr. Xiaodan watched as the patient walked away, and the medical room returned to a serene stillness. She couldn't help but ponder her circumstances. It had been 5 or 6 days since she arrived here, transitioning from a beleaguered medical staff member awaiting rescue in a hospital to a precious physician at an autonomous base established by those saved by the dogs. The entire experience could only be described as fantastical and extraordinary. The hospital was besieged, and she was whisked away by a dog, taken to a territory and subsequently handed over to the property management. The base was established with great fanfare. The property management was persuaded to resume operations, and she successfully secured a position as a physician at the autonomous base. Among the shorter individuals, Dr. Xiaodan stood out remarkably. After all, she possessed a profound understanding of both Eastern and Western medicine, capable of identifying herbal remedies as well as diagnosing and prescribing conventional medications. She had a rudimentary knowledge of bone setting and acupuncture, instantly becoming the leading figure in the medical room. Her rapid ascent to prominence was akin to a whirlwind. Just as she was on the brink of becoming the medical leader in this region, Dr. Xiaodan could not suppress her curiosity. Was the establishment of the autonomous base an underground operation? Or was it merely that the news surrounding the base was inexplicably obscure? Was the base truly allowing the urban area to devolve into a chaotic and bustling hub without anyone to oversee or assist? The vibrancy of the autonomous base stemmed from the aspirations of many who yearned for the outside world. Despite the perils and fears, there was the hope of safeguarding their homeland and the prospect of acquiring a dog. Furthermore, there was even a chance that those who inadvertently suffered injuries could receive aid and become superpowered individuals. There were rumors circulating about a dog capable of purging pollution, and while some regarded these claims with skepticism, others held steadfast belief that an old woman's son settled the bill. He could be heard lamenting, "Had I known it was merely a common fever, I would not have prepaid the intermediary for the treatment of zombie contamination." Dr. Xiaodan caught this and couldn't help but smirk, a subtle curve of amusement gracing her lips. She had indeed heard the whispers, as someone who had witnessed the miraculous purification performed by the golden dog. She understood that the tales of pollution removal, though seemingly exaggerated and implausible, were rooted in reality. However, could humans truly command dogs to assist in purging pollution at will? She raised an eyebrow, pondering, unless that so-called human was an infant. Alternatively, it was also possible that the rumors served as a guise for self-promotion by human charlatans claiming to possess the ability to remove pollution, deceiving a multitude of desperate souls seeking salvation for themselves or their loved ones. After returning his mother home for recuperation, a middle-aged man sought out the intermediary. "My mother was never contaminated. You spoke so assuredly back then and even took a ham as a reservation fee." The doctor said she merely had a common fever. There is no need for her to undergo pollution treatment. "You misjudge the situation. She does not require such treatment, so return my ham." Cornered by a gathering crowd, consisting largely of anxious relatives of the semi-contaminated, the intermediary, undaunted, responded, "The fact that your mother is uninfected is indeed good news. However, at that time, you insisted she was in dire straits, needing urgent assistance. That is why I made special arrangements to expedite her treatment, allowing her to cut in line. The powers we possess to eliminate pollution are not something one can simply activate or deactivate at will. I cannot afford to let go of a plump target like you. Besides, I recall that you provided me with a substantial ham. That ham, when sliced and cooked with tofu, is simply delectable. Not to mention, it has already been consumed by our members." The middle-aged man was taken aback. "You provided no treatment for my mother. I did not receive the service, so of course, I deserve a refund for the supplies I contributed." The intermediary sighed, feigning distress. To be frank, treating contaminated individuals is no trivial matter. It is akin to restoring life to someone half-cooked. The notion of reversing zombie contamination is essentially resurrecting a corpse. Such feats require extraordinary power. You see, that illustrates just how formidable our leader is as a superpowered individual. The ability to treat the contaminated is not something just any superpowered person can accomplish. Aside from the dog leader you've heard about, only our leader possesses such extraordinary abilities that it is evident that this power is exceedingly rare. Such a precious ability cannot simply be activated like a light switch. It requires preparation and nourishment. Your contributions were insufficient, and now you want to forego treatment. Our leader has had to consume a great deal of fine food to prepare for your mother as treatment. You must compensate for those losses." The middle-aged man was left speechless. What was happening? He had received no treatment and merely sought the return of the ham they had taken. How was it that he was now being asked to provide additional resources for their compensation? Chapter 47. The Value of Investment. Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, the intermediary continued, "Let us be honest. Do you truly believe the contaminated can be saved? This isn't just treatment. It is a matter of life and death." The most a doctor can do is prescribe medication, but whether it will work is uncertain. Our leader's powers are remarkable, capable of healing and saving lives in an instant. Can't you see the difference? With a grimace, the middle-aged man replied, but we received no treatment. Your leader only mentioned a reservation. Even if activating the powers requires resources, there are numerous others waiting for treatment. I could simply transfer my spot. The ham taken from my home must be returned. There is no logic in this. How can you take my resources without providing anything in return? What ham is there to return? They retorted that it's long been consumed. There is no way we can regurgitate it for you. Besides, do you think our leader is unaware of his own capabilities? Were it not for the rumors circulating about a dog capable of purging contamination, they wouldn't have conceived such a brilliant scheme to extract copious resources while living in comfort and luxury, all in pursuit of aid. Our leader was once just a subordinate, a mere nobody. During the lockdown, they all crammed together in a rented room, with ample food but scarce resources. When hunger became unbearable, they risked going out for supplies, resulting in one of their own being discovered and injured. The former leader coldly expelled him, espousing brotherhood and morality. You are my brother, but we can't bear to end your life. Just run far away. Surviving is your fortune. Perishing is merely your misfortune. Thus, the former subordinate became the current leader, venturing out wounded without any resources. They never anticipated his return. They thought he had perished outside, transformed into a monster. When he ultimately returned, they were wary and obstructive. Yet everything changed upon learning he possessed a healing ability. With a superpower, they were overjoyed. However, disappointment soon followed, as his so-called healing powers only addressed minor ailments, scrapes, mouth sores, and skin rashes that for resurrection, limb regeneration, or detoxification. He could accomplish none of these. The intermediary clicked his tongue, acknowledging the leader's cunning intellect. Were it not for the leader's recruitment of this superpowered individual and the subsequent promotion of the rumors about the dog capable of purging contamination, they could never have thrived in this post-apocalyptic world. Their reservation system was also the leader's ingenious idea. Such a rare ability needed to be fought for, queued for, and reserved for those who succumbed to transformation or death while waiting. That was simply the way of life. To lend an air of authenticity to their deception, they had even prepared actors to feign imminent transformation, employing makeup, colored contact lenses, and prosthetic teeth to create the illusion of imminent mutation. Potential targets were allowed to witness this spectacle from a distance. When the leader unleashed their powers, a blinding light illuminated the scene, rendering everyone unable to discern the events unfolding that end this confusion. Those in disguise exchanged positions with the individuals who had been secretly waiting beneath the beds. When the crowd opened their eyes, they were greeted by what appeared to be a restored patient, albeit one too weak to speak, with the pollution seemingly eradicated before their very eyes. Although the healing light was blinding, it obscured the gradual restoration of the contaminated individuals. Yet it was this immense energy that facilitated the removal of pollution, and it all seemed quite reasonable. In a moment, their so-called rescue group was bustling with activity, creating a lively scene filled with people coming and going, treating the sick and saving lives. How could a middle-aged man be allowed to ruin the stall they had painstakingly set up? That was simply not acceptable, as it pertained to their grand business prospects ahead. The intermediary maintained a calm demeanor, adopting a concerned expression as he said, "Of course, it is possible, but this opportunity is hard to come by. Not only are there so many people clamoring for it now, but if you were to release it into the market, countless individuals would be seeking it desperately, eager to pay a premium for such a precious slot." Noticing the middle-aged man's expression soften with persuasion, he continued, "Those vying for this opportunity aren't merely the polluted individuals. In all honesty, the treatment here isn't particularly difficult, but the preparation period is lengthy. It's akin to unleashing a powerful attack in a game. One must wait for the cooldown, right? Pollution and mutation can occur swiftly or slowly. When someone finally seeks our treatment, will they have time to wait in line?" He shook his head, feigning regret. "Alas, if only we understood how to upgrade our abilities. Otherwise, our rescue association would be more than eager to save every citizen afflicted by zombie pollution. That would indeed be the path to salvation. You understand, don't you? The rush for these spots isn't just for the present, but for the future as well. That be why lining up now, when the time comes for treatment after being polluted, Wouldn't that be a matter of life and death? Therefore, this opportunity could be transferred to another, or better yet, you could sell it directly to me, that I will exchange material goods for it. After all, we are in an apocalyptic scenario. Just because one isn't polluted today doesn't guarantee safety tomorrow. I am healthy, but my family might not be so fortunate that if we are all lucky enough to remain unpolluted, I could always treat it like an investment. Transferring it later would surely yield a significant return. Such words struck a chord with many in this apocalypse. What is most feared? Death. The most common cause of death remains injuries from zombies or random mutations affecting humans, that if there exists an opportunity to safeguard oneself. Isn't that tantamount to gaining an extra life? Besides, the notion of an investment holds merit. Prior to the apocalypse, gold, silver, and precious metals were each more valuable than the last, continually appreciating that a life-saving slot is worth more than gold or silver. Its value could indeed rise, that it is essential to understand that the members of the Rescue Association, initially offering low prices to establish their presence and gain public goodwill, are bound to increase their rates eventually. A life-saving opportunity that can be transferred and appreciated in value. In an instant, many were persuaded, eager to snatch the slot the middle-aged man intended to transfer. Upon seeing the fervent gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man quickly withdrew his ticket, abandoning any thoughts of a refund, exclaiming, "My mother is still unwell. What if she becomes polluted and the opportunity slips away? I'll reserve it for her, just in case." He then dashed away. Several individuals expressed their grievances. Having pre-sold slots while they desperately waiting for salvation, were still left in line. The prices, marketed as promotional, were still a significant burden for ordinary people whose supplies were running low. Wang Shushu epitomized such a household, burdened yet hopeful. She had recently graduated from university and was working in the Water City alongside her cousin. Due to their familial ties, they shared an apartment. As a university student, Wang Shushu seldom cooked, often relying on takeout. Even when lockdown measures had been imposed, reminding everyone to stock up on supplies, they were too busy working, managing only to secure a meager amount of provisions after their shifts amidst the throngs of people. Moreover, they believed the government would surely take care of them. As young women who didn't cook, their stockpile consisted of merely a few bags of rice, flour, and oil, with most of their supplies being instant noodles, milk, and ready-to-eat meals. Their reserves were far from ample. That morning, Wang Shushu discovered her cousin had collapsed, her face flushed and exhibiting symptoms of mutation. With no choice, she took her to the medical room, where they claimed it was due to pollution and mutation, advising her to endure it or find that miraculous dog which could cleanse her sister of the pollution. Desperate, Wang Shushu scoured for information, but instead stumbled upon a so-called Human Rescue Association, reputed to possess healing abilities. Upon inquiry, she found the association's fees exorbitant, and their articulate pitches about appreciation and safeguarding against the unexpected only heightened her skepticism. Surely, if their offerings were truly valuable, they wouldn't need such fervent promotion, that if they were indeed overwhelmed with requests, why resort to such grandstanding? If only her supplies were sufficient, she would have taken the risk. But the reality was stark. Their provisions had dwindled over the past few days, and although they hoped for an airdrop from the base, not every building received an equitable share. Their residence was a rented space, predominantly occupied by tenants of varying backgrounds, making it unsafe for two young women to contend with men over scant food supplies. They could not afford to take such risks, without any means to replenish their stocks. Their situation had grown increasingly precarious. With no other option, Wang Shushu trudged outside, her head hanging low. When the intermediary's keen eyes spotted her, he quickly signaled one of his subordinates to detain her. This girl was undoubtedly attractive. Even without makeup, her beauty shone through. Such a stunning specimen could be persuaded to stay a few days in exchange for treatment, without any loss on his part. Chapter 48. The Golden Signboard. Wang Shushu, feeling apprehensive, was reluctant to enter the room suggested by the intermediary. She merely claimed that her boyfriend was working at the base and was supposed to pick her up shortly, urging him not to keep him waiting. With all eyes upon her, the Rescue Association dared not force the issue and allowed her to leave. Once outside, Wang Shushu hurriedly ran a distance until she spotted a patrolling dog, which brought her a sense of relief. Leaning against the wall, she took deep breaths to calm herself. The patrolling Samoyed seemed drawn to her, approaching to sniff her, revealing an angelic smile on its canine face. Wang Shushu found comfort in the presence of this adorable creature. The Samoyed, having evolved, had not changed much in size, still resembling its pristine, fluffy, warm self from before the apocalypse. After recovering from her initial fright, Wang Shushu was unable to resist reaching out to stroke the Samoyed. She hesitated, thinking it best to refrain from any attachments, as she could barely take care of herself, let alone a dog. Moreover, this dog was undeniably beautiful, with its immaculate white fur, clearly well cared for. Why bother with such thoughts? Wang Shushu attempted to withdraw her hand, but the Samoyed, named Coconut Candy, seemed to sense her distress and uncertainty. Nudging her softly with its head, urging her to pet it. Instinctively, Wang Shushu's hand moved, giving the Samoyed a gentle pat on the head. As Wang Shushu had surmised, Coconut Candy, with its snow-white coat, had retained its pristine appearance in the aftermath of the apocalypse, suggesting a loving caretaker. That caretaker, however, was none other than the mother of Coconut Candy, Zeton. Zeton, also a Samoyed, had been taken away by a pet shop when Coconut Candy was around 2 months old, leaving her fate uncertain later. During the lockdown, the pet shop closed its doors, and the owner merely left them a pile of dog food before retreating home to wait out the crisis. Thankfully, the pets were not left to starve. When rescued, they were found reeking. After the mutation, Coconut Candy joined the ranks of the formidable Golden, having detected her mother Zeton's scent, leading to their reunion. Thanks to the cooperation between humans and dogs, Zeton returned to seek her former owner as protection, bringing Coconut Candy along. Zeton's human was a gentle elderly lady who could not care for so many dogs, leaving only Zeton behind. Now that Zeton had returned to protect her, she naturally took the time to care for Coconut Candy as well. However, Coconut Candy did not wish to remain with her mother and the elderly lady. Zeton had expressed her desire to stay with the lady due to her old age, fearing she might not have much time left. Coconut Candy, on the other hand, wished to find a beautiful human companion, one who would live as long as she did, a true partner to share a long and fulfilling life. And so, she set her sights on the appealing Wang Shushu, of course, after her disguise. Wang Shushu's beauty was not as striking, and dogs do not judge humans solely by appearance. Coconut Candy simply gazed at Wang Shushu with bright eyes, her ponytail gleaming with luster, her touch warm and gentle. Coconut Candy did not wish to protect her merely for her looks. She was simply bored and wanted to approach someone deemed favored by the formidable leader, curious to discover the mysteries of humanity. It was evident that Coconut Candy had only partially grasped the gossip surrounding the leader within the canine community, that if Xingxing and Golden were to learn of this, their reactions would be predictable. It was said that the leader had a fondness for the human Xingxing. Thanks for the invite, but that is not me. The leader, Golden, perhaps, I only like Xingxing, not humans. In summary, amidst the misunderstandings and mutual intrigue, Samoyed Coconut Candy and the human Wang Shushu found solace in one another. Wang Shushu, unable to contain her feelings, confided in the obedient Coconut Candy who allowed her gentle caresses. Her cousin had been tainted. Half-zombie, still struggling to hold on. She yearned for a way to assist her, nearly falling victim to bullying in the process. Humans were only willing to extend their aid if there was something to gain. The ability to heal pollutants, much like that of the leader, was indeed a powerful gift that as she rambled on, Coconut Candy seemed to grasp a fragment of her words, perhaps influenced by the chatter that often filled the pet shop, where humans spoke and interacted, allowing her to decipher expressions and lip movements, understanding bits and pieces of their discourse. Realizing something significant, she rose to her feet, that in gratitude for Coconut Candy's role as her emotional outlet. Wang Shushu offered a portion of the small bread she had brought with her, sacrificing her own sustenance for Coconut Candy's nourishment. Could dogs consume bread? It appeared so. Without sniffing, Coconut Candy opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Now finished, Coconut Candy stood up, and Wang Shushu, undeterred by the loss of her lunch, found comfort in her improved spirits, believing the dog would soon wander back home. Wang Shushu waved goodbye to Coconut Candy, who took a few steps before turning back to urge her to follow. When Wang Shushu remained stationary, Coconut Candy playfully tugged at her clothing, pulling her forward. What is this? Wang Shushu pondered, somewhat confused. But her trust in Coconut Candy compelled her to follow. They walked on, and Coconut Candy, unable to contain herself, broke into a leisurely run. Wang Shushu, with her limbs weakened from lack of food and movement, struggled to keep pace. Coconut Candy paused for a moment, then returned, bumping into Wang Shushu, causing her to lose her balance. In an unexpected turn of events, Wang Shushu found herself draped over Coconut Candy's back, who galloped ahead with remarkable speed, stopping intermittently to sniff the air and ensure they were on the right path. Before long, Coconut Candy arrived at her destination. The nearby residents recognized Coconut Candy, the striking Samoyed, whose radiant white fur was a beacon of beauty amidst the apocalypse. Many greeted her with laughter. Coconut Candy, back again? Oh, and you've brought a girl with you. Where did she come from? Still carrying her. Huh. Did you kidnap her? The residents joked while Coconut Candy averted her gaze, ignoring them, but Wang Shushu felt shy and attempted to wriggle free. When Coconut Candy first lifted her, Wang Shushu had panicked, questioning what was happening. Fearing she had been abducted, as she shifted slightly, Coconut Candy halted, her eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning whether Wang Shushu wished to tumble off. Thus, Wang Shushu remained still, and as they ventured farther, she suddenly recalled that this community was reputed to be near the territory of the canine leader rumored to possess the ability to eliminate pollutants. Could it be? Wang Shushu's heart brimmed with incredulous hope. Yet it soon proved unfounded. Coconut Candy merely brought her to a property management office, where she was received warmly. She recounted her encounter with Coconut Candy and her own struggles. The property staff were courteous, informing her that they had recorded her story and warned her that the so-called human pollution removal was a ruse. Their insiders were already devising ways to infiltrate and uncover the truth. Thus, she found herself inexplicably brought here, only to be returned in a similar manner. What she did not realize was that this property, due to its proximity to the community where the esteemed canine leader resided, had been designated as a base for self-sufficiency, where numerous decisions and strategies were conceived and enacted, including the apprehension of fraudsters. The property staff deliberated. It seems chaos is rampant. Do you think we could collaborate further with the canine leader? What do you mean by further collaboration? For instance, could we arrange for the leader to dedicate time daily to assist the public in purging pollutants for a fee? That sounds overly optimistic. Is it impossible? Not entirely. Perhaps we could give it a try. The self-sufficiency base was represented by the illustrious canine leader. Chapter 49. Soaring away regarding the potential for further collaboration, humans were eager to establish a partnership. As dogs made for excellent allies, collaborating with the Canine Legion offered nothing but advantages. Yet, ultimately, their desires held no sway. They must seek the leader's opinion. When the humans approached, the leader was out for a stroll. The staff knocked on the door of the top floor, but no one answered. This was reasonable, as it was said that the canine leader resided there with an infant. The intricacies of their living situation were unknown to them. All they needed to know was that the canine leader maintained a friendly disposition towards humans, that it was clear that an infant could not open the door, and as a dog, the leader was hardly capable of such a task. They stood at the entrance, pressing the doorbell and knocking leisurely. But after a considerable wait, the two staff members exchanged glances, concluding that the occupants were indeed absent. They leaned against the door, listening intently, but heard no barking or the sounds of a child, only a faint mewing of a cat. Were they mistaken? At that moment, a female voice called from behind. "Who are you looking for?" It was Lin Shoen, who had sent someone ascending the stairs, presumably seeking Xingxing and the leader. Uncertain of the situation, she approached to inquire or offer assistance. The staff introduced themselves, and Lin Shoen quickly replied, "I live just downstairs." "Are you looking for someone?" "The residents here might not be who you seek." "What brings you here?" Lin Shoen was cautious, for although the leader seemed formidable, the recent surge of rumors claiming dogs promised to protect humans and would select their companions made her wary. In her eyes, the leader was indeed impressive, yet a dog and an infant were undeniably vulnerable. The arrival of two adult men at an infant's residence could hardly signify a benign purpose, especially not for a mere dog, let alone a baby. Despite being just a woman, Lin Shoen felt a sense of obligation to protect her home from strange visitors, wishing to deter any odd individuals. The staff adjusted their understated hats, indicating, "We are not here to seek anyone." In truth, they were searching for the dog, the leader. However, articulating this felt somewhat awkward. After clearing his throat, one of them continued, "We are from the self-sufficiency base, here to discuss matters regarding the base's development with the leader." The leader? Lin Shoen was taken aback. The dog residing upstairs was named the leader. So, they truly were here to find a dog. The self-sufficiency base was indeed the first of its kind established in their community, collaborating with canines. Could this truly be related to the leader? Are you looking for a dog named the leader? The staff nodded. They went out, and we have no idea when they will return. The staff appeared somewhat disheartened. Shall we wait or return another time? Lin Xiaowen hurriedly added, they usually return before dinner or by nightfall. As Xingxing needs to eat and sleep, and the leader always attends to Xingxing's schedule. As for how she knew this. It was because after preparing milk for Xingxing, water would often trickle down from upstairs, causing a slight commotion in the pipes, and the leader would generally carry Xingxing past their window. By evening, Xingxing would likely be sound asleep on the leader's back, blissfully dreaming. With these routines established, Lin Xiaowen had naturally taken notice. The staff decided to return later that night in hopes of finding the leader. However, upon arriving, they found no sign of the leader. After experiencing several instances of insufficient time and limited exploration, Xingxing, feeling quite frustrated, packed a small bag containing 3 filled milk bottles as well as cups, a small blanket, and the leader's dog bed, along with diapers, dog food, and a myriad of other essentials she deemed necessary. Xingxing had set forth on an adventure away from home. This time, she wouldn't be returning within a day. After all, with her spatial abilities, it was akin to carrying her belongings along for an excursion. How could she allow herself to be confined at home? Primarily, the stars have grown weary of remaining at home, yearning to explore the world beyond, such as the Hope Base. They also wish to embark on a quest to locate their mother. Furthermore, after the little kittens experienced a bout of refusing food, they have taken to intermittent fasting, raising concerns about whether they are being properly cared for. In light of this, Xingxing and Dajin conferred and resolved to seek out other cats, hoping to adopt the 3 little kittens. After all, it is quite reasonable that humans might struggle to care for interspecies cats, just as they do with their own young and dogs. Thus, Xingxing and Dajin set forth, while the staff at the Self-Reliance base made several attempts to reach them, only to come up empty-handed. They began to suspect that Dajin was intentionally eluding them. Additionally, from Lin Xiaowen, they learned that it seemed the duo had not returned in several days. The people at the Self-Reliance base began to feel a sense of unease. Although cooperation between humans and dogs has been harmonious thus far, the prospect of a new leader emerging within the Dog Legion raises questions about future collaboration, and whether it could remain as peaceful and beneficial for humanity as it currently is. These are uncertainties that loom ahead. The safety of Dajin is of great concern to humans, yet he remains blissfully unaware. Bound in a car safety seat at Xingxing's insistence, he found it tiresome to keep his head up. After searching around, Dajin eventually discovered a safety seat that was snug yet comfortable for both him and Xingxing. The safety seat was designated for Xingxing, with 2 compartments on either side. The left cradled the 3 little kittens, while the right held Xingxing's bottle and a small blanket. Dajin, having evolved, had grown taller and larger, and despite carrying all these items, it did not impede his movement. Xingxing felt akin to a figure of grandeur riding atop an elephant, broad and elevated, progressing steadily and resolutely forward as they journeyed. They played and offered assistance to the polluted humans they encountered along the way. Their first destination, Hope Base. The rationale behind neglecting their own Self-Reliance base in favor of venturing to Hope Base is intriguing. Firstly, while the Self-Reliance base relies on dogs, these dogs do not interfere with the progress or governance of the base. They primarily provide protection through their strength. Before departing, Dajin and Xingxing ensured to converse with many dogs about their views on humanity and whether they would still wish to protect humans under the current circumstances. Most dogs felt that since humans had ventured out, their own lives had significantly improved. The quality of their meals had risen, and humans exhibited a gentler, even obsequious demeanor. Of course, there remained a few undesirable characters, such as those who engaged in the dog meat trade before the apocalypse or those who were excessively infatuated with dogs. Overall, the sentiment was positive. It appeared that the Dog Alliance had also been established, though Xingxing did not participate, choosing instead to accompany Dajin on their adventures. Chapter 50. An Overambitious Assault. A rustling sound emerged from the lush green grass. Xingxing lay beside Dajin on a rocking chair, gently swaying, deeply asleep and oblivious to any impending danger. The little kittens whined in fear, huddling deeper into their basket to evade misfortune. Their protector, Dajin, remained motionless with eyes shut. Lying beside, Xingxing, a sunshade extracted from their personal space shielded them from the sun. The warmth was comforting, and the climate was pleasant. Nearby were verdant mountains and white clouds, with fields of farmland stretching into the distance. A picturesque scene, akin to a camping paradise that a gentle breeze caressed the grass, swaying it softly, reminiscent of tranquil camping days before the apocalypse. Yet, danger brewed beneath the calm surface. Suddenly, slender tendrils shot forth from an unknown source, slicing through the air with incredible speed, targeting the human. The dog and the 3 kittens, the hunting appendages, adorned with sharp barbs, writhed like living veins, pulsating and growing as they advanced. They spared no effort. The wild grass and flowers in their path were mercilessly obliterated, pierced and reduced to mere remnants, with plant juices splattering the ground. Closer they came. The predator unfurled its net, intent on tearing its prey apart, eager to drain their essence. The onslaught was fierce, aimed directly at the weakest among them, Xingxing. The tips of the sharp tendrils bore tiny barbs, resembling countless eager mouths poised to consume. The longest of these barbs seemed poised to brush against Xingxing's nose. At that critical moment, Dajin opened his eyes, and the tendrils froze midair, suspended like a sculpture. Dajin's gaze emanated an extraordinary power, causing all the tendrils to halt their advance simultaneously. Meanwhile, Xingxing continued to sleep soundly. The kittens, trembling in their basket, awaited their unknown fate. Sensing the scent of the plant that had dared to attack them being incinerated, that a stillness returned, leaving only the kittens, who, having survived the ordeal, mewed softly to Dajin, seeking comfort. Again, the wind blew, scattering the remnants far and wide, leaving no trace behind. Dajin glanced at Xingxing, still undisturbed in her deep slumber, and returned to his own resting place, closing his eyes and drifting back into a peaceful sleep. When Xingxing eventually awoke, her spirits were high. They had been out for nearly a week without encountering any dangers, not even coming across a horde of zombies. Occasionally, they had spotted other humans, likely unaware of the establishment of the Self-Reliance base due to their distance from it. The surrounding zombies were sparse, and although they had set up isolation nets and other protective measures, the humans outside did not remain cooped up indoors. Rather, Xingxing observed some cautiously tilling the land and others scavenging for supplies. However, when these humans caught sight of the formidable creature approaching, such as the transformed Dajin, they fled in terror, viewing Xingxing, perched atop Dajin's back, as an incomprehensible monster. Given their fear, Xingxing often chose to change direction upon encountering fleeing humans, pondering the potential for conflict should they feel threatened. After several days passed without encountering anyone willing to engage in conversation, Dajin took the initiative to clear away numerous mutated plants along their path. They wandered aimlessly, devoid of a specific destination or purpose. Xingxing decided to treat their journey as a playful adventure, picking up sticks and tossing them into the air, allowing the thinner end to dictate their direction. Relying on Dajin as her guardian, she frolicked from east to west, leaving behind a trail of pulverized adversaries. How utterly boring, Xingxing lamented. Observing the formidable Dajin, she reflected on their time outdoors. Due to a lack of sufficient security, she had only managed to dab a bit of water onto a towel to wipe herself down. Unable to enjoy a proper bath, that a hint of melancholy crept in as she felt she was becoming rather odorous. Yet, Dajin, oh Dajin, was truly anti-human. Nay, anti-dog. Despite days of roughing it in the wild, surrounded by dirt and grass, he bore no unpleasant scent whatsoever. How envious she felt. But wait, Xingxing was a beautiful girl, perfect in every way, devoid of any foul odor that if there was one, it must surely be a misperception on her part. Even as she reassured herself, she reached out at Dajin's back, wistfully saying, "Dajin, let us have a bath and smell nice." Upon hearing this, Dajin conjured a large pool of water suspended in midair. The memory of the icy water that had once cascaded upon her flooded back, and she quickly shook her head, patting Dajin with vigor, exclaiming, "No, no." Their communication had not yet reached a level of telepathic understanding. The Xingxing's small hands felt weak and uncooperative. While she could manage to hold on to an object occasionally, bathing on her own was beyond her capabilities. Self-sufficiency was not an option, and relying on Dajin was equally unfeasible. The thought of seeking help from the still immature kittens was utterly out of the question. Xingxing longed to encounter humans who would not flee at the sight of them. Someone who could assist her in bathing or, at the very least, help her procure a bathtub or similar apparatus. Just someone, anyone, she pleaded, dismissing any notions of discrimination. Dajin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, splashed the unwanted water onto himself to cool off. The weather had turned exceedingly warm in recent days. Although it was spring, temperatures had soared to around 30 degrees Celsius. This sudden rise in temperature made life uncomfortable for both Dajin and the little kittens. Just days before, they had faced the chill of early spring, and now, without warning, the temperature had spiked by 10 to 20 degrees. It seemed that soon, summer would arrive, and temperatures could surpass those of the pre-apocalypse era. The kittens' delicate fur clung to them. Damp and uncomfortable, Dajin's luxurious, golden fur, once a source of beauty, had transformed into a burden in the heat. When inactive, it was manageable, but once they moved, the sweat from Xing dampened his fur, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Dajin could only occasionally summon water to cool himself, using the wind to bring a refreshing breeze. The tongue perpetually extends, panting to alleviate the sweltering heat. Furthermore, during the hottest hours of the day, Dajin refrains from wandering the roads. This has been the pattern for several days. At the peak of the heat, both Xing and Dajin lounge, indulging in midday slumber. Dajin first conjures a flat expanse to create a respite, then retrieves a dark green sunshade from his spatial pocket as they traverse the expansive highway. This square canopy is strategically placed along the non-motorized lane, providing shelter from both sun and rain. Appearing intact and undamaged. Recognizing its utility, Xing eagerly gestures for Dajin to stow the sunshade back into his spatial pocket. Indeed, the sunshade proves to be remarkably beneficial. The oppressive heat prompts Xing to implore the versatile Dajin to conjure ice, summon winds, or whisk him away to a more hospitable locale. Unfortunately, while water is plentiful, Dajin seems unable to comprehend the nature of ice, and the gentle breeze fails to penetrate his thick fur, rendering him oblivious to any cooling effect. When stronger winds arise, Dajin becomes obstinate, leaving Xing bewildered as to whether their communication has faltered or if other factors are at play. Frustrated, Xing laments their predicament while Dajin remains helpless. As they meander, it appears that Xing's hopes materialize when they encounter humans, who surprisingly do not flee. Instead, they seem eager to engage in an attack. Chapter 51. The Doomsday Fortress? Taming Cats. Why an attack? How curious that the humans' initial reaction upon seeing them is aggression. What could be the reason? Xing is perplexed, having done nothing to provoke them. Could it be that previous encounters with humans left them frightened, prompting a retaliatory response? Such reasoning seems unfounded. Xing's assumptions are undoubtedly flawed. Their adversaries are observing them through a telescope that a middle-aged man with a ruddy complexion and a noticeably round belly, seemingly unfazed by the apocalypse, sniffs the air with his bulbous nose. Alternating his gaze between Xing and Dajin, that he inquires, is that a lion, a dog, or perhaps a cow that resembles a dog? Could it be a savior summoned by those cats? Beside him, a leaner, more agile man takes the telescope to scrutinize further. It appears to be neither lion nor cow, but rather a mutated dog. The bulbous-nosed man expresses confusion. Didn't we hear that most dogs had migrated to the self-sufficient base in the urban area, following a dominant dog to serve the humans there? Why then do we see traces of dogs here? The agile man shifts his focus, observing more closely. Perhaps they are wild dogs, but wait, there is a child on its back. It seems to be a human child. Alarmed, the bulbous-nosed man trembles, exclaiming, "Could it be that the self-sufficient base has expanded its territory into our region? Or is it a form of contaminated anomaly?" The so-called anomaly refers to entities that emerge when human ability users experience extreme stress or other stimuli, leading them to exceed their power limits, thus becoming tainted and merging with various life forms. Humans, ability users, zombies, plants, and other biological or non-biological entities. They may appear normal or exhibit bizarre characteristics. Most anomalies exist in a semi-conscious, semi-mad state, posing potential harm to humans or selectively attacking them. One thing is clear. Anomalies typically do not exist as solitary beings. They amalgamate all beneficial or harmful elements they encounter upon contamination. This can include human organs, limbs, animal parts, or even tree branches and photos of loved ones meant to soothe the spirit. Its complexity defies easy classification that if they are indeed anomalies, danger looms. The bulbous-nosed man urgently calls to the agile man for assistance in retreating. It is not merely cowardice, Prior to the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary insurance salesman, enduring the indignities of life while donning a suit every day. He has an elderly mother and 2 brothers and a sister, all of whom have achieved greater success than he. Struggling to sell insurance, he resorted to online gambling, accruing debts that high-interest lenders pursued him for. When the apocalyptic news spread, he rushed back to his hometown, stockpiling rice, flour, and oil, hoping to convince his siblings to return. His motives were not driven by genuine concern for his mother, but rather by a desire to alleviate his own insecurities, as his siblings often belittled him. Despite being the least favored son, he returned without hesitation to his mother during the apocalypse, which earned him a modicum of her affection. His fear of death is undoubtedly linked to how the apocalypse altered the trajectory of his life. He lacks the ability to endure contamination or acquire abilities, yet he is aware that fortune favors the fortunate. Though he has struggled to find love, his elderly mother's newfound abilities elevate his status significantly. With her powers, he could rise to a position of prominence within their fortress, even contemplating multiple wives. Though his mother quickly quashed such aspirations, insisting he choose one to marry or risk being cast out. Thus, he selects the one he finds most appealing as his partner, albeit temporarily. Ultimately, thanks to his mother's abilities, the bulbous-nosed man's standing has visibly improved since the advent of the apocalypse. The agile man, accustomed to the bulbous-nosed man's cowardice, understands that they cannot return empty-handed. Others depend on contributions for sustenance and protection that he swiftly interrupts, reassuring him. They are likely not anomalies, but rather humans riding the dog. A child seated upon the dog is separated by the space of a chair. Humans. The bulbous-nosed man spins around, his flesh quivering visibly. Show me, what kind of person can control an ability animal? Could it resemble my mother's? Though perhaps not as potent, he seizes the telescope, scrutinizing closely. But how can a child so small command an ability animal? The agile man, equally astonished, wonders aloud. Do you think they might have come from the self-sufficient base? Self-reliant base, human-dog collaboration. They are well aware of it. Not long ago, a handful of humans from the outskirts of the city ventured outward, claiming they were headed to some hopeful base. Upon arriving at their fortress, they too had only recently heard this news. For this reason, they sought to tame a group of nearby cats. Since dogs can protect and serve humans, it stands to reason that cats, being the most commonly kept pets before the apocalypse, should be capable of similar feats. Fortunately, a large number of cats frequented the vicinity of their fortress, and considerable cunning and effort were expended in the attempt to tame this feline group. Additionally, other hunting squads employed various tactics, some capturing pigs and cattle, while others directly scoured the zoo in search of future companions, returning with a menagerie of fierce beasts. Chapter 52. Capturing a fat one now. Having amassed a plethora of cats and dogs, how did a dog suddenly appear? What should they do? Garlic Nose turned to the capable man beside him, who also glanced back, awaiting Garlic Nose's command. Garlic Nose surveyed the dogs that could be commanded by humans, that he was intrigued. After all, while the beasts captured by other squads remained untamed, even the cats they had caught were far from obedient. It was akin to searching for a thread in a ball of yarn. Utterly perplexing. The cats had yet to prove they would heed human commands, yet this dog was readily available. Observe how dogs exhibit servility, obeying humans and, in some cases, even evolving into formidable allies, remaining loyal to mankind. Garlic Nose naturally surmised that with a change of owner, the large dog would prove obedient. It could merely require a beating or a few days of hunger, or perhaps some tasty morsels to entice it in such an instance. While the others toiled to tame the cats, he would possess a dog larger than any lion from the pre-apocalyptic world, potentially serving as his mount, easing his daily explorations. Alas, his mother always admonished him, insisting he could not indulge in idle pleasures, that he must toil alongside the populace and refrain from courting multiple wives. He mused that despite the apocalypse, it was only natural for individuals to ascend and seek betterment, a principle as immutable as the laws of nature. Those attractive, gentle, and charming young women, recognizing his post-apocalyptic wealth and the formidable abilities of his mother, demonstrated discernment and an aptitude for selecting a suitable partner. Conversely, those struggling to afford daily sustenance, often injured or perishing while scavenging for resources, could scarcely support a spouse. Thus, his intentions in marrying multiple wives were not indicative of infidelity. Rather, he sought to provide them with a home. Yet his mother vehemently opposed this notion, leaving him powerless. However, should he successfully capture this extraordinary dog, it would be a testament to his prowess, perfectly reasonable for the dog to serve as his mount and protector. Contemplating this, Garlic Nose directed his companions to assault Xing Xing and Dian.is humanity not afraid. He pondered. News had spread that the dogs from the self-reliant base were friendly to humans and posed no threat, which implied they could be confronted. If worst came to worst, they could always retreat. A dog under human control would hardly attack indiscriminately. With Garlic Nose issuing commands, the others began to perceive the situation as less perilous. Adopting an aggressive front, though their actions lacked conviction, their demeanor devoid of hostility. Xing Xing, observing their sluggish advance, shouted, "Halt! Surrender! Become our captain's dog and serve as his mount." Such nonsensical proclamations elicited a quizzical tilt of his head. Where had these fools emerged from? Did a mental institution lie nearby? Little did he know, Garlic Nose, standing at a distance, was anxiously contemplating. With this many of us, we should be able to subdue a mere dog. Right? If that fails, we can capture the child to coerce the dog. With our numbers and abilities, it surely must be feasible. As the throng charged forward, Dajin had no desire to engage with such foolishness. Instead, he soared into the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Garlic Nose, who was observing from afar. Xing Xing and Dajin, too, recognized that the leader orchestrating this motley crew was none other than the rotund figure lurking behind. Dajin promptly ascended to hover above Garlic Nose's head. Garlic Nose gazed at the approaching flying dog, filled with regret. What did he regret? Not provoking Xing Xing, but rather his earlier excitement that had led him to dispatch everyone except himself and the capable man to capture the dog. Only for the dog to now appear as if intent on attacking him. Those who had gone to catch the dog had already distanced themselves, and now, even if he cried out for assistance, he could not summon anyone to shield him from harm. The capable man remained, yet he was a mere relative, somewhat clever, but devoid of abilities, of little use in this predicament. Fortunately, Garlic Nose had a trump card. He retrieved a potted plant from his backpack, within which grew a singular, vibrant green blade of grass, slender and delicate, with only a single leaf sprouting from the soil. Grasping the leaf, he frantically shouted, "Mother, mother, save me! Mother, help!" It was unclear what magic he had invoked, but the leaf quivered in the air, its stem and leaf breaking free from the plastic pot, rising with remarkable sentience to identify the adversaries as Xing Xing and Dajin. The soft grass blade swiftly hardened, its edges gleaming with a razor-sharp brilliance, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. The grass extended skyward, seeking to strike Dajin. Dajin leisurely floated 2 meters higher. The grass, furious, thrashed through the air, nearly creating an afterimage. Yet, it could not reach the airborne Dajin. Perhaps fueled by rage, the grass's vitality began to wane, its verdant hue gradually fading like a tattered page, ultimately disintegrating into brittle yellow remnants scattered in the air. Garlic Nose, witnessing his last resort fail, felt a chill of despair wash over him, that he turned to flee, but before Dajin and Xing Xing could intervene, he stumbled over a stone or root and fell heavily to the ground. Producing a resounding thud, Xing Xing closed his eyes. The sound of the hefty figure crashing down reverberated ominously, indicating a significant weight. He had tripped, lost his chance to escape. He was finished. Garlic Nose was overwhelmed with regret, tears streaming down his face, not for having provoked the man and dog, but for not having brought along more companions today. Why had he ventured out personally and entangled himself with these two calamities? His tears were not merely from regret, but also from the excruciating pain of having rushed too hastily and tripped too violently. He felt as though his kneecap might shatter. Nevertheless, he harbored some concerns. Yet they did not reach the point of true fear. Setting aside the group that had rushed to his aid, his mother would undoubtedly sense his use of her trump card and would send help. After all, with several siblings unaccounted for, it was possible they had encountered trouble in the city. He was his mother's only child, and she would likely come to his rescue, given the nature of her abilities. It would likely cost more resources, but she would surely find a way to redeem him. Furthermore, he had not truly done anything wrong. At worst, he had merely gazed longingly at the extraordinary dog, contemplating capturing it for amusement. Yet he had failed in that endeavor. There was no severe enmity. They would not take his life, he surmised correctly. Xing, being young, and Dajin, a loyal and upright dog, would not seek to harm humans unless compelled by dire circumstances. Although they had been attacked, it was evident to them that the humans who had rushed past moments earlier posed no real threat. Their actions resembled a playful charade rather than a genuine assault. However, this rotund figure, his eyes glinting with mischief, Xing instinctively pointed out this individual to Dajin, signaling for him to apprehend and interrogate him. With such an appearance, he was undoubtedly a gluttonous leader, indulging himself while issuing reckless commands. Chapter 53. Mark him down as a debt speak. What is your purpose? Garlic Nose heard a childish voice from behind him. Having fallen to the ground, he realized that the large dog and a child stood behind him. It was the child who had spoken. Cautiously, Garlic Nose rose, turning around to find, indeed, a child and a dog. Xing sat atop Dajin, craning his neck to scrutinize the unsightly man before them. He was an old man with an unappealing visage. Oily skin glistening and eyes brimming with tears, he shouted at Dajin, "Spare me, O great dog king! It was those people who sought to capture you. I had no part in it. Look at me. IVE remained here without causing any trouble. We bear no grudge or enmity. Why would you seize me? Simply raise your paw and dismiss me as inconsequential." The great golden dog, in a fit of impatience, scratched the ground with his forepaw. The Garlic Nose, taken aback, let out a startled yelp and fell back onto the ground, closing his eyes as he cried out, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I haven't done anything." Garlic Nose had not anticipated that. Viewed through a telescope, the imposing dog appeared less frightening. However, up close, the sheer size and stature of the creature instilled a primal fear in him, as it seemed capable of devouring his head in one bite. What else could he do but urgently beg for mercy? Initially, when they had attacked the cat team, they had employed cunning strategies, drawing from their experiences of the cat team's assaults, which had revealed that evolved animals could comprehend some human speech to varying degrees. And most possessed reasonably good senses regarding humanity. Yet Star, growing impatient, found the endless chatter tiresome. The inquiries posed were met with nonsensical replies, revealing the speaker as a member of a privileged class lacking in wit. The great golden dog, too, was evidently annoyed by the blubbering cries of Garlic Nose. Star exchanged a few words with the great golden dog, who, in a surprisingly sentient manner, nodded in understanding. The spatial manipulation they possessed was extraordinarily unique, and Star had no intention of revealing it. The great golden dog, without any apparent effort, conjured Garlic Nose's belt from thin air, yanking him into the air unexpectedly. The belt was drawn out. Garlic Nose spun helplessly in midair, before tumbling to the ground, the belt's position shifting from around his waist to binding his hands behind him. Garlic Nose felt dizzy as he was yanked aloft and then dropped. Blinking to find the world spinning around him, that he lay on the ground, his arms awkwardly pinned behind his back. The belt was of fine quality, likely crafted from genuine leather prior to the apocalypse. Its edges stiff and binding tightly, causing his wrists to ache painfully. Star addressed the air. "Come forth. We need someone who can articulate clearly." Indeed, there was a competent man, a distant relative from his clan, whom his mother referred to as a cousin, and he had yet to be captured. There was hope. "Cousin, come save me," Garlic Nose thought desperately. Although his cousin lacked supernatural abilities, he was designated by his mother as a strategist. Expected to devise plans, surely he could arrange for those who had previously charged at the great golden dog to come to his rescue. Garlic Nose raised his head, his eyes filled with a blend of despair and hope. Scanning the surroundings as he shouted, "Cousin, save me!" The noise became unbearable. Before Star could issue another command, the great golden dog had already taken the initiative to silence Garlic Nose, effectively covering his mouth. Consequently, only the frantic movement of his lips could be observed, devoid of any sound. Realizing he was captured, Garlic Nose remained still, aware that any slight movement would result in further binding, and any attempt to yell would render him mute. Genuine fear coursed through him as his lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Yet there was still no sign of rescue. The great golden dog blinked, and suddenly a massive hole erupted in the ground nearby. From it emerged a disheveled figure, coated in mud and debris, as though freshly unearthed. Tears mixed with snot streamed down Garlic Nose's face. He wished to cry out in surprise, but the words caught in his throat. Had his cousin not claimed to be without powers? It seemed he possessed the ability to burrow through the earth, a talent of the earth-related supernatural. Garlic Nose pondered that he had been lying flat against the ground when captured, if his cousin wielded earth-based powers. Rescuing him would be a simple task. He could simply pull him underground. Yet, he had not even made the attempt. How infuriating! When he returned alive, he would inform his mother of his cousin's deceit regarding his abilities and his failure to report back to the fortress. Most importantly, how could he abandon him to his fate? The man who had been forcibly extracted from the earth by the great golden dog was none other than the competent relative who had been observing Star and the great golden dog through his telescope. As he emerged, Star and the great golden dog merely watched, taking no further action. The man, sensing that the duo bore no ill intentions, suppressed his instinct to attack and clasped his fists, asking, "Might I inquire as to your purpose in this place?" His choice of words was oddly formal, prompting Star to roll her eyes as if he had stepped out of a martial arts drama. Star responded with conviction, "I asked first. What are you doing here? Answer me." The competent man, startled to hear a childish voice, struggled to maintain his composure while his gaze lingered on Star, who was still perched atop the great golden dog. After a considerable pause, he replied, "We are inhabitants of the nearby fortress that we ventured out to hunt, and upon sighting such a large beast approaching from afar, we deemed it necessary to act for our safety. Had we known this dog was controlled by humans, we would never have attacked, that we humans would never have initiated an assault without cause. We simply misjudged the situation. My sincerest apologies." While he spoke of apologies, his tone belied a lack of genuine contrition. Star pouted in displeasure. "Liar. You two were watching us through your telescope and couldn't see clearly. Were you blind? You clearly intended to treat us as prey and attacked us first." The great golden dog had begun to comprehend many simple human phrases, though the more complex nuances eluded him, that he could not detect the subtle implications in the competent man's words. However, seeing Star's displeasure, he resolved that the man should not expect to be in good spirits either. The great golden dog's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening menacingly at the competent man, who had angered Star and irked the dog. Animals possess keen instincts, and the great golden dog found the man's cunning demeanor unsettling. He lifted his paw, unleashing a powerful gust that sliced through the air like an invisible dart. The competent man barely managed to dodge, the air blade grazing his scalp and causing a tuft of hair to fall away, revealing a patch of skin where blood began to seep through. Feeling the sting of pain, the competent man touched his head, discovering blood mingled with strands of severed hair. His expression turned grave as he threatened, "Do you seek to oppose our fortress? This is our territory. What happened before was merely a misunderstanding. You should be grateful we showed restraint. Do you truly believe that just because you possess a bit of power, you can act with impunity?" Garlic Nose, upon hearing this, kicked vigorously with his unbound legs, attempting to squirm away, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. His cousin's bravado seemed to stem from the fact that he was not the one ensnared by the dog. Meanwhile, Garlic Nose remained captive, subject to the whims of this dog, while his cousin, free and unencumbered, could afford to make threats. What if the dog had taken offense to his cousin's remarks? What if his cousin, fueled by anger, decided to escape, leaving him behind? Garlic Nose's heart sank at the thought of being used as a scapegoat. Chapter 54. To live or to perish before Star, the great golden dog. And the competent man could engage in further conflict. The rest of the large group that had initially charged at them began to return slowly, as the tension in the air grew palpable. The crowd exchanged glances and formed a circle around Star and the great golden dog, closing in on them. The competent man, feeling bolstered by numbers, declared, "Release our captain. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and we may spare your dog's life." It was uncertain who in the crowd had uttered that particular line, "Spare your dog's life," a clear provocation. Star and the great golden dog had no weapons, save for the milk bottle Star was holding, which had been filled moments prior by the great golden dog to quench her thirst in the sweltering heat. Star waved the half-full bottle in confusion, questioning whether it constituted a weapon. The competent man observed Star's gesture and considered the absurdity of the shout that had emerged from the crowd. After delivering his command, the individual who had spoken quickly fell silent. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the competent man, surveying the imposing figure of the great golden dog, recognized that he could not underestimate such a large creature, yet with so many people on his side. It was a straightforward calculation, one dog against over 60 humans. Surely the odds favored humanity. One human and one dog against more than 60 adversaries. The outcome was all but decided that no, the human was merely a hindrance. An encumbrance. The so-called human, Star, was just a child riding atop the dog, her voice barely above a whisper. She was undeniably young, and he could not fathom any genuine threat from her, from their initial encounter until now. Star had remained atop the great golden dog, and he surmised that if she were to be dismounted, her short legs would struggle to maintain balance on the ground as if the great golden dog were merely an ordinary canine. His assumptions would likely hold true, but little did he know of the dog's true prowess. The great golden dog was remarkably formidable, while humanity appeared pathetically weak in comparison. Star yawned, resting her chin on her hand. Her boredom evident as she watched human after human fall before the great golden dog, each one easily subdued and bound. The great golden dog remained stationary, a steadfast guardian, and not a single human managed to breach its defenses or lay a finger on either the dog or Star. It was a one-sided affair, a complete rout. Star's disdain was palpable. They had boasted so confidently, yet their bluster proved to be mere hot air. The great golden dog could take on 100 of them without breaking a sweat. Before long, the ground before them was littered with the disheveled forms of human captives, each one unwilling to accept defeat, still struggling in vain. Star, feeling parched, lifted her milk bottle and took a few gulps. Pondering the sweltering heat and the possibility of the milk spoiling, in one swift motion, she drained the bottle completely. The competent man, still grappling with the sudden turn of events, found himself easily subdued and bound to the ground, yet remained perplexed. Was this truly a supernatural creature, one that allowed a human to ride upon its back, so intimately connected, still a mere dog that obeys commands, capable of battling 100 foes alone? Although it had just endured a thorough beating, he still yearned for such an extraordinary creature. Jealousy gnawed at him, eroding his composure as he pondered who this child was that could command such a formidable animal. How had such a foolish creature not fallen into his hands? After Star finished drinking, the 3 neglected kittens peeked out, mewing pitifully, their cries unabashedly revealing their hunger, desperately demanding attention. Star paid no mind to anything else. The humans within her sight had all been subdued. They lay in various positions, either sprawled or on their sides, rendering them oblivious to her actions. She patted Jean, who retrieved the kitten's designated milk bowl from the void, mixing milk powder with water and gently shaking it. The kittens had grown remarkably over the past few days, making it impossible for Star to hold them all in one hand, Jean expertly guided each kitten to float up and dive into the milk bowl Star held. The slurping sounds of the kittens reached the ears of the incapacitated humans below, prompting a rugged man to struggle and attempt to raise his head, only to be met by the grotesque visage of the garlic-nosed individual. Tears streaming down his face, Star and Jean busied themselves with feeding. The fallen humans could not resist engaging in furtive movements, such as rubbing their wrists behind their backs in a bid to break free, or straining their legs in an effort to stand and escape. Some even attempted to aid one another in loosening the bonds of a fellow captive who was plotting resistance. Such trivial movements were inconsequential. Yet their exaggerated actions piqued Star's curiosity, compelling her to observe their antics. Wherever her gaze landed, Jean could not help but issue a warning. The garlic-nosed man withdrew his fidgeting head, replaying the earlier sequence of events in his mind. Everyone was exerting themselves to break free, and a few of the more active individuals had already managed to rise, on the verge of loosening the straps binding their hands. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, the child's gaze flicked towards them, only to shift away again. The dog's eyes bore down with an invisible threat, inflicting harm upon the group before vanishing without a trace. It was evident to any discerning individual that this was the handiwork of that large dog. Many had sustained cuts and bruises, yet none had lost limbs or lives, and the situation did not appear overly dire. Nonetheless, every warning was heeded. Those on the brink of liberation, as well as those discussing how to cooperate in their escape, found their plans thwarted. The garlic-nosed man was relieved he could not speak, and fortunate that his clumsiness and slow movements had prevented him from escaping, for otherwise he would have had to flee with injuries. After Star finished feeding the 3 kittens, her arms grew weary. She attempted to return each kitten to the basket, but the sweltering weather only intensified their discomfort, and they huddled together, seeking to escape the heat. Once outside, they were noticeably cooler, leading the kittens to resist being stuffed back in. When Star forcibly returned them, they cried out with desperate mews, their wails piercing the air. Star could do nothing but relent, laying the kittens one by one upon Dejin's back like sunbathing books. The rugged man, striving to ascertain the situation, heard the cacophony of meows. Clearly more than one, cold sweat broke out on his back. Was it not just a single dog and child? Where had these cat sounds originated? It was unmistakably emanating from above them, and he was certain he had not misheard. Could it be that the escaped cat leader had summoned reinforcements to assault their stronghold? This was indeed a grave matter. He needed to report back to the fortress swiftly to prepare, especially considering they had previously hunted numerous adult cats in their attempts to tame the wild ones. If vengeance had come knocking, it would not be as simple as before, when they could easily dispatch those cats with cunning schemes. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the garlic-nosed man's face. Could it be that his reckless conjecture held truth? That this duo of a child and a dog were indeed the cat's rescuers, Star, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the man before her, leisurely addressed them. Do you wish for death or life? Now, you may explain why you are here and why you attacked us. Her tone, slow and measured, punctuated by her youthful lisp, carried an air of menace reminiscent of a court intrigue. The rugged man found himself doubting his earlier assumptions. How could it be that a mere child and a dog had arrived? Had he mistaken the situation, believing this to be a fusion of human child and canine? A product of some aberrant ability? Otherwise, how could such a tone possibly emanate from one so young? Chapter 55. The Butterfly Effect. An unforeseen calamity evidently. Star could not sense the rugged man's thoughts. Nor would she have cared if she could. What was there to discuss with the defeated? Did they think her worthy of their respect? Speak up if you dare. Silence prevailed as many turned to search for the garlic-nosed man and the rugged figure. For they were the leaders commanding this group. To answer the questions. It was only fitting that these two should articulate their responses. The rugged man was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with increasingly absurd hypotheses, while the garlic-nosed man found himself rendered mute, unable to produce a sound despite his frantic attempts. Dejin, recalling something, lifted the silence imposed upon the garlic-nosed man. The latter gasped dramatically, finally able to speak. Yet he remained tight-lipped, glaring at the rugged man and silently urging him to answer. After all, speaking too much could lead to errors, and mistakes could result in painful consequences. The last thing the garlic-nosed man desired was to add another scar to his collection. Such perilous matters were best left to his cousin, who already owed him a debt. The rugged man snapped back to reality just in time to catch the garlic-nosed man's furtive glances, accompanied by Star's ultimatum. Have you all turned mute? Speak now, or I shall render you all voiceless. Star was growing increasingly irate. Who could remain cheerful in such oppressive heat? Moreover, her already frayed nerves were further aggravated by the indiscriminate attacks from fellow humans. The attacks had been relentless, and not only did they assault her, they looked down upon her as well. She had managed to endure their disdain, but their harsh words were intolerable, unbeknownst to her. Many of those who had been knocked down were still plotting their counterattack, discussing how to flay Dejin and use his skin as a mount. They even spoke of casting the child into the slums to suffer starvation and injury. A detestable rabble. Star's anger surged, and she felt that their demise would be well-deserved. Perhaps they finally grasped the gravity of Star's wrath, as the rugged man finally spoke, after the animals mutate. They will prey upon humans. Humans attack animals, and animals retaliate against humans. It is merely a cycle of the food chain. Our attack on this dog was solely a matter of survival. This statement was a blatant attempt to downplay their transgressions, shifting the narrative from their assault on Dejin and Star to a simplistic tale of nature's ruthless selection. But would Star believe such deceit? Certainly not. She recognized the cunning in his words. He was clearly no benevolent figure. Trusting him would be folly. Dejin, sensing Star's intent, swiftly silenced the rugged man, restraining him from moving an inch. Now you fatty speak, Star commanded, her gaze drifting to the garlic-nosed man, contrasting his shabby attire with that of the rugged man, thus selecting him as her point of inquiry. Interrogating him proved considerably simpler. Initially, the garlic-nosed man stammered and hesitated, delaying the process, but soon enough, Dejin's exasperation shattered his resolve, compelling him to divulge everything. Thus, Star and Dejin gleaned a wealth of information about their surroundings. The Shinong Fortress was an oasis established after the apocalypse, housing a significant portion of the nearby human population, amounting to tens of thousands. The fortress arose shortly after the world fell into chaos, positioned at the epicenter of the garlic-nosed man's former home. Despite his cowardice and avarice, the garlic-nosed man thrived in this new world because he held a minor leadership role within the Shinong Fortress. Although he lacked strength and abilities, and his actions were often unreliable, his fortunate position was attributed to his mother. Rumor had it that she was an exceptionally powerful botanical ability user, renowned for her prowess. How remarkable was she? One might wonder. The name of the Shinong Fortress derives from the extraordinary abilities of her mother. The legend of Shinong is well known. The agrarian lineage is deeply embedded in the genetic fabric of our nation. We possess an innate love for farming, and with skillful cultivation, one can create a flourishing landscape anywhere. Yet, the mother of garlic surpasses this notion that it is not merely a matter of cultivating a piece of land. It involves breeding, nurturing seedlings, planting, fertilizing, weeding, and countless other processes that can consume a minimum of several days to several years. However, Garlic Nose's mother, with just a flick of her extraordinary power, brings forth a profusion of blooms, a cacophony of voices, and an abundant harvest of rice and fruits, truly embodying the spirit of Shinong in contemporary times. This phenomenon defies the principles of biological science, as it requires no growth period or laborious toil. A mere exertion of her ability sustains the livelihoods of thousands at the Shinong base. That is this not remarkable? Upon hearing this, Xingxing could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment that if what Garlic Nose claims is true, then her mother's ability is indeed a profoundly useful and potentially salvational gift for their food reserves. Since they are not lacking, their quest for supplies must surely be a facade. Xingxing pressed Garlic Nose for further clarification, who begrudgingly revealed additional truths that it turns out that the Shinong Fortress is not in want of food. They venture forth in search of meat, specifically for hunting. After consuming an abundance of vegetables and grains, one naturally craves meat, necessitating the organization of a hunting party. This reasoning seems quite plausible, yet as Xingxing observed the expressions of others, she continued to interrogate that as anticipated. More revelations surfaced, and it was ultimately Garlic Nose's knowledge, coupled with a cowardly disposition, that led to the unraveling of the truth. With narrowed, dangerous eyes, Xingxing spoke in a soft tone laced with an unexplainable strangeness. So, you are not hunting for meat, but rather capturing cats? Why? Garlic Nose, on the brink of despair, could hardly contemplate her response. Capture cats? We are not merely catching cats. We can also target other extraordinary creatures to enhance the Shinong Fortress's self-defense capabilities. We have heard tales of a self-sufficient base where dogs are employed by humans to protect them. Most of us are ordinary people, and the number of extraordinary beings in the fortress is limited. If animals possess powers, taming them for human use seems logical. And of course, we couldn't resist trying. What other reasons could there be? It's all about survival, about thriving, to reclaim our position at the top of the food chain. What more could there be? You are human too. Do you not also command that dog? We merely wish to train cats to assist humans in hunting and fighting. Is that so wrong? After this outburst, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and Xingxing remained contemplative. Humans, in their struggle to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, attack extraordinary creatures. Can they truly be deemed in the wrong? Yet, is this truly the right course of action? The Shinong Fortress, having no lack of sustenance, seeks merely to indulge in the flesh of their prey, exterminating nearby feral cat populations to expand their territory. Are humans justified? Have they committed an error? The establishment of self-sufficient bases offers animals a potential escape or heralds another disaster. A deep sigh escaped Xingxing's lips as she pondered how to deal with these individuals. Logically, their initial assault on Dajin and Xingxing as enemies warranted a lethal response. However, as a human, she wished to avoid staining her hands with blood, especially since Dajin and she had not truly been harmed. It was merely a fleeting moment of anger, and a scare would suffice to alleviate her frustration. That as for the innocent cats caught in the crossfire, Xingxing instructed Dajin to investigate the so-called Shinong base to determine whether the felines were indeed oppressed. A pang of guilt washed over Xingxing. Had her advocacy for the establishment of self-sufficient bases inadvertently led to the plight of the cats? What of the solitary dogs in more distant realms? Would they too fall into human hands, either to be tamed or, if unsuccessful, face a grim fate? Would they be released, tortured, or skinned for their meat? Xingxing felt compelled to explore. Chapter 56. Captured in the cave with such a large group of people. It was impractical to transport them all as captives. Thus, Xingxing instructed Dejin to restrain only Garlic Nose and a capable man, taking the two leaders toward the Shinong fortress. The others were bound and left behind. Dejin had ensured there were no immediate dangers in the vicinity, and since the group was merely tied up, they would likely escape within 10 to 20 minutes. After their escape, they could pursue them or take a shortcut back to the Shinong fortress to report. Lives were at stake. Even in their anger, Dajin and Xingxing had no intention of slaughtering humans, but could only confine them temporarily. As Xingxing and Dajin departed with the two leaders, the remaining individuals exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend that they were simply allowed to leave. Along the journey, Garlic Nose and the capable man exchanged furtive glances, occasionally feigning exhaustion, calling for breaks after short stretches. Xingxing was not inclined to indulge them. She had not expressed fatigue even as an infant, yet these two grown men were being dramatic. With Dajin's menacing aura, the two had no choice but to comply, albeit their pace inevitably slowed as they continued toward the fortress. As they drew nearer to the Shinong fortress, Xingxing could not help but notice the distinct changes in the vegetation and air quality. The foliage was lush and vibrant, exuding an aura of vitality as if nurtured with utmost care. The air was imbued with a refreshing scent reminiscent of rain, moist and invigorating. As they approached, Garlic Nose and the capable man exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the path ahead, calculating their next moves. Xingxing instructed them to lead the way, and they soon entered a verdant grove teeming with plant life. Both she and Dajin were captivated by the butterflies flitting through the leaves. They dashed forward, quickly disappearing into the thicket, concealed by the foliage. Dajin remained stationary, neither hindering nor intervening, while Xingxing, intrigued by the butterflies, reached out to stroke Dajin's fur and comforted the three anxious kittens. The forest, with its dense vegetation, effectively lowered the temperature, providing a refreshing respite from their earlier heat. The woodland was rich with the aromas of grass and blooming flowers, rendering Xingxing's mood surprisingly pleasant, even as she watched the two figures retreating into the distance. Moreover, could they truly escape? Dajin, sniffing the air, tracked the last known location of the two. Was it a tree? Curiosity piqued. Xingxing parted the undergrowth and discovered a hole. Assessing its size, she noted that Dajin, having undergone evolution, might find it difficult to fit through. Without hesitation, she peered inside. Upon her gaze, she could not suppress her admiration. Dajin, equally curious, attempted to squeeze through, but his head filled the entrance, preventing him from entering. Xingxing gently pushed Dajin back, and he complied. This tree hollow had a central cavity, mostly hollowed out, perhaps with a small portion of the tree's core still alive. From the outside, the tree appeared robust and flourishing, yet unbeknownst to onlookers, its interior had been nearly hollowed out. The tree hollow seemed to connect to the depths below, reaching deeper than the tree's roots. Xingxing nudged Dajin aside, who was eager to look and peeked inside, nearly toppling in as she spied glimmers of starlight. What could be glowing down there? It was enchanting and dreamlike. Dajin, worried for her safety, clutched the fabric of her clothing, his expression one of helpless affection as he watched his mischievous little star venture closer to the edge. Dajin's large frame rendered it impossible for him to push through the entrance, so he resigned himself to letting Xingxing explore. Were they fireflies, lights, or perhaps stars reflected in water? Enchanted, Xingxing leaned further in, her posture becoming increasingly precarious. Dajin sensed something amiss and tried to pull her back. Something beneath appeared to reach out, grasping Xingxing as she attempted to withdraw. Dajin and this mysterious entity engaged in a tug-of-war over her. The pain was sharp. Xingxing stifled her cries, fighting back tears as she felt the opposing forces pulling her in different directions. Suddenly, Dajin's grip on her clothing tore free, and she was yanked into the tree hollow by the elongated object extending from within. Dajin, clutching the remnants of her clothing, was left in shock, exclaiming in distress as someone snatched away his star. In a swift and forceful manner, Dajin excavated a larger opening in the tree that concealed the hollow, squeezing himself inside in an attempt to trace the whereabouts of the star. After being captured, although the star was submerged in water and momentarily choked, she was quickly pulled back to the surface. During her abduction, she finally discerned the nature of the hollow beneath her. It was empty, containing merely a small pool of water, glittering not with fireflies or lanterns, but with tiny fish swimming gracefully, their scales shimmering with an unusual radiance. Today, as she was drawn into the water, the startled fish darted away, only to cautiously approach her to investigate this curious entity. Emerging from the pool, she was once again yanked onto the shore. Gasping for breath, the star sputtered and coughed, struggling to regain her composure. The entity that had seized her was revealed to be an elongated vine, an exceedingly long and verdant tendril, devoid of flowers or thorns, resembling the ordinary vines that could be found on the mountainsides before the apocalypse. The vine, under some unseen influence, ensnared the star's arms and forcibly dragged her along. Once in position, it estimated her orientation before releasing her, positioning the star to sit upon the ground. Finally expelling the water from her lungs, the star cautiously surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself in a vast cavern, adorned with lush greenery above and a sprawling, open expanse below. Gazing up at the cavern ceiling, she observed delicate, supple roots anchoring themselves, clustering together in a mesmerizing display. The cavern was not shrouded in darkness. It was illuminated by scattered beams of light and the playful fish below, reminiscent of a moonlit lake, with silvery glimmers dancing upon the water's surface. That was a sight to behold. Yet the star's focus could not linger here. She noticed a tear in the back of her clothing and glared at the vine that had captured her. This tendril, having emerged from the depths of the cavern, now hovered before her, seemingly awaiting her reaction. Summoning her courage, the star inquired, "Who are you, and why have you captured me?" No response was given. The vine merely twisted its form. The star, possessing legs of her own, was not bound by the vine, and perceiving no immediate threat, she unsteadily rose to her feet and ventured deeper into the cavern, toward the source of the vine. Step by tentative step, in a fit of frustration, Dajin abandoned the star, seething with rage as he unleashed a torrent of energy upon the scene of the incident, ruthlessly enlarging the already small hollow. Dajin glanced at the water below and then at the kitten he was carrying on his back. He set the kitten down, but the little creature, reluctant to part, nuzzled against him. Ultimately, he returned the kitten to its basket, while the star's safety seat had already been stowed away in his spatial realm. With a mighty leap, Dajin disrupted the water's surface, sending ripples cascading outward, startling the small fish into fleeing. Where was the star? The surface of the water obscured her scent, yet Dajin's keen sense of smell and profound familiarity with the star guided him. Following the faintest trace of her fragrance, he plunged into the depths and located the opening she had traversed at the bottom of the pool. Caverns within caverns enveloped him. The drenched kittens in their basket lamented their plight, but Dajin paid them no mind, fixated solely on finding the star. Emerging onto the shore, which was yet another cavern, he shook off the excess water and dried the kittens with a flick of his wrist, concentrating intently on discerning the star's path. Chapter 57. The Allure of the Star Moon. Vine the star, trembling, managed a few steps, feeling her little legs quivering beneath her. In desperation, she resorted to crawling, the most instinctive movement for a human infant, which proved significantly faster than attempting to walk, regardless of her pace. The vine remained steadfastly by her side, its pointed tip never straying far from her. The deeper she ventured, the shorter the vine became. Exhausted and with her tender skin chafed and reddened, the star collapsed onto the ground, prompting the vine to circle around her a couple of times before ultimately binding her in midair and pulling her inward. Gasping for breath, the star felt as though she were on a roller coaster, ascending and descending, entering and exiting the cavern, twisting and turning, losing track of time and space. At last, the vine unceremoniously deposited her onto the ground. Disoriented and bewildered, the star pondered. Once she regained her breath and surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in a wondrous realm, having traversed an unknown distance. She stood amidst a verdant forest, yet her attention was drawn to an enormous wall obscured by the flora of an entire hillside. This was no natural formation. It bore the unmistakable features of a constructed structure, complete with peculiar black doorways and windows peeking through the foliage. From one of these strange openings, figures emerged, peering out with curiosity, pointing in her direction and murmuring something inaudible to her. The star was struck by the extraordinary nature of her situation. The vine, seemingly satisfied with its task, twisted about and burrowed into the earth, disappearing from sight, leaving the star in a state of confusion and uncertainty. What was the purpose of bringing her here? Inside the fortress, the inhabitants shared their concerns over the unexpected arrival of the child. What was the Star Moon Vine's intention in delivering her? Had it merely found a lost child, or was there something more sinister at play? With the fortress leader absent, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. What if this was a trap? The Star Moon Vine had always obeyed the leader's commands. Could this strange behavior signify a directive from above? A standoff ensued between the star and the vigilant guards of the fortress, each party eyeing the other in silence. As the star hesitated, contemplating her sore feet, she mused, "Is the mountain not mine? I shall claim it." Just as she began to decide her next move, the vine unexpectedly burst forth from the ground, startling her. The vine, now clutching a bundle of leaves, dropped it before the star. She regarded the package hesitantly, pointing to herself. "For me." The vine swayed affirmatively, prompting her to unwrap it. The tightly bound leaves revealed 3 fruits, each adorned in shades of red, purple, and green. Examining the vine for any signs of malice, she cautiously sniffed the fruit skins, but detected no discernible information regarding their safety. Unsure of their edibility and wary of potential poisons, the star refrained from tasting them, knowing that in a post-apocalyptic world, there were no hospitals to save her if she were to be poisoned. Instead, she smiled gratefully at the vine, holding the fruits without taking a bite. Seemingly sensing her reluctance, the vine tugged at her, leading her toward the fortress, pulling aside the obscuring leaves to reveal the formidable defenses beyond. Knock, 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 knock. The vine pounded against the wall, inciting concern among the fortress dwellers. Is the Star Moon Vine gone mad? Does it think it can enter without a door? Is it trying to breach our defenses? In response, the vine, frustrated by its inability to penetrate the wall, burrowed into the ground once more. Moments later, slender green tendrils erupted nearby, mercilessly whipping at the guard's arms and legs. The humans, recognizing the vine's familiarity, fled in panic, calling for mercy. Amidst the chaos, the star, bewildered by the unfolding events, felt the situation grow ever more peculiar. The guards, marked with red welts from the vine's strikes, lamented to one another, "This child is clearly not one of ours. What if she is a disguised monster? We cannot let her in. Perhaps we should wait for the fortress leader to return. If the leader approves, we may allow her entry to Star Moon Vine. What do you think?" The vine hesitated momentarily, then extended another tendril toward the star, lifting one of her legs and suspending her head downward, shaking her to ascertain whether she was concealing any dangerous items or was, in fact, a threat. The star's hair hung limply, and she felt a rush of blood to her head, disorienting her. That moment, Dajin arrived, his eyes widening with surprise, quickly transforming into fury upon seeing the vine's intentions toward the star. In an instant, he leaped forward, unleashing a flurry of energy directed at the vine's tendrils. The vine, struck by the force of his attack, released the star, sending her tumbling through the air, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of plant sap. Dajin caught her mid-fall, shielding her from harm, enraged at the vine for inflicting pain upon the star. Dajin's fury intensified. Suddenly, a multitude of green tendrils erupted around the vine, encasing it in a defensive barrier that gleamed with an intense emerald glow, sharp and unyielding. Dajin positioned the star protectively behind him, witnessing the clash of tendrils and energy as they danced in a chaotic ballet. The severed vine quivered in a corner, clearly demonstrating its submission. The vine, mimicking human behavior, exhibited signs of weakness. Dajin, consumed by his protective instinct for the star, was determined to see justice served for the injuries inflicted upon her. It is evident that Dajin is poised to unleash a formidable strike against the Rattan. Xingxing hastily caresses Dajin's fur, urging him to refrain from his assault. Although Dajin is most reluctant, he manages to restrain himself, leaving the trembling, defenseless Rattan, which shows no sign of resistance, at Xingxing's feet. Xingxing gently prods the severed Rattan, which quivers slightly, sprouting a fragile tendril that winds delicately around her finger. It appears feeble and dependent, yet charmingly obedient.